S-class martial vein sign-in collection point. Strongest ancient physique sign-in collection point. Transmigrate to a high martial world, reboot the protagonist's life sign-in collection point. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the classroom, making it slightly dazzling. Inside the classroom, Guchen stared at everything before him, his spirit slightly dazed. I've transmigrated? Guchen's memory lingered on a summer night of pouring rain. A Rolls-Royce Phantom sped off an overpass at 200 miles per hour, directly striking a small scooter wobbling out from the side road. The delivery driver for JD.com was flung into the air at 100 meters per second, instantly meeting his end. And Guchen, naturally, was that unfortunate delivery driver. Memories surged in his mind like a tide, quickly helping him sort out the current situation. The world he had transmigrated to seemed particularly extraordinary, abundant with martial artists. Simply put, this was a high martial world where martial artists thrived. Yet, his predecessor's aptitude was mediocre at best, barely reaching the third level of the body refining realm, placing him at the bottom of the food chain. Anyone could come and step on him. At this moment, he had just collected his share of body tempering pills from the school resources office. Just then, bang, the classroom door was rudely pushed open. Guchen, you've got some guts, haven't you? Got your hands on the body tempering pills and still didn't hand them over willingly? Guchen rubbed his head and looked up. A male student dressed in a black martial arts uniform with a buzz cut barged in. The gaze he directed at Guchen carried a condescending arrogance. The usual rules: hand over the body tempering pills, and I won't go hard on you in tomorrow's monthly combat exam. The moment Guchen saw the boy, his pupils slightly contracted as associated memories surfaced instantly. Zheng Kai, like him, was a student of Linyuan No. 1 High School. However, with a cultivation of the 5th level of the body refining realm, he often bullied others. The original Guchen was one of his victims. Thinking of this, Guchen frowned slightly. What a lousy start. Seeing Guchen frowning, a trace of malice flashed in Zheng Kai's eyes. He raised his right fist high, the solid muscles bulging, exuding a powerful oppressive force. Boom! Zheng Kai slammed the wooden desk beside him hard. The heavy desk flew past Guchen's side, stirring a strong wind that made it slightly hard for him to breathe. What's the matter? Haven't been beaten in a while, huh? Feeling itchy? Zheng Kai slowly approached Guchen, his hands clasping together tightly, emitting a creaking sound. Inwardly, however, he felt a bit confused. Guchen, who should have been a meek money-making tool handing over the pills without resistance, was suddenly showing signs of rebellion today? I'll say it again, hand over the body-tempering pills. Idiot! Guchen sneered in response. Ding! Detected, you are being bullied. Defensive braking system initializing. Defensive braking system loaded successfully. A series of virtual screens suddenly appeared before Guchen's eyes. He paused for a moment, then a look of joy spread across his face. This is the golden finger that comes standard with being a transmigrator, the system lord? In a world where the strong prey on the weak, the strong reign supreme, and the weak must be prepared to be humiliated mercilessly. In the defensive braking world, you can trample the entire world beneath your feet. Name, Guchen. Martial Dao Cultivation, Body Refining Realm, Level 3. Martial Techniques, Tongbei Fist, Minor Accomplishment, Chasing Wind Spear, Minor Accomplishment. Defensive Braking Value, 100, Newbie Gift. By consuming Defensive Braking Value, you can enhance your martial cultivation and martial technique proficiency. You dare call me an idiot? Zheng Kai froze for a moment. Then, as he came to, his face instantly turned grim. Looks like you've completely forgotten the pain of being under my control. No worries, I'll help you remember. Zheng Kai's expression turned ferocious. System Lord, go all in. Guchen silently commanded as he stared at the attribute panel in his mind. With 100 points of defensive braking value emitting a gentle white light, the virtual attribute panel before Guchen's eyes was instantly filled with white glowing text. Ding! Your cultivation seems to be riding that Rolls-Royce that hit you, soaring at high speed. Detected mortal grade lower martial Dao method, Unity method. Buff activated, your cultivation speed is increased by 10%. Ding! Detected you possess body tempering pills. By consuming the body tempering pills, your cultivation speed can increase further, reducing defensive braking value consumption. Guchen's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and poured out a greenish pill. It's too late to give it to me now, huh? Zheng Kai's face lit up with a smug grin when he saw Guchen take out the body tempering pill. However, his grin quickly froze. Guchen swiftly threw the pill into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. Ding! Detected assistance from the body tempering pill. Your cultivation speed is increased by 50%. Consumed 10 defensive breaking value. Your cultivation has broken through to the 4th level of the body refining realm. Consumed 40 defensive breaking value. Your cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the body refining realm. Due to your habitual reckless riding of the scooter, your cultivation speed is further increased by 20%. Consumed 50 defensive breaking value. Your cultivation has reached the 6th level of the body refining realm. Ding! This cultivation upgrade ends here. Equivalent to 3 years of hard practice. You have successfully broken through from the 3rd level to the 6th level of the body refining realm. Current defensive breaking value, 0. System encouragement, smash him. As the virtual screen shifted, a sudden surge of powerful momentum erupted from Gu Chen's body. Every cell in his body seemed to cheer, his muscles writhing rapidly, and red steam exuded from his pores. A large amount of dark red impurities discharged from his skin, making his flesh tougher and boosting his vitality. Ha! Zheng Kai, who was about to strike, suddenly noticed something unusual about Gu Chen. A massive wave of red steam emerged, enveloping Gu Chen's figure. Vitality soaring to the skies? Zheng Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Vitality soaring to the skies, a phenomenon visible only when a martial artist experiences an immense surge in vitality. Typically, this would occur at the 7th or 8th level of the body refining realm or above. Gu Chen, a mere 3rd level weakling? How could such a phenomenon happen to him? So this is what it feels like to go all in, exhilarating. Gu Chen felt the endless power surging within him, a slight curve forming at the corner of his lips. The cultivation gained from consuming defensive breaking value was indeed as solid and stable as 3 years of painstaking effort. However, this body's martial aptitude was truly atrocious. 3 years of effort, and it had only climbed 3 levels? 1 level per year? And that's just the basic body refining realm. Gu Chen couldn't help but grumble internally. Gu Chen, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, there's still a chance. Despite the unease in his heart, Zheng Kai threatened him. This guy, he's probably bluffing. But at that moment, a chilling sensation ran straight down his spine. Boom! Gu Chen stomped the ground hard with his right foot. The strength from his leg and waist burst forth like a compressed spring, propelling him forward in an instant. A fierce wind swept through, and the dark red impurities flaked off his skin, revealing a glowing, healthy complexion. The distance between the two was only 4 or 5 meters, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Chen appeared before a horrified Zheng Kai. You! Zheng Kai had no time to react, hastily crossing his arms in front of him for defense. Gu Chen's eyes betrayed endless indifference as he unleashed a merciless punch. A faint red glow surrounded his fist, draining all color from Zheng Kai's face. Boom! Zheng Kai felt like he had been struck by a speeding truck. His arms emitted a series of bone-cracking sounds. Ah! Zheng Kai's arms were shattered by Gu Chen's punch. The residual force carried through, slamming into his chest. His chest caved slightly, ribs snapping instantly. He was thrown 4 or 5 meters back, toppling a row of desks and chairs in his path. Finally, his body crashed heavily against the classroom wall. Put! Suffering severe injuries, Zheng Kai could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His arms, chest, and back, all burned with excruciating pain. Staring at the youth who stood firm with his fist retracted, Zheng Kai's eyes filled with overwhelming terror. Zheng Kai has been punched into doubting life itself. Defensive breaking value plus 80. Gu Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he walked up to Zheng Kai. His handsome and elegant face was full of indifference. Gu Chen, you can't hit me. I'm one of Brother Fan's people, he will. A black sneaker suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! Gu Chen stomped Zheng Kai's head hard under his foot. No matter how much Zheng Kai struggled, Gu Chen remained unfazed. Zheng Kai has been severely humiliated by you. Breaking point value plus 60. 60? You really underestimate me. Gu Chen increased the pressure under his foot, causing Zheng Kai's entire face to have an intimate encounter with the ground. Gu Chen, let me go. Gu Dad, please treat me like a fart and let me go. Easy, easy, my face is about to shatter. Zheng Kai's defenses have been completely broken. Breaking point value plus 99. Current breaking point value, 239. A gleam of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he applied even more force. However, he noticed that after Zheng Kai's breaking point value reached 99, the boy stopped moving altogether. Damn it, what a waste! Gu Chen disdainfully kicked Zheng Kai aside, and Zheng Kai collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, twitching slightly. Hand over all the body refinement pills you have, or else. Gu Chen said coldly. Gu Chen, these body refinement pills belong to Brother Fan. If you take them, Brother Fan will never let you off. Without replying, Guchen delivered another heavy blow. Zheng Kai's body trembled. He struggled to turn over and shakily pulled a few bottles out of his pocket. Guchen quickly snatched the body refinement pills, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "You're always welcome to come and cause trouble for me." He calmly pocketed the pills, brushed off non-existent dust, and slowly left the classroom. Guchen had no concern that Zheng Kai might report him to the school. Not only would Zheng Kai lose face, but the truth was that Zheng Kai had been bullying others first. If this incident reached the school, the only result would be Zheng Kai becoming the laughingstock for being beaten so badly after bullying someone. After leaving the school, Guchen took a taxi home. In this lifetime, he was an orphan. His parents had both died during a beast invasion. Indeed, in modern transmigration novels, parents were always either dead or completely absent. This was perfect, no burdens. Once home, Guchen called upon his breaking point system. "I just scraped together 239 breaking point value from Zheng Kai. But no more points came in after his defenses completely broke." Guchen pondered. It seemed that breaking point values couldn't solely rely on one individual. The exact methods of obtaining more would require further experimentation in the future. After calming his mind, Guchen began to allocate his points. His gaze fell on the martial techniques section. Currently, he had mastered 2 martial techniques, Tongbei Fist and Chasing Wind Spear. Tongbei Fist was a lower-grade mortal technique, while Chasing Wind Spear was a mid-grade mortal technique. Such trash. Still, martial techniques could enhance his strength to some extent. The higher the proficiency in a martial technique, the greater the boost to one's combat power. Martial technique mastery was divided into 5 stages: beginner, small accomplishment, great accomplishment, mastery, and perfection. After some thought, Guchen decided to first improve his Chasing Wind Spear. Even though both were mortal techniques, mid-grade was always better than lower grade. It was like choosing the tallest among short people. Ding! You have consumed breaking point value to enhance Chasing Wind Spear. Your understanding of Chasing Wind Spear has rapidly increased. Areas that baffled you before are now crystal clear. It's as if a blocked drain has been unclogged, and the once constipation-like slow progress now flows freely. Detected that you've been practicing Chasing Wind Spear for 2 years. Experience accumulated. Training boost buff activated. Training speed plus 25%. Consumed 10 breaking point value. Your Chasing Wind Spear reached great accomplishment. Consumed 20 breaking point value. Your Chasing Wind Spear reached mastery. Consumed 50 breaking point value, equivalent to 9 years of diligent practice. Your Chasing Wind Spear has reached perfection. Congratulations! You have unlocked the hidden technique of Chasing Wind Spear, Phantom Wind Kill. Even the creator of Chasing Wind Spear would respectfully address you as master upon seeing your current mastery. Current breaking point value, 159. Guchen opened his eyes, and a flicker of a white spear shadow flashed within them. He slapped the table with his right hand, causing a wooden chopstick to bounce into the air. Using his right hand, he pinched the chopstick between his forefinger and middle finger, channeling the Chasing Wind Spear technique. Buzz! A white light emanated from the chopstick, and the sound of a howling gale rang in his ears. Guchen's eyes gleamed as he thrust the chopstick forward like a bolt of lightning. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and under the enhancement of the Chasing Wind Spear, the wooden chopstick easily punctured through the solid hardwood table. If this were directed at a human body, even someone at the 7th level of body refinement would be injured. Guchen murmured to himself. He hadn't expected such a vast difference between small accomplishment and perfection level mastery of Chasing Wind Spear. And this was just using a chopstick. If he were using an actual spear, how terrifying would the power be? Guchen was secretly stunned. After testing the power of the Chasing Wind Spear, Guchen immediately turned to allocate points for Tongbei Fist. Detected that you have 1.5 years of experience practicing Tongbei Fist. Training boost buff activated. Training speed plus 20%. You once stayed up late binge-watching Martial Universe and admired the protagonist Lindong's mastery of Tongbei Fist. As a result, your ex-girlfriend suspected you might have hemorrhoids, which was one of the reasons for your breakup. This emotional blow has boosted your Tongbei Fist training speed by 50%. Guchen was speechless. Were these two martial techniques really the same? Consumed 8 breaking point value, your Tongbei Fist reached great accomplishment. Consumed 16 breaking point value, your Tongbei Fist reached mastery. Consumed 40 breaking point value, your Tongbei Fist has reached perfection. Congratulations! You have unlocked the hidden technique of Tongbei Fist, 9 Echo Strikes. 9 Echo Strikes. This technique allows you to channel hidden force into your opponent's body during combat, making it the perfect method for underhanded attacks. This achievement is equivalent to 7 years of rigorous training. Current breaking point value, 95. Gu Chen stood still, the muscles in his arms rippling like coiled dragons. Tongbei fist. He leaned slightly forward, suddenly thrusting both arms forward. A series of crisp popping sounds echoed from his body. 9 echoes in total. A tremendous aura surged forth, whipping up what felt like a gale of 7 or 8 levels in the living room, scattering various items into the air. Hidden force entering the opponent's body and destroying them from within. This is the true terror of Tongbei fist. Gu Chen was inwardly delighted. Ha, no matter how strong your defenses are, so what? My 9 layers of hidden force will penetrate your body, bypassing your defenses and making you wish for death. At that moment, a loud knock came from the door. Bang! 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 The knocking was exceptionally forceful. Looking through the peephole, Gu Chen saw a young girl in a floral dress angrily pounding on the door. What's the matter? Gu Chen opened the door and looked at the indignant girl, asking calmly. Gu Chen, you're really courting death. Are you tired of living? Zhou Yan said coldly. Zhang Kai only wanted to borrow some body refinement pills from you, and you put him in the hospital? Ha! Gu Chen sneered disdainfully. He remembered this girl, she was his childhood sweetheart. But this seemingly innocent girl was actually a master manipulator. She often brainwashed him with various tactics and even used him to vent her frustrations when she was in a bad mood. Oh, and it seemed she had a boyfriend named Shangwan Fan already knows about this. He's furious, and the consequences will be severe. If it weren't for me giving you a chance to apologize to Zhang Kai out of the kindness of our past relationship, you'd already be taught a harsh lesson by now. Zhou Yan reached out, intending to grab Gu Chen. Slap! Idiot! Gu Chen brushed off her hand and sneered coldly. Zhou Yan's boyfriend, Shangwan Fan, was at the peak of the 7th level of body refinement. He was a member of the elite class at Linyuan High School. What? Zhou Yan froze. The usually dumb and submissive boy who allowed her to manipulate him had just called her an idiot. Gu Chen, I'm really angry now. Heh, well, good riddance. Your childhood sweetheart is furious, breaking point value plus 66. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. So it works like this too? Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? He slowly took out his phone from his pocket and waved it in front of the stunned Zhou Yan. Opening his contacts, he quickly selected Zhou Yan. Click. Delete. Gu Chen, you actually dared to delete me? Your childhood sweetheart feels insulted, breaking point value plus 77. Zhou Yan thought he must have gone mad. She had come to help him. Tomorrow was the monthly martial arts competition, and the match schedule had already been set. Gu Chen's first opponent was Zhang Kai, and his second was Shangwan Fan. The fact that Gu Chen defeated Zhang Kai showed he had been hiding his strength. But compared to Shangwan Fan, he was nothing. Shangwan Fan was an elite class student. Once he broke through to the 8th level of body refinement, he would rank among the top in the elite class. Countless people were vying to curry favor with him. I'll say it one more time, come with me to apologize to Zhang Kai. Do you even have a brain, or is your head filled with Pacific Ocean water? If you're sick, please turn left as you exit the door. The Linyuan County No. 1 mental hospital is right there. You're welcome. Gu Chen, you dare. Bang! Gu Chen slammed the door, nearly hitting her in the face. Your actions are so audacious. Zhou Yan breaking point value plus 88. Current breaking point value, 326. Zhou Yan stood outside the door, her face displaying a mixture of anger and shock. What on earth was wrong with Gu Chen today? How dare he defy her, even going so far as to call her brain damaged? Gu Chen, you're dead. Her face twisted with rage, appearing somewhat sinister under the dim hallway light. Gu Chen paid no mind to the hysterical Zhou Yan outside the door and continued focusing on upgrading his stats. Shangwan Fan, was it? A peak body refining 7th stage cultivator? A student in the elite class, huh? If I can crush you completely tomorrow, let's see if you can still smile then. Ding! Consumed breakthrough points, martial cultivation is beginning to rise. You have used 4 body tempering pills, training speed plus 30%. Consumed 50 breakthrough points, successfully advanced to body refining 7th stage. Your vitality has surged, strength increased, and impurities within your body have been further expelled. Your chances of defeating Shangwan Fan are 99.99%, but you still feel dissatisfied. Without a 100% chance of victory, how is that any different from being a salted fish? Gu Chen immersed himself in training once more. Ding! Consumed 150 breakthrough points, broke through 2 stages to body refining 9th stage. This session of training was equivalent to 8 years of secluded cultivation. Current breakthrough points, 126. Gu Chen's entire body trembled violently, a crimson mist of vital energy rising around him. Waves of energy spread outward from him, causing the curtains to rustle. After a while, the imposing aura around Gu Chen abruptly vanished, and his eyes gleamed with extraordinary brightness. 126 breakthrough points aren't enough to reach the chi condensation realm. I need to find a way to earn more points, Gu Chen muttered to himself, his thoughts churning. For now, though, it was sufficient. From what he knew, this monthly combat exam wouldn't include most of the elite class students except for Shangwan Fan, who seemed to be accompanying Zhou Yan. Truly a match made in hell, a wretched pair clinging together. Gu Chen took a shower, ate a simple dinner, and went to bed. After all, he'd just spent over 20 years worth of effort training today, and he was indeed a bit tired. Lin Yuan County First People's Hospital. Zheng Kai lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages, both arms suspended in plaster casts. Brother Fan, you have to stand up for me. That little bastard not only refused to hand over the body tempering pills but also stole yours. He even threatened to break your 3 legs during tomorrow's exam. Before the bed, a young man dressed in black combat attire darkened his expression. Did he really say that? Yes. He also said you're all reputation and no substance, that he could defeat you with a mere wave of his hand. Zheng Kai nodded frantically. This kid must be hiding his strength, he's probably close to body refining 7th stage. But still. Shangwan Fan's slender frame suddenly erupted with terrifying energy, his vital force forming a gust that nearly blew Zheng Kai off the bed. Brother Fan, you broke through? Zhou Yan exclaimed in delight. Yes, just this afternoon, Shangwan Fan replied indifferently. Zheng Kai and Zhou Yan were overjoyed. Gu Chen is nothing more than a clown. My real goal is the Linyuan 9 Schools martial competition next week. The 9 Schools competition is crucial, even the big shots from the County Education Bureau will attend. A strong performance will be richly rewarded. Shangwan Fan's eyes burned with fervent ambition. If I can catch the attention of those esteemed figures, it'll be my ticket to the top. Brother Fan is unstoppable. From now on, I'll follow your lead. Zheng Kai flattered shamelessly. Zhou Yan, gazing at the spirited young man before her and recalling Gu Chen's words, sneered in disdain. This is what a real man should be like. And Gu Chen? He's just a worthless speck of dust in the dirt. Tomorrow, my man will teach you the meaning of humility. The next day, the sun shone warmly. At 7 in the morning, Linyuan High School was bustling with activity. A month from now would be the martial arts entrance exam, and today marked the final monthly combat exam for the senior students of Linyuan High. The stands on both sides of the sports field were packed with students, the air buzzing with excitement. Small drones hovered around the various arenas, broadcasting the fights in real time. On the podium, the principal of Linyuan High and several martial arts instructors focused intently on the live footage from the matches. The next bout, Shangwan Fan of Senior Class 5 versus Gu Chen of Senior Class 3. As the announcement echoed, Gu Chen stood from the resting area, casually picking up a black spear from the weapon rack before striding toward the arena. On the arena stage, Shangwan Fan stood with a white broadsword on his back, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Holy crap, Gu Chen is doomed, it's Shangwan Fan he's up against. Why do you say that? Shangwan Fan is in the elite class, a peak body refining 7th stage cultivator. And that Gu Chen from class 3 is just a nobody at body refining 3rd stage. How could he possibly stand a chance? That kid's been lucky so far. His opponent from the last round, Zheng Kai from class 4, forfeited. I heard Zheng Kai got hit by a car while helping an old lady cross the street. What a comedian. Back to the point, if Gu Chen can last a minute, I'll treat everyone to lunch. Half a minute, and tomorrow's lunch is on me. Idiot, if he lasts 10 seconds, I'll cover meals for a month. Why are you all so obsessed with lunch? As Shangwan Fan entered the stage, he immediately drew the attention of most of the students. 99% believed Gu Chen wouldn't last 10 seconds against Shangwan Fan, while the remaining 1% thought he'd be instantly defeated. His vital energy is abundant, like a dormant dragon about to erupt. Shangwan Fan seems to have advanced to body refining 8th stage. Principal Zhang Jiwei nodded slightly. With such strength, even among the elite class, he could be considered above average. Participating in the monthly combat exam of the regular class seems somewhat unfair. Giving other students a bit of motivation isn't a bad idea. Director of Education Lin Yu said with a smile. In the audience, Zhou Yan watched Gu Chen slowly step onto the stage. Gu Chen, you'll soon understand that the gap between people can sometimes be even greater than the gap between a person and a pig. Are you Gu Chen? Shang Wanfan looked at the young man dressed in a black martial arts uniform, carrying a large black spear, and asked with great interest, "Do you know who I am?" Gu Chen stopped and glanced at him indifferently. A mentally underdeveloped imbecile. You. Shang Wanfan felt insulted. Defense break value plus 45. Humph. Gu Chen, Yenner gave you one last chance yesterday. It's such a pity you didn't seize it. Shang Wanfan stretched his limbs slightly. If you kneel now. An imbecile's nonsense is so excessive it's downright annoying. Gu Chen sighed softly. Shang Wanfan's gaze immediately turned cold. Gu Chen, swords and blades have no eyes. Injuries and deaths during the match are unavoidable. He lowered his voice and said, "Soon, I'll make you realize the consequences of offending me. You're truly second tier in both the numeric and alphabetic worlds." Gu Chen replied calmly. What? Shang Wanfan froze for a moment, failing to react in time. 2B. Boom. A wave of intense killing intent erupted from Shang Wanfan. Match begins. The referee blew his whistle and quickly stepped aside. Ah, young people just can't control their mouths. He shook his head slightly. This time, he'd better stay fully alert. Couldn't they see that Shang Wanfan's face was already as dark as coal from anger? He definitely wasn't going to hold back later. They couldn't let this kid Gu Chen get beaten to death. I want you to. Bang! The referee's words had barely left his mouth when Gu Chen suddenly stomped the ground with force, instantly transforming into a blur, rushing forward at incredible speed. The wind howled, and the air churned violently. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen appeared in front of Shang Wanfan, whose face paled dramatically. How is this possible? Shang Wanfan felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, forcing him to retreat involuntarily. Tongbei fist, 9 echoes of Tongbei. Gu Chen punched forward, unleashing a sharp whistling sound in the air. A faint red aura of blood energy enveloped his fist, and the intense shockwave rendered Shang Wanfan almost immobile. He had no choice but to hurriedly draw his broadsword, holding it horizontally in front of him as a shield. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded, and everyone felt their vision blur. The white broadsword let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying dozens of meters away by Gu Chen's punch. The bloodstained figure was thrown backward at high speed, faint cracks audibly emanating from his body. Each crack seemed to open a fresh wound on him. In the blink of an eye, Shang Wanfan had become a bloodied figure, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. At that moment, the entire arena fell into deathly silence. The teachers from the first high school all jumped to their feet, their hearts filled with shock. Are you kidding me? Shang Wanfan, a student from the elite class, had been defeated in a single round? It was so absurd that no words could describe it, so absurd it was almost laughable. Shang Wanfan's entire body throbbed with pain, his chest, back, arms. Blood holes mysteriously burst forth from multiple parts of his body, and his thoughts were on the verge of scattering. Too fast, too strong. He hadn't been given even the slightest chance to react. What was even more terrifying was that, despite defending himself with a broadsword, he still ended up in this state. Before he could make any move, Gu Chen was already closing in with his spear in hand. Gu Chen, don't celebrate too early. Shang Wanfan gritted his teeth against the searing pain and pulled out a red pill from his chest pocket, swallowing it. Instantly, his blood energy surged, forming a thick cloud of crimson aura. His aura skyrocketed, breaking through the peak of the body-tempering 8-fold realm and reaching the body-tempering 9-fold realm. Unbelievable. He's using the forbidden bloodburst pill during a match. Zhang Jiwei stood up abruptly. The bloodburst pill was a rare and expensive auxiliary pill capable of significantly boosting a martial artist's blood energy in a short time, costing thousands or even tens of thousands for a single dose. The rules of the monthly combat examinations explicitly prohibited the use of any performance-enhancing pills. Seeing the bewildered referee on the platform, standing idly without intervening, Zhang Jiwei cursed him as useless in his heart. He was about to halt the match. However, Zhang Jiwei suddenly noticed the lack of fear on Gu Chen's face. Instead, there was a trace of a wicked smile. Could it be he's confident? Zhang Jiwei hesitated slightly, deciding not to intervene for the time being. He focused his martial energy, ready to step in and rescue Gu Chen at any moment. After taking the bloodburst pill, the pain in Shang Wanfan's body was temporarily suppressed, and he regained his ability to move. Gu Chen. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel expanded rapidly in his vision. Gu Chen thrust his spear forward, tearing through the air with a sharp, ripping sound. Chasing wind spear, phantom wind kill. The black spear's shadow pierced through, impaling Shang Wanfan's right chest, and then forcefully drove him toward the edge of the platform. Boom! The spear embedded itself into the wall, collapsing a large section of it. Debris scattered everywhere, causing the students in the front row of the audience to turn pale with fright. They stared blankly at Shangwan Fan, who was now pinned to the wall, their hearts filled with terror. A wave of dizziness washed over them. Defeated the drug-enhanced Shangwan Fan, defense break value plus 90. The opponent's spirit is shattered, falling into critical injury and unconsciousness, defense break value plus 99. Your actions have shocked the crowd, their fragile hearts deeply shaken, defense break value plus 545. Current defense break value, 905. A thoughtful glint flickered in Gu Chen's dark eyes. It seemed that the maximum defense break value from a single act was capped at 99? Or perhaps it had something to do with the martial cultivation level of the one being broken? Next time he'd try someone at the chi condensation realm to test it out. Also, even if it wasn't a direct defense break, a strong emotional shock still contributed to the value, albeit minimally. Gu Chen's face bore a faint smile. This round had been immensely rewarding. After a few seconds of dead silence, the arena erupted into deafening cheers. Holy crap! No way, an elite class student got one shot without any chance to retaliate? Unbelievable! Even after taking drugs, Shangwan Fan gets crushed in one move. Shangwan Fan on bloodburst pills had power comparable to the body-tempering ninefold realm. Gu Chen, the god. He's been hiding his strength and now stuns everyone with his skill. Amidst the thunderous applause, Gu Chen casually tossed his spear to the dumbfounded referee. Does this count as my win? The referee hastily caught the black spear, swallowing nervously as he looked at the unconscious Shangwan Fan. He turned to glance helplessly at the panel of judges. Beating someone up like this, how should I even call it? Shangwan Fan has violated the rules by using a forbidden drug during the match. The victor of this duel is Gu Chen. School physicians, take Shangwan Fan down for treatment immediately. Zhang Jiwei's verdict put an end to the matter. A group of school medics spent quite some time extracting the unconscious Shangwan Fan from where he was embedded in the wall. In the audience, Zhou Yan slumped weakly in her chair, her vision blurring. It's over. Everything's over. Even if he doesn't die, Shangwan Fan would be bedridden for a while. Forget the 9-school martial exchange, even the martial exams would likely be affected. Her trembling gaze locked onto Gu Chen as he slowly disappeared from the platform. Clenching her teeth, she quickly left the audience. What a miscalculation! Gu Chen was the true wildcard of her fate. On the podium, Zhang Jiwei and Lin Yu engaged in a low conversation, with the latter nodding repeatedly before hastily leaving the stage. Gu Chen, you've truly surprised me. With his sharp insight, Zhang Jiwei could tell that Gu Chen's martial cultivation had already reached the body-tempering ninefold realm. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered more was his unparalleled proficiency in martial techniques. The Tongbei fist he had just used had even achieved resonance shock, a level that required mastery to attain. The chasing wind spear was no less extraordinary. How playful, hiding your strength in this day and age. Zhang Jiwei chuckled to himself. Back in the resting room, Gu Chen reflected on his battle with Shangwan Fan. Too weak. Even with the bloodburst pill pushing him to the body-tempering ninefold realm, Shangwan Fan was still no match for him. After all, not only was he at the same realm, but both of his martial techniques had reached the perfect level. Within the body-tempering realm, achieving perfection in martial techniques was nearly impossible. It had taken him 15 years to hone 2 low-tier martial arts to perfection. Who else would be foolish enough to take such a path? Yet even low-tier techniques, when perfected, could unleash unparalleled power. Of course, the cost was high. Using Tongbei 9 Echoes and Phantom Wind Kill back-to-back had drained nearly a third of his stamina. My martial cultivation manual, the Unity method, is merely a low-tier manual, far too inadequate. Gu Chen sighed softly. The higher the level of a cultivation manual, the faster the progress in training, and the stronger the blood energy, vitality, and recovery speed within the same realm. A low-tier manual like the Unity method was already struggling to sustain progress at the chi condensation realm. It was an uphill battle. Student Gu. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit walked into the resting room with a genial smile. Teacher Lin. Gu Chen replied calmly. The man was none other than Lin Yu, the director of education at Lin Yuan First High School. Lin Yu came to find Gu Chen, but Gu Chen was not surprised at all. Just moments ago, he had cleanly and decisively defeated Shangwan Fan, and he had noticed the shocked reactions of the teachers. Lin Yu adjusted his glasses, his eyes brimming with delight. Gu classmate, you've hidden your strength so well. I see now. You've been concealing your abilities to amaze everyone during the martial arts exam, haven't you? If it weren't for Shangwan Fan's impressive skills, he probably wouldn't have been able to force out your true power. Lin Yu had a look of someone who thought he had seen through everything. Gu Chen's expression turned a bit peculiar. In his previous life, whenever he read novels featuring those overly cautious protagonists who hid their strength, he would decisively drop the story. Such tropes were full of clichés, making the reading experience unpleasant, so he would immediately give it a 1-star review. Now that he had become the protagonist himself, naturally, he wanted to give the readers a thrilling experience. Classmate, your body-refining 9th-level strength already makes you one of the top students in the elite class. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Since Shangwan Fan won't be able to recover for a while, how about you take his place in the elite class? A week from now, our Linyuan County's 9 martial arts high schools will be holding the final 9-school competition before the martial arts exam. Only students from the elite class are qualified to represent the school. Not interested. Guchen slowly shook his head. Oh, by the way, if you join the elite class, you'll be able to choose a martial arts manual from the school's martial arts room as a reward. Furthermore, the rewards for the 9-school competition are incredibly generous. Though the specific prizes haven't been announced yet, the champion. The Education Bureau's reward is expected to be 500,000 federal coins, plus a grade B martial weapon. Teacher Lin, it is my duty to bring glory to the school, Guchen said solemnly. But inwardly, he was cursing. A grade B martial weapon. The spear he had just used in the duel was merely a standard-issue weapon. It was only slightly sturdier than normal ones, not even qualifying as grade C. A grade B martial weapon, worth hundreds of thousands of federal coins. It seemed the Linyuan County Education Bureau was pulling out all the stops this time. Leaving aside the 9-school competition for the moment, just the opportunity to pick a martial arts manual from the school's martial arts room was enough to tempt him. It was like someone offering him a pillow right when he was feeling sleepy. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, Gu Chen had acted so disinterested. I hope Gu classmate continues to strive forward and achieves great results in the 9-school competition. During the competition, leaders from the Education Bureau will be watching. If you perform well, you might be selected as a candidate for focused training leading up to the martial arts exam. Lin Yu said with a smile. The access to the martial arts room has been added to your student card. You can go and choose at any time. He patted Gu Chen's shoulder, offered a few more words of encouragement, and then left cheerfully. Talented students always put people in a good mood. Gu Chen rubbed the black and white student card in his hand and suddenly chuckled. A martial artist must fight for every opportunity. Before the duel with Shangwan Fan, all the school leaders' attention was likely focused on Shangwan Fan. But now, good. I'm starting to understand everything. Gu Chen summoned his attribute panel. System, let's go all in. With over 900 breakthrough points, it should be enough to advance to the Qi transformation realm, right? Ding! Your martial arts heart method is of the lowest grade, mortal tier low rank. Its level is too low and is severely hindering your cultivation progress. Cultivation efficiency minus 30%. Breakthrough point consumption plus 50%. If you insist on cultivating, it will be as slow and unpleasant as wrapping an old lady in cloth. System suggestion, consider switching to a higher grade martial arts heart method before going all in. Do you wish to proceed with cultivation, yes/no? Guchen stared at the series of prompts, falling into deep thought. It seemed that forcibly cultivating and breaking through was possible for now. But the efficiency would be extremely low, and the consumption of breakthrough points would increase significantly. Guchen decided to hold off for now and focus on choosing a heart method first. Forget about spirit tier for now. A mortal tier high-rank martial arts heart method should be available in the martial arts room, right? Martial techniques and heart methods are divided into mortal tier, spirit tier, profound tier, earth tier, and heaven tier. Each tier is further divided into high, middle, and low ranks. Even a spirit tier low-rank martial technique costs over 100,000 federal coins. In general, the value of a heart method is double that of a martial technique of the same tier. Linyuan First High is just an ordinary martial arts high school, so it's highly unlikely to have anything above spirit tier. A mortal tier high-rank heart method should suffice for now. In fact, unless one is from a martial arts family, sect, official martial suppression division, or similar organization, or is the descendant of a powerful martial artist. Most Qi transformation realm martial artists use mortal tier heart methods. Gu Chen walked out of the rest area, heading toward the school's martial arts room. Gu Chen. Zhou Yan bit her lip lightly and approached him. What is it? Gu Chen asked coldly. I'll give you one more chance. Zhou Yan's face turned slightly red. If you apologize to me, I'll forgive you. And I'll agree to be your girlfriend. She glanced at Gu Chen and added coquettishly, so, how about it? Surprised? Haven't you always liked me? I really envy your thick skin, It must be well maintained. Gu Chen sneered and said, "Get lost." With a sharp shout, his vitality surged like a rainbow, forcing Zhou Yan to retreat repeatedly, until she finally fell to the ground. You lunatic! Zhou Yan sat on the ground, her hair disheveled, looking as frightening as a vengeful ghost. Such talent for shamelessness, it's a pity you don't take up swordsmanship. Gu Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Your childhood friend harbors extreme resentment. Breakthrough points plus 98. Gu Chen, go to hell. Suddenly, Zhou Yan sprang up, a silver blade materializing in her palm as she thrust it toward Gu Chen's back. Her face twisted with hatred, her eyes burning with malice. Gu Chen swiftly turned, his right hand darting out like lightning to grab Zhou Yan's left wrist. Crack! A piercing scream erupted as the sound of bone snapping filled the air. Gu Chen mercilessly crushed her left wrist. Gu Chen, I was wrong, let me go. Zhou Yan knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring from her forehead as waves of pain engulfed her. Too late. Gu Chen swung his leg, delivering a heavy kick to her chest. Immediately, her chest caved like a collapsing mountain, and her whole body flew backward like a broken sack, smashing into an artificial hill before tumbling into the ornamental pond. A few passing students trembled in fear, their faces pale with terror. Zhou Yan has suffered severe trauma and fainted. Breakthrough points plus 99. Current breakthrough points, 1102. Gu Chen's heart surged with killing intent. Moments later, the murderous aura gradually dissipated. Classmates, Zhou Yan accidentally fell into the water. Please call the school nurse. Gu Chen said softly. If this weren't in school, Zhou Yan would already be dead. Oh, okay. The few second-year students, their faces drained of color, hurriedly ran to the school infirmary. Gu Chen's face remained calm as he headed toward the martial arts room. The school was filled with surveillance cameras, and Zhou Yan's attack would have been recorded. As long as Gu Chen hadn't deliberately killed her, there wouldn't be any issues. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts room. Beep, welcome, Gu Chen. You may choose one martial technique and one heart method freely. After verification, Gu Chen walked through the doors of the martial arts room. The martial arts room had 3 floors. The first and second floors housed mortal tier low and middle rank techniques, which Gu Chen ignored entirely, heading straight to the third floor. A faint scent of books lingered in the air. The spacious and well-lit third floor of the martial arts room had neatly arranged shelves for martial arts manuals. Compared to the first and second floors, the third floor had noticeably fewer shelves, only 5 rows in total. The place was completely empty. Gu Chen walked to the first shelf and casually picked up a martial arts manual. Shattering Stone Fist, Mortal Tier High Rank Martial Technique. Gathers vitality into a punch, delivering explosive force. When mastered, it can easily shatter large stones. The Stone Crushing Fist is significantly stronger than the Throwback Fist, yet both belong to the same category of martial techniques. Gu Chen put down the Stone Crushing Fist manual and picked up another martial arts book. Swift Wind Kick, Mortal Tier Top Grade Martial Technique, with leg speed as fast as a gust of wind. Leverage the explosive power of the legs to deliver a swift strike to the enemy. He pondered for a moment and then set the book down. Although leg-based martial techniques are quite powerful, they often lack a bit of flexibility. Gu Chen flipped through martial arts techniques and mental cultivation manuals one by one, patiently savoring them. Outside the martial arts room. Miss Qian, please. For senior high school students slightly bowed, opening the martial arts room door for a woman in an almost obsequious manner. I don't like outsiders. The woman, draped in a snow-white coat, said softly. Understood, we've just cleared the area, there's absolutely no one here. A young man patted his chest and assured. Qian Jingjing smiled gracefully. Thank you. Miss Qian's matters are our matters too. Several boys' faces flushed red. The 5 climbed to the third floor, only to see a sharp-eyed, bright-faced young man leaning against a bookshelf, quietly reading a book. Not good. The hearts of Gu Jing and the other 3 suddenly tightened. Sure enough, Qian Jingjing's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. She looked at Gu Chen indifferently, the atmosphere suffocatingly oppressive. Miss Qian, I'll kick this brat out right away. Gu Jing's heart raced wildly, silently cursing this wild brat. Isn't this sabotaging him? He had no idea Miss Qian would come to the martial arts room today. Hurriedly ran over. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. The other 3 also approached Gu Chen, showing unfriendly expressions. Miss Qian has booked the venue today, Gu Jing added. However, at that moment, his heart suddenly tightened. The young man looked up, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Miss Qian? The young man whispered, revealing a smile that lacked warmth. I don't know. The slender and fair hand rapidly enlarged in Gu Jing's eyes. Gu Chen grabbed Gu Jing's head and forcefully pressed it to the ground. Bang! The third floor of the martial skill room emitted a loud bang, with silver-white light patterns appearing all around. Upon impact, the formation protecting the martial skill room automatically activated. Ah! Gu Jing let out a miserable cry, his nasal bone fractured, and his face was covered in blood. You effortlessly defeated Gu Jing, causing great internal fear in the opponent. Defense break value plus 88. This is a small punishment for your disrespect, Gu Chen said calmly. Kid, you've got guts. The remaining three were initially startled, then surrounded Gu Chen. Don't know Miss Qian Jingjing? Are you some clueless freshman? Let me tell you, Miss Qian is one of the elite class members, with a cultivation level as high as the 9th stage of body refinement. Not only that, her brother is the top-ranked member of the elite class, known as the strongest in the school, the gentleman of the breeze, Chen Feng. Young Lord Qin Feng is the only one in our Linyuan First High School with a martial vein. He is the hope of the school, and even the hope of the martial exam in Linyuan County. The Chen family is one of the top martial arts families in Linyuan County. On the other side, Chen Jingjing's expression shifted from gloomy to radiant, revealing a hint of pride. Ha! Next, this brat is sure to be so scared he'll be rolling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. She's already seen this kind of thing countless times. If his attitude is good, shows sincerity in admitting his mistakes, kowtows 99 times, and slaps himself 99 times, then he can be forgiven for his offense. I really am a beautiful and kind sweetheart. The three saw Gu Chen remaining silent and were overjoyed. At Sanyuan No. 1 High School, this brother and sister are like gods. Kid, if you kneel and apologize now. Before one of them could finish speaking, a massive fist shadow suddenly descended. Gu Chen dodged to the side, throwing a punch toward the opponent's face, causing blood to spurt wildly. Runes flickered lightly, and beside Gu Jing appeared a swollen-faced, bloodied, pig-headed man. Swish swish. You! The remaining two retreated rapidly. Can you escape? Gu Chen surged with an imposing aura, transforming into a humanoid beast and charging forward aggressively. A suffocating pressure surged wildly, filling both hearts with boundless terror. Damn! Hit a brick wall. The moment the thought emerged, a massive force impacted the bridge of the nose. Facial bones shattered and deformed, instantly sending the two flying backward, their consciousness nearly extinguished. A muffled sound followed, as four people collapsed to the ground, groaning softly. You barely exerted yourself, effortlessly crushing three people, defense break value plus 165. The moment Gu Chen made his move, Chen Jingjing's heart trembled slightly. Who is this person? Gu Jing is at the 7th level of body refining, and the other three are at the 6th level of body refining. They were all taken down in one instant. This level of cultivation is at least the 8th level of the body refining realm. She knows all 15 people in the elite class, and this person is definitely not among them. Gu Chen casually defeated 4 people, his cold gaze turning to the girl in white. The latter instantly felt an immense pressure coming straight at her, forcing her to take a small step back. Soon, she realized something, and a look of shame and annoyance appeared on her face. Whoever you are, kneel before me right now and slap yourself 100 times. I won't hold it against you. Chen Jingjing said coldly, as a faint reddish aura of vitality rose from her delicate figure. Snort. The momentum of the two collided, instantly transforming into a gale sweeping through the surroundings. That's a good idea, so I'll adopt it. Gu Chen's lips curved into a smile as he pressed forward. Tonbei fist. Before the punch reached its target, the astonishing force of the fist already produced a crackling sound. A blood-red halo enveloped the whole body, and red mist surged upward. Qian Jingjing's pupils suddenly contracted, and a tremendous wave of fear surged in her heart. Impossible, it must be an illusion. She bit her silver teeth tightly, her slender jade-like hand extended, transforming her fist into a palm. Falling leaf palm. With a single strike, it was as if an autumn breeze swept through fallen leaves, and a small vortex unexpectedly formed in the center of her palm. Spiritual energy emission? No, it's just relying on high-grade Mortal Kombat techniques to barely generate a trace of spiritual energy. In terms of combat technique rankings, Throughback Punch naturally doesn't compare to Falling Leaf Palm. However, Gu Chen has already mastered Throughback Punch to a state of perfection, even evolving it into the Throughback 9 Echoes. Its power is by no means inferior to high-grade Mortal Kombat techniques at a proficient level. In contrast, the opponent, though of the upper mortal grade, had only reached the minor achievement level. The gap was so vast, it left people speechless. At the moment of the clash between fist and palm, Chen Jingjing's expression changed drastically. An overwhelming force surged forth, like a wild dragon, sending her flying. Boom! Gu Chen said coldly. Pop pop pop. A series of crisp bursting sounds came from Qian Jingjing's body. That spotless white robe gradually revealed a hint of red. Splat! She collided with the martial arts bookshelf. The formation flickered, unexpectedly bouncing her back in front of Gu Chen. Wow! She opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, feeling a fiery pain in her internal organs. You dare hit me! Qian Jingjing was so furious she was about to go mad, her chest heaving violently. Since her debut, school teachers and family members had showered her with endless affection. Especially her twin brother, who doted on her to the extreme. There was once an inter-school competition where she suffered a minor injury. Her brother transformed into an over-the-top sister protector and actually crippled the opponent's limbs. Kneel down, slap yourself 101 times, and I won't pursue this further. Gu Chen looked down at her, his tone calm. Gu Jing and the other three trembled, their faces full of terror. Qian Jingjing, who was at the 9th level of body refinement, was instantly defeated? Who on earth is this mysterious powerhouse? The four felt inner convulsions, breaking their mental defenses. Defense break value plus 396. Qian Jingjing was overwhelmed with shame and anger. Defense break value plus 77. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, not bad. It seems to be a major source of breaking defense points. Outside the school martial arts room, Lin Yu hurriedly rushed over. Having just completed the principal's task, he was about to return to the podium when he received an alert from the martial arts room. The protective formation guarding the martial arts room had automatically activated. He quickly took out his phone and opened the surveillance feed, where he caught sight of Gu Jing and the other three surrounding Gu Chen tightly. Behind the four of them, a young girl in white had a mischievous smile on her face. Not good. Lin Yu's heart sank abruptly. Darn it. He completely forgot that Qian Jingjing was going to the martial arts room today to select martial techniques. Qian Jingjing has an eccentric personality and insists on clearing the area when selecting techniques. If anyone else made such an unreasonable demand, they'd have already been sent flying. But Qian Jingjing is a member of the elite class, with exceptional talent, especially. Her twin brother Qian Feng, an extraordinary martial arts prodigy in the school. He unlocked his martial veins, an extremely rare achievement. More importantly, Qian Jingjing has the backing of the Qian family. Although the Qian family is not considered top tier among martial arts families, and the family head is only at the 9th level of the condensing spirit realm, their influence in Lin Yuan County is significant, with close ties to the local martial supervisory bureau. Therefore, Lin Yu can only turn a blind eye to her outrageous demands since she doesn't stay in the martial arts training room every day and only occasionally visits. As for Gu Chen, although Lin Yu just started paying attention to him today, he knows that Gu Chen is not someone to be trifled with easily. If the two clash, Gu Chen might suffer greatly. After all, Qian Jingjing has been training at the 9th level of the body refining realm for 2 months and has mastered 2 high-tier mundane martial techniques. Coupled with the support of her 4 attendants, Gu Chen indeed possesses great potential, but it cannot simply be wasted like this. Thinking of this, Lin Yu put away his phone and rushed towards the martial arts room at top speed. His heart was filled with urgency as he quickly went through identity verification and charged up to the 3rd floor. Student Qian, stop. His voice abruptly cut off. The scene before him left him utterly shocked. Qian Jingjing, her face covered in blood and bearing shoe prints, was kneeling before Gu Chen, fiercely slapping her own face. Pop. Her movements were filled with despair, her pupils dilated, eyes vacant, as if she had lost all will to live. Coupled with her tattered coat, which seemed to have undergone violent tearing, it evoked unpleasant associations. The 88th slap. Gu Chen, who was counting the slaps, greeted Lin Yu. Hello, Teacher Lin. This. You. Her. Lin Yu was at a loss for words, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Oh, Qian Jingjing insisted that I help her count the slaps. I had nothing else to do, so I agreed. Gu Chen flashed a relaxed smile. Ha ha. Qian Jingjing's throat made a strange noise. The next moment, she kicked her legs, closed her eyes, and fell straight down. Your words have completely shattered Qian Jingjing's defenses. Defense break value plus 99. Current defense break value, 1927. Gu Chen frowned. Stop pretending to be dead, there are still 13 left. As he spoke, he nudged her exposed pale stomach with his foot. Lin Yu's eyelid twitched, and he thought to himself, this time, we've completely offended Qian Feng and the Chen family. However, this guy's combat power is simply too strong. Lin Yu stared at Gu Chen in astonishment, even his clothes weren't creased, making it seem like he hadn't just experienced a fierce battle. This is trouble. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Do you have any idea about her background? A useless member of the elite class, Gu Chen replied calmly. Lin Yu was speechless. Her brother, Qian Feng, has awakened a sea-level martial vein, Wind Shadow Stealth, with martial proficiency already at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. Lin Yu raised his head to glance at Gu Chen, whose expression remained unchanged. Moreover, she's part of the Qian family. Gu Chen looked seriously at Lin Yu. After hitting the younger one, does the elder come out? Ahem, you are a student in the elite class of our #1 high school. This matter was caused by Qian Jingjing, and I will warn the Qian family over there, they won't do anything to you. But his brother. Lin Yu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Birds of a feather flock together. Qian Jingjing is so useless, and her brother isn't much better either, Gu Chen said with a light laugh. Lin Yu almost choked on his own saliva. Qian Feng's Wind Shadow Stealth technique, though only a sea-level martial vein, had already placed him among the ranks of geniuses. Those capable of awakening martial veins were indisputably prodigies. His combat strength and potential were far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. I'll talk to Qian Feng for you, Lin Yu said with a headache. He vaguely felt that Gu Chen's rebellious nature might be even stronger than Qian Feng's. Mr. Lin, you're here at the perfect time. Does our martial arts room have a spirit-level martial arts manual? Originally, Gu Chen had planned to settle for a high-grade mortal manual, but Lin Yu's arrival allowed him to clarify the matter. Spirit level? Do you think spirit level manuals are as common as cabbages? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him. No. Gu Chen was already mentally prepared for this answer and wasn't disappointed. Wait a moment. Lin Yu said hesitantly, there's no spirit level, but there is a special manual. Special mental technique? Gu Chen was stunned for a moment. Yes, cultivating this mental technique is indeed extremely difficult. It is accompanied by a terrifying evil energy, which can easily lead to losing control and descending into madness. In the past, many students from the elite class were attracted by its immense power and chose to cultivate it. However, in the end, all of them failed. Some trainees even died due to reverse flow of their meridians. Lin Yu slowly said, this mental cultivation method is called the Prison Luo Sutra. The exact time it appeared in the school's martial arts technique room is no longer verifiable. In terms of power, it rivals high-grade spiritual techniques. Gu Chen showed an interested expression. Teacher, please make the introduction. Gu Chen, you'd better think carefully. Lin Yu said seriously, the cultivation of the Sutra of Infernal Chains is extremely difficult, and it is likely to end without results. Even if you barely succeed, you will have to endure the torment of the sinister energy. I advise you to choose another mental technique. For a martial artist in the Qi transformation realm, a top-grade mental technique is already sufficient. Lin Yu somewhat regretted speaking too much. Although the prison scripture is powerful, those who practice it either fail or become eccentric. So, even though it wasn't removed from the martial arts room, it was still left in a hidden corner, gathering dust. Teacher, I want to take a look. The boy's clear eyes gazed steadily, making Lin Yu feel somewhat helpless. Since you insist, I have nothing more to say. Remember, you must be careful of the malevolent energy. Failure is no big deal, just don't let destructive energy invade your mind. Lin Yu said as he walked towards a certain corner. He pulled out a blood-red book from beneath a scroll of mental cultivation techniques. Unsure if it was an illusion, the moment Lin Yu retrieved the Prison Sutra, Gu Chen felt the surrounding temperature suddenly drop. I'll first take Qian Jingjing and the others to the infirmary. You better take care of yourself. The maximum borrowing period is 10 days. If you haven't made any progress after 10 days, return the Prison Luo manual to the martial arts room. After making progress, you may have 1 week of borrowing time each month. Lin Yu warned. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Gu Chen nodded slightly. Kids these days. Lin Yu shook his head and walked toward the unconscious Gu Jing and the other three. Not dead? Then get up. He shouted in a low voice. Teacher. 4 people shivered and quickly got up. Looking at their bruised and battered faces, Lin Yu was fuming with anger. Come over here and lend a hand. Soon, the 3rd floor of the martial arts room was left with only Gu Chen. Prison Lore Sutra. Gu Chen gently caressed the 3 blood-red characters. Suddenly, his gaze froze. In his vision, the 3 red characters seemed to be outlined in fresh blood, slowly writhing. Looking closely again, there was nothing. Interesting. Gu Chen gently rubbed the Yuluwa Sutra. This is it. He put away the Yuluwa Sutra and quickly walked to the 3rd row of martial arts cabinets. A top-grade mortal-level body technique, Smoke Steps of 9. A great man once said, if you can't beat me, then run. As long as the mountain remains, there'll always be firewood to burn. Having a movement-based martial skill makes it extremely convenient, whether it's beating a defeated opponent or tactically retreating. Carrying the martial skill manual, Gu Chen left the third floor. Beep, hello Gu Chen. Please return the Yuluo Sutra and Yen Luo 9 steps within 10 days. Wishing you success in your cultivation and mastery of divine skills. Due to the protection of the formation, the true essence of martial techniques in the martial technique room cannot be revealed unless permission is unlocked. Detection complete. Gu Chen, carrying the martial technique manual, arrived at the cultivation room. Lighting a special incense for calming the mind, Gu Chen opened the Yuluo Sutra first and carefully studied it. Ding, detected an incomplete spirit-grade martial arts manual, the Infernal Sutra. Infernal Sutra, spirit-grade high-tier martial arts manual, 45% incomplete. Incomplete manuals are prone to turning practitioners into fools. It is recommended to first complete the Infernal Sutra. Would you like to consume breakthrough points to complete the Infernal Sutra? The text appearing on the attribute panel startled Gu Chen. What the hell? The Infernal Sutra is actually incomplete. No wonder Lin Yu said that those who practice the Infernal Sutra, either failure or turning into a lunatic, or even becoming obsessed and dying. Master Tong, complete it for me. High-grade spiritual martial arts method, worth nearly $1 million. Combat skills are more valuable. This time, the windfall is truly massive. Ding, consuming armor-piercing points, commencing the deduction of the incomplete part of the Yuluo Sutra. Detected remnants of martial arts techniques in your mind such as Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Sunflower Manual, Grasping Dragon's Claw technique from a previous life. Prison Sutra efficiency plus 50%, defense breaking value consumption 50%. Gu Chen. Defense breaking value minus 900, Prison Sutra has been fully replenished. Prison Sutra, high-grade spirit level martial arts mental technique, not yet initiated. Current defense break value, 1027. Gu Chen was glad to have the impressions of the aforementioned martial arts from his previous life in his mind. Defense break value consumption reduced by 50%, still requires 900. If it were a normal simulation, wouldn't it exhaust his defense break value? The incomplete Yuluo Sutra mental method was casually thrown aside. Boss Tong, all in. The broken defense value turned into gentle white light and disappeared. They arrived at the long-awaited point allocation all in stage. You expend breaking defense value and begin cultivating the Hell Nether Sutra. The unifying martial Dao mental method transforms into your martial arts cultivation experience, and the cultivation boost buff is activated. Cultivation speed plus 5%, breaking defense value consumption 5%. The Hell Nether Sutra is a high-grade spiritual martial skill that can generate extremely destructive Hell Nether aura. Make every gesture of yours significantly more powerful. The Yuluo Sutra is extremely challenging to cultivate. You recognize every individual character, but when they are combined, you are completely baffled. Your brain isn't keeping up, so you've received a cultivation debuff, reducing your cultivation efficiency by 10%. However, you are unconvinced deep down, believing that as someone who completed 9 years of compulsory education, there's absolutely nothing wrong with your intellect. You practice day after day, and before you know it, autumn and winter have passed. Defense break value minus 150, you have entered the basics of the Prison Nether Sutra. A rudimentary version of Prison Nether Fiendish Chi has formed within you, cultivation speed plus 10%. Time flies during cultivation, and 6 autumns and winters have passed. Defense break value minus 200, you have comprehended the infernal scripture to the level of minor mastery. Another 9 years have passed, defense break value minus 300, the infernal scripture has reached great mastery. Your vital energy and spiritual aura begin to transform in quality, merging with the infernal fiend's aura, causing a surge in power. The recovery rate of your vital energy and spiritual aura has increased by 800%. Ding, insufficient defense breaking value, unable to cultivate to the mastery stage for now. In this cultivation session, you have consumed a total of 650 defense breaking value, equivalent to 16 years of arduous practice. Current defense breaking value, 377. Gu Chen closed his eyes, and wisps of dark red mist seeped out from his body. Every wisp of mist contained a terrifying murderous aura. Surrounded by the murderous aura, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly snapped open. Through the back fist, he rose to his feet, channeling the Prison Nether Sutra, his vital energy carrying traces of netherly killing intent. A faint reddish air tether suddenly appeared in front of the fist, smashing toward the wall of the training room. Buzz! The patterns of the formation flickered, dissipating Gu Chen's attack. Gu Chen punched one after another, so fast that it formed streaks of fist shadows. The explosion echoed, and dark red murderous aura filled the entire cultivation chamber. Beep, detected energy fluctuation at Qi refining stage level 1, escalating formation defense level. Energy level increased, reaching Qi refining stage level 2. A mechanical notification sounded from the cultivation chamber, and numerous formation symbols were released. I'm just at the 9th level of body refining, yet when I execute the Tongbei fist, its power actually reaches the 2nd level of Qi transformation. Gu Chen withdrew his fist, his face full of excitement. A martial artist at the Qi transformation realm generates a large amount of spiritual energy within their body. The release of spiritual energy is overwhelming and far exceeds the power of a martial artist at the body refining realm. It can be said that 10 ordinary warriors at the 9th level of body refining are simply no match for a newly advanced warrior in the Qi condensation realm. Complete domination. Gu Chen understood in his heart that the root cause lay in the Hell Luo scripture. The advanced level Hell Luo fiendish energy combined with vitality unleashes combat power that surpasses the ordinary. If he can reach the Qi transformation realm, the fusion of spiritual energy with the Yulua murderous aura will surely cause his power to soar once again. Martial artists at the body refining realm still primarily rely on their vitality and blood. After dozens of punches with Tongbei fist, in just over 10 seconds, the energy consumed has almost recovered. Gu Chen finally experienced the formidable strength of a high-grade spiritual level cultivation method. Compared to the normalization method, it's simply worlds apart. The mental technique is one of the foundations for martial artists, no wonder its value far exceeds that of martial skills. With one determined effort, if I don't train for at least 20 years today, I won't step out of this room. Qian family. The girl wearing a white gauze hat sat on a tiger-skin sofa, softly sobbing. Occasionally, through the gaps of the gauze hat, one could see her fair face swollen high, with clear red palm marks visible. Jingjing, I've already notified your brother. That bastard dared to hurt you, he will surely be torn to pieces. Throw him into the beast den. Qian Bing said coldly. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. My precious daughter, even I can't bear to hit her. Gu Chen, have you really got the nerve to challenge me? In the hall, all the servants of the Qian family trembled uncontrollably. It had been a long time since they had seen the master so furious. Dad, I want you to go and kill that beast immediately. Qian Jingjing raised her head. This face was swollen like a water-filled sack, every inch stretched to its limit. Her features seemed to be squeezed out of shape. Lin Yu just warned me not to lay a hand on that little bastard. This is also Zhang Jiwei's intention. Qian Bing said coldly, a mere worthless scum isn't worth the risk of making a move. Qian Feng should come out of seclusion immediately. You know his skills. Thinking of her twin brother, Qian Jingjing nodded heavily. I want Gu Chen to live in torment, unable to seek life or death. A face almost devoid of discernible features revealed an intense expression of resentment and malice. Jingjing, I've invited Master Wang. With her healing-type martial vein, she will surely be able to heal your injuries quickly. Qian Bing said softly. Since his wife's passing, his daughter, who looks almost identical to his wife in her younger years, has become one of his emotional anchors. Even though with Qian Jingjing's constitution, such minor injuries can heal on their own within 2 or 3 days, he still couldn't bear having a swollen face swaying in front of his eyes. Simply spend a lot of money and invite Master Wang. Cultivation room. Detected additional cultivation boost from prison scripture, difficulty in breaking through bottleneck -70%. All your meridians within your body are beginning to tremble madly, your body resembles a shaking state akin to a masochist. In the body refinement realm, the focus is on tempering the body, with a sparse amount of spiritual energy within. At the beginning of the Qi transformation realm, one unblocks all the meridians in the body, absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and assimilates it into one's martial spiritual energy. Detected that your meridians are narrow, bottleneck breakthrough difficulty +20%. Gu Chen felt the cells throughout his body trembling more violently than ever before. Between breaths, dense white mist fills the mouth and nose. You inwardly observe yourself, diligently comprehending the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seeking an opportunity to break through the shackles of cultivation. Spring turns to winter, and 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Defense break value -300, you cleanse your marrow and refine your muscles, spiritual energy flows smoothly, successfully advancing to the Qi transformation realm. Current defense break value, 77. Ding, it has been detected that you've broken through to the Qi transformation realm, awakening your martial veins. Gu Chen suddenly felt like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at this moment. Strands of dark red flames appeared out of thin air, outlining dark red markings above the head. The red meridian resembles vibrant magma, emanating an extremely terrifying scorching wave. Martial Meridian Awakening successful. Congratulations on awakening an S-Class Martial Meridian, Inferno Sunday. Inferno Sun LV1, Elemental Type Martial Meridian, possessing powerful infernal fire capable of incinerating everything. Ding, you have successfully awakened the Martial Vein Divine Skill, Infernal Meteor Burst. Consumes armor-piercing points to enhance Martial Vein level. Gu Chen's eyes couldn't keep up, and his heart was filled with excitement. It's actually the Martial Vein. S-Class. In everyone's perception, S-Class is the highest grade of Martial Veins. Not to mention Linyuan County, even in Haiyang City, or the entire Tiandu province, S-Class Martial Veins are rare occurrences seen only once every few decades. Looking at the entire Great Xia Kingdom with its 108 provinces, those who can awaken S-Class Martial Veins are extraordinary geniuses, one in tens of millions. A faint red Martial Vein pattern emerged vaguely above Gu Chen's dragon-shaped spine. As the owner of the infernal blazing sun Martial Vein, Gu Chen deeply felt the horrifying destructive power it contained. This move is quite overpowered. How can others possibly survive? Gu Chen couldn't help but grin. He reached out his hand and focused his mind. It was as if the flame prison scorching sun Martial Vein, residing in another dimension, faintly flickered. Poof! Dark red flames suddenly appeared in his palm. Like a demon's fire that devours everything. Gazing at the hellfire, Gu Chen's lips curved slightly upward. Ha! When Chen Feng awakened a Class C Martial Vein, he was regarded as the top prodigy of Linyuan High School. Many teachers and leaders pinned their hopes for the martial arts exam on him. Now it seems that a Class C Martial Vein is nothing more than a pile of crap. Malice, hellfire. Why am I feeling more and more like a villain? Gu Chen let out a low chuckle. The surging spiritual energy within his body flowed along his meridians, merging with the hellfire in his hands. Suddenly, the dark red flames flared up violently. Just as Gu Chen was about to test the power of the hellfire from his martial veins, the entire training room abruptly blared with an alarm. Beep beep, warning, warning, energy fluctuations exceed the 5th level of Qi condensation realm. All personnel in the training chamber area, please evacuate. Energy intensity exceeds the tolerance range of the low-level training chamber. Energy source is being investigated. Fellow students, please exit in an orderly manner. The sealed training chamber door suddenly opened. Noisy and somewhat chaotic sounds came from outside. Gu Chen was a bit stunned but reacted immediately. Being too strong is also a kind of trouble. He retracted the infernal sun Martial Vein, and the hellfire in his hand dissipated accordingly. Gu Chen walked out of the cultivation room with a calm expression. At this moment, the entire cultivation building had already descended into chaos. What the heck? What is this? Energy fluctuations exceeding the 5th level of Qi condensation? Could it be one of the elites from the advanced class? Idiot, the elite class trains in the advanced cultivation room area. Could it be that the system in the low-level cultivation area is acting up? All the students training here appeared utterly confused. Stop talking nonsense, let's go quickly. Several teachers hurried over and shouted loudly. What the hell? Even the elite class's Qian Feng, when going all out, might still face challenges in reaching the energy intensity of the 5th level of Qi transformation. Throughout Linyuan No. 1 High School, except for a few martial arts teachers, who else can possess such combat power? Evacuate the students first, temporarily close the training room, and make sure to trace the energy source. Lin Yu arrived at the scene. Yes. Several teachers hurriedly sprang into action. Gu Chen? Lin Yu saw Gu Chen in the noisy crowd. Teacher Lin. Gu Chen greeted him. You're cultivating here, no mishaps, right? Gu Chen shook his head. The ventilation in the cultivation room has nothing to do with me, Gu Chen. It's good that you're fine, hurry and leave. There might be some issues with the training room, I need to investigate. Also, I've already made a call to the Qian family, they probably won't openly make things difficult for you. Just, try to avoid Qian Feng. Your exclusive advanced training room, let's go there later. Lin Yu said softly. He greatly admired Gu Chen. His martial talent was outstanding, and his understanding of martial techniques was unparalleled. Possessing strength yet remaining humble is enough to prove his extraordinary character. With both parents gone and a bleak family background, Lin Yu saw a reflection of his former self. He doesn't mind offering a bit more help. If he can avoid me, I can't be bothered to go looking for him either. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Gu Chen waved his hand and turned to walk towards the exit. Lin Yu scratched his head. Could it be that I was hallucinating? Amid the crowd, Gu Chen left the cultivation chamber building. Gu Chen. A young woman wearing a moonwhite long dress stood gracefully under the purple-flowered tree, waving at Gu Chen. "Who are you?" Gu Chen did not recall knowing this girl. "Let me introduce myself. I am a student from the elite class, Yi Xin." Yi Xin graciously extended her hand. "Classmate Gu Chen, it's nice to meet you." "Hello." Gu Chen reached out and lightly shook her hand before quickly letting go. "Student Yi, is there something you need?" Yi Xin tidied the hair in front of her forehead. "Do you know that you've already become the enemy of the elite class? First, you crushed and defeated Shangguan Fan, taking his spot in the elite class. Then, you fought Xian Jingjing in the martial arts room." Yi Xian's bright eyes fixed on Gu Chen. Xianfeng is currently in seclusion cultivating, so he might not know about this yet. However, there are quite a few of his followers in the elite class. Right now, they are searching everywhere for you. "Searching for me?" Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Why does it feel like Gu Chen seems a bit excited? Being able to defeat Xian Jingjing, your strength should rank among the top 5 in the elite class. But 2 fists can't match 4 hands. 3 or 4 martial artists of the same rank working together can wear you down to death. Gu Chen nodded. "Where are they now?" "They should be in the advanced training room. They couldn't find you earlier, so they're probably planning to try again tomorrow." "Alright, you may leave now." Gu Chen quickly walked away. Whether Yi Xin was kindly reminding or using someone else to do her dirty work no longer mattered. Gu Chen only knew that he was currently extremely lacking in defense-breaking power. He strode forward quickly, his pace constantly accelerating. "Hey, did you go the wrong way? That side leads to the advanced training room." Yi Xin hurriedly stomped her foot and quickly chased after him. "If it weren't for you helping me vent my anger, I wouldn't even bother reminding you." Advanced practice room building. Compared to the lower-level practice rooms, there are significantly fewer advanced practice rooms, only 15 in total. This is why the number of students in the elite class is fixed at 15. The advanced practice rooms are exclusively provided for elite class students, featuring higher-level formation defenses and internal formations for gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Rest area of the advanced practice rooms. Feng should be coming out in the next few days. "We need to figure out how to find that kid Gu Chen first," Sun Fu, whose hair was dyed yellow, said with a deep voice. "TSK, this kid is really tired of living, daring to lay hands on Xian Jingjing. He seems to have some brute strength, but his brain isn't so sharp," Shangguan Shashan sneered. "Brothers, make sure to handle this small matter well. Don't let Brother Feng have to personally step in. With Brother Feng's strength advancing further, we can cling to him more effectively during the martial exam. We mustn't let something so trivial distract him." The group bantered back and forth, completely dismissing Gu Chen. "Your hidden strength might not be weak, Gu Chen, but so what? At worst, we are at the 8th stage of body refinement, and there are 3 of us at the 9th stage. Combining our efforts, suppressing you will be effortless." Boom! With a loud crash, the door was violently kicked open. Everyone was startled. A handsome young man with a chiseled face, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, walked in slowly. He lifted his head and surveyed the surroundings. "I heard you were looking for me?" Gu Chen said with a faint smile. "Gu Chen? Courting death." Whoosh! The 7 people reacted, both shocked and furious. "Kid, you are indeed arrogant." Sun Fu was the first to charge forward, and the vitality of the 9th layer of body refinement burst forth instantly. Coupled with his towering height of 1.95 meters, he exerted an immense sense of oppression. "Gu Chen, how dare you lay a hand on Xian Jingjing? Watch me break your limbs," he sneered. Gu Chen stared at the approaching, sandbag-like fist with his dark eyes, a chill rising in his heart. Shattered stone fist. Sun Fu launched a full-force strike, his fist rubbing against the air with a thunderous roar. That kid Sun Fu actually mastered the rock-shattering fist to perfection? What do you think? How many moves can that kid Gu Chen handle? The others breathed a sigh of relief and said with a laugh. At most 5 moves. Great stone crushing fist, it has the power to shatter large rocks. If Gu Chen can withstand 3 moves, he's impressive. Sun Fu, don't kill him with a single punch, someone shouted. Oomph, don't worry, he won't die. At most, he'll spit out 3 liters of blood. Suddenly, Gu Chen raised his hand, calmly watching Sun Fu charge toward him. A red mist abruptly surged in his palm, accompanied by a thick murderous aura. Spiritual energy externalization? Sun Fu was greatly shocked. Gu Chen gave a cold smile and swung a slap. Spiritual energy left his body, forming a powerful gust of wind. Smack! Everyone watched in astonishment as Sun Fu, standing 3 meters away, was sent flying by a single slap. He spun 720 degrees in mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. His head buzzed, and blood streamed profusely from his nose, ears, and eyes. Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he walked up to the incapacitated Sun Fu, lifted his foot, and stepped down indifferently. Ah! Crunch! Accompanied by a pig slaughtering like wail, a hair-raising sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Sun Fu's left calf became flattened, bending in an irregular shape. Sun Fu was in such pain that he nearly passed out. Defense break value plus 95. Gu Chen's gaze was indifferent, and he followed up with several more kicks. Sun Fu's right leg, left hand, and right hand were all shattered into comminuted fractures. Sun Fu's terror reached its peak, his defense completely broken, defense break value plus 99. Sun Fu's screams echoed as the other 6 were scared out of their wits. Gu Chen is not at the 9th level of body refining, he is in the qi condensation realm. You should know that throughout the entire first high school, only Qianfeng is in the qi condensation realm. With the help of his grade C martial veins and the resources of the Qian family, Qianfeng is not only in the qi condensation realm but also at the 3rd level of qi condensation. The students who hadn't participated in this matter quickly walked out of the cultivation room, and upon seeing this scene, they were scared out of their wits. Gu Chen swept his gaze around, his heart clear. As he stepped forward, Shangguan Shaoshan and the others stepped back several paces. Gu Chen, we're all classmates, there's nothing to talk about. Shangguan Shaoshan was sweating profusely. Ah, right, we're all civilized people, we absolutely hate fighting and killing. Gu Chen revealed a mocking expression. His legs surged with spiritual energy, and he stepped forward with an astonishing momentum, charging straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Shangguan Shaoshan and Qin Mo, extending his arms as spiritual energy transformed into 2 large hands, gripping their heads and pressing them savagely into the ground. Bang! Blood gushed uncontrollably, the 2 saw darkness before their eyes, nearly losing consciousness. You, like a demon god, shattered the defenses of Shangguan Shaoshan and Qin Mo, defense breaking value plus 198. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, in less than 10 seconds, the remaining 4 collapsed in agony, writhing on the ground. Defeated 4 little shrimps, defense break value plus 352. You scared 5 innocent little lambs, defense break value plus 65. Current defense break value, 886. Gu Chen contentedly clapped his hands. Where is Qianfeng? Yi Xian ran to the front of the advanced training room and saw the violently kicked open door, her heart sinking. It's bad, Gu Chen has already gone inside. Why so impatient? This guy really deserves to be beaten to death. She cursed silently in her heart and quickly took out her phone. Mr. Lin, Gu Chen has gone to the advanced training room. On the other side, Lin Yu, who was investigating the cause of the alarm in the lower-level training room, turned pale. You go and hold him back. Don't let him act impulsively. I'll head over immediately. But, he has already gone in. Yi Xian said weakly. Lin Yu. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yu hurriedly rushed to the advanced cultivation room. Didn't I tell you to temporarily avoid going to the advanced training room? Lin Yu let out a helpless sigh. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, walked to the door, and cautiously peeked inside. The next moment, she was completely petrified. Sun Fu, Shangguan Shaoshan, and 5 others were sprawled on the ground, wailing incessantly. Not far from the 7, a young man in black stood at ease, his breathing long and steady. There was no sign of injury. Gu Chen? Yi Xian looked utterly shocked, struggling to move her steps towards him. Student Yi. Gu Chen greeted softly, feeling quite cheerful. This wave of breaking through defenses was all thanks to Yi Xian's efforts. I have something to do, so I'll head back first. He nodded slightly to signal to the other 5 pale-faced elite class students and left calmly. It's just a pity that Qianfeng isn't here. The twin siblings, a family should be neatly together as a pair of pig heads. As Gu Chen had just left, Lin Yu arrived. Staring at the 7 figures on the ground, convulsing and letting out weak wails, he suddenly widened his eyes. All of this was done by Gu Chen? Lin Yu felt a bit parched. Teacher Lin, Gu Chen is a martial artist in the qi condensation realm. A student from the elite class spoke with lingering fear. Transforming qi realm? Lin Yu was utterly shocked. Gu Chen, you hide so well. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Lin Yu snapped out of his shock, feeling a headache coming on. This guy had just beaten up Qian Jingjing not long ago. And now he's taken down Qianfeng's lackeys again. It looks like the injury is quite serious. Although it won't be fatal, it will take some time to fully recover. Unless we ask a martial artist with a healing-type martial vein to intervene. Seriously. 15 elite class students, and now 8 have gone down. What should we do about the 9 school competition next week? Lin Yu's teeth hurt badly. Go and call the school doctor over. Several students from the elite class quickly nodded in response. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Xin, who still hadn't fully recovered. Was it you who told Gu Chen they were here? This has nothing to do with me. I just reminded him to be careful. These people were looking to stir up trouble with him. Who knew Gu Chen would come straight over and end up catching them all at once? Yi Xin seemed like a frightened fawn and quickly waved her hand. Forget it, today this bunch of guys came here for Gu Chen. This kind of outcome, they deserve it. Despite the headache, thinking of Gu Chen, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A martial artist at the Qi transformation realm can completely suppress this group of elite students at the 8th and 9th levels of body refinement. Looks like this year's 9 schools martial arts tournament is in the bag. He took out his phone and dialed the principal's number. Principal, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Listen to your nonsense. Stop beating around the bush. An enraged voice came from Zhang Jiwei on the other end of the phone. Lin Yu hurriedly moved the phone slightly further away. Put. Yi Xin couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. Here's the thing, Sun Fu and his 6 companions were causing trouble for Gu Chen. Then, they were all dealt with by Gu Chen alone. Oh, that boy usually looks so harmless. But when it truly came to a critical moment, it was revealed that he was an expert at pretending to be weak while actually being strong. His true cultivation level is at the Qi transformation realm. In the principal's office, Zhang Jiwei hung up the phone. After a moment, the anger that had initially shown on his face faded and was replaced by a smile. Not bad. No background, no resources, yet quietly broke through to the Qi transformation realm. Aside from not awakening a martial vein, this cultivation speed is not much inferior to Qianfeng. Zhang Jiwei stood up excitedly and paced back and forth. With 2 Qi transformation realm warriors, Lin Yuan High School is already holding its own among the 9 schools. Back home, Gu Chen ate something simple. He continued to summon the attribute panel. Master System, go all in for me. This time, he planned to cultivate the Yen Luo 9 steps. Light characters transitioned, and the virtual screen switched accordingly. You are consuming defense breaking points to enhance Yen Luo 9 steps. Detected your past life's memory of Lingbo microsteps, combining the experience of both martial arts skills. Ding, cultivation boost buff activated, efficiency increased by 20%. Yen Luo 9 steps is a mesmerizing movement martial technique, with speed enhancement being only a secondary effect. Its most powerful aspect lies in its ability to create virtual illusions, indistinguishable from reality. Defense penetration value -50, your Yen Luo 9 steps has reached minor achievement. The initial difficulty in cultivating the martial technique disappears, and you become increasingly adept at it. Defense break value -80, you have successfully cultivated an illusion, mastering the martial skill. Gu Chen stepped forward with his right foot, and martial energy surged wildly along the technique of Smoke Luo's 9 steps. He felt his body lighten, as if he were a drifting feather. His figure transformed into white light and vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in the bedroom 6 or 7 meters away. At the same time, the phantom in the hall slowly disappeared. Defense break value -200, the third phantom takes shape. After spending 17 years, your Yen Luo 9 steps has reached perfection. You have comprehended the hidden skill of Smoke Veil 9 steps, ascend the smoke cloud ladder. Ascend the smoke cloud ladder, utilize martial energy to create a ladder of smoke clouds, enabling brief airborne movements. Current armor break value, 556. Gu Chen opened the hall window, his figure flickered, and he leaped out from the 14th floor. The fierce wind howled, and under the force of gravity, Gu Chen plummeted rapidly like a meteor. Climbed the cloud ladder. He let out a silent command in his heart, and spiritual energy surged around him. Suddenly, his feet glimmered with white light, distorting the air to form the shape of a white cloud ladder. Gu Chen lightly stepped onto the cloud ladder, instantly halting his descent. Dang dang dang. With each step forward, the white cloud ladder automatically formed. His figure suddenly rose sharply. Fortunately, it was already dark, or else running through the air alone might have become tomorrow's headline news. Is this climbing the smoke cloud ladder? This is clearly CP9's moonwalk, Gu Chen said excitedly. Flying in the sky is everyone's ultimate dream and romance. Of course, climbing the smoke cloud ladder is merely a brief moment of soaring, and it consumes a lot of energy. Even with the advanced Hell Sutra for mana regeneration, it still won't last too long. Moreover, it can only achieve low-altitude movement, generally staying below 20 meters. Even so, Gu Chen was extremely satisfied. The 6th realm of a martial artist is the soaring realm. At that realm, one can walk on air as if on solid ground. A mortal-grade martial technique cultivated to perfection can allow him to temporarily experience the thrill of flying. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Stable landing, Gu Chen returned home. The remaining breakthrough points, he decided to continue investing in cultivation. A moment of going all in brings fleeting joy, always going all in brings constant joy. I truly am a hard-working and ambitious person. Xian family. Bro, you're finally back. Xian Jingjing threw herself into the arms of the tall and sturdy man. After a day of treatment by Master Wang, the swelling on Xian Jingjing's face had completely disappeared. Restore the sweet and charming appearance. I understand someone actually dares to mess with my sister? Xian Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glow, and fury burned within his heart. This is practically a provocation to Tiangang. My sister was merely performing routine cleaning, yet such viciousness was directed at her. Do they think I, Xian Feng, am just a dead man? Brother, I hope you sever the tendons in his hands and feet bit by bit. Alright. Also, he must kneel on the ground, bow 999 times, and slap himself 999 times. Then we let him off? Of course not, that's just the appetizer. I'll strip off his clothes, hang him at the front gate of the number 1 high school, and whip him for an entire day and night. Not a single piece of good flesh will be left on him. Alright, I'll do as you say. Xian Feng affectionately patted his sister's little head, secretly thinking to himself, my innocent little sister, you've finally grown up. Lin Yuan number 1 high school, principal's office. Xian Feng, are you really determined about this? Zhang Jiwei stood up, his face as dark as water. Xian Feng sat on the sofa, his expression calm as usual. Not letting him die is already my greatest mercy. A fine mercy indeed. Lin Yu sneered, Xian Feng, we will not agree. Don't even think about doing anything to Gu Chen. Before finishing the sentence, Xian Feng stood up, and his imposing aura began to expand bit by bit. HM? The 4th level of the Qi transformation? Lin Yu and Zhang Jiwei were both shocked. After just 10 days of not seeing him, Chen Feng's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Principal Zhang, Teacher Lin, this is not a request, it's a notification, he said coldly. If you intend to protect him, then I'll be withdrawing. From First High. If the martial exam fails to deliver results this year, Principal Zhang, I suppose your position won't be secure either, right? Crash. The teacup in Zhang Jiwei's hand shattered instantly, and the green tea spilled all over the floor. Principal Zhang, he's nothing more than a mere lowly commoner, why bother? Xian Feng said coldly, in this era, only the strong have the right to speak. Ants are destined to be ruthlessly trampled. After speaking, Xian Feng left the principal's office with a carefree demeanor. With his C-level martial vein and 4th level of Qi transformation cultivation, backed by the Chen family, if he wanted to transfer schools before the martial arts exam, any of the other 8 martial arts schools would be overjoyed. After Qian Feng left, Zhang Jiwei's face was ashen, and a terrifying aura swirled in the room, sending documents flying everywhere. Suddenly, he slumped into his chair, thinking to himself, tell Gu Chen not to come to school before the martial arts exam. Gu Chen got up early and casually practiced a set of Tai Chi to stretch his muscles and bones. Martial arts cultivation, 3rd level of Qi transformation realm, 5%. Current defense breaking value, 56. Without suitable auxiliary spiritual herbs or pills, the defense breaking value only increased by 2 minor levels to 500. Gu Chen shook his head. He plans to take a walk around the school to see if he can run into that amusing rascal and incidentally gain some mental fortification points. A call from Mr. Lin? Gu Chen habitually took out his phone and found several missed calls. Before he could take a closer look, the phone started vibrating wildly again. Mr. Lin? He answered the phone, his tone calm. Thank goodness, you finally answered. On the other end of the line, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Chen. Xian Feng went to see the principal yesterday. Lin Yu said in a deep voice. Oh? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Xian Feng has returned to school? Yes, he proposed a martial duel with you, even without limitations on injuries. Of course, I refused. Don't. Gu Chen became somewhat anxious. Mr. Lin, help me keep Xian Feng there, I'll be right over. The phone was abruptly hung up with a snap. What a joke. I was just worried about where to get some defense breaking points, and this guy Xian Feng bumped right into me. The Qi transformation realm, the defense breaking points should be slightly higher, right? Gu Chen quickly put on his martial arts robe, skipped breakfast, and hurried to catch a taxi to First High School. Teacher, let go of that boy and give him to me. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Why did it feel like Gu Chen was asking him for help to refuse, but ended up getting anxious instead? He hurriedly made another call, but the other party had already turned off their phone. Damn it! Lin Yuan High School, Advanced Training Room. Qianfeng sat among a group of people who looked like mummies, his face twitching continuously. What's going on with these guys? Brother Feng, it's great that you're back. Sun Fu sat in the wheelchair, his face immediately streaming with tears. His limbs had been crushed into comminuted fractures, his nasal bone broken, and 7 of his ribs fractured. Even with the aid of miraculous medicine, recovery would not be a matter of a day or two. The others were in similar condition, wrapped up like dumplings. Brother Feng, you must stand up for us. That guy is too outrageous. We just wanted him to apologize to Jingjing, but he hit us so hard. He said that even if you intervene, he could easily suppress you. Humph. Qianfeng's eyes gleamed coldly. I've already informed Principal Zhang not to interfere in matters between Gu Chen and me. Qianfeng confidently said, I want Gu Chen to live a life worse than. Boom. Everyone's hearts trembled. That familiar sound of the door being kicked open, that familiar figure. The black-robed youth slowly withdrew his foot, a warm smile on his face. Word has it, you're looking for me again? Are you Gu Chen? Quite arrogant. Qianfeng chuckled lightly as he walked toward Gu Chen, with the pressure intensifying with each step. Finally, it was like a tidal wave crashing onto the shore, the overwhelming force causing the other people to involuntarily step back a few paces. So powerful. Has Brother Feng's strength improved again? Several mummies gazed at each other through thick bandages, a mix of cruelty and ecstasy intertwined. Fighting Gu Chen, wouldn't it be easier than fighting a son? I admit, your strength is quite good, and your disposition is excellent as well. You've managed to conceal your true capabilities until now. Qianfeng said indifferently, but your mistake lies in provoking someone you shouldn't have. Gu Chen, this world is vast, beautiful, realistic, and cruel. The strong can trample on everything at will. As for the weak, they have no choice but to wail and lick their wounds in the lowly dust. And I am that strong one. Qianfeng slowly extended his right hand, with strands of white martial spirit energy gathering together. The wind howled, and the oppressive atmosphere in the advanced training room was suffocating. Gu Chen, kneel before me. I kneel, my foot. Gu Chen surged forward violently, his fierce aura suddenly breaking through the opponent's spiritual energy suppression. Qianfeng's eyes flickered slightly. Your strength is decent, but, however, your grandmother. Gu Chen let out a cold laugh, and dark red martial aura burst forth, carrying an overwhelming murderous intent. Nani? This is? Qianfeng was shocked. Screw you. Tongbei fist, Tongbei 9 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen quickly charged toward Qianfeng. His body leaned slightly forward, fists clenched tightly, arms extended, striking at Qianfeng. Combining the martial spirit energy with the hellish aura, it erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Too fast. So fast that Qianfeng didn't even have a chance to react, the astonishing murderous aura had already swept in. However, as a martial artist at the 4th stage of Qi transformation, Qianfeng's reaction speed was extremely swift as well. In an instant, his body sank, steady as a mountain, with his arms crossed in front. Spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a layer of spiritual protection. Just as his defensive stance was completed, the violent fists had arrived. The moment the dark red sinister energy touched the white spiritual energy, Qianfeng's face changed dramatically. In a daze, he saw countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood surging. A trace of fear unexpectedly arose in his heart. Gu Chen's fists smashed through the opponent's spiritual energy barrier like breaking rotten wood. Can't, hold on. Qianfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Gu Chen's fists seemed to be forged from divine iron, containing astonishing destructive power. Crack! The bones in Qianfeng's arms couldn't withstand the force, emitting a sharp sound, followed by waves of intense pain. Just one strike, and the bones in his arms suffered varying degrees of fractures. Lift off for me. Gu Chen shouted coldly, as a monstrous force surged like a landslide or a tsunami. He forcefully broke through all of the opponent's defenses. Poof! Qianfeng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and was instantly sent flying. At the same time, he was shocked to notice strands of dark crimson baleful energy transforming into a unique hidden force. This power penetrated his body with pervasive intensity. A series of popping sounds rang out, and Qianfeng let out a muffled groan as numerous bloody holes burst open on his arms and back. You hit Qianfeng so hard he lost his bearings, defense break value plus 199. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed terrifyingly bright. Qianfeng barely managed to steady himself as he landed, retreating dozens of meters in succession. Until he hit and overturned a strength testing machine, only then did he stop. Wow! His internal organs shook violently, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Your move inflicted heavy damage on Qianfeng, leaving him questioning life. Defense breaking points plus 255. Sun Fu and the others' bodies shook violently like mummies. The same familiar formula, the same familiar flavor. However, this time, the target being crushed had shifted from them to Lin Yuan, first high's strongest champion, Qianfeng. How much strength is Gu Chen still hiding? Is his family wholesale cheats? The seven were greatly shocked. Defense break value plus 88. Gu Chen strode forward, surrounded by a murderous aura, like a god or demon descending. The strongest at Lin Yuan First High School turned out to be such a worthless waste? I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already down? Your skill is nothing more than bullying roadside flowers and grass. In front of a true martial artist, you stand no chance. Gu Chen sneered repeatedly. The opponent, enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood, defense break value plus 288. Gu Chen's gaze flickered, secretly feeling pleased. This sheep sure has a lot of wool. No, I must shear some more. Your martial skills are worlds apart from your ability to boast, so weak it's outrageous. If I were you, I would have found a block of tofu to smash my head against long ago. Living in this world, what use do you have besides wasting air and food? Gu Chen looked down from above, a hint of contempt in his gaze. Pathetic weakling. He shook his head lightly. Your words are like a knife piercing Qianfeng's heart, breaking defense value plus 300. Qianfeng's eyes turned blood red instantly, as if consumed by flames of anger. Suddenly, a pale cyan martial vein emerged beside him, with wisps of light, agile wind swirling around. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, so this is Qianfeng's sea-level martial vein, wind shadow evasion? According to Teacher Lin, this type of martial vein can greatly enhance Qianfeng's speed, as if it comes with an active acceleration buff. Qianfeng slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as he said, Gu Chen, I admit I underestimated you. You are worthy of seeing my true power. Martial veins are the manifestation of a warrior's martial talent. This is also the dividing line between me and trash warriors like you. His words were full of disdain. As he spoke, an invisible wind swirled around him. Qianfeng's body was suspended a meter in the air, resembling a king amidst the wind. It's here, Brother Feng's martial vein. Ha, Gu Chen is doomed this time. Martial veins can greatly enhance combat power. Back then, when Brother Feng reached the third level of Qi transformation, he could even withstand the fifth level without defeat. Sun Fu and the other seven were overjoyed, secretly thinking, a martial vein warrior versus a non-martial vein warrior, this battle is practically like a grandfather beating his grandson. Whoosh! The wind arose, and Qianfeng's figure began to flicker unpredictably, at times visible and at times concealed, like a ghost, difficult to grasp. Suddenly, a black-ringed glow shimmered from the middle finger of his right hand, and a silver dagger materialized out of thin air. Lowly ant, you've probably never seen a Qiankuan ring in your entire life, have you? Qianfeng sneered coldly. This Qiankuan ring contained a cubic meter of storage space, valued at a staggering 500,000, comparable to a high-grade spiritual martial technique. Blade of the Gale, Whirlwind Slash. Qianfeng shouted, as the martial energy in his body surged wildly into the silver dagger in his hand. At the same time, the martial vein slightly flickered, and the power of wind infused into the silver blade, forming a powerful offensive force. Whoosh! Over a dozen silver-white blade lights came rushing like lightning, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Gu Chen raised his head, calmly staring at the blade lights, and thought to himself, at least this is a C-grade premium weapon, yet I have no weapon that suits me. But does that really matter? Rumble! Blade energy crisscrossed, leaving streaks of white marks on the ground. However, Qianfeng's expression suddenly changed drastically. The blurry phantom of Gu Chen at the original spot vanished, while two figures of Gu Chen slowly emerged dozens of meters away. What kind of martial skill is this? He exclaimed, his heart filled with shock. Waste is waste. Gu Chen responded coldly. Die for me. Qianfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically swung his weapon to attack. But no matter how wildly he charged, he could never touch even a corner of Gu Chen's garment. Gu Chen's speed was actually faster than his, even with the enhancement of his martial veins. How is that possible? Qianfeng was both shocked and furious. Gu Chen stepped into the air, a phantom of a white cloud ladder appearing ethereally. Smoke Luo's 9 steps ascending the cloud ladder. Qianfeng frantically pushed his martial veins, a sudden green wind surging as he forcibly elevated his height, thinking inwardly, I absolutely cannot lose to this guy. Gu Chen's gaze was cold as he icily said, such trash-level C-grade martial veins, and you dare to show them off? Martial veins, do you think you're the only one who has them? Before his words could settle, a scorching dark red vein of light suddenly descended, resembling a series of connected red suns, outlining a mysterious, dark red martial vein that exuded an aura of nobility, mystery, and terror. The appearance of this martial vein caused Qianfeng's heart to tremble violently. Vaguely, his wind shadow evasion martial vein seemed to tremble madly, like a vassal meeting a king. How is this possible? He also has a martial vein, and its level is even higher than mine. Qianfeng's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Gu Chen lightly pointed, and the Inferno Sun martial vein flickered, with a dark red flame appearing in the palm of his hand. Perish, he said indifferently, casually tossing the fireball toward Qianfeng. In an instant, Qianfeng felt as if he had fallen into hell, engulfed by boundless infernal flames, as though they were about to consume him completely. No, it's all fake, he shouted madly, exerting all his might to channel spiritual energy and martial vein strength. Raging wind slash, whirlwind scatters the clouds. This was his most powerful move ever since mastering this lower-grade spiritual martial technique. The infernal blaze and the blade of the raging wind collided in an instant. There were no earth-shattering forces, only terrifyingly high temperatures and the power of hellfire obliterating everything in a flash. Zzzzz. The dark red flames melted the weapon, emitting a large amount of white smoke. The C-grade fine weapon instantly became pitted and uneven, clearly rendered useless. The infernal flames easily broke through the opponent's martial techniques and spiritual energy defenses, pouring onto Qianfeng's body. Crack! A defensive armor weapon was revealed, but under the assault of the flames, it instantly shattered into pieces. Even so, it managed to dissipate the majority of the infernal flame's power. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself, this guy really has quite a few good items. Without that defensive weapon, he would probably be in serious trouble, if not dead. Poof! The aftermath of the flame struck, Qianfeng spat out mouthfuls of blood, powerless as he plummeted from a height of 7 or 8 meters. All of his clothing was completely burned away, large scorched marks appeared on his chest, while his eyebrows and hair curled under the high temperature, truly in a wretched state. Gu Chen landed, his black martial robe pristine and spotless, coldly saying, pitifully weak. After speaking, he stepped on Qianfeng's head. With a crunching sound, the sickening sound of a cracked skull echoed. Gu Chen remained expressionless as he continued to crush the opponent's limbs. Thinking for a moment, Gu Chen, ignoring the opponent's screams, suddenly stomped hard and shattered his philtrum. Ah! Money Feng let out an incredibly anguished roar, then fainted immediately. Why so small? It only crushed half? Gu Chen remarked in surprise. You have crippled Money Feng's martial arts and his bond. The opponent's defense shattered, defense break value plus 499. The other 7 people were scared out of their wits, defense break value plus 155. Current defense break value, 1840. A faint smell of urine wafted over, emanating from the trembling mummy. Gu Chen turned his head, revealing a faint smile. It seems I've been far too merciful, haven't I? It wasn't long before 7 blood-curdling screams like those of pigs being slaughtered suddenly rang out, only to quickly fade away. Dark Overlord! Several elite class students hiding in the corner trembled in fear. Phones out of battery? Gu Chen put away his phone and walked toward a certain high-level cultivation room. Classmate, can I borrow your phone for a moment? He said gently. Don't hit me, I'll give it to you. This strikingly beautiful girl trembled as she took out a pink Xiaowei phone from her chest. Thank you. Gu Chen politely expressed his gratitude. Beep 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 Mr. Lin, it's me. My phone just ran out of battery. A long sigh came from the other end of the phone. Gu Chen, don't be impulsive. You're not looking for Qianfeng now, are you? Well, I did. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. You didn't have any conflict, did you? Did he give you a hard time? Gu Chen glanced at Qianfeng, who was still muttering dandan while convulsing in a coma. It was all right. Everyone had a friendly exchange, and the misunderstanding was resolved. That's good. Where are you now? I'll head over immediately. I'm in the advanced training room. Oh, right, Mr. Lin, please bring some school doctors along when you come. Gu Chen hung up the phone and handed the mobile back to the girl. Thanks. When Teacher Lin comes over later, please tell him I've gone to train. Oh, okay. Zhening took Xiaowei's phone, her heart pounding rapidly. So handsome. Looking at Gu Chen's gentle smile and handsome face, her delicate face reddened slightly. How could such a sunny boy have any ill intentions? He was only forced into it. Zhang Ying thought to herself. Gu Chen first snatched Qianfeng's universe ring. I'll take the spoils. He then casually walked into Qianfeng's exclusive advanced training room. more advanced defensive formations and spirit-gathering formations, as well as machines for testing spirit energy, vitality, speed, strength, and so on. The environment is decent. I'll take it all for this period of time. Putting away his phone, Lin Yu felt a trace of unease. A few minutes later, he hurriedly arrived at the advanced training room with several medical instructors. What the heck, a roasted naked pig? Upon seeing Qianfeng, whose body was mostly burned, limbs crippled, meridians severed, and barely recognizable as human, Lin Yu and the two medical instructors were greatly shocked. What was even more shocking was that, apart from Lin Yu, there were 7 other mummies that were equally damaged. Could it be Sun Fu and the others? Lin Yu's heart raced wildly as a terrifying thought surged from the depths of his mind. Lin, teacher. Zhang Ying and a few others walked over. What happened? Where is Gu Chen? The group exchanged glances and nervously swallowed. Gu Chen, Lin Yu was puzzled. He actually crushed Qianfeng at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm? Gu Chen also awakened a martial vein, and it seems his level is even higher than Qianfeng's? Oh my gosh, he can fly too? He clutched his chest, panting heavily. I need emergency heart pills. Mr. Lin, these 8 people are severely injured. Even if someone with a healing-type martial vein intervenes, it would be difficult to heal them completely. At least, their martial arts are already ruined. Especially Qianfeng, half of his body's bones are almost shattered, and the other half is actually cooked. A medical teacher conducted a preliminary examination and said in shock. Lin Yu's vision went black, nearly fainting. Quickly send him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Keep looking, where is the other half of Qianfeng's broken part? If it hasn't been cooked, it can still be saved. Several medical staff hurriedly scrambled into action. Lin Yu walked to the entrance of the advanced training room that originally belonged to Qianfeng. Remained silent for a long time, but ultimately didn't press the doorbell. Damn it, this has really spiraled out of control. Forget it, I can't meddle in old Zhang's business. He pulled out his phone. Hey, Lao Zhang? Damn, did you take the wrong medicine? Call me principal. Alright, Lao Zhang. By the way, have you prepared the quick heart relief pills? Say what you need to quickly or shut up, I'm busy. Zhang Jiwei cursed. Damn it, just finished the call with Jianbing. That old guy, threatening both overtly and covertly. If I keep protecting Gu Chen, he'll make Qianfeng transfer schools. Gu Chen crushed Qianfeng. Oh, he also awakened a martial vein more advanced than Qianfeng's. Well, in addition to that, Qianfeng has been crippled, both his martial arts and his dignity. Also, Sun Fu and the other 7 are the same. Half of our elite class has essentially been destroyed. Hey, Lao Zhang, are you listening? The principal's office. Zhang Jiwei clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Wait, let me take a few bottles of quick heart relief pills first. Exclusive advanced training room. Zheng Qi pill, a first-level spiritual medicine refined using the spiritual energy fruit as its base, can assist in the cultivation of the Qi transformation realm. Gu Chen looked at the milky white pill in his palm and exclaimed joyfully. The Zheng Qi pill was naturally a treasure taken from Qianfeng's Qiankuan ring. With this pill, Gu Chen's cultivation efficiency will be greatly enhanced, and the consumption of defense breaking points will also be reduced. He carefully placed the Qi-enhancing pill back into the jade bottle and continued opening blind boxes. A Class C black blade? This guy is really wealthy. This is a woman's bra? Techniques of the bedroom, 36 transformations? What kind of nonsense is this? Gu Chen said in astonishment. Casually tossing it aside, Gu Chen took out the last item. The next moment, he suddenly felt delighted. That's a high-grade spirit-level martial skill, Piercing Cloud and Breaking Sunfinger. Gu Chen gently caressed the martial skill scroll. Perhaps Qianfeng acquired this martial skill recently and has yet to cultivate it to the initial mastery stage. Otherwise, if it were a high-grade spirit-level martial skill at initial mastery, its power would far surpass his blade techniques. Gu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Thank you, generous money-spending boy. The value of the Qiankuan ring is 50,000, roughly equivalent to the Piercing Cloud and Breaking Sunfinger. Just these 2 items alone are worth over 1 million federal credits. Adding 9 Qi-enhancing pills, it's roughly 100,000. As the great man once said, a horse won't thrive without night feed, so true indeed. Gu Chen understood that Qianfeng's wealth far exceeded that of most martial artists in the Qi transformation realm. These items were likely prepared by the Qian family to aid him in the martial arts examination. Now he's getting off easy. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and snapped his fingers. Snap. The infernal sun martial vein flickered briefly, and a wisp of dark red flame danced at his fingertips. Casually tossed, the infernal fire burned away the girl's bra and the room's secret art. Current defense break value, 1840. Boss, go all in again. Gu Chen was the first to enhance the Prison Sutra. Limited by the break defense value, last time the Prison Sutra only improved to the major accomplishment level. You consumed break defense value and started going all in on the Prison Sutra. You inexplicably colluded with the Prison Sutra and became like-minded allies, cultivation efficiency plus 20%. You shuddered once, break defense value minus 300, and mastered the Prison Sutra. Defense reduction value minus 500, you have finally comprehended the essence of the Yuluwa scripture and reached the state of perfection. The mana regeneration speed of the Yuluwa scripture has increased by 100%. You can freely exhaust your spiritual energy and unleash your abilities to your heart's content. Being overly frugal with its use may displease the Yuluwa scripture, it has a bit of a temper too. This breakthrough has cost you 20 years of time. Gu Chen exhaled softly and continued to increase his cultivation without hesitation. Martial cultivation is the foundation, while piercing through the clouds and breaking the sun is the prerequisite, among other factors. Detected that you possess a chi boost pill, consuming it will activate a buff. Gu Chen swallowed the energy boost pill without hesitation. Ding! Your cultivation speed has increased by 30%. Defense break consumption reduced by 20%. You feel that your cultivation is insufficient, and a wave of unease arises in your heart. After crippling Qianbing this time, the Qian family will not give up easily. You must enhance your strength as soon as possible. In the day-by-day sleepless practice, the martial aura within you gradually sharpens. With the blessing of the perfect level prison scripture, cultivation efficiency increases by 50%. Defense breaking value minus 100, your martial aura further strengthens, and your cultivation advances to the 4th level of Qi transformation. Gu Chen felt the spiritual energy within his body suddenly grow stronger, increasing by approximately 50%. The Qi and blood of his physical body also rose significantly as a result. You have become adept at cultivating in the Qi transformation realm, and the dual cultivation buff has been activated. Defense break value minus 150, you have ascended to the 5th stage of the Qi transformation realm. Defense break value minus 250, you've advanced to the 6th level of Qi condensation. Your strength has greatly improved, but you are still not satisfied. Under the dim lights, among thousands of lit homes, you are still cultivating. Amid luxury and revelry, with night after night of singing and dancing, you are still cultivating. Defense breaking value minus 500, you have advanced to the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. Detected that the Qi enhancing pill has been completely consumed, cultivation efficiency reduced by 50%. It is recommended that you take another gamble under the assistance of cultivation supporting pills. This cultivation session is equivalent to 18 years of arduous training. Current defense breaking value, 40. System message, with your current strength, one slap is enough to make Qian Feng call you daddy. Daddy, daddy, I've got an awesome daddy. Gu Chen opened his eyes, and a surge of violent spiritual energy suddenly spread outward. Boom! All instruments were swept away by the impact of the airwave, and the defensive array of the training room automatically activated in response. Compared to the 3rd level of Qi condensation, the quality and total amount of my spiritual energy have increased by at least 5 times. Gu Chen said with a smile. Over here, Gu Chen kept cultivating, leveling with all in bets. On the other side, Zhang Jiwei hung up the phone, his heart pounding wildly. Gu Chen awakened the martial vein and crushed Qianfeng on the human martial path level. Most of the elite class students were also crippled. Lin Yuan No. 1 High School. The top students were mostly crippled. What will happen to the martial arts exam for the 9 schools? What will happen to the martial arts exam? In his helplessness, he also felt a bit surprised. This Gu Chen really makes people love and hate him at the same time. The urge to conceal his strength seems to have resurfaced. Awakening the martial vein and defeating Qianfeng of the 4th stage of the Qi condensation realm. Such strength is probably among the top-tier levels in the entire Linyuan martial school. It might even hold the hope of being admitted to the top martial university in Tiandu province, Tiandu Martial University. The more he thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed, and Zhang Jiwei's mood instantly soared. Linyuan First High School, the last genius student to be admitted to Tiandu Martial University. Still the previous one. Among the 9 martial arts schools in the entire Linyuan County, such a genius emerges only once every 5 or 6 years on average. Grudges between martial artists are generally not something the town martial division intervenes in. Reporting to the authorities is useless. What's more, the Qian family has some connections with the county town marshal division. Now, Gu Chen and the Qian family are truly like fire and water. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Jiwei felt that the situation was somewhat tricky. Qian family. Dad, open your mouth. Ah. Qian Jingjing gently placed a plump grape into Qian Bing's mouth. Qian Bing squinted his eyes in comfort, chewing slowly. Daughter, it's so fragrant, so sweet. He. Qian Jingjing fed grapes while massaging her father's shoulders. Dad, is there still no news from brother? Heh, this is the 33rd time you've asked today. Qian Bing said with a smile, don't worry, Fenger is already at Yizhong. Moreover, my informant has also found out that Gu Chen, that little brat, is attending school as usual. Perhaps by now, that little brat has already had his limbs crippled by Fenger and is lying under his feet, moaning. The smile on Qian Bing's face was radiant. Fenger is the hope for this year's martial arts exam at Yizhong, and even Zhang Jiwei wouldn't dare to protect him. Well, wait until I cripple Gu Chen, I'm going to cut him 1,001 times. Isn't that too messy? If he accidentally dies, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? How about I look for a skilled butcher instead? Humans and pigs, after all, have similar body structures. Suddenly, the iPhone vibrated violently. Seeing that the caller was Zhang Jiwei, Qian Bing sneered repeatedly. Zhang Jiwei is calling, probably to plead for Gu Chen. He let it ring for a while before reluctantly answering the call. Turn on the speakerphone, Qian Jingjing perked up her ears. Hello, Principal Zhan? What brings you to me again? He said sarcastically. Ahem, Master Qian, there's something I want to discuss with you. iPhone transmitted Zhang Jiwei's hesitant voice. It's about Gu Chen, right? It is. The father and daughter exchanged a knowing smile. Ha! As expected. Principal Zhang, disputes between martial artists, as long as they don't involve ordinary people or result in mass killings. Even the Martial Town Division wouldn't interfere much. Are you the ocean? Why do you meddle so much? Qian Bing said lazily, you once told me not to interfere, and I haven't interfered. This is a matter between Gu Chen and Qian Feng. I advise you not to get involved either. Let the young ones resolve their own matters. The voice on the other end of the phone remained silent for a long time. Patriarch Qian, what you mean is, regardless of whether the two of them fight to the point of being bloodied and battered, there's no need to intervene, and it doesn't matter whether they die or are crippled? The voice sounded somewhat strange. Yes, our status, meddling in the affairs of the juniors, how inappropriate. Qian Bing said smugly, Principal Zhang, rest assured. Fenger will definitely bring glory to the school, and you can maintain your position as principal. Perhaps, going even further is not out of the question. Since Master Qian says so, I can rest assured. They're minor disagreements, I won't get involved. Zhang Jiwei's voice suddenly became relaxed. Oh, by the way, there's a small misunderstanding between Gu Chen and Qian Feng, but it's already been resolved. Qian Feng is now lying in the #1 hospital of Linyuan. You all had better go take a look now. I've already paid the medical expenses. After all, he's my student, no need to thank me. Clap. The call was disconnected. Qian Bing and his daughter were stunned. Qian Feng is lying in the hospital? Isn't this reversed? It must be that little brat Gu Chen. Qian Bing immediately called Qian Feng. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Please call 100-820-8820 for more details. A surge of unease instantly rose in Qian Bing's heart. The father and daughter took turns making phone calls, all with the same result. Qian Bing could no longer sit still and suddenly stood up. Let's go to Linyuan First Hospital. Advanced Training Room. Creak. The titanium alloy door of the training room slowly opened to both sides. Mr. Lin? Gu Chen had just stepped out of the training room when he saw Lin Yu carrying a small stool and sitting in front of the training room. You finally showed up. Lin Yu hurriedly walked over. At this moment, why are you still cultivating? Eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, and cultivating, isn't this all perfectly natural? Lin Yu was speechless, thinking to himself. He started pacing back and forth. The Qian family already knows about Qian Feng's situation. I heard Qian Bing slapped the hospital's 3-story inpatient department in Linyi Hospital into collapse. Gu Chen's interest was piqued. That old guy has a fiery temper. Damaging public property must mean compensation, right? Lin Yu responded helplessly. This isn't the point at all. Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration. Do you know what this means? Qian Feng is Qian Bing's lifeblood. You severed his lifeblood, do you think he'll let you off the hook? Will the Qian family swagger in to kill me? Gu Chen asked, with a hint of disdain on his face. That won't happen. After all, the Jinwu division isn't useless. But in these struggles among martial artists, as long as the impact isn't widespread, the Jinwu division tends to turn a blind eye. The Qin family won't openly come to kill you, but they'll surely use underhanded tactics almost a certainty. Gu Chen, I've already discussed with old Zhang that for the time leading up to the martial exams, you'll stay at my house. Although I'm only at the 3rd level of the congealing spirit realm, my cultivation isn't high, but I can still protect you. Lin Yu said firmly. Gu Chen nodded. Not very high. This made Lin Yu feel even more agitated. The point here isn't my cultivation, but protecting you, for goodness sake. Mr. Lin, will Qian Feng's father personally come after me? This shouldn't be the case. There are quite a few people keeping an eye on him, just waiting for him to make a mistake. Lin Yu hesitated slightly. Other than him, how many martial artists at the condensed spirit realm are there in the Qian family? What levels of martial arts do they have? Lin Yu thought for a moment. The condensed spirit realm isn't something commonplace, and the Qian family doesn't have many. Probably 4 or 5. The strongest one is Qian Bing's younger brother, Qian Shi, at the 4th or 5th level of the condensed spirit realm, similar to his brother. Thank you, Teacher Lin, I understand. Gu Chen chuckled lightly. As for you, I won't bother. I'm going home to continue watching Macapaka. With that, he leisurely left. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered in the wind. Macapaka? What the heck is that? Could it be a powerful martial skill? How could I miss such a great opportunity to cash in? Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Qian Bing was a martial artist of the 9th heaven of the condensing spirit realm, someone Gu Chen couldn't defeat for the time being. But his years of being a bookworm told him that villains always showed up one by one, from weak to strong, like delivering themselves on a platter. Although he was currently only at the 7th heaven of the Qi transformation realm, when his martial vein was unleashed to its full potential, the advanced training rooms. Detection of the energy peak at the 3rd heaven of the condensing spirit realm was no joke. Besides, he also had his trump card. Infernal Blazing Sun and Infernal Meteor Blast. The upper limit of the protective energy in the advanced training room was the 5th heaven of the condensing spirit realm. With the experience from the previous alarm, Gu Chen temporarily did not attempt the power of the Inferno Meteor explosion. Its power must not be weak. At the Qin family, the atmosphere was as suffocating as dark clouds pressing down on the city before a storm. Master Wang, Fomer he. Seeing a woman gently close the door, Qian Bing and Qian Jingjing immediately walked forward nervously. Yesterday, they hurriedly rushed to Lingyuan First Hospital and saw Qian Feng, half-crippled and unconscious. The father and daughter were so terrified that they turned pale. Without having time to think much, they quickly went home to ask Master Wang to come over. In this era, warriors with healing-type martial veins have therapeutic effects far superior to those of ordinary hospitals. Your son's life has been saved. Hearing these words, Qian Feng and his daughter breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, his meridians are completely severed, and his internal organs have suffered varying degrees of special energy burns. Although his life was saved, but Master Wang raised his head and glanced at Qian Bing, whose face was ashen, and said clearly, his martial path is ruined. Qian Jingjing's body faintly swayed, her face pale to a terrifying degree. Master Wang, is there really no other way? A trace of blood red gradually appeared in Qian Bing's eyes as he asked in a hoarse voice. Perhaps an S-grade or higher healing martial vein might be able to cure it, but Master Wang shook his head. Oh, great medicine, it should work too. The color drained from Qian Bing's face little by little. S-class, and it's a healing-type martial vein? Ha! A big figure with that kind of martial vein, he couldn't possibly know them. The great medicine. Don't mention him, the humble family head of the condensed spirit realm, even martial arts masters in the spiritual sea and golden body realm may not be able to obtain it. Thank you, Master Wang Jingjing, escort Master Wang. Qian Bing's tone returned to calmness. Qian Jingjing wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Master Wang, please. By the way, your son's humanity has been destroyed. When he regains consciousness, the head of the Qian family must provide extra guidance. After speaking, Master Wang sighed lightly and left. The person who acted was truly ruthless. This move clearly aims to eradicate the Qian family's descendants. Wang Bo. I am here, my lord. A grey-clad elder, approximately 60 or 70 years old, appeared and slightly bowed. Inform Qian Qi and the two consecrators. Qian Bing said expressionlessly. Master, a whole corpse or tear it to pieces and feed it to the dogs. Wang Bo cupped his hands and bent over as he left. Bang! A surge of powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Qian Bing, instantly toppling vases, tables, and chairs, as if swept away by a raging force akin to a hurricane. Goo! Shun. The veins on his neck protruded, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. It could be said that Qian Feng awakening the martial vein is the hope of the Chen family. With the martial vein, his chances of breaking through to the spirit spring realm will greatly increase. At that time, under Qian Feng's leadership, the Qian family will surely reach unprecedented glory. But now, everything has been ruined by Gu Qin. Even if Gu Chun were cut into 1,000 pieces, it would not be enough to restore Qian Feng's martial future. Along with this, the Qian family also faces the crisis of losing its lineage. After a brief venting, Shen Bing walked into the room. Qian Feng is still in a coma, but after Wang Shi's treatment, his complexion has improved a lot. Given the circumstances, the main account is ruined. I can only start a side account now. After all, I'm only in my 40s. The quality of the tadpoles is great. He thought of this, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Tonight at 7, fresh and fragrant, wait for me. Oh, soldier brother, you're so naughty. A charming laugh came from the other end of the line. For 2 consecutive days, all was calm and peaceful. Gu Chen continued with his regular routine, but unfortunately, over the 2 days, he didn't encounter any instigating fools, resulting in very little progress in collecting defensive breakdown points. The news about Gu Chen rendering most of the elite class students ineffective quickly spread throughout First High School. Nowadays, Gu Chen's title of Great Demon King is secretly spreading within the school, and all the students who encounter him are trembling with fear, avoiding him at all costs. Zhou Yan was so regretful that her intestines turned green. Such a promising stock should have been hers, but it ended up being treated as a worthless ticket and thrown out. At the thought of this, she almost coughed up blood. Principal's office. Tomorrow is the day of the 9 schools' martial arts competition. Zhang Jiwei's gaze swept across the 6 individuals, finally stopping on the young man dressed in an ink-black martial robe. Due to certain well-known reasons, only the 6 of you can participate in tomorrow's competition. He began to speak. The rest let out awkward laughs. Weren't they just here to make up the numbers? Yi Xian repeatedly glanced at the handsome side profile of the indifferent young man, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. It was originally out of good intentions to remind Gu Chen, but this great master directly and forcefully took down Qian Feng. Hanging on to the limit. Zhang Jiwei spoke until his mouth was dry and his tongue parched, then took a sip of tea. These are the precautions. You can all leave now. Gu Chen, stay behind. Before long, only Gu Chen and Zhang Jiwei were left in the office. Student Gu Chen. Zhang Jiwei enthusiastically stood up and poured him a cup of tea personally. Thank you, Principal, Gu Chen said softly. Hee, such a polite and sensible child, Zhang Jiwei said with a smile. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition among the 9 schools. In addition to the spectators from the Education Bureau, there will also be some heavyweight figures present. He smiled mysteriously, senior instructors from Tandu University. Gu Chen's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. Before every annual martial arts examination, Tandu University and several other key martial arts universities always send special recruitment teachers to various cities and counties for inspections. If a student can impress them, they can be recruited in advance, bypassing the martial arts exam altogether. Zhang Jiwei lightly sipped his black tea, his complexion rosy and radiant. Our Lingyuan County is merely one of the many counties under Haiyang City. In the past, it was rare for special recruitment teachers to visit here. You must seize this opportunity. Zhang Jiwei spoke excitedly. If you get noticed, you can skip the martial arts exam process entirely. The treatment for special recruits is much better than that of students admitted through the regular martial arts exam. In the past, Zhang Jiwei might not have been this enthusiastic. Qian Feng was indeed impressive, but not enough to draw the attention of Tandu University's teachers. However, Gu Chen's strength surpassed Qian Feng's, coupled with an even more powerful martial vein. There might actually be a chance. Oh. Gu Chen nodded absent-mindedly. A senior teacher at Tandu University? Does it compare to having a high defense value? After leaving school, Gu Chen hailed a cab home as usual, but he quickly noticed something was off. The driver wasn't following the route on the GPS. Driver, why aren't you following the GPS? Student, Pinghai Road is under construction and has been closed off. The GPS hasn't updated. The driver's gaze flickered. However, the car's speed began to pick up noticeably. Gu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. 2 days, finally can't wait any longer? As expected, Teacher Lin was right, the Qian family won't act openly. He said nothing further, closed his eyes to rest, and let the raging spiritual energy flow through his body. The car drove further off course, eventually stopping in front of an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Gu Chen's eyes snapped open. Student, The car broke down. I'll step out to check. The driver was just about to leave when a slender, powerful hand suddenly clamped onto his neck. Even as a mere pawn, opposing me means you'd better be prepared to die, Guchen said coldly. Snap. With a slight twist, Guchen broke the man's neck, and the driver ceased struggling. His first time killing someone, Guchen didn't feel discomfort. Instead, his heartbeat quickened slightly, and an exhilarated expression appeared on his face. Defense points, wait for me. Abandoned factory, second floor. A middle-aged man in a black leather jacket fixed his gaze on the car that had come to a stop. The blood scar running diagonally from his neck to the corner of his eye trembled slightly with his breaths, exuding an eerie and chilling vibe. Second master. Behind Qianqi, two men around their 30s revealed sinister smiles. Trouble the two of you to break this brat's meridians and cripple his hands and feet, Qianqi said coldly. Just a mere brat who's still wet behind the ears, no need for the second master to step in personally. My brother and I are more than enough, the knife-wielding man replied with a grin. Actually, Qianqi also felt that his elder brother was being a bit foolish. The two consecrated members of the Qian family were both powerful experts at the first level of condensed spirit. Together, they had even assassinated a master at the second level of condensed spirit. Dealing with a young boy was as easy as turning a hand. There was absolutely no need for him to come in person. Guchen, offending the Qian family means you must face such a fate. Bang! The car's left door was violently kicked off. A young man dressed in a jet-black martial arts outfit calmly stepped out of the car. Kid, you're quite calm. The two enshrined by the Qian family leapt down with a sinister laugh, swooping like black birds. Thick white martial energy swirled around, viscous like liquid. Condensed energy into liquid form, indeed the condensing spirit realm. Unfortunately, compared to Teacher Lin, it still falls short. Guchen immediately assessed their strength. His gaze was fixed directly on the factory's second floor, at the black-clad figure who hadn't made a move, and his heart sank slightly. If his guess was correct, this was the second master of the Qian family, Qianqi. 3 condensed soul-stage martial artists, quite the compliment, Guchen chuckled softly. The brothers Mo Yun and Mo Yu stood one in front and one behind, the former wielding a blade and the latter holding a sword. Without extra words, the two brothers tacitly launched an attack on Guchen. They were professionals, doing professional work, and wasted no words. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must give its all. Swish! The blade's light flashed past, without a scene of blood spurting. The stabbed Guchen unexpectedly turned into an illusion, gradually dissipating. 30 meters away, Guchen stood lightly and gracefully. After image? Mo Yun was slightly startled in his heart. Big brother, this kid's movement technique is quite good. I'll use the falling rain sword style to block his position later, and then you can seize the chance to kill him. Mo Yu's figure slid forward, his speed suddenly increasing as he charged straight toward Guchen. Mo Yun remained silent. The two brothers had cooperated for many years and had long developed a tacit understanding. Facing the rapidly charging Mo Yu, Guchen's gaze remained indifferent. Suddenly, dark red light points combined to form a mysterious martial vein, flickering with a dark red halo. Martial vein? Both the two individuals and Qianqi in the distance were utterly shocked. Dark red malicious aura surged madly, while strange strands of eerie flames swayed unpredictably. Die! Guchen took a step forward, causing the ground to instantly sink into a pit. His body shot forward like an arrow, so fast that it left trailing afterimages. Mo Yu was already charging toward Guchen at an extremely high speed. In an instant, the two collided fiercely. Guchen's eyes radiated intense killing intent, with flames from hell leaping in his fist. This punch carried no frills. The terrifying aura combined with infernal flames formed a dark red fiery pathway, its astonishing temperature slightly distorting the air. Mo Yu's expression changed drastically. Close proximity revealed to him how terrifying the fire of the opponent's martial veins was. His mind was continuously assailed, as if he were plunging into an endless inferno. At the brink of life and death, Mo Yu fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, his moves transformed, falling rain sword style, rain curtain. In the next instant, his gaze narrowed to pinpoints. The dark red flame seemed to originate from hell, devouring everything. Hiss! Accompanied by a hissing sound, red smoke spread, leaving a 5 or 6 meter long scorched trail of lava on the ground. Rocks, metal debris, all turned to nothing. A corpse with its upper half missing fell onto the lava strip, its legs engulfed in flames, slowly disintegrating. Guchen stood at the edge of the lava zone, his right fist slowly burning with red flames. Under the crimson glow, the youth's face surged with killing intent. You instantly defeated Mo Yu with one move, shattering his mental defenses at the end of his life. Defense break value plus 999. Mo Yun was greatly shocked, defense break value plus 788. Your action stunned Qianqi, defense break value plus 690. Gu Chen's eyes moved slightly. For a martial artist in the Qi transformation realm, the maximum defense breaking value is 499 when breaking through major defenses. It seems that for a martial artist in the spirit condensation realm, it is 999. MOU. The black clouds roared. In the blink of an eye, his younger brother was completely consumed by the demon fire. Damn it! Qianqi's face changed drastically. He could no longer stand by and watch. Grabbing a black long spear, he quickly dashed down from the second floor of the abandoned factory. What kind of flame was derived from that martial vein? Why does it make my heart race? Almost at the moment of killing Mou, Gu Chen activated the Yen Luo 9 steps, swiftly attacking Mo Yun. Although Yen Luo 9 steps is merely a top-grade mortal level skill, he had cultivated it to perfection, making its power no less than a well-mastered beginner spiritual level movement technique. Mo Yun retreated violently, his heart filled with intense fear. He and Mou were originally evenly matched. Mou was instantly defeated, and he was almost at his limit. Remembering your next life, don't act recklessly. Gu Chen gathered a fireball in his hand and decisively hurled it at Mo Yun. In a flash, the inferno erupted with a deafening blast. In the blink of an eye, hellfire consumed his entire body. No matter how Mo Yun tried to use martial spiritual energy to extinguish it, the flames could not be suppressed. Killed a martial artist at the first level of the condensing spirit realm, defense breaking value plus 999. Watching Mo Yun, now a human torch, collapse to the ground and turn into nothingness within seconds. Qianqi was furious to the extreme. Gu Chen. Stream-like spiritual energy surged skyward as Qianqi unleashed a palm strike, causing furious gales to roar. Heart-shattering palm. Gu Chen advanced instead of retreating, unleashing a punch with all his might, Hellfire Fist. Flames erupted, and spiritual energy surged forth. Gu Chen's body trembled slightly, retreating several steps. Despite gaining the upper hand with one move, Qianqi showed no trace of arrogance. Gu Chen's strength was very strong, but he still hadn't reached the condensed spirit realm. Although the martial aura carried a certain terrifying murderous air, it was still some distance away from liquefaction. In other words, as someone at the peak of the fourth heaven of the condensed spirit realm, his full-power palm strike could only force a Qi condensation realm martial artist to retreat? Are you kidding me? Qianqi's mind was greatly shaken, breaking defense value plus 852. This brat must die. A surge of immense fear rose in his heart. The mysterious and powerful flame martial vein, its combat power is terrifying. If such a monster continues to grow, the Qian family will face utter destruction. The gun's body trembled slightly, emitting a crisp humming sound. Kid, to die under my Dark Knight spear. Back then, Qian Feng was also spouting nonsense like this, and soon after, I blasted him apart. Gu Chen responded coldly. Humph. Qianqi wielded the large spear, and the shadowy darkness of the spear suddenly emerged. Nightshade's Soul Pursuit. His body twisted, lunging forward as the jet-black shadow of the gun shot out. Large cracks spread across the ground along the way. Facing Qianqi's powerful attack, Gu Chen's martial veins faintly glowed. 1, 2, 3. 5 dark red fireballs the size of human heads, resembling suns burning in the night. Blazing suns shimmered, and the temperature in the area quickly soared. Infernal scorching sun, infernal meteor burst. Gu Chen gently pointed, and the 5 infernal meteors descended forcefully like falling stars from the heavens. Impossible, just a mere Qi condensation stage martial artist. A violent explosion sounded instantly, and Qianqi's voice abruptly stopped. Killed Qianqi, defense break value plus 999. Current defense break value, 5,517. Gu Chen's gaze reflected the blood-red flames, his face showing an indifferent expression. With a wave of his sleeve, spiritual energy surged out like a tide, transforming into a gale that swept away. The thick smoke dissipated, revealing several large pits 2 to 3 meters deep. The rocks inside the pits had already melted, and a pungent odor permeated the surroundings. Gu Chen stood at the edge of the pit, his gaze falling on a small section of the black gun tip at the bottom. The gun body had long since been obliterated under the high temperature. Apart from this, there was no trace of Qianqi's figure. This power is truly terrifying, but the cost is not small either. Using the infernal meteor explosion nearly consumed half of his spiritual energy. Gu Chen activated the Hell Compass, rapidly recovering his strength and spiritual energy. The Qin family, it's already a fight to the death now. His pitch-black eyes radiated a chilling light. Red flames ignited in both hands, gently tossed. The sedan, along with the driver's corpse, was instantly engulfed by flames. All traces vanished as Gu Chen performed the smoke veil 9 steps and quietly departed. Shortly after, 3 black war vehicles roared onto the scene, their horns echoing loudly. Bang! More than 10 soldiers wearing the special combat uniforms of the Tandu division quickly got out of the vehicle. They divided into 2 teams, one heading towards the abandoned factory, and the other moving to the pit area. Such a strong fluctuation of fire elemental energy. Song Jinyue walked to the edge of the large pit, silently sensing the concentration of lingering spiritual energy, and was stunned. Chief, the alarm signal just now came from here. A soldier held an oval-shaped silver disc emitting a soft silver glow in his hand. Are there any surveillance cameras nearby? This is a factory that was abandoned more than a decade ago, and there are no surveillance cameras within a 10-kilometer radius. Song Jinyue nodded, leaped, and landed at the bottom of the largest pit. Apart from traces of high-temperature melting, there was nothing else to be found. Boss, there's nothing to be found in the abandoned factory. The soldier responsible for patrolling the abandoned factory said. Song Jinyue didn't have much hope for this to begin with. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly swung his fist downward. Powerful spiritual energy struck the lava-covered ground, producing a loud boom. Song Jinyue swung his fist while his eyes flickered with a special white glow. A white martial vein emerged, radiating a faint brilliance. C-grade special type martial vein, observing Chi's shadow eyes. He could stir the residual spiritual energy to capture past shadows. Of course, the longer the time, the harder it becomes to capture. Suddenly, a terrifying scarlet flame capable of incinerating everything slowly emerged. Within the dark red flames, a youth with a blurred face controlled the mysterious fire. He summoned apocalyptic flaming meteors, devouring everything. The afterimage came to an abrupt halt. Huff, huff. Song Jinyue stopped using his spirit insight vision, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. This method of retrospection consumes an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. It should be a battle between martial artists, with their martial arts realm roughly at the 4th or 5th stage of the condensed spirit realm. Go back and check whether any condensed spirit realm martial artists have gone missing in Linyuan County recently, and whether any external condensed spirit realm martial artists have entered. This place is temporarily sealed off. Yes. Qian family. Chen Bing sat in the main seat, his expression terrifyingly grim. It had been 2 hours since the last call. During this time, there has been no response or news from Qian Qi. When making phone calls, the phone also shows as turned off. Even the 2 Qian family retainers, Mo Yun and Mo, are the same. This shouldn't be happening. 3 condensed spirit realm warriors killing the insignificant Qi condensation realm Gu Chen wouldn't take much time at all. Chen Bing felt a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. Master, something has happened. Suddenly, Uncle Wang hurriedly walked in. According to the servant's report, the Jinwu division has already sealed off the abandoned factory on Dongyuan Street's outskirts. There are rumors that a battle involving a spirit condensation realm martial artist occurred inside the factory. However, specific details of the battle remain unclear. Bang! The chair Qianbing sat on instantly shattered into pieces. Where is Qian Qi? His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, making him look incredibly horrifying. SS Second Master, he's missing. Qianbing staggered a few steps, feeling bursts of dizziness. Keep trying to contact Qian Qi. As soon as there's any news, notify me immediately. The old servant obeys. Wang Bo hurriedly departed. Qianbing was silent for a moment and picked up his phone. Commander Yen, it's me. Gu Chen returned home and ate some noodles casually. Current defense break value, 5,517. This time, killing 3 spirit condensation realm warriors yielded substantial gains in armor penetration value. Both martial cultivation and the martial skill piercing clouds, breaking sun finger can be improved. Considering that the former currently lacks the aid of Qi boosting pills, leading to inefficiency, Gu Chen decided to allocate points to piercing clouds, breaking sun finger. You have consumed armor penetration value to practice piercing clouds, breaking sun finger. Cloud-piercing sun-breaking finger is an extremely domineering and extraordinarily powerful finger-based martial technique. It is renowned for its unstoppable offensive power and immense visual impact. This martial technique demands extremely high levels of finger strength and martial energy. Detected in your mind are finger-based martial arts such as One Yang Finger and 6 Meridian Divine Sword. Cultivation buff activated, efficiency increased by 30%. You persistently attempt to open the martial apertures corresponding to your martial techniques. Due to your narrow meridians, opening efficiency is reduced by 20%. You firmly believe that diligence makes up for inadequacy. You have plenty of time. Don't be afraid, just do it. Defense breaking power -100. The piercing cloud and breaking sun technique is starting to show results. The spiritual energy within your body can converge at your fingertip, forming a spiral-shaped finger force with significant destructive power. To accelerate your cultivation, you sleep only 1 hour a day. You think sleeping is just for the dead. Gu Chen. Sleeping only 1 hour a day, aren't you afraid of sudden death? Defense break value -200. Your piercing sun through cloud's finger has reached mastery. Defense break value -300. Your mastery of this martial skill has reached the proficient level. You have fully grasped the cloud-piercing finger and sun-breaking finger. Defense break value -400. Congratulations on achieving the perfect realm and martial skills. You have comprehended the hidden technique of the cloud-piercing sun-breaking finger, devouring clouds and swallowing Sunday. Swallowing clouds and devouring the sun, transform fingers into a palm, grasping a black hole, unleashing power instantly with astonishing might. This training is equivalent to 35 years of arduous cultivation. Current defense breaking value, 4,607. Gu Chen raised his right index finger slightly, as the surging spiritual energy within him gathered at his fingertip. With a flick of his fingertip, a slender and solid ray of finger force burst forth, resembling a white arrow of air. Gu Chen aimed at a heavy steel plate and decisively pointed with his finger. Whoosh! The white arrow of air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, instantly pierced through the thick steel plate and finally embedded deep into the wall, forming a small hole. What incredible penetration power! Gu Chen was overjoyed. The piercing cloud finger contains a powerful spiral force and can instantly unleash multiple attacks. It excels at group attacks. As for the sun-breaking finger, it possesses extremely strong explosive power, with a force far surpassing that of the single piercing cloud finger. As for the hidden technique swallowing clouds and devouring sun, it combines two major moves into one, comparable to a low-tier profound-grade martial art. This martial art actually took 35 years to perfect? It seems that as my martial arts cultivation level improves, along with the number of martial arts practiced, there hasn't been any significant change in my cultivation speed or comprehension. Gu Chen muttered helplessly to himself. Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, the time difference in reality isn't that significant. There are over 4,000 remaining points for breaking defense. Gu Chen looked at Flaming Prison Scorching Sun for the first time. Flaming Prison Scorching Sun LV1. Now that there is surplus in breaking defense points, it's possible to attempt upgrading this S-grade martial vein. Commander, let's go for a match. You have just cultivated for 35 years and immediately moved on to the next stage of practice. Your diligence and eagerness to learn gained recognition from the system, cultivation efficiency plus 20%. Gu Chen slightly nodded, thinking to himself that the system was indeed considerate. Understanding his dedication to cultivation, it specifically granted him a beneficial buff. Under a mysterious force, Inferno Sun undergoes a transformation. 9 star points emerged, outlining a fiery red vein. Except for the first star point, the other 8 appeared dim and lackluster. Defense break value -3,000. The second vein star of the martial vein is activated. Congratulations! Your infernal flame has advanced to LV2. The temperature of hellfire has increased significantly. Infernal Scorching Sun has significantly boosted your combat power. Infernal Falling Stars have increased to 7 meteors, enhancing their power. With the feedback from Martial Vein's advancement, your martial arts cultivation has risen to the 8th level of the Chi Transformation realm. This cultivation session is equivalent to 30 years of arduous practice focusing on developing your martial veins. Current shield breaking value, 1607. Gu Chen felt the martial energy in his meridians surging like a raging tide, and a layer of white light emerged on the surface of his skin. A moment later, his body trembled slightly, followed by an even more overwhelming aura sweeping outward. Crack! Crack! A terrifying storm of spiritual energy raged in the living room, leaving the entire space in disarray, with large cracks appearing on the glass windows. It seems that I won't be able to practice at home anymore. Gu Chen restrained his energy, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As his strength continued to grow, even the spiritual energy unintentionally leaking out carried astonishing destructive power. Gu Chen extended his right hand, and dark red spiritual energy quickly converged, forming a spiral-shaped balloon. Now, battling Qian Shi again, I don't even need the infernal meteor explosion, I can easily crush him. Gu Chen said confidently. His martial cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Chi Transformation realm, with perfect mastery of the cloud-piercing sun-breaking technique, and the infernal flames had advanced to LV2. His strength had greatly improved compared to a few hours ago. I'm truly so diligent. Gu Chen sighed with emotion and walked into the bathroom. After decades of diligent training, it's not too much to ask for a proper night's sleep, is it? Lin Yuan 9th High School, exclusive advanced training room. A young girl dressed in a white martial arts robe stood in the center of the training room, her sleeves gently swaying in the faint airflow. In front of her floated a uniquely designed training assist device. The young girl gently raised her delicate hands, her pale fingers slightly curled into a claw-like sharpness. As she moved, the training apparatus emitted a faint hum, as if responding to her in perfect harmony. Several beams of light shot out from the top of the apparatus, intertwining to form the image of a virtual enemy, floating before the girl. She let out a sharp cry, her figure suddenly springing into motion, like a streak of white lightning slicing through the training room. Each strike of the claw is accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, with a faint glow flickering at the tips of the claws. Swoosh! A faint white streak is left in the air, and the rapidly moving virtual image is split into two. CC's sky-splitting claw is nearing mastery level, Hee-jun said with a broad grin. Teacher, is there something you need from me so late? Wang Qianqian softly asked after effortlessly defeating more than a dozen virtual enemies. Yes, I know you're diligent, but you also need to take care of yourself. Hee-jun said with a smile, training for over 15 hours a day, there's probably no one more hard-working than you. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride appeared on Wang Qianqian's face. I wanted to talk to you about something today. Hee-jun's smile gradually faded. This time, in the competition among the 9 schools, one of your 3 major rivals has changed. Oh. Wang Qianqian responded nonchalantly, no matter who it is, they are no match for me. Exactly, you're the best. Hee-jun replied with a smile, the change this time is at Lin Yuan No. 1 High School. Reportedly, Chen Feng, a martial vein awakener from No. 1 High School, was defeated by an obscure student. In tomorrow's competition, that student will lead the team. His name is Gu Chen. Due to the unexpected turn of events, Gu Chen's martial arts cultivation, mastery of martial techniques, and whether he has awakened a martial vein all remain a mystery. But since he managed to defeat Qian Feng, he must have extraordinary abilities. Gu Chen? Wang Qianqian sneered disdainfully, tomorrow, I'll teach him how to behave. It's not just him. There's also Zhang Tianhao from 5th High School and Lu Xian from 7th High School. Whoever dares to compete with me for the special admission spot at Tandu University will face my wrath. A dreamy, ethereal blue martial vein suddenly emerged. Grade B martial vein, flowing firefly water mirage. Hee-jun looked at the magnificent sky blue martial vein, the smile on his face growing even brighter. If you perform well tomorrow, there's still a high chance you'll catch the eye of a senior instructor from Tandu University. The young girl, like a proud white swan, raised her head high with arrogance. Tomorrow, I will crush everyone. Hee-jun left the training room, the smile on his face gradually fading. Teacher He. A dozen students waiting outside greeted him in unison. You know what to do, right? Don't worry, Teacher He, we will take good care of your distinguished guests at the home ground. A male student sneered. Hee-jun nodded and said, thank you for your efforts. The resources before the martial arts exam are doubled, after all. Thank you, teacher. Everyone was overjoyed. Hee-jun raised his head, gazing at the bright moon. No one can stop Qianqian. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brushed the face. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the No. 1 high school bus set out early, heading towards No. 9 high school. This year's inter-school competition venue was chosen to be at Lin Yuan No. 9 high school. On the bus, Gu Chen sat in the front with the supervising teacher Lin Yu. Besides Xin sitting in Gu Chen's back seat, the others were huddled at the back of the car. Just the few of us here, why are you sitting so far away? Teacher, the scenery here is really nice. Roger and the others responded with awkward laughter. No way, witnessing Gu Chen brutally overpower Qian Feng and the others firsthand, a deep fear inevitably arose in his heart. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Glancing at the calm and composed Gu Chen, his eyelids twitched slightly. Goodness! Sitting near Gu Chen, even he felt a sense of pressure. Has this kid's strength improved again? The match starts at 1 in the afternoon. After arriving at school No. 9 later, we will rest in our designated lounge. This time, the match will be observed by leaders from the Education Bureau. Before starting, don't run around aimlessly. Gather your energy and strive to achieve good results. Lin Yuan No. 9 High School, No. 1 Rest Area. Gu Chen. This year, our Lin Yuan County has a total of 4 martial vein awakeners. Apart from Qian Feng, the other 3 are respectively in No. 5 High School, No. 7 High School, and No. 9 High School. It is said that Wang Chanxian from 9th High has awakened a rare B-level martial vein, making her the strongest among everyone. Are you confident? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. 99.9% sure. Gu Chen replied casually. Yi Xian. If she didn't know Gu Chen's strength, she would have suspected this guy was just pretending. Teacher Lin has left, and Roger and the others are planning to go out for a stroll. What about you? I'm not going. Gu Chen shook his head, clearly understanding and sensing the fear the others felt toward him. Forcing himself to join would only make things awkward. Besides, there was no way to gain armor penetration points from these people. Alright, I'll go out for a walk and bring you a meal later. Thank you. Gu Chen responded politely. After Yi Xian left, Gu Chen sat down. Martial Arts Cultivation, 8th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. After such a long time of relying entirely on all-in gambling, he surprisingly didn't know what it felt like to cultivate on his own. So, he decided to personally engage in cultivation for once. You finally decided to undertake self-cultivation. Systems Delight +1. All your buff gains have been cancelled. Enjoy your cultivation to the fullest. Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. System Lord, please don't mess with me. He began to activate the Hal Luo Sutra, sensing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. After a complete cycle of the great circulation, threads of faint white spiritual energy, barely visible to the naked eye, flowed into his mouth and nose, passed through his limbs and bones, slowly entering his meridians. You spent half an hour circulating the heart technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Your spiritual energy conversion rate is 0.001%. Your martial arts spiritual energy increases by 0.001%. System evaluation, very good. You only need to train tirelessly for 15 years to break through to the 9th heaven of the Qi Transformation Realm. Gu Chen? He silently stopped practicing, thinking to himself, damn system, it's really messing with me. Practice arena number 3 at 9 high. 30 people surrounded Roger and Yi Xian's group of 6. Didn't you say we'd just do a simple warm-up before the game? What's this supposed to mean? Roger growled. Heh, classmate, what's the rush? Chen Hao said with a light laugh. I heard, your Qian Feng from First High was defeated by someone called Gu Chen? He said playfully, why not invite your classmate Gu Chen to join us for a pre-competition warm-up? Yi Xian's face turned bright red with anger. After Teacher Lin you left along with the teachers from 9th High. They initially planned to casually wander around 9th Middle School. Unexpectedly, shortly after leaving the lounge of 1st Middle School, they encountered several 9th Middle School students, who enthusiastically showed them around. At this point, someone suggested going to the martial arts training ground for a simple pre-match warm-up. They didn't think much about it. But unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the martial arts training ground, they were surrounded by 30 students from number 9 Middle School. 6 against 30? What's the fuss all about? Classmate, I am very curious about Gu Chen. Could you please ask him to come over? Chen Hao said calmly. He is one of the 3 major martial artists in the Qi Transformation Realm at 9th High School. And naturally, a few insignificant students from 1st High School are not worth him taking action personally. He brought 30 students with the sole purpose of targeting Gu Chen. If Gu Chen turns out to be a fraud, just incapacitate him directly. In that case, the upcoming duel would be unnecessary. After all, during the pre-match warm-up, it's easy to lose control for a moment. It's also a common occurrence. If Gu Chen is strong, then with 30 people taking turns in the arena, it can still deplete most of his stamina and martial energy. In the afternoon's 9 schools martial arts competition, he will certainly be in low spirits. Of course, this is not just aimed at number 1 middle school. Students from number 5 middle school and number 7 middle school, the other 2 martial pulse awakening candidates, were also warmly welcomed by classmates from number 9 middle school. All's fair in war. Whoa, are you planning to exhaust Gu Chen before the game? Roger immediately understood and exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. It's just to warm up a little before the match and make some friends. Chen Hao smiled and said, if Gu Chen doesn't show up within 10 minutes, then I must have a good talk with you all. Roger's eyes widened angrily, and Yi Xian quietly took out her phone. Sending a message to Gu Chen, we're trapped in martial arts field number 3. Their target is you, quickly find Teacher Lin. Although Gu Chen is strong, with so many people taking turns to exhaust him, he might not recover to his peak state by the afternoon. The only solution is to have him go find Teacher Lin. Teacher is really something, why can't the phone be reached at a time like this? She let out a faint sigh. In the cultivation room of Ijong, the bored Gu Chen opened the Qimao novel app. Free novels for 100 years, truly Qimao's favorite. Suddenly, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Without a word, he put away his phone and immediately stepped outside. Ask Teacher Lin for help? Not happening. Classmates, don't panic, hold on. 3 minutes left. Chen Hao said softly. You can give up on that idea. No matter who, we will never betray Gu Chen. Zhang Ying gritted her teeth. The others thought of the scene where Gu Chen crippled Qianfeng and the others, and couldn't help but shiver deeply. Being beaten by 9th high school students would at most result in superficial injuries. But if it harms Gu Chen, I'm afraid they'll be bedridden until after the martial exam. Possibly paralyzed. Won't listen to good advice, but insists on punishment. Chen Hao seemed a bit impatient. My target is Gu Chen. Not you nobodies. Since that's the case, I'll wait until I've knocked you all down, then I'll go find him. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly shut door burst open. Is it true that you're looking for me? The young man wore a loose, jet-black martial arts uniform. A handsome face revealed a smile. Deep eyes like cold stars twinkling in the night sky, calmly gazing at the crowd. Gu Chen? Yi Xin was overjoyed. Where is Teacher Lin? This trivial matter doesn't require bothering Teacher Lin. Gu Chen strode over with a commanding presence. Everyone's eyes lit up as he arrived near their midst. Are you Gu Chen? Chen Hao was equally delighted. I accept your proposal. Can we start warming up now? Gu Chen said politely. What the heck? Roger and Yi Xin were extremely anxious. Gu Chen, this group of people from number 9 high school is using the name of the 9 school tournament to drain your strength. This way, you'll be in poor condition for the afternoon competition. Yi Xin quickly said. So that's how it is. The smile on Gu Chen's face grew even brighter. Classmate, can we begin? Sure. Are we going one-on-one or? Yes, one-on-one, I'll take on all of you myself. Gu Chen's smile instantly faded. A powerful aura descended like Mount Tai pressing down. Dark red spiritual energy surged from his body. The chilling aura of the underworld permeated, shrouding the entire training ground in an immensely oppressive atmosphere. Chen Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with utter shock. Gu Chen took a step forward, his figure disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Reappearing, he was already behind the 3 body refinement realm martial artists of the 9th level. With an expressionless face, he suddenly struck out with a palm, martial energy surging forth, fiercely slapping their faces. Smack! The 3 let out a miserable cry, their faces slightly caved in, as if puppets being flung over 10 meters into the air. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent as he once again performed the Yen Luo 9 steps. White smoke flickered, and he had already appeared in front of the 5 9th middle school students whose faces had drastically changed. Don't be afraid, use martial techniques to wear him down. Chen Hao, who had come to his senses, roared angrily as he charged toward Gu Chen. Before the words had even fallen, 5 figures had already leapt into the air, with blood splattering mid-flight. You seem so eager, let me give you a surprise too. Gu Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he strode straight toward Chen Hao. Whirlwind triple kick. Chen Hao jumped up, his legs shimmering with a gray light. However, Gu Chen suddenly disappeared not far away. Where is he? A wisp of white smoke floated, and Gu Chen appeared beside him like a ghost. He extended his large hand and grabbed Chen Hao's right leg as he leapt into the air. Chen Hao instantly turned pale with fright. Gu Chen seized his right leg and slammed him hard onto the ground. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Hao screamed miserably, his nasal bone fractured, and several teeth were smashed out. I admit. Before he could finish saying the word defeat, Gu Chen expressionlessly lifted him again, and once more slammed him heavily down. Bang bang bang. Every sound of flesh hitting hard stone made everyone's hearts pound fiercely. Your acts of violence have left Chen Hao terrified. Defense break value plus 355. 8 people took flight, experiencing the joy of a great bird. Defense break value plus 735. Everyone in 9th middle school gasped. Defense break value plus 322. Don't be afraid, let's attack together. Chen Hao, with blood filling his mouth, still didn't forget his mission, which was truly moving. And so, Gu Chen exerted a slight force. Clang! The hard ground was smashed into a small pit, and Chen Hao's internal organs seemed to shatter completely. His eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. Chen Hao was lost between joy and pain, and at the last moment, his emotional defenses broke. Defenseless value plus 499. Gu Chen casually tossed aside Chen Hao, who had become partially paralyzed, and turned his gaze toward the terrified group from 9th high school. Everyone, attack together. His spiritual energy must be greatly depleted. The short-haired boy shouted angrily, rallying the group. Gu Chen nodded slightly. Based on the consumption of martial spirit energy just now and the mana recovery speed of the Yulua Sutra, it would take approximately another battle with over 1,000 people for the martial spirit energy to nearly run out. Sure ba. Yum ye dai. Kawan I ji wa. Spiritual energy swept across, and Gu Chen charged forward like a tiger into a flock of sheep. In less than a minute, the remaining 20 or so people all collapsed with wails of pain. Broken arms, broken legs, fractured bones, such injuries were everywhere. Effortlessly defeated 22 weaklings, defense break value plus 2081. Current defense break value, 5599. Gu Chen unleashed the prison sutra, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth. Within just a few breaths of time, most of this expenditure had already been replenished. Gu Master, what level is your martial arts technique? Roger's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Not injured, right? Gu Chen asked gently. No, thank you, Gu Master. Gu Master is awesome. Roger and the others quickly said. Gu Chen nodded slightly. That was truly a great pre-match exchange. If such a good thing happens next time, remember to call me. Everyone. Teacher's office at number 9 high school. With Teacher Lin leading number 1 high school, your school is sure to shine brightly in this year's martial arts exam. Not at all, your school has Wang Qianqian as a student, I trust you will achieve new heights. Teacher Lin, you're too modest. I heard number 1 high school has a dark horse this year named Gu Chen. Hey, he's just slightly better than an average student, not enough to catch Teacher He's eye. Lin Yu and He Jun started a mutual flattery session. That's about it. He Jun glanced at the clock on the wall. The signal jammer in his pocket dimmed slightly, and the signal was restored. Oh dear, Mr. Lin, look at my memory. He Jun smacked his forehead. Our 9th high school and 1st high school are engaged in inter-school exchanges, and the students from both schools are as close as family. Just now, that group of brats led by Chen Hao said they wanted to personally show the students from your school around the campus, and do a simple warm-up before the competition. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. The 9 schools martial arts competition is this afternoon, which is precisely the time to conserve energy. At this critical moment, warming up really makes one anxious. He quickly took out his phone, intending to say something to Gu Chen and the others. It's fine to politely decline, focus on the afternoon's competition. Immediately, his heart trembled. 3 missed calls from Yi Xin? Damn, I remember setting the ringtone to the maximum volume. Teacher Lin, don't worry, it's just a casual warm-up, which is better for maintaining a martial arts state. If those little punks go too far, I'll be the first to strip their hides off. He Jun smiled brightly. Lin Yu did not speak and quickly dialed Yi Xion's phone number. Looking at Lin Yu's ever-changing expression, a peculiar glint appeared in He Jun's eyes. What if the means are disgraceful? As long as Wang Qianqian can stand out and become the special recruit of Tandu Martial University, everything is worth it. For 9th middle school, and for him, it is an immense honor. After a while, Lin Yu put down the phone, his expression odd. He hesitated slightly. Mr. He, the bunch of brats from our family, did indeed have a friendly and mild exchange with the students from your school. He Jun smiled faintly. We're all brother schools. Young people engaging in martial arts sparring and exchange, it's completely normal. Well, maybe a certain student couldn't hold back in the heat of the moment during their exchange. Hey, martial arts aren't child's play. Getting injured because someone failed to hold back is an everyday occurrence. Lin Yu nodded. That's true. As teachers, we should still go take a look. He Jun responded with a smiling agreement. Thinking back to the conversation with Yi Xin just now, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Teacher Lin, the 30 people from 9th middle surround us, trying to drain Gu Chen's stamina. Teacher Lin, Gu Chen charges ahead alone, taking on 30. Teacher Lin, cough cough, Gu Chen imposed minor punishment, and the students from 9th middle are lying on the ground. You'd better come and take a look. A slight punishment? That boy Gu Chen may seem gentle, but deep down, he's extremely indifferent. He would never cause trouble on his own. But whoever provokes him, Qianfeng will be their fate. Thinking about this, his heartbeat slightly quickened. His pace also sped up a little. TCH, I'd like to see how long you can keep pretending to stay calm. He Jun secretly chuckled to himself. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the 3rd martial arts training ground. This. He Jun froze. Over 30 people lay on the ground like dead dogs, groaning and twitching in pain. The ground was riddled with over a dozen small pits, soaked in blood. Several classmates from first high school stood innocently nearby, looking bewildered. Absurd! Lin Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Teacher, this has nothing to do with us. Roger blinked and said, the students from 9th High were too enthusiastic and insisted on dragging us into a sparring match. Moreover, they specifically requested Gu Chen to come. He spread his hands. Fighters, you know, getting injured is a common thing. Oh, I see. Lin Yu's eyes shifted. Even if classmates from 9th middle school want to spar and exchange ideas, even if they force us to give it our all. Beating someone up like this is just too much, isn't it? Gu Chen, that boy, I'll definitely make him suffer a little when we get back. Lin Yu turned around, the smile he had been trying to suppress on his face, gradually turned into anger. Don't worry, teacher I'll make sure to teach this little brat a good lesson when we get back. Clearly, it was a friendly and gentle exchange, so how did it turn out like this? Even if the students of 9th High aren't skilled in martial arts, we can't just let them be bullied, right? Jun's face turned as red as a tomato. Yeah, martial artists, getting injured is perfectly normal. After a while, he stammered and said, those who aren't dead, get yourselves to the infirmary. Jun shouted angrily. Teacher, my leg is broken. Woo, my chrysanthemum is splitting. Oh, damn, my vision is blurry. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the large schoolyard of number 9 middle school was bustling with noise. On the stage, a beautiful girl in white clothing stood quietly. With vigor like a rainbow, steadiness like a pine, calmness like water, truly a great talent for martial arts. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Wang Qianqian is excellent, teacher Xiao might want to consider her. The County Education Bureau Director Chen Fei said with a smile. On the side, the principal of number 9 high school and Jun nodded repeatedly. Considering what? Naturally, the special admission quota. Xiao Fan smiled faintly but did not comment. This time, it was just out of boredom, passing by Linyuan County to look around and try my luck. Wang Cici is indeed impressive, but in his view, she still falls short of the special admission standards of Tandu Martial Arts University. There's still a bit of a gap. Teacher having someone drain Zhang Tianhao's physical and spiritual energy from our school this morning, wasn't that a bit inappropriate? The teacher from 5th High suppressed the anger in their heart. And also my classmate Lu Xian from 7th High, who has already defeated more than 20 people teaming up. Her martial aura has not even recovered halfway yet. The teacher from 7th High was equally furious. It's normal for students from different schools to exchange and spar. Jun said indifferently, his gaze sweeping past Lin Yu, who appeared calm and unruffled, with a faint irritation simmering in his heart. 3 lines of attack, yet only the line from number 1 high school suffered a total defeat, losing the key figure Qinhao. In the afternoon's competition among the 9 schools, Wang Qianqian's stress would increase even further. The drawing of lots is complete. Each school will send students to compete according to the draw results. In the first round, 5th High gets a bye. The referee teacher announced loudly. As the competition began, the atmosphere of the entire venue instantly became lively. Let me see which unlucky school has to face my 9th High's ace, Shanshan. Yizhong. The strongest in Yizhong should be Qianfeng, but he's nothing more than a clown who can be taken care of in minutes. Wait, that person isn't Qianfeng. Everyone was stunned as they watched a young man dressed in a jet-black robe slowly walk toward the arena, his face sharply defined, showing neither joy nor sorrow. This kid, how is he the first to take the stage? Has the spiritual energy he depleted in the morning been restored? Jun furrowed his brows slightly, pondering in his heart. Logically, although Gu Chen defeated Chen Hao and the others in the morning, his spiritual energy should have been nearly exhausted. For the afternoon match, he was most likely to take the stage later. Wang Qianqian appeared in the first round, defeating her opponent cleanly and decisively, leaving a profound impression on the Education Bureau Director and the special admissions teacher from Tandu Martial University. Jun was well-versed in 101 rules for workplace survival, so he naturally understood the importance of first impressions. But now, things at number 1 high school weren't developing as he had anticipated. Could it be that he was giving up completely? Or planning to gamble everything on making a strong first impression? At this thought, the corner of Jun's mouth curled into a mocking smile, thinking, you need real skills to show off, this time, it's likely to become a joke. Gu Chen stopped 5 meters in front of Wang Cici, his gaze fixed directly. So it's you who defeated that group of losers led by Chen Hao? A trace of indifference appeared on Wang Cici's pretty face. Your strength is mediocre and you're no match for me. Just forfeit quickly to avoid unnecessary suffering. She shook her head slightly, her silky hair gently falling over her shoulders, feeling secretly pleased. Chen Hao's lack of skill was his own problem, and she had no intention of saving face for these fools. Showing her overwhelming strength and winning the favor of the specially recruited teachers from Tandu University was the top priority. What could be more striking than subduing others without a fight? Seeing the black-robed young man ahead completely indifferent, Wang Qianqian's brow furrowed slightly. Gu Chen, don't push your luck. Do you seriously not have any self-awareness? Do I have to beat you up so badly you're searching for your teeth on the ground to feel satisfied? As soon as the words fell, a sky-blue martial vein appeared, stirring up a commotion among the crowd. B-grade martial vein, flowing firefly water mirage. Under the backdrop of the blue water ripples, Wang Qianqian appeared incomparably graceful and pure. She held her delicate head high, exuding an air of arrogance. Don't think that defeating Qian Feng and Chen Hao gives you the confidence to face me. In front of me, you are nothing. Wang Qianqian secretly made up her mind. In the first round, she would crush Gu Chen with absolute dominance. She wanted the special admission teacher to see that she was the true prodigy deserving of the special admission slot from Tandu University. At this moment, Gu Chen raised his head, his pitch-black eyes flickering with a cold, piercing light. Who gave you the courage to show off in front of me? Was it Fish Liang? Or this useless martial vein? Scarlet light hung high in the sky, and a dazzling, mysterious martial vein suddenly appeared. The moment the dark red martial vein emerged, scorching waves surged forth, causing the temperature of the entire field to rise sharply. Whoa, what kind of martial vein is that? Mom, it's so hot. It's like there are 9 suns. The infernal scorching sun appeared, immediately causing a massive uproar. Is that Gu Chen's awakened martial vein? Hiss. That's terrifying. Lin Yu's face was full of excitement. He knew that Gu Chen had awakened his martial vein, but he had never seen it before. Today was the first time. What a domineering flame power. What level of martial vein is this? Xiao Fan was shaken, his eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing the dark red fire-attributed martial vein, his B-level LV9 martial vein even trembled slightly. Could it be an A-level martial vein? What is this? Feeling the intense fear emanating from her own martial vein, Wang Qianqian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Begin the match. The referee teacher, arriving late, announced the start of the match. Boom! Dark red martial aura erupted from Gu Chen like a breached flood, overwhelming everything. Executing the Yen Luo 9 steps, Gu Chen instantly crossed 5 meters and arrived in front of Wang Qianqian, whose heart was clenching. Are all the losers these days this full of themselves? Gu Chen stretched out his large hand, red spiritual energy spread across his palm like ink, surrounded by intense murderous aura, as if he were a demon god emerging from hell. Wang Qianqian's eyes shimmered with red light, her expression revealing inner struggle. The power of Yuluo was flawless, and Gu Chen's martial spiritual energy deeply fused with Yuluo's murderous aura. As he struck, it was accompanied by a powerful mental shock. Quick, move quickly. Wang Qianqian watched as the dark red palm gradually approached, her heart filled with profound fear. The martial veins pulsed rapidly. With the aid of flowing firefly water mirage, she escaped the deadly aura of Yuluo at the last critical moment. Water shield. A sky-blue curtain of water suddenly descended. At the critical moment, it separated Gu Chen and Wang Qianqian. However, Gu Chen's right hand suddenly ignited a mysterious red flame. The moment the flame touched the water curtain, the entire curtain vaporized instantly. A large amount of white steam surged out, enveloping the entire arena. Gu Chen's hand effortlessly penetrated Wang Qianqian's martial vein defenses, firmly gripping her snow-white swan-like neck. Wang Qianqian's face turned red, her panic was evident. With just this bit of skill, you still dare to act like a big shot here? In reality, you're not even qualified to scratch your foot, but you're good at bragging, almost on par with Yasuo. Not a single wind wall was blocked, yet you're still there mocking yourself. Gu Chen's dark eyes flickered with flames of deep crimson. He lifted Wang Qianqian, who made a heh-heh sound due to suffocation. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the scene fell into complete silence. Wang Qianqian, a B-level martial vein awakener, hailed as the strongest candidate in this year's martial arts exam in Linyuan County, was now easily grabbed like a little chick. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent, his right hand like cast iron, completely immobilizing the other party despite their struggles. Let me go. Wang Qianqian struggled to make a sound, feeling waves of dizziness in her head due to lack of oxygen. All right. Gu Chen casually threw Wang Qianqian aside, followed by a beautiful flying kick that landed squarely on her soft abdomen. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the ring, landing heavily on the ground. Defeated Wang Qianqian, break defense value plus 400. Your demon god stance terrified her greatly, breaking her defense. Break defense value plus 499. Your actions are so impressive that you've broken the audience's composure. Break value plus 1025. Everyone stared blankly at Gu Chun, who resolved the battle in just a few moves. There was no fierce confrontation, nor a protracted tug-of-war. Not even a trace of dust had touched Gu Chen's hem. 8 levels of the Qi condensation realm, a perfect high-grade spiritual level martial technique, at least an A-level mysterious fire element martial vein. Xiao Fan's heart pounded furiously. Holy crap! How could my luck be this good? Casually strolling around the county, and I actually found a treasure? At this moment, the principal of number 9 high school and all the teachers felt as though the world was spinning. The student they regarded as their ace was utterly powerless, like a helpless chick. He-jun slumped into the chair, his gaze unfocused. This kid really doesn't know how to show any tenderness. Teacher when we get back, I'll make sure to give him a good lesson on your behalf. Lin Yu patted He-jun on the shoulder, his face blooming with a smile like a chrysanthemum. The teachers from the other 7 middle schools were also stunned. Mr. Lin, your confidentiality work is truly impressive. The head of the Education Bureau could no longer contain his excitement and abruptly stood up. His aura is overwhelming, his martial veins are astonishing, his attacks are fierce and decisive without any unnecessary moves, and the key is, he's a handsome guy. Having worked in this field for so many years and seen so many geniuses, student Gu Chen definitely ranks in the top 3. Chen Fei praised, truly surprised by Gu Chen. He completely crushed Wang Chanshan. Praised by his superior, Lin Yu grinned foolishly. At this moment, medical staff quickly carried away Wang Chanshan. Gu Chen stood on the stage, his expression still calm. Anyone else? He said softly. Zheng Tianhao from 5th High, who hadn't gone on stage, shrank his neck, and Lu Xian from 7th High trembled slightly, both remaining silent. Gu Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, damn it. I should have spent more time playing with that ordinary girl earlier. It scared these adorable little lambs. Excluding number 1 high school, the other 8 schools also have more than 110 participating students. Although the vast majority are body-refining realm martial artists, their numbers are overwhelming. They dare not step onto the stage. Isn't that a huge missed opportunity for breaking defenses? You 8 schools come at me together. Gu Chen spoke again. As warriors, how could you be so pathetic? Over 100 people, and yet none dare to make a move against me? Gu Chen revealed a cold smile. Such weak-willed nature is truly useless. A warrior must possess the determination to advance fearlessly. Even through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, I would forge ahead. Retreating from a strong enemy, how can we protect our homeland when beast tides surge and foreign invaders attack in the future? Trash. The last 2 words, like a resounding slap, fiercely landed on the face of each student participating in the competition. Gu Chen said it well, a warrior should not fear strong enemies and must press forward with courage. I'm going up. A male student from the 2nd Institute, armed with a sword, rushed onto the stage, his face flushed red. Count me in. Me too. Gu Chen is indeed strong, but with so many of us, we can wear him out to death. Thus, everyone's blood surged as an exhilarating scene unfolded. More than 100 students from the 8 schools charged one after another toward the arena guarded by Gu Chen. Bam bam bam. Several referee teachers were stunned. Fog grass, is this how it's going to be? We really have it tough. Good, what an unyielding warrior, truly fearless and unstoppable. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Today, the rules of the 9 schools martial arts competition are revised. All martial schools can join forces to attack Gu Chen. As the director of the Linyuan County Education Bureau, he could easily modify the competition rules on the spot. Yi Xin timidly asked, what should we do then? The group from number 1 high school looked at each other, both amused and helpless. The promised competition among 9 schools turned out to be just a sideshow. We can't possibly join forces with other schools to attack Gu Chen, right? Now that's more like it. Gu Chen said with satisfaction. More than 100 people took up most of the stage, surrounding him completely. Student Gu Chen, forgive me. Zheng Tianhao let out a low roar, his martial vein faintly flashed, and his body suddenly expanded in size. It was clearly a strength-enhancing martial vein. Destructive 7 wounds fist. 7 fist shadow struck, sealing off Gu Chen's surroundings. Everyone, attack together. Lu Xian shouted sharply, her martial veins faintly glowing. 2 awakened martial vein individuals led the charge, accompanied by over 100 students rushing forward eagerly. Suddenly, a white smoke stairway formed beneath Gu Chen's feet, enabling him to rise into the air. All the attacks hit empty space, leaving a giant pit on the solid arena. Whoa, he can fly? How the heck are we supposed to fight this? The audience was stunned once again. Xiao Fan's eyes widened abruptly. This kid's martial skill mastery. A mere mortal-grade martial skill, yet cultivated to such perfection. He exclaimed in shock. It is not difficult to master martial techniques of the ordinary rank, nor to become proficient in them. However, if one wishes to achieve perfect control and uncover the hidden potential of these martial techniques, that would be extremely challenging. With that kind of time and talent, one would have long started cultivating higher-level martial techniques and mental methods. Who would foolishly stick to ordinary rank martial techniques? Gu Chen stepped into the air, overlooking over 100 shocked faces. Stretching out his finger, the abundant martial aura within his body circulated along the specific meridians of the martial technique. Cloud-piercing finger. Countless dense, dark red finger shadows rose into the air. The cloud-piercing finger is most suitable for group battles. Of course, he had already reduced the power of this martial technique to its minimum. If fully unleashed, there would be over 100 corpses here in the next instant. Countless finger shadows swept through the air, rushing into the crowd. Swish, swish, swish. The cloud-penetrating finger swept through, leaving streaks of figures flying up and falling back down, with wails echoing everywhere. In just a few breaths, not a single person was left standing on the entire arena. Effortlessly defeated the combined strength of 115 students, defense break value plus 9,775. Current defense break value, 13,306. Detected that your breaking defense value has exceeded 10,000 for the first time, activating system space. System space, currently 1 cubic meter. You can expand the space by consuming breaking defense value. Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He had been wondering earlier, how could a protagonist system cheat not come with its own space? Isn't that basic functionality? Finally, it's here. Activating the Prison Sutra, Gu Chen swiftly refined the spirit energy of heaven and earth to replenish the energy consumed in this battle. He descended from the air, as if transcending into an immortal, free from mortal ties. A son should be like this. This 9-school tournament was truly eye-opening. Chen Fei chuckled softly and started clapping. Soon, the other teachers and students also reacted, joining in the applause, which thundered loudly, occasionally mixed with exclamations like wow and oh my. Gu Chen calmly left the stage. Such great luck. An old man soared into the air and disappeared from sight together with Gu Chen. I'm freaking out. That old guy actually flew. Gu Chen walked out of the sports field and returned to the rest area at First Middle School. The prize money from the 9 schools martial arts competition would automatically be transferred to his bank card, and the selection privileges for B-grade weapons would be issued along with it. Are you sure you want to consume 10,000 break defense points to expand the system space by 1 cubic meter? Gu Chen was momentarily stunned. Damn, that's so expensive. No wonder the system space was only unlocked after break defense points exceeded 10,000. He currently has a 1 cubic meter Qinkuan ring in his hand, along with the system space, which is sufficient for now. Expand it when the need arises. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man about 60 or 70 years old suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast. Gu Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and the spiritual energy within him surged violently, ready to strike at any moment. Impressive alertness, eyes sharp as a falcon. The elder chuckled softly as he patted his long robe. The robe was primarily white, with golden sun patterns embroidered on each cuff, and the front was intricately adorned with the words Tandu in golden thread. Hello, Gu Chen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Fan, and I am a senior instructor at Tandu Martial Arts University. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and looked at Gu Chen with a gentle gaze. Teacher Xiao. Gu Chen responded softly. Seeing the two characters Tandu on the elder's robe, Gu Chen immediately guessed the other party's identity. Seeing Gu Chen remain calm even after learning his identity, Xiao Fan regarded him with even greater admiration. Even in Tandu Martial University, the number of senior teachers was not large, and their status and prestige were significant. Even the town martial inspectors of the city-level town martial office had to treat him with utmost courtesy upon meeting. Student Gu Chen, do you know my purpose? Tandu Martial University's special admission quota? Not bad. Xiao Fan revealed a gentle smile. You have truly surprised me. This special admission quota for Tandu Martial Arts University, I intend to give it to you. With the special admission status, you can skip the martial arts exam and enter directly. Oh. Gu Chen's interest vanished instantly. He had been counting on the martial arts exam to harvest a wave of defense breaking points, and entering directly would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? Sorry, but please give this special admission spot to someone else. Okay, huh? Xiao Fan was stunned, hardly able to believe his ears. This special admission spot, which drove millions of martial arts exam candidates in the entire Tandu province crazy, was something Gu Chen actually didn't want. Student Gu Chen, you may not understand the significance of a special admission spot at Tandu Martial Arts University. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Entering without taking the martial exam is merely one of the insignificant benefits. More importantly, it's the resource allocation after entering the martial academy. First of all, there's the assignment of teachers upon enrollment. Special admission students are initially assigned senior teachers, and even special grade teachers or faculty deans. Most first-year martial exam students are only provided assistant teachers or intermediate teachers, so the disparity in teaching resources is obvious. Senior teachers are at the soaring realm, while special grade teachers and above are martial masters of the Spirit Sea realm. Guidance from high-level martial artists enables your starting point to far exceed others, broadens your circle significantly, and allows you to easily outpace your peers. Secondly, special admission students receive an initial academic credit of 100 points, which is 10 times that of regular students. You'll understand the importance of academic credits once you enter the martial academy. Martial techniques, martial arts mindsets, spiritual medicines and pills, weapons, and even certain specialized training chambers require the consumption of credits for purchase or usage. Additionally, having a special admission status allows you to enjoy a 10% discount on any purchases within the campus. Gu Chen began to feel somewhat swayed. It seemed that the status of a special admission student was indeed highly desirable. Heavenly Capital Martial Academy, as one of the top-tier martial academies in Daxia and the leading martial university in Heavenly Capital Province, has a fluctuating number of special admission slots each year, roughly around 10 individuals. Xiao Fan said with a light smile, "It can be said that all the geniuses in Tiandu Province will do their utmost to win this special admission spot. There are only 2 special admission spots in the entire Haiyang city. Do you now understand the preciousness of Tandu Martial University's special admission spot?" Xiao Fan looked at Gu Chen with full expectation. As long as one isn't a fool, they would absolutely not refuse. The first special admission spot had already been given to another special admission teacher, and he only had this one remaining. The young man with an A-grade martial vein in Haiyang City was also excellent, and if not for Gu Chen's sudden appearance, this spot would most likely have gone to him. However, Gu Chen's martial vein was even stronger, and his mastery of martial techniques and mental methods was truly remarkable. In terms of martial arts talent, Gu Chen was undoubtedly a cut above. "Teacher Xiao, I have a request," Gu Chen said calmly. "Speak," Xiao Fan replied, with a trace of admiration in his eyes. "If I get a spot as a special recruit, can I still take the martial arts exam?" "Ha!" Xiao Fan was stunned. The highest limit for the martial arts exam is Tandu Martial Arts University. Wouldn't that be redundant? Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. "The student wishes to take the martial arts exam to better hone their skills," Gu Chen said seriously. Xiao Fan suddenly understood, as the young man before him exhibited a maturity and steadiness beyond his age. During the previous sparring on the arena stage, he had observed Gu Chen inspiring courage in the students of other schools, his words stirring their warrior spirit. This mindset already possessed one of the essential qualities needed to become a martial arts powerhouse. Haha, if that's the case, then there's no problem. Xiao Fan's right hand flashed with a faint glow from his Qin Kuan ring, and a golden jade pendant appeared. "This is the token for special admissions to Tiandu Martial University. After the martial arts exam, you can use this to report to Tandu Martial University." Gu Chen accepted the golden jade pendant, sensing the active changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. "Have you noticed its extraordinary nature?" Xiao Fan said with a smile. "This jade pendant contains a miniature spirit gathering array and constantly emits a gentle, pure aura. It ensures the martial artist maintains clarity of mind, making cultivation much more effective. In terms of value, it is in no way inferior to ordinary grade B martial equipment." Gu Chen nodded slightly. "Thank you, teacher. The greatest joy of my life was discovering geniuses. Ahem, when you get to Tandu Martial University, if you find no other teacher suitable, you can come to me." Xiao Fan coughed lightly. Gu Chen smiled faintly. "I will consider it." Not long after Xiao Fan left, Lin Yu came running over, his face full of excitement. "Gu Chen, did the special recruitment teacher from Tiandu Martial University just come to see you?" Under Lin Yu's expectant gaze, Gu Chen nodded gently. "He gave me the special recruitment spot," Gu Chen said, as golden light flickered in his hand. Resting quietly in his palm was a jade pendant for special recruits. Ha, excellent, excellent. Lin Yu suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming joy in his heart. He paced back and forth excitedly, rubbing his hands non-stop. In the history of Lin Yuan No. 1 High School, there had never been a special admission from Tandu Martial University. Gu Chen, this is truly the first in history. He was fortunate to have decisively chosen to support Gu Chen when the conflict with the Qian family occurred. Otherwise, he might have lost such an exceptionally talented student. Gu Chen, the teacher has an unworthy request. Lin Yu's face was full of anticipation, his eyes burning with eagerness. Teacher, please speak. When you go out later, wear this in a visible place. Damn it, the teacher has no other hobbies. A genius student specially recruited by Tandu Wuhan University has emerged, making the teacher feel immensely proud. I beg you, please fulfill the teacher's wish, okay? Gu Chen's gaze was subtle, and he finally nodded lightly. Lin Yu treated him well, so he decided to grant his wish. Lin Yu contentedly took out his phone. Hello, old Zhang. Lin Yu, you've got some nerve. Actually calling me principal. Alright, old Zhang. Gu Chen effortlessly crushed the competition in the 9th school martial arts tournament, undoubtedly the champion. Ha, I already had a good idea. The ace of our No. 1 high school is, of course, not someone that any random person from other schools can mess with. A delighted voice came from Zhang Jiwei on the other end of the phone. Oh, and one more thing, Gu Chen has successfully secured a spot as a special recruit at Tandu Martial University. Not only is your position as principal secure, but you might even go further. Hello, old Zhang, are you listening to me? After a while, heavy breathing came through the phone. I'm going to make the banner right now. Qian family. Dad, what should we do? Qian Jingjing's face was full of panic and helplessness. Gu Chen, that brat, had actually been concealing his true abilities, effortlessly crushing the students from 9 schools all by himself, and what's even more despairing, he secured a special admission spot at Tandu Martial Arts University. Qian Feng collapsed on the ground, his gaze vacant. After several treatments by Wang Shi, he was already able to walk again. Yet he still had not recovered from the devastating blow of being crippled in both martial arts and humanity. Now, he has suffered another heavy blow. Qian Bing trembled, his face dark and terrifying. The son was crippled, and the younger brother died inexplicably. All of this was caused by that little beast. He stared intently at the screen. At the cold-faced young man awakening a mysterious dark red martial vein. Wait, the mysterious and powerful fire element. Qian Bing's pupils suddenly contracted. According to the investigation report from the Jinwu division, the Qian brothers, Qi and Moyan, had died from some kind of terrifying flame. A certain thought frantically sprouted in his mind. Reason told him that this was absolutely impossible. Qian Bing had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the spirit condensation realm, and the brothers Mo Yun and Mo Yu were also cultivators of the spirit condensation realm. No matter how formidable that little bastard was, it was impossible for him to cross the chasm of martial arts ranks to kill. However, this unrealistic thought took root in his heart like wild grass in spring, spreading wildly and almost drowning his reason. Jingjing, take your brother back to the room to rest first. He tried his best to keep his tone calm. After the two left, Qian Bing took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Commander Yen, it's me. A moment of silence, followed by a faint sigh on the other end of the phone. Brother Qian, I understand your urgency. But Zhou Jun is not a fire element martial vein. He cannot possibly be the murderer of your younger brother. Furthermore, he fled to Linyuan County the day after Qian Qi's death, leaving no time to commit the crime. I know. Qian Bing's tone was unusually calm. Do you know if Commander Yen has followed the news about the 9 schools martial arts competition? Gu Chen, who injured Fenger, has become a specially admitted student at Tandu Martial Arts University. That's right, his martial vein is indeed of the fire element. It's almost identical to the scene captured by Deputy Commander Song through the Vision Aura Eye. Qian Bing. Yen Gui's tone suddenly became solemn. What do you want to say? I suspect that little bastard killed Qian Qi. Impossible. His strength isn't weak, but he's still far from the spirit condensation realm. It absolutely can't be him. Suddenly, Qian Bing's expression turned extremely ferocious. It's him, it can only be him. I won't be at ease unless this person is eliminated. What do you intend to do? Yen Gui said in a deep voice, I can choose to pretend I know nothing about Qian Qi and the others' attempt to assassinate Gu Chen. But Gu Chen is now a specially recruited student of Tandu Martial University, with an extremely unique status. Even if he really killed Qian Qi, it was in self-defense. Plus, with his special admission status at Tandu Martial University, he won't face any punishment. You absolutely cannot touch him, or we'll all die. I understand. Chen Shi suddenly regained his composure. Commander Yen, you said, during the escort of Zhou Jun, a subordinate's mishandling led to the prisoner's escape. Afterward, Zhou Jun accidentally encountered and killed Gu Chen. This heinous criminal was executed by you on the spot. What? Yen Gui was startled. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. All I know is, if Gu Chen doesn't die, the one who will die in the future is my Qian family. Commander Yen, you must help me with this matter. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. After this matter, you will no longer owe a favor to the Qian family. A long silence. All right. Putting down the phone, Chen Shi exuded an astonishing killing intent. You little brat, whether it was you or not no longer matters. You must die. Lin Yuan First High School, exclusive advanced training room. Once again, it's the highly anticipated showdown segment. Several bottles of Boost Chi Pill were lined up in a row. Gu Chen urgently needed Boost Chi Pill, and Lin Yu promptly delivered several bottles, saving him the trouble of buying them. Master Tong, let's begin. You consumed defense break value and improved your martial art cultivation. You have taken 9 Chi enhancing pills, activating the cultivation buff. Cultivation efficiency plus 30%, defense breaking value consumption 20%. The Hell Luo Jing is providing you with sustained cultivation bonuses. You are now at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, striving to break through to the 9th level. You continuously refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, relying on the dual formation assistance of the cultivation room and the jade pendant, cultivation efficiency plus 20%. The martial spiritual energy within your body surges powerfully, propelling you to break through the threshold of the 9th heaven of the Qi refinement realm. Defense penetration minus 400, you successfully break through to the 9th heaven of the Qi refinement realm. This cultivation session is equivalent to 18 years of arduous practice. Gu Chen's entire body trembled as dark red spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a small spiritual energy storm around him. The aura instantly became significantly stronger. Qi transformation realm, 9th heaven. Gu Chen felt a sense of fullness emanating from his meridians, the dense spiritual energy permeating his entire body. Master Tong, don't stop, keep going. Gu Chen's gaze was resolute. With one vigorous effort, he broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Your great ambitions have turned into motivation, and the path of martial arts ascends to new heights again. The next stage, the third layer of martial arts, the condensation realm. The hallmark of the condensation realm is the compression and refinement of spiritual energy into a liquid state, replacing the gaseous spiritual energy within the body. Liquid martial spiritual energy is more potent, with a sudden increase in power. You begin to attempt compressing martial spiritual energy. Your talent is rather ordinary, and your experience in compressing spiritual energy is insufficient, resulting in a 30% reduction in cultivation efficiency. However, your martial arts mindset is outstanding, reducing martial arts bottlenecks by 20%. Compressing once, 10 times, 100 times. You tried 100 times, all ending in failure. You are not discouraged and think to yourself that with persistence, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Compressed 1,000 times, 10,000 times. You begin to develop your own cultivation insights, cultivation efficiency plus 10%. After tens of thousands of compressions in several months, you finally condensed the first drop of liquid martial Dao spiritual energy within your body. The beginning is always the hardest, but with the first drop, subsequent compressions will become much smoother. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, a gentle trickling sound resonating from within his body. His skin and flesh became increasingly solid, and occasionally, red spiritual energy liquid could be seen slowly flowing beneath his skin. Defense break value minus 1000, you have successfully advanced to the third stage of the spirit condensation realm. The power of your spiritual energy has significantly increased, and your control over it has also improved. This cultivation session is equivalent to 25 years of secluded study. You can enhance your cultivation efficiency by taking Ningling grass, Ningling pill, or Ju Yuan powder. Current armor penetration value, 11906. Gu Chen exhaled lightly, pale red spiritual energy swept in like a tide, causing a small whirlwind to rise indoors. Liquefied martial arts spiritual energy is more than 3 times as strong as gaseous spiritual energy, with greater power and durability. If considering only martial spirit energy without other means, the power of condensing spirit first heaven is approximately 3 to 4 times that of transforming Qi 9th heaven. Gu Chen silently felt the liquid spirit energy within his body. Through inner vision, his meridians were filled with small dark red droplets, with faintly rising ominous energy enhancing the power. With strength like mine, other martial exam candidates might as well just slam their heads against me, Gu Chen said with a light smile. In previous martial examinations, there were not many martial candidates above the spirit condensing realm, let alone Gu Chen, who was not an ordinary spirit condensing realm practitioner. S-level LV2 Infernal Blaze Sun Martial Vein, with an extremely terrifying amplification degree. In addition, he also possesses the perfect level upper rank spiritual grade Prison Luo Cannon martial arts mental technique and the piercing clouds and breaking sun finger. There's still over 10,000 points of defense penetration. Gu Chen did not rush to allocate his points. Instead, he took out his phone and opened the Warrior's Home online store. He currently has 500,000 Federation coins in his account, along with the privilege to choose any one piece of B-grade martial equipment. Condensing Spirit Herb, Level 2 Spiritual Herb, can accelerate the cultivation of warriors in the Condensing Spirit and Spiritual Spring stages. Price, 30,000 Federation coins. Condensed Spirit Pill, made from condensed spirit grass, accelerates the liquefaction of spiritual energy in martial artists, priced at 50,000 Federation coins. Energy Boost Pill. The Energy Boost Pill is similar to the Condensed Spirit Pill, but the former uses blood from primal beasts as an auxiliary ingredient, whereas the latter uses extracts from other spiritual herbs. Gu Chen thought for a moment and decided to directly purchase 10 condensed spirit pills. Only by converting resources into strength as quickly as possible is it the most cost-effective choice. After successfully placing the order, his gaze turned to the weaponry section. Knives, swords, spears, hammers, whips, halberds. Gu Chen quickly browsed through the pages and went straight to the firearms section. Among the many weapons, he has a particular fondness for spears. Frost Spear, B-grade weapon, forged from frost crystal minerals and cold iron. Possesses excellent ice element conductivity and comes with innate frost power. Stellar White Iron Spear, B-grade weapon, crafted from a metal known as stellar white iron. Indestructible and exceptionally sharp, equipped with armor-piercing capabilities. Shadow Black Spear, grade B premium weapon. There were numerous types of firearms, and Gu Chen hoped to choose a flame spear that suited his martial veins. When he flipped to a certain page, his gaze instinctively focused. Red Flame Dragon Spear, grade B high-quality weaponry, forged from the scales and dragon teeth of a 5th-tier fire dragon beast. The spear shaft made of fire dragon scales is resistant to high temperatures, impact resistant, and enhances the power of fire elements. The spearhead is crafted from fire dragon teeth, extremely sharp, with armor-piercing and penetrating characteristics. Gu Chen was instantly captivated by this fiery red spear. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Spear is 1.8 meters long and weighs 333 G, extremely heavy. His current pure strength has already exceeded 3 tons, wielding this Scarlet Flame Dragon Spear is naturally no problem. B-Class Premium, enhances fire elemental power. The Dragon Tooth Spear tip also possesses armor-piercing characteristics. It's you! Gu Chen unhesitatingly consumed the authorization and chose the Scarlet Flame Dragon Lance. Lin Yuan County High-Speed Railway Station. The war chariot of the Jinwu Division slowly came to a stop, attracting numerous pedestrians to pause and watch. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, 4 Jinwu guards escorted a man dressed in black and white prison attire out of the vehicle. The man had his hands and feet bound by silver chains, with silver runes occasionally flickering. Hiss, isn't that the notorious killer Zhou Jun? I heard he killed dozens of people in the neighboring county. So terrifying, the Zhenwusi in Pingyang County issued a bounty of 500,000 for him. I didn't expect him to flee to our Lingyuan County. Fortunately, the Zhenwusi is reliable, or else we might all be in great danger. Zhou Jun lowered his gaze, dragging the heavy chain of forbidden spirit as he walked toward a high-speed train. Occasionally, he raised his head, revealing a beast-like glare that sent chills down one's spine. Anyone who made eye contact with him would quickly turn their gaze away, pale-faced. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to us. Several martial guards from the Railway Bureau stood by the high-speed rail, chuckling softly. Well, Zhou Jun's martial aura and vital energy are sealed. As long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any major issues. The martial guard responsible for the transfer said with a smile. Zhou Jun lowered his head, a trace of unusual light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a bronze metallic sheen emerged on the surface of his skin, with his martial veins flickering in and out of sight. Boom! Violent spiritual energy surged like massive waves, instantly shattering the spirit-restricting chains binding his limbs. What? The expressions of the Zhenwu guards changed drastically. Damn it, how could he possibly break through the restraint of the spirit-restraining chain? Even someone at the 4th-tier Spirit Spring realm shouldn't be able to. The Railway Department guard responsible for the next phase of escorting exclaimed in shock. A violent gust surged as a bronze-colored fist suddenly struck, resembling a hammer smashing a watermelon. The head of an unfortunate Jinwoo guard exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Killed someone. The surrounding passengers immediately fell into chaos. After instantly killing one person, Jo Jun did not linger. With a leap, he jumped onto the high-speed train, applying light force, causing the aluminum shell of the train to suddenly dent. Using this force, he vaulted dozens of meters into the air and disappeared into the forest beyond the railway. Quick, report it immediately. Jo Jun is at the 6th level of the condensed spirit realm and has awakened a C-grade martial vein, copperhead iron arms, with an extremely bloodthirsty nature. Notify the high-speed rail station immediately, full alert. Jo Jun swiftly traversed through the forest, gently stroking the spot over his left chest, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Jo Jun, once you complete the mission, I will help you break free. Remember, no killing, otherwise. A deep male voice emanated from the position of his heart. Suddenly, his speed plummeted, and his face turned exceptionally pale. Inside his heart, a white crystal the size of a grain of rice trembled, causing his heart to convulse violently. A few seconds later, he clutched his chest, gasping heavily. This is the punishment for your earlier actions. The man's voice vanished, and the intense pain in his heart gradually subsided. If I really do what you say, will you actually let me go? Jo Jun curled his lips in self-mockery. In Pingyang County, killing 5 members of the town martial guard and dozens of civilians according to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, his death was inevitable. However, someone within the Jinwoo division secretly wanted to use a knife to kill, which gave him a glimmer of hope. In any case, find Guchun first. What is the background of this young man that made one of the deputy commanders of the county's Jinwoo division risk beheading to clear the way for him? Jinwoo division. Waste. Jin Feng smashed the office desk with one palm, sending documents flying into the air. The entire county is to issue an alert. Until Jo Jun is apprehended, everyone should reduce going out. Also, all schools and various group activities in the county are to be suspended. Song Jinyue, Yen Giyi, you each take your teams and personally pursue them. Yes, Commander Jin. The two quickly walked out of Commander Jin Feng's office. Commander Jin, the spirit suppression chain, there's an issue. A staff member wearing glasses handed over the inspection report of the spirit suppression chain. We conducted an examination of the internal structure of the residual forbidden spirit chain and discovered that part of the core formation patterns are missing. It is still unclear whether this is due to the chain's own quality issues, or someone tampering with it behind the scenes. I understand. You may leave now. Yes. Jin Feng carefully scrutinized the inspection report of the forbidden spirit chain, his expression alternating between dark and unsettled. If the chain restraining Jo Jun is defective, that would be acceptable, but if it truly is the latter, a major issue would arise within the Jinwoo division. The setting sun cast a golden slanting shadow over the entire outline of Linyuan County. Guchen chose not to take a taxi and instead used the Yenluo 9 steps technique to head home. During rush hour, running was faster than taking a cab. In less than 20 minutes, Guchen had returned to his neighborhood. His breathing was long and steady. With his current martial energy reserves and the energy recovery speed of the Yulawa Sutra, he could almost use the Yenluo 9 steps technique without limitation. It should arrive soon. Guchen glanced at the delivery tracking for the warrior's home on his phone, a hint of anticipation appearing on his face. With the condensed spirit pill, he could happily go all in again. Owning the B-grade premium weapon, the Crimson Flame Dragon Spear, his strength could be further enhanced. The Chasing Wind Spear technique, its level is a bit low. Hopefully, there will be a chance to acquire a higher-level spear martial skill, Guchen silently thought to himself. The cold wind gently brushed against him. He suddenly looked up. Threads of murderous intent permeated the air, and the large neighborhood was silent and still. Fallen leaves were swept up by the gentle breeze, dancing lightly. Guchen stood expressionlessly in place. Hehe, Guchen, a raspy voice came from the shadows of the rockery. Who are you? Guchen asked calmly. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, damn it, such a pretentious act. Guchen stomped his right foot forcefully, rushing toward the rockery like a cannonball. The liquid martial aura within his body quickly spread, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. The condensation realm? Jo Jun exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, Guchen reached the source of the sound and threw a punch. The violent martial aura instantly shattered the entire rockery. Boom! The earth-shaking roar suddenly echoed through the neighborhood. In an instant, a fleeting shadow swiftly darted toward the greenery surrounding the residential area. Guchen sneered coldly, activating the Yen Luo 9 steps, stepping on the white smoke ladder, and leaping into the air. The two figures, one chasing and one fleeing, rushed into the dense forest of the green belt. "Kid, do you really think I would fear you?" Zhou Jun's body suddenly expanded, his prison uniform tearing open as his upper body bulged with towering muscles. His skin surface shimmered with a bronze glow, exuding a strong sense of power. Under the night lamp, a metallic sheen caught the eye. Above his head, a martial vein appeared, flickering with a faint light. A reinforcement-type martial vein? Gu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. The other's aura was incredibly powerful, completely overwhelming Qian Qi. At least a powerhouse beyond the 6th level of the condensing spirit realm. But so what? Gu Chen extended a finger, and dozens of finger shadows instantly appeared. Cloud-piercing finger. Whoosh! The ferocious spiritual energy accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air densely attacked Zhou Jun. Humph! Zhou Jun sneered, his body expanding once more. Facing the countless finger shadows, he neither dodged nor avoided. Clang! 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 The sky-piercing fingers struck Zhou Jun's body, scattering a shower of sparks. The piercing sound of clashing metal resounded, resembling the noise of weapons colliding. What a powerful defense! Gu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Chuanyun finger failed to break through the opponent's defense. My martial vein is a copper head and iron arms, capable of enhancing physical defense. Zhou Jun confidently patted his metallic body, and the white mark left by the piercing cloud finger quickly disappeared. Completely unscathed. "Kid, I'll twist off your limbs first, then take my time to figure things out." He sneered fiercely and charged violently at Gu Chen. Suddenly, a dark red light band appeared like molten lava. Martial vein? Zhou Jun's heart shook wildly, and he immediately halted his movement. "Martial vein, I have it too," Gu Chen said calmly. The infernal sun emitted an abyss-like aura, surrounded by wisps of hellfire. Cloud-piercing finger. Gu Chen extended his right hand and pointed sharply. Hellfire whirled at the fingertips, each cloud-piercing finger shadow glowing crimson. Dark red finger shadows tore through the air, carrying scorching energy fluctuations. Not good. Zhou Jun crossed his arms, his martial veins flashing rapidly. His complexion became even darker, like a true bronze figure. Boom! However, when the first wave of flame finger shadows descended, his expression changed drastically. Sizzle! White smoke emerged from his arms, accompanied by excruciating pain. It left behind red burn marks half a finger deep. Zhou Jun was stunned to discover that the same martial technique this time carried a mysterious flame. It effortlessly broke through the defenses of his copper-head iron arm body. Red traces shot forth like meteors in the dark night. Puff! 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 Red flames ignited on the greenery, and a thick, acrid smell spread through the air. Cough! Cough! Zhou Jun withdrew the battered and uneven circular shield martial technique, with multiple burns on his body. What kind of martial vein is this? Damn it! He gazed at the mysterious red martial vein displayed by the youth, his heart filled with fear. Did Yen Gi set me up? What kind of senior high school student, cultivation at the Qi condensation stage? Damn it! Zhou Jun's face turned ashen. Could this power really be unleashed by a senior high school student? The Qi transformation realm actually broke through the defense of his weapon veins empowered by the 6th level of spirit condensation? He even suspected that Yen Gi was deliberately playing tricks on him. Gu Chen made his move. His steps rose into the air, and a white stairway of clouds materialized out of thin air. Step by step, ascending into the air. Looking down at Zhou Jun, whose face was filled with fear, Gu Chen's gaze was indifferent. Extending his finger once more, hellfire suddenly swirled at his fingertip. Sun-breaking finger. A red spiral sun takes shape, radiating terrifying heat and high temperatures. Compared to the group attack capability of the cloud-piercing finger, the sun-breaking finger possesses powerful single-point offensive strength. Die! Gu Chen said coldly, pointing at Zhou Jun, whose expression drastically changed. The red little sun brightened the darkened horizon, suddenly plummeting. Boom! A wave of fiery energy exploded fiercely, forming a vortex of flames on the spot. Tall trees within a radius of 4 or 5 meters were instantly ignited, turning to ashes in just a few seconds. The smoke and dust dispersed, and a charred body with completely carbonized arms lay twitching in the large pit. Gu Chen descended from the air, his gaze icy cold. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Jun coughed violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with extreme fear. You defeated Zhou Jun, who was at the 6th level of condensed spirit, with one move. Defense break value plus 855. Now, you can talk to me properly, Zhou Jun. Gu Chen's gaze was indifferent. Ahem, you recognize me? Zhou Jun was both shocked and furious. As expected, you ganged up to set me up. He let out a bitter laugh. Clearly, being sent to the city prison is a death sentence anyway. Why must you toy with me like this? Gu Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He certainly didn't know this person, he only learned the name through the system notification. Did Qian Bing send you? Gu Chen asked calmly. Apart from the Qian family, he really couldn't think of anyone else who harbored such deep hatred and enmity against him. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jun laughed maniacally, his near-carbonized body twitching violently. Gu Chen remained expressionless and crushed his right leg with one stomp. Ah! Zhou Jun experienced excruciating pain, feeling immense fear. Defense value broken plus 877. Crack, crack. In no time, both legs turned into pulp. My patience is limited. Gu Chen said softly. Yan Gi, Xian Bing, screw your mother. Come on, kill me. Zhou Jun's face twisted in rage. Whoosh. The flame finger shadow pierced through his forehead in an instant. You killed Zhou Jun, broke the opponent's life defense break value plus 999. Current defense break value, 15492. The dark red flames engulfed the opponent's body in the blink of an eye, and Gu Chen's face, reflected in the flames, radiated intense killing intent. Qian Bing doesn't surprise me. Yan Gi, who exactly is he? Gu Chen muttered to himself. Jinwu Division. Zhou Jun, what on earth is happening right now? Damn it, how could the Jinxing crystal fail? No, Zhou Jun's life signals have disappeared. Yan Gi's face suddenly changed dramatically. He stared intently at the flat line on the computer screen in front of him. This line was the heartbeat lifeline of Zhou Jun. Not long ago, the heartbeat line was still fluctuating violently. In less than a minute, it had flatlined completely. Impossible. Could it be that Song Jinyue found him? He hurriedly sought confirmation from Song Jinyue. After a while, he gloomily looked out the window. Song Jinyue was still leading people to search for Zhou Jun. This wasn't his doing. Jin Feng? Even less likely, it's impossible, as he hasn't left the house at all. In the entire Linyuan County, apart from the three of them, who else has the ability to kill Zhou Jun? Suddenly, he recalled what Qian Bing had said. Qian Qi might have been killed by Gu Chen. Once could be a coincidence, but it's impossible for it to be a coincidence every time, right? Could it be, the person who killed Qian Qi and Zhou Jun is actually Gu Chen? For a moment, Yan Gi's heart was in chaos. Whether it was Gu Chen or not, if this matter were exposed, he would undoubtedly face certain death. Assassinating a specially recruited student from Tandu University, this is a capital crime. In the community's greenbelt, fire trucks quickly arrived to extinguish the flames. More and more people gathered, speculating whether it was the work of the serial killer Zhou Jun. Coupled with the signs of the fake mountain in the community being smashed, residents in several nearby communities also felt disturbed and uneasy. The Martial Enforcement Division attached great importance to this matter and promptly sent people to investigate. Gu Chen did not pay attention to these things. He opened the jade porcelain bottle, and the refreshing fragrance accompanied by rich white spiritual energy filled the entire living room. Condensed spirit pill. A few minutes ago, the condensed spirit pill and scarlet flame dragon spear purchased yesterday had already been delivered. Plugging the bottle stopper back in, Gu Chen gently opened the 2-meter-long red box. A blazing heat rushed towards him, and a red spear came into view. The gun body is pieced together layer by layer with red dragon scales, emitting fiery waves, resembling burning flames. Gu Chen gently stroked the gun body, feeling each dragon scale tightly connected. The touch wasn't cold and hard but instead exuded a peculiar warmth. The gun tip shimmered with a chilling light, like the fangs of a giant dragon, capable of effortlessly penetrating any sturdy defense. Gazing at the crimson flame dragon spear, the sound of dragon roars seemed to echo in his ears. Great spear! Gu Chen's face showed a satisfied expression. This weapon truly lived up to its name, forged from the scales and fangs of a peak 5th-tier fire. Dragon Beast. As a B-grade premium weapon, its value exceeded hundreds of thousands of federal credits, far surpassing most high-grade spiritual techniques. Buzz! Gu Chen grasped the crimson flame dragon spear, letting his shoulders sink slightly as he lifted it. The martial spirit energy within his body naturally surged into the spear, and its shaft emitted a faint red flame. It amplifies spiritual energy by nearly 40%. Gu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He toyed with it for a while before placing the crimson flame dragon spear down. The living room was too cramped, even a slight swing could trigger scorching air currents, enough to incinerate the entire room. System admin, expand the system space. Gu Chen softly called on the break defense system, secretly full of anticipation. The Crimson Flame Dragon Spear was 1.8 meters long, making it impossible to store in either the spatial ring or the system space. You consumed 10,000 armor piercing points. The system space has successfully expanded to 2 cubic meters. Gu Chen placed all the items from the koan ring into the system space. As the red light faded, the red flame dragon spear disappeared along with it. He opened the jade porcelain bottle and poured out a few spirit condensation pills surrounded by white mist. System Lord, all in. You consumed armor piercing points to improve your martial cultivation. Detected that you have taken spirit condensation pills, cultivation efficiency plus 25%. The Infernal Sutra tirelessly revolves, its engagement in 007-like tasks brings it endless joy, increasing cultivation efficiency by plus 50%. You begin absorbing, refining, compressing, and condensing martial spiritual energy. It is detected that your heart is ablaze with fury, and your killing intent boils over. Motivated by this, your cultivation increases by plus 10%. Warrior, stay mindful and clear in your thoughts. Revenge should not be delayed until the next day. The liquefied spiritual energy in your body is rapidly increasing. Defense breaking value minus 800. You have advanced to the second level of the condensation spirit realm. You have become increasingly adept at spirit condensation refinement. Defense breaking value minus 1000. You have advanced to the third level of the spirit condensation realm. Every cell of yours pulses with the power of spiritual energy. Defense breaking value minus 1500. You have advanced to the fourth level of the spirit condensation realm. Breaking defense value minus 2000. You have ascended to the fifth level of the spirit convergence realm. Insufficient breaking defense value. This cultivation session has ended. This cultivation session is equivalent to 30 years of ordinary progress. Current breaking defense value 2192. System Message 1. Yan Gi is one of the deputy commanders of the Zhenwu Division in Linyuan County. System Message 2. Yan Gi is currently at the Qian residence. System Message 3. A moonless, windy night perfect for murder. Gu Chen opened his eyes, spiritual energy surging in waves, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Very well, the commander has already pointed the way for me. At 4 in the morning, the moonlight was like water, and the Qian family's lights were brightly lit. How could this be? Qian Bing murmured, dispatching Zhou Jun to assassinate Gu Chen, only for him to die mysteriously again. Judging by the traces of the battle, the cause of death seemed similar to Qian Qi's. Commander Yan, do you also think it's that little beast Gu Chen's doing? Qian Bing asked in a hoarse voice. Not certain. Zhou Jun had awakened the copper-head iron arm martial vein, and his true combat strength rivaled that of ordinary 7th or 8th level condensing spirit martial artists. No matter how Gu Chen hides his strength, his age is right there. It's just. His expression turned grim. If it's not him, then who could it be? I don't believe such coincidences exist in this world. It must be him, it must be him. Chen Feng said excitedly, Gu Chen is skilled at hiding his strength. He even pretended to be at the fourth level of body refinement. Back then, even if a deity descended to earth, they couldn't leap to the condensing spirit realm in just a dozen days. He must have always been at this strength level. Chen Jingjing kept nodding, recalling the demonic figure of that man, shivering uncontrollably inside. Or, there's another possibility. Xian Bing's face twisted. Behind him, there's someone. Yan Gi was greatly shocked. You mean, Gu Chen is from a reclusive aristocratic family? Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, there exist martial arts families in various sects of inheritance, while the Qian family is merely the lowest tier of martial arts families. Above them are reclusive aristocratic families, and even ancient families. The strength of these families is incredibly formidable, with legacies spanning hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of years. Even the Great Xia Kingdom's martial command headquarters treats them with respect. Impossible, he's just a little orphaned beast. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from outside the door, accompanied by the wails of the guards. Who's there? Xian Bing was both shocked and furious. At this moment, a young man holding a crimson spear slowly emerged. He raised his head, his pitch-black eyes surging with endless coldness. Gu Chen? Xian Jingjing screamed. Gu Chen, how come you're here? Xian Qi, did you kill him? Xian Bing asked coldly. That's right, and there was another idiot named Zhou Jun. I took care of him too. Gu Chen twirled a flourish with his spear, the phantom of a red fire lotus slowly spinning. His gaze turned toward Qian Feng, who revealed a ferocious expression. Gu Chen, you scum, I want you. Gu Chen suddenly erupted into action, thrusting his spear forward. The spear tip scraped against the air, sparks flying. Phantom wind strike. Screech. Gu Chen's attack came without warning, its speed astonishing. By the time Qian Bing and Yan Guyi reacted, it was already too late. The phantom spear pierced Qian Feng's chest and then suddenly exploded. Flesh flew through the air, and a mist of blood spread. Killed Qian Feng, break defense value plus 499. Beast. Qian Bing roared in anger, charging madly toward Gu Chen. White mist swirled as Gu Chen stepped with the 9 steps of smoke luo, leaving behind traces of afterimages. Die. A flash of red light, and blood spurted wildly. Gu Chen shot through Qian Jingjing's throat with a single bullet. With a slight tremor, the corpse shattered into pieces. Dead beyond dead. Killed Qian Jingjing, defense break value plus 99. Ah! Qian Bing was furious to the extreme, and the vigorous martial aura surged madly. Crack! The entire building collapsed with a loud crash, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Gu Chen, how dare you kill someone in front of the deputy commander of the Jinwu Guard? This is a capital offense. Yan Gui's face turned ashen with fury, burning with rage. Curse your mother! Gu Chen turned around and thrust out a spear, creating flashes of lightning in the void accompanied by a piercing whistle. Cloud-piercing palm. Yan Gui stepped across the ground, his hands erupting with astonishing martial energy and struck fiercely. Layers of pure white palm prints overlapped, presenting a force akin to overwhelming waves crashing down. The tip of the scarlet flame dragon spear gleamed with red light, exuding an unparalleled sharp aura. Zzzzz. With the power of armor breaking, it instantly pierced through Yan Gui's spiritual palm imprint, aiming straight at his face. Yan Gui was shaken to his core and quickly retreated. Ah, die. The black halberd swung heavily toward Gu Chen, causing the air to explode and become incredibly viscous. Gu Chen stepped on the white smoke ladder, forcibly changing his posture mid-air. With both hands gripping the gun, he fiercely swung it toward the giant halberd. Bang! The ripple of force stirred up a raging wind. Gu Chen took more than 10 steps back in a row before barely dissipating the tremendous force. Shaking his slightly numb palm, Gu Chen let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, without the augmentation of a martial vein, facing off against 2 9th-level spirit condensation cultivators is still quite challenging. 9 star points connected end to end, spontaneously giving rise to a dark red martial vein. The temperature in this area suddenly rose. The dark red flames gradually climbed up the crimson flame dragon spear, with the dragon scales on the spear's body shimmering with light, and the flowing fire patterns never ceasing. Be careful, this kid's martial veins seem a bit unusual. Yan Gigi had unknowingly gripped his black broadsword tightly, his expression turning grave. You little bastard, go to hell! Qian Bing roared furiously, lunging toward Gu Chen. The massive halberd suddenly smashed down, its terrifying aura triggering waves of turbulence. A black fish shadow suddenly appeared, opening its blood-red maw. Devil shark style. Qian Bing's arms slightly swelled as he exerted all his strength to smash toward Gu Chen. The heavy halberd had yet to descend, but an overwhelming pressure had already struck instantly. Gu Chen moved. Dark red flames gathered at the tip of the spear. Stepping on white smoke clouds, he did not retreat but instead charged forward. His black eyes were icy cold. Facing the raging spiritual energy giant fish, he thrust his spear. The crimson flame dragon spear roared with an earth-shattering dragon's cry, transforming into a fire dragon that roared as it charged toward the black fish. Swoosh! The dragon spear spewed hellfire, instantly breaking the black fish's offensive. Qian Bing's expression suddenly changed. Gu Chen, like a hot knife through butter, broke through the spiritual energy barrier and leaped into the air. A white cloud ladder repeatedly appeared as Gu Chen soared into the sky, merging man and spear into one. Clang! Scorching energy waves swept in all directions, instantly evaporating the pond and turning large patches of greenery into black ashes. Phantom wind pursuit kill. The fiery spear shadow shot across the sky, its speed so fast it almost formed a white explosion cloud. Qian Bing was greatly startled and hurriedly switched from defense to offense, a black turtle shadow enveloping his entire body. Turtle defense technique. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, sparks flying everywhere, and the entire courtyard was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. Qian Bing retreated awkwardly from the flames, his sleeves and both arms charred beyond recognition. Brother Qian! Yan Guyi hurriedly rushed over. Bah, this little brat's martial vein flames are incredibly fierce. Absolutely avoid contact. Qian Bing's expression was grave. Gu Chen held the long spear at an angle, strands of red flames swirling around him, resembling the King of Flames. Whoosh! Several phantoms darted out from different directions, appearing in front of the two in an instant. Die! Yan Gi swung his broadsword, the blades light crisscrossing, slicing several Guchen phantoms in half at the waist. Phantoms? His heart trembled slightly. Swoosh! In another direction, the shadow of a spear shot out like red lightning, aiming straight at Qianbing. Splitting Mount Hua. Yan Gi let out a low roar as powerful spiritual energy erupted, then swung his blade in a fierce strike. A 3-meter-long bright blade aura collided midair with the red spear. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged, and his martial veins flickered faintly. Even fiercer hellfire poured out, instantly incinerating the blade's glow. Bang! The spear descended, creating a large pit 4 to 5 meters wide on the ground. Inside the pit, magma flowed, emitting an extremely terrifying high temperature. Dozens of meters away, Yan Gi and Qianbing were drenched in cold sweat. They finally understood how Qian Qi and Zhou Jun had died. This mysterious flame effortlessly burned through all their defenses and protective spiritual energy. Yan Gi's face twitched slightly, and a sense of regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have stepped into this mess. The young man before him was far beyond his understanding in terms of talent, undoubtedly a core figure of a secluded aristocratic family. On ordinary days, he could only dream of encountering such a person. And now, suddenly, numerous strikingly vivid red streaks tore through the air. The two stared intently at the sky, their faces pale as paper. Piercing Cloud Spear. Piercing Cloud breaks the sun refers to mastering the technique to perfection, wielding it effortlessly. Gu Chen combined the Piercing Cloud Finger with the Crimson Flame Dragon Spear, unleashing hundreds of cloud-piercing spears in rapid succession. Each shadow of the cloud-breaking spear carried a trace of hellfire, scorching hot. 100 streaks of red starlight fell, instantly triggering a massive explosion. A series of explosions erupted, leaving the entire courtyard in ruins. Several nearby buildings were affected, collapsing one after another amidst the raging flames. Gu Chen stood with his robe spotless, holding a spear, his handsome face exuding cold indifference. Cough, cough. Two staggering figures barely escaped the sea of fire. Run! Yan Gi's entire body was charred black, his right arm missing, and his face filled with terror as he rushed toward the perimeter. If he didn't escape, he would die. Qianbing wasn't in any better condition. The two of them had barely managed to resist the flaming spear with their lives, their strength reduced to less than a tenth of what it once was. At the brink of life and death, he was running even faster than Yan Gi. Can you escape? Gu Chen's gaze was icy cold. Whoosh! The red sun pierced through the dark night. Breaking Sun Spear. The distant figure was instantly engulfed by flames. Killed Qianbing, defense break value plus 999. Yan Gi is greatly terrified, defense break value plus 955. Yan Gi was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Ignoring the intense pain on him, he fled desperately with all his might. Qianbing, who was also at the 9th level of the spirit condensation realm, just died like that. Gu Chen stepped on the Yan Luo 9 steps, soaring into the air, rapidly closing the distance with Yan Gi. Gu Chen, I was wrong, please spare me. I am the deputy commander of the Jinwu division. Even if I am truly at fault, it must be judged by a higher authority to determine guilt. Gu Chen, you are a super genius, a specially recruited student of Tandu University. I beg you, please spare me. Seeing that Gu Chen's killing intent did not waver, Yan Gi truly felt the taste of death. Whoosh! Gu Chen leaped through the air and caught up with Yan Gi. In your next life, remember not to offend those you can't afford to. Gu Chen's face was expressionless, exuding an aura of indifference. At that moment, the distant sky echoed with the roar of a helicopter. Stop! Hundreds of meters high in the sky, a man roared furiously. Commander Jean, save me! Yan Gi was overjoyed, but in that instant, the chilling killing intent pulled him back to reality. The spear thrust forward, martial veins flickered, and red flames instantly converged at the tip of the spear. No! Don't! With a loud bang, Yan Gi suddenly exploded, his flesh and blood instantly turning to ashes, then completely consumed by the hellfire. Killed Yan Gi, defense break value plus 499. Damn it! The man leaped down, his momentum surging like a rainbow, rushing forward with great force. A white long river coiled around him, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Spiritual liquid forming a spring, 4th tier spirit spring realm? A glint of sharp light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Sunbreaker! A dark red sun rose from below, defying the heavens, as a thunderous roar echoed. Boom! A powerful energy wave instantly spread out, stirring up a sky full of black dust. Gu Chen stepped back repeatedly, yet his face remained calm. Jin Feng was blasted over 10 meters away, his expression slightly grave. Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the Qian family and kill Yan Gi? Jin Feng questioned loudly, his gaze firmly locked on the figure faintly visible in the smoke and dust. "Do you want to kill me too?" Gu Chen asked softly. No matter the reason, it cannot." The dazzling spear tore through the sky, emitting a deafening whistle. Cloud-piercing spear. 100 spear shadows pierced through the air, and red flames surged violently. "Commander Jean, it's this kind of flame. I saw it in the death footage of Qian Qi. Be careful, don't let your body come into contact with it." On the helicopter, Song Jinyue shouted a loud warning. Break it for me." Jin Feng's iron fist surged with milky white energy, obliterating the countless spear shadows. Truly unbelievable, what kind of flame has this kid mastered? He was secretly astonished in his heart. In the spirit spring realm, a spring of spiritual energy forms within the body, causing a qualitative transformation in martial spiritual energy. Each strand of spiritual energy was incredibly dense and immensely powerful, and these strange flames almost burned through his spiritual energy shield. If it weren't for the continuous activation of the spiritual spring's energy to extinguish them, he might have ended up in a sorry state. Your strength has shocked the opponent, defense break value plus 1,500. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The spirit spring realm, is it truly this precious? As he shattered the final flame spear shadow, Jin Feng was just about to ask something. However, at that moment, a chilling energy fluctuation rapidly surged forth. Gu Chen's right palm was surging with a dark, gloomy black energy sphere. The blazing inferno sun martial vein shone brilliantly, and the hellfire was entirely absorbed into the black hole in his palm. "Devour the clouds, swallow the sun," Gu Chen murmured softly and struck with his right palm. The energy black hole expanded with the storm, quickly reaching a diameter of 5 meters. Although the black hole's speed wasn't particularly fast, it emitted a strange and eerie pull. What kind of martial technique is this? Jin Feng was utterly terrified. The moment the black hole appeared, he was deeply drawn by a special energy, unable to break free even with the eruption of martial aura. Preliminary use of the power of heaven and earth. Could it be a profound grade martial technique? Moreover, it must have reached the mastery level to possess such a special ability. Jin Feng's face gradually turned pale. As the commander of the Linyuan County Martial Division, his strongest martial technique was merely a high-grade spirit level 1. In the end, the black hole engulfed Jin Feng, expanding into a small energy mushroom cloud. Gu Chen continuously operated the prison sutra, quickly restoring his spiritual energy and stamina. The piercing clouds and breaking sun technique had reached perfection, and the hidden killing move, devouring clouds and swallowing sun, was indeed astonishingly powerful. If not for Jin Feng awakening a Class C martial vein and possessing formidable strength, this move might have severely injured him to the brink of death. However, this move also consumed a tremendous amount of energy, draining nearly a quarter of his martial aura. Lingchuan Realm First Level Jin Feng was severely injured by you, utterly terrified, defense break value plus 2155. Gu Chen's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Jin. Commander." Song Jinyue stared blankly at the charred figure lying in the depths of the pit, twitching constantly. Who exactly is this person? Why is he killing people in Linyuan County? He doesn't seem very old. Due to the thick smoke and blazing flames, most of Gu Chen's face was obscured, making it hard to see clearly. The crimson flame dragon spear was retracted back into the system space, and Gu Chen slowly walked toward the large pit. Cough, I'm about to die. Jin Feng coughed violently, his internal spiritual spring nearly dried up. He was desperately struggling to stand up, but suddenly caught sight of that young and indifferent face. A storm surged in his heart. "Ah, you are." Before he could finish speaking, a massive hand of spiritual energy swung heavily toward him. Smack! Jin Feng was suddenly yanked out of the pit and heavily slammed onto the ground. Jin Feng felt so frustrated he could vomit blood, defense break value plus 2215. Wait, don't act, you're Lin. Gu Chen struck without hesitation, pressing him to the ground with a palm of spiritual energy. Golden Wind is utterly frantic, defense break value plus 2458. Gu! Bang! Don't, it's a Miz. Bang! The dignified commander of the Linyuan County Martial Guard was like a sandbag being slapped back and forth. Stop, if you keep hitting, huh? Gu Chen? Song Jinyue hurriedly rushed over from the helicopter. When he saw the face of the person beating the Jin Feng commander, he froze on the spot. Isn't this the genius teenager from number 1 high school who earned a special admission spot at Tandu University? Wait, he's still a high school student, yet he defeated Jin Feng of the Spirit Spring Realm. Thinking of this, Song Jinyue felt a wave of dizziness. Sigh, I was still recognized. Gu Chen sighed lightly in his heart and stopped attacking. If he continued, it would truly be an assault on the Jinwu division. Golden Wind, tears streaming down his face, completely lost his composure. Defense break value plus 2,999. Current defense break value, 15,615. Gu Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Looking at the bruised and battered Golden Wind, his gaze was filled with gentleness. Of course, in Jin Feng's view, this was clearly a ferocious beast devouring a person. Gu classmate, stop hitting me. Jin Feng scrambled to his feet, grimacing in pain. Commander Jin? Sorry, I thought you were also someone trying to kill me. Gu Chen said calmly. Good lad, you really didn't hold back, huh? Hiss. Jin Feng slowly walked up to Gu Chen. Gu Chen, you wiped out the Qian family and killed Yan Gi. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, even though you're a special recruit of Tandu University, this is still a grave crime. Even if you kill us now, it's useless. Your actions have already been recorded and transmitted back to the city-level Jinwu division. Jin Feng's voice was low and steady as he spoke. Gu Chen was silent for a moment and let out a light sigh. I acted in self-defense. The Chen family first sent Qian Shi and 2 others to assassinate me, then colluded with Yan Gi, using the criminal Zhou Jun to try to kill me. Jin Feng's expression suddenly turned serious. Is what you say true? Truer than pure gold. Commander Jin, if you don't believe me, you can investigate as you wish. Seeing Gu Chen's calm expression, Jin Feng was already more than half convinced. What Gu Chen said completely matched some of the clues he had. Of course, the final conclusion still required a thorough investigation. Please, Gu Chen, refrain from leaving Linyuan County in the coming days. Jin Feng clasped his fists in salute. Being assassinated, Gu Chen killed these people in self-defense, which is entirely justifiable. Moreover, he is a specially recruited student of Tandu University, and in matters concerning personal safety, he is allowed to act first and report later. Even if it involves people from the Jinwu division, it is permissible. The specially recruited students of Tandu University are equivalent to him in administrative rank. Gu Chen nodded slightly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll trouble Commander Jin to clean up the traces of the battle. After speaking, Gu Chen stepped into the Yanluo 9 steps and quickly disappeared. Commander Jin, I just had the technical department conduct a preliminary inspection of the relevant information and data. Gu Chen indeed encountered tampered order information in the taxi, with the destination being an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The deceased driver was actually a servant of the Qian family in disguise. In addition, the secret connection between Yan Gi and Xianbing has also been uncovered. It was he who promised Zhou Jun that after killing Gu Chen, he would gain his freedom. Song Jinyue exclaimed. Organize all the information. I need to report to the municipal leaders. Jin Feng took a deep breath, temporarily conceal all news about the Qian family. Gu Chen's talent is extraordinary and will undoubtedly become a grandmaster martial artist in the future. When things settle down, we will personally visit to apologize. Song Jinyue nodded. At 5 in the morning, the eastern sky began to glow faintly with white light. It was already dawn. Truly worthy of being the deputy commander of the Jinwu division, the head of the Qian family is indeed bold and imposing. In Gu Chen's palm lay 2 Qiankuan rings, capable of holding 1 cubic meter and 2 cubic meters of items, respectively. He had also finished inventorying the items inside the Qiankuan rings. There were 15 condensed spirit pills and 5 packets of spirit-gathering powder. Additionally, there was a third-grade spiritual herb, Yunquan Lingji, which aids in breaking through to the spirit spring realm. Apart from that, adding some other elixirs, the total value has exceeded 1 million federal coins. 9 volumes of mortal-level martial techniques and mental methods, 2 spirit-level martial techniques, and 1 spirit-level mental method. These mental methods and martial techniques can easily be converted into over 1 million. Excluding the value of the 2 universe rings, this harvest amounts to over 2 million federal coins. Gu Chen left behind spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and a high-grade spiritual martial technique called For Spirits Shattering Peaks, while temporarily storing the rest in a spatial ring. The method of utilizing martial spiritual energy can transform into various beast spirits for attack and defense, and can also amplify the power of weapons. Gu Chen recalled the scene where Qian Bing, that old rascal, performed this technique. It was indeed impressive. Moreover, the opponent had merely cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, far from unleashing the true power of the 4 spirits shattering mountains. Whether one has awakened a martial vein or not does make a significant difference. Gu Chen recalled the process of the battle. The infernal blazing sun martial vein provided an extremely significant boost to combat strength. No wonder in this world, the awakening of martial veins is regarded as the dividing line for genius martial artists. It's not just about the combat power boost, but also the potential of the martial artist. Over 80% of 4th tier and above Spirit Spring Realm martial artists have awakened their martial veins. Glancing at the time, Gu Chen did not continue cultivating. Instead, he took a shower and went to sleep comfortably. The way of the warrior lies in balance, with both tension and relaxation. This is the true path of kings. Lin Yuan County's Jinwu Division. Commander Jean, all the information is here. What student Gu Chen mentioned matches the data completely. Song Jinyue handed over a stack of documents. Thank you for your hard work. Help me get in touch with Inspector Shen. Your injuries, shouldn't they be treated? Song Jinyue glanced at Jean Feng's chart appearance, his mouth twitching slightly. That kid may have hit hard, but he knows his limits. He didn't really harm any vital areas. Cough cough. It's just a bit of exhaustion. Jean Feng waved his hand dismissively. The projection equipment was quickly connected. A phantom clad in silver armor emerged. What the heck, some African black guy. Shen Dabing's eyes widened sharply. Subordinate Jean Feng greets Commander Shen. Jean Feng saluted. Golden boy, which exotic beast roasted you black? How did you end up like this? Shen Dabing asked with a peculiar look. Commander Shen, this time I came specifically to report this matter. The Chen family colluded with Yen Guiyi and made multiple assassination attempts on Gu Chen, a special recruit of Tandu Martial University. Later, they were counter-killed by Gu Chen. Jean Feng succinctly presented all the information before Shen Dabing. Fog grass, are you kidding me? The phantom figure trembled. After a while, Shen Dabing's eyes shone brightly. You are also. Jean Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right, I couldn't defeat that kid Gu Chen. He possesses a mysterious and powerful fire attribute martial vein and seems to have mastered a profound level martial technique. TSK, that kid is truly a prodigy. Could he be the heir of some hidden aristocratic family? Teacher Zhao's luck is truly extraordinary. Originally, the special admission slot was supposed to go to that kid from City No. 1 High School, Zhang, but, in the end, while wandering through various counties, he stumbled upon such a prodigy. Shen Dabing smacked his lips and said, Zhang is going to be heartbroken. With Gu Chen's abilities, Zhang probably won't be able to do anything against him. Jean Feng nodded. Even before taking the martial exam, Gu Chen's combat power has already reached the Spirit Spring realm, which is extremely rare in history. Little Jean. Present. What do you think should be done about this matter? Jean Feng pondered for a moment. Gu Chen acted in self-defense and should be innocent. And what else? I will personally visit to apologize. Shen Dabing nodded slightly. This matter is also related to internal issues within our town martial guard. In addition to the apology, give him Zhou Jun's 1.5 million bounty. Inspector, wasn't it 500,000? Jean Feng was stunned. The extra 1 million will serve as compensation for this incident. The rules of this world are set by martial arts powerhouses. Gu Chen might become one of them in the future. Leaving a good impression before he fully matures is never a mistake. Deduct the 1 million from the town martial division's treasury. Thank you for your guidance, Inspector. Jean Feng bowed. Gu Chen soon received a grand gift from the Jinwu division, a reward of a full 1.5 million federal credits. Student Gu Chen, on behalf of the Jinwu division, I apologize for Yen Guiyi's actions. Jean Feng and Song Jinyue offered their apologies, making the occasion very formal. It's all a misunderstanding. Gu Chen smiled. Haha, student Gu has the potential of a grandmaster. Given time, he will surely become a master-level martial artist. Many students from Tandu Martial University joined the Jinwu division after graduation. Perhaps we might even become colleagues in the future, Jean Feng said with a hearty laugh. Graduates from martial universities are the primary source of new talent for the Jinwu division, especially those from Tandu Martial University, who are highly sought after. Gu Chen nodded with a smile. Commander Jean, there's something I'd like to ask you. Please go ahead. Gu Chen said softly. The top-tier martial techniques and mental methods sold in the martial artists market are of the spirit grade upper rank. Are profound grade martial techniques not available for public sale? Jean Feng was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. Student Gu, are you looking to purchase profound grade martial techniques and mental methods? Gu Chen nodded lightly. Jean Feng was inwardly surprised, wondering how Gu Chen, who seemed to have mastered profound grade martial techniques, could not even know about this. Martial techniques above the profound rank are relatively special. Besides costing millions of federal coins, they also require specific government merit points. For example, assisting the town martial division in hunting. primal beasts, repelling foreign invaders, or completing other specific tasks. Martial techniques and mental cultivation methods above the profound rank must be applied for and purchased through official channels. Gu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder they couldn't be found on the market. Of course, nothing is absolute. Martial arts families and martial universities also pass down some martial techniques and mental cultivation methods. Especially Tandu Martial University, not to mention profound rank, they even possess earth rank martial techniques and mental cultivation methods. Once you enter Tandu Martial University, with your talent, you should be able to obtain them very quickly, Jin Feng said with a face full of longing. Tandu Martial University. Gu Chen murmured softly, a trace of yearning rising in his heart. Haiyang City No. 1 High School. Teacher, is there really no room for negotiation? Zhang Wanli asked softly. Song Guang shook his head. Teacher Xiao has already allocated the special admission spot for Tandu Martial University to Gu Chen, and it has been filed. This year, the 2 spots for Haiyang City are already gone. Zhang Wanli slightly clenched his fist within his white sleeve robe, then gently relaxed it. For Teacher Xiao to value him so highly, Gu Chen must also be a genius prodigy. No less than Luoli. A gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. It is my student's talent that falls short, letting down both the teacher and the school's expectations. Song Guan nodded with satisfaction. Wanli, it's gratifying that you think this way. With your talent, there's absolutely no problem for you to pass the martial arts exam and get into Tandu Martial University. Special admission students do have some advantages at the beginning of the martial arts exam, but the path of martial arts is long. Once you enter Tandu Martial University, you have a great chance to surpass them. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I will remember it deeply, Zhang Wanli said respectfully. After Song Guang left, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Brother Zhang. A male student ran over, drenched in sweat. Did you find any information about Gu Chen? Zhang Wanli replied coldly, Humph, what kind of so-called specially recruited genius? I think Xiao Fan must be blind. Xia Yang sneered, just a country bumpkin playing tricks to hide his strength. He only stood out from Linyuan No. 1 High School a few days ago, which is just a trashy place. When there are no tigers in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. In my opinion, there's no one more suitable than Brother Zhang to be the specially recruited candidate in the entire Haiyang City. Perhaps Gu Chen has some extraordinary qualities. Zhang Wanli began to ponder. Brother Zhang, there's no need to make excuses for this person. With your grade of martial vein and martial cultivation at the 3rd level of condensed spirit, you're on par with even Luo Yanu. As for Gu Chen, he's nothing more than a clown. I heard that although he got a specially recruited spot at Tandu Martial University, he still has to take the martial exam. He must have connections and got in through the back door. If I encounter him during the martial exam, you won't even need to lift a finger, Brother Zhang. I'll beat him so badly he'll wish he were dead. I've already spread the word about this, and many people are quite interested in Gu Chen. I imagine during the martial exam, he'll receive some special attention. Zhang Wanli's eyes lit up slightly. Really? Of course, I checked the student roster for the martial arts exam in Linyuan County, and Gu Chen is indeed listed. It seems that even Tandu Martial Arts University dislikes this kind of connection, but they still have to give Xiao Fan some face, so they require him to take the martial arts exam. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your effort. Being able to assist Brother Zhang is an honor for me. If Brother Zhang could lend me a hand during the martial arts exam, I would be willing to go to any lengths. Xia Yang said respectfully. All brothers, naturally. Xia Yan left, satisfied. Gu Chen. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Zhang Wanli's face. You bastard, what gives you the right to steal my special admission spot? You have decided to consume the breakthrough value to advance your martial vein level. The system fully supports your action. The armor penetration value on the attribute panel emitted a gentle white glow. Under the shroud of mysterious energy, Infernal Sun begins to transform. Due to your prior experience in martial vein advancement, your cultivation efficiency has increased by 15%. Above Gu Chen's head, 9 stars outlined a dark red martial vein. The 3rd martial vein star flickered slightly. You have fallen into a state of cultivation and cannot extricate yourself. If anyone disturbs your cultivation, you will be furious with them. Defense breaking value -9,000. The 3rd martial vein star has been successfully activated. Congratulations, your martial vein has been upgraded. The temperature of hellfire has increased significantly. You have activated the martial vein, greatly enhancing your combat power. The number of infernal meteorites has increased to 9, and their power has been enhanced. You have received feedback from the advancement energy of the blazing Inferno Sun martial vein, martial Tao level +1. Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit condensation realm. This cultivation session is equivalent to you spending 40 years relentlessly honing your martial vein. Current defense breaking value, 6615. Powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted, and red haze enveloped the entire exclusive training room. Guchen opened his eyes, and the red hellfire flickered briefly before disappearing. Buy one, get one free. Not bad, not bad. Guchen said with satisfaction. Spent 9,000 defense breaking points, Infernal Scorching Sun upgraded to LV3. The martial arts level has been raised by a small step. However, Guchen discovered that last time, upgrading the Inferno Sun martial vein to S-level 2 stars took more than 30 years. This time, however, it took 40 years. It did not shorten the cultivation years despite his martial arts advancement. Looking at the remaining 6,000 plus defense breaking value, Guchen unhesitatingly took out the 4 Spirits Break Mountain. With a high-grade spiritual rank, it should significantly enhance combat power. Boss Tone, the usual routine. You consume break defense points and begin practicing the 4 Spirits Mountain Shattering martial technique. This is a comprehensive martial technique that combines attack, defense, binding, and movement skills. As a high-grade spirit-level martial technique, you find it somewhat challenging to comprehend. Fortunately, you are diligent enough to study the technique even during bathroom breaks. Hard work pays off, and you gradually begin to understand the significance of the 4 spirits. The 4 spirits are the demon shark, the guardian turtle, the coiling serpent, and the soaring crane. Following the guidance of the martial arts manual, you channel martial energy to activate the demon shark meridian engraving circulation. Your face flushes red, veins bulge, and the energy within your body approaches the brink of losing control. If this continues, you risk losing control and falling into madness. But you are not flustered, believing in your heart that the system master will help you. When the system master takes action, you'll know whether it's effective. Your defense break value consumption plus 20%. Defense break value minus 400. You have successfully condensed the spirit of the demon shark. The demon shark spirit specializes in offense, is extremely ferocious, and can also stack with weaponry. Your attack power has been further enhanced. Defense break value minus 800. The spirit of the turtle has been successfully condensed. This technique focuses on defense. After using it, you can sleep lying down, as even an ordinary ninth heaven condensing spirit cannot break the turtle defense. Defense break value minus 1,300. Spirit of the coiling snake appears. Your martial aura carries a binding characteristic, incredibly resilient. Defense break value minus 2,000. You have perfectly mastered the martial skill for spirit shattering mountains. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden move of the martial skill, for spirits formation. For spirits formation, summon the 4 spirits to form a formation, greatly amplifying its power. This martial skill practice is equivalent to 35 years of arduous training. Current defense break value, 2,115. Guchen's mind stirred, activating the 4 spirits mountain breaking martial technique. The martial energy within his body surged like a tidal wave into the operational path of the technique. Suddenly, he struck forward with a palm. A 3-meter-long dark red demon shark appeared out of thin air, exuding a violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. The ominous aura surged, and the shark's teeth gleamed with a chilling light, making it terrifying to behold. If I fully unleash the demon shark technique now, the entire building might collapse. Guchen sensed the terrifying energy amplified by the demon shark technique and revealed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, he summoned the guardian turtle, coiling snake, and flying crane. They correspond to defense, binding, and movement techniques, respectively. Flying crane style, its speed boost surpasses the 9 steps of Yen Luo, and it allows for limited aerial flight. Guchen concealed himself within the massive dark red flying crane, its light subdued, crossing 100 meters to reach the other end of the training room. The surging spiritual energy spread outward like a tide. The protective formation of the cultivation room was passively activated, dissipating the slight leakage of spiritual energy. This martial technique is even more practical than the cloud-piercing sun-breaking finger. After experiencing the 4 spirits mountain shattering technique, Guchen felt very satisfied. Although it is not as effective as the piercing cloud and breaking sun finger in pure offense, its effects on defense, restraint, and acceleration are truly too enticing. Especially the speed boost brought by the flying crane style, which is almost on par with mid-grade spirit-level martial techniques. As the martial arts exam approaches, the atmosphere surrounding it grows increasingly intense throughout the entire Tandu province. For the vast majority of people, the martial arts exam is the most feasible path to change their destiny. Even an ordinary martial arts university graduate can easily find an ideal job. Stay focused on the martial arts exam, and your scores will naturally soar, dazzling everyone and leaving your opponents in the dust. Kill one more exotic beast, gain 1 point, take down a group of people. Every move, every strike, is for the dream. On the path of the martial arts exam, shine with all your might. Similar martial arts exam slogans can be seen everywhere. On the day of the martial arts exam, a large convoy of vehicles escorting candidates from Haiyang City headed toward the Pingdingshan secret realm. Classmates, don't mind me being repetitive, I'll go over the rules of the martial arts exam again. On the war vehicle where Gu Chen was, Lin Yu gently adjusted his glasses. First of all, the Pingding Mountains secret realm is a small secret realm completely controlled by the Jinwu division. It mainly contains first and second tier exotic beasts, with a small number of third tier exotic beasts. The spheres sent to you are a type of protective device. In the face of irresistible danger, activated immediately to generate a protective shield that can withstand the attacks of late-stage Tier 3 exotic beasts for 5 minutes. At the same time, it will also alert the martial guard of the town martial division and the teachers from the Ministry of Education within the secret realm. They will come to assist you in escaping the predicament. However, with this, the martial arts exam has come to an end. Gu Chen toyed with the black sphere, about half the size of a fist, in his hand, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Although there are casualties in the martial arts exam every year, the proportion is not very high. It seems this has a lot to do with the protective devices. Secondly, the number of candidates participating in the Pingdingshan Secret Realm martial arts exam is vast, covering the entire Haiyang City and its subordinate counties. The first phase of the martial arts exam focuses on hunting exotic beasts. Your admission ticket will collect information and calculate points. Therefore, it is crucial to protect your admission ticket. If lost, it will be considered a 0 score for the martial arts exam. In the first phase, candidates are not allowed to fight each other. If discovered, their martial arts exam scores will be nullified. Only by entering the core area of Flat Top Mountain are students allowed to engage in point snatching. Of course, candidates worried about having their points snatched can choose not to enter the core area. The core area is mainly established for candidates aiming for top martial arts universities and key universities. In the process of point snatching, injuries and fatalities are permitted, so everyone should think carefully. The rules of the martial arts exam had already been thoroughly explained multiple times within the school, and everyone was well versed in them. Yet when it came to the martial arts exam, everyone still listened attentively. Gu Chen, you've already secured a special admission spot at Tandu Martial Arts University. Why are you still taking the martial arts exam? Yi Xin asked softly. All 30-plus people on the bus perked up their ears in unison. Tiandu Martial University is a top-tier martial arts university, a dream destination for all candidates taking the martial arts exam. Anyone who can gain early special admission would wake up laughing from their dreams. So why still take the martial arts exam? Nothing better to do? I want to broaden my horizons and, incidentally, interact with exotic beasts, Gu Chen responded softly. Exactly. It's precisely this spirit of daring to challenge oneself, as demonstrated by Gu Chen, that has led to his achievements today, Gu Yu said with a clap and a laugh. Everyone should learn from Gu Chen, strengthen their martial arts resolve, and train diligently. Have you ever seen Linyuan County at 3 in the morning? For Gu Chen, that's practically routine. There are no shortcuts in martial arts. If you don't train to the point of death, you have to train as if your life depends on it. Brother Gu is a role model for our generation. Being able to become schoolmates with Brother Gu is truly the luck of my lifetime. Roger said excitedly. Learn what Brother Gu learns, do what Brother Gu does, think what Brother Gu thinks, and achieve what Brother Gu achieves. I really regret not meeting Brother Gu earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be stuck at the 6th level of body refinement. Gu Chen touched his nose and thought to himself, actually, I haven't done much, just worked a little harder than you all. The Pingdingshan Secret Realm, as one of the small-scale secret realms for this year's martial arts exam in Tiandu province, had already been swept through by the experts from the local Martial Affairs Bureau a week ago. They controlled the number of third-tier exotic beasts and ensured that no fourth-tier or higher exotic beasts appeared. Small-scale secret realms almost never have fourth-tier exotic beasts, and every year they are inspected according to procedure. This year was no exception. In front of the secret realm, on a temporarily constructed high platform, Jean Feng stood overlooking the scene, where tens of thousands of candidates from Haiyang City were densely packed. His gaze quickly locked onto the young man standing with a gun, and recalling the terrifying fire of the martial vein from that night, he couldn't help but feel a burning pain all over his body. I am the chief commander of this year's martial exam in Linyuan County, Jin Feng. Jin Feng rattled off a long speech, most of which was a reiteration of the rules of the martial exam. Drones are deployed within the secret realm, and everything you do inside may be captured. The core area is even equipped with surveillance radar, and everyone's actions will be broadcast live outside in real time. Gu Chen stood quietly among the crowd, pondering how to obtain the defense-breaking value. He couldn't just go around shooting everyone, could he? Regardless of whether it would earn him the value. Such behavior would severely disrupt the order of the martial exam and might cause unforeseen trouble. If he were to lose his special admission spot because of this, it would definitely not be fun. Exotic beasts. Can killing exotic beasts yield armor breakpoints? Gu Chen felt somewhat uncertain. So far, all the armor breakpoints had come from humans, and he had yet to deal with exotic beasts. However, armor breakpoints should stem from the emotions of intelligent beings. Low-level exotic. Beasts lack intelligence, so it's highly unlikely. According to legend, beast kings above the 7th tier possess considerable intelligence, which might make it possible, but that's a matter for the future. With his current strength, facing a beast king would be akin to being served as a meal. This time, 10 spatial channels will be opened at Pingding Mountain for the martial arts exam, and this is one of them. Once the spatial gate opens, please enter in an orderly manner. As Jin Feng's words fell, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Whoa, what is a spatial gate? Sounds so fantastical. After a secret realm is fully controlled by humans, spatial gates are set up to prevent exotic beasts from leaving the realm. I heard there are many treasures inside the secret realm, an important strategic reserve resource for a major nation. Stop kidding. You're only seeing the controlled secret realms like this. Some unfamiliar secret realms contain terrifying exotic beasts, and destroying a city is just a piece of cake for them. Gu Chen gazed in astonishment at the massive silver portal a kilometer away, as information about the secret realm surfaced in his mind. The planet they lived on was Martial Star, while beyond Martial Star existed a colossal entity, Beast Star. Due to the spatial gravitational pull between the planets, spatial overlaps occasionally occurred between the two, and the overlapping regions were called secret realms. To humanity, secret realms were both a resource and a potential danger. After all, most secret realms were inhabited by fearsome exotic beasts. Over countless years, some exotic beasts had escaped from the secret realms and lived on Martial Star, posing a significant threat to humanity. Naturally, on Martial Star, the human race was the absolute dominator. Buzz. Silver light surged, silver ripples spread across the void, and the massive spatial gates slowly opened. Inside, it was as dark as ink, evoking a strong sense of fear. Don't be afraid. One of the purposes of the Gate of Space is to stabilize the space and ensure safety. During the transmission process, you may feel some dizziness, but it will quickly disappear once it's over. Let me say this one last time, the martial arts exam is not child's play. A single careless mistake could result in injuries or even fatalities. The Guardian Sphere is not omnipotent, so everything within the secret realm will still depend on your own caution and vigilance. Combat is allowed in the core area, but it is strictly forbidden to attack other candidates in other areas. If discovered, your martial arts exam points will be immediately reset to 0. Of course, self-defense and counterattacks are exceptions, Jin Feng said seriously. This rule is also easy to understand. If entering the secret realm allowed for unrestricted killing, it would naturally lead to frequent team-ups and group battles, ultimately affecting the martial exam results of most candidates. The martial exam lasts for 24 hours and will officially end at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Now, please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. The students in the front row began to line up, stepping into the secret realm with nervousness and anticipation. Gu Chen felt a wave of dizziness in his mind, but quickly regained his composure. In front of him was a forest with towering ancient trees, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was exceptionally rich. Is this the secret realm? He took a light breath, feeling every cell in his body rejoicing. Cultivating in the secret realm is significantly more efficient than in the outside world. Suddenly, several figures appeared abruptly. Damn, guys, look what I found. The moment a male student saw Gu Chen, he was first stunned, then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Russell. Over a dozen young figures appeared one after another. Gu Chen? Ha, a specially recruited student at Tandu University? Chen Hui's eyes flickered, revealing a peculiar expression. Ha, what special recruit? Just someone who got in through connections. The whole Haiyang city is talking about it now. A beautiful girl sneered. Gu Chen, let me introduce myself first. I am Chen Hui from Haiyang City's number 13 high school. Chen Hui grinned. Your name is quite well known in Haiyang City now. You secured one of the only 2 special admission spots in Haiyang City, yet you were rejected by Tandu University and have to take the martial arts exam. Offended a whole bunch of genius martial artists, including Zhang Wanli. Now, many people in Haiyang City want to see you, curious about what kind of hardships this specially recruited student of Tandu University will face in the martial arts exam. Will Tandu University still want you? Of course, if our Lin University's genius chooses to act like an ostrich and avoids the core area, that would be safe too. A dozen people burst into laughter. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you saying that many people want to cause me trouble? He asked softly, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. Let me correct you, it's not about causing trouble, but wanting to see you. Screech! A dark red gun shadow flickered, and a cold gleam swiftly struck. Chen Hui's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Gu Chen's sudden move caught him completely off guard. Even if he was prepared, he couldn't withstand such an attack. The speed of the crimson flame dragon spear was astonishing, its tip creating a piercing sound as it tore through the air. In that instant, faced with the might of the dragon spear, the terrifying killing intent nearly overwhelmed his sanity. Ah! Chen Hui's shoulder was pierced through, and blood gushed out wildly. Gu Chen unhurriedly took out the special recruitment jade pendant and hung it on his waist. Your ruthless attack broke Chen Hui's defense break value plus 399. Gu Chen's sudden move left more than a dozen students from Haiyang number 13 high school stunned. Gu Chen, you're like a fish in a barrel now, yet you still dare to act so recklessly. Yes, Zhang Wanli and Shuikai definitely won't let you off. Addicted to killing, ignoring the rules, Tandu University will surely kick out someone like you with connections. A dozen people began cursing angrily. Gu Chen's expression was cold as the dragon spear struck again. Specks of red cold light pierced through the resistance of space. Quick, activate the protective shield. Someone shouted in despair. This is simply madness. Taking action without regard for the martial arts exam rules at the slightest disagreement. At this moment, they somewhat regretted challenging Gu Chen. Even if Gu Chen were to lose his martial arts exam qualification afterward, their own path in the martial arts exam would also be interrupted. A milky white halo instantly enveloped the entire body as the martial arts exam protective shield activated. Clang! 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 Everyone was on edge, their hearts pounding. Despite the protective barrier flickering repeatedly, it barely managed to withstand Gu Chen's storm-like assault. Seeing this, they felt slightly relieved. Not bad, no wonder they say it can withstand the attacks of a third-tier exotic beast for a few minutes. Gu Chen chuckled lightly. Humph, as soon as the protective shield is activated, the teachers from the Ministry of Education and the Jinwu Division will come rushing over. Do you really think these flimsy shields can stop me? Gu Chen revealed a mocking expression. A shot was swung forward, with the martial energy within the body surging wildly. Devil shark style. A dark red giant shark appeared out of thin air, charging wildly, its terrifying power causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Bang! In less than a second, the protective light shields shattered simultaneously. 13 people spat blood and were sent flying. You defeated 13 martial arts exam students in one move, defense break value plus 2015. Gu Chen looked at the figures writhing in pain on the ground, his gaze as cold as ice. He walked up to the first person, and the scarlet flame dragon spear thrust forward abruptly. Blood splattered. Ah! Your actions have a significant intimidation effect, defense break value plus 245. Gu Chen's face was expressionless, the spear dripping with blood, vividly crimson. Gu Chen, ah! No, don't. Gu Chen, spare me, I didn't mean to. What responded to him was a spear shadow moving at extreme speed. A young man in a black martial robe, wielding a red spear, with a cold and stern face, had undoubtedly become the nightmare in everyone's hearts present. Sure enough, taking the martial arts exam was a wise choice. Not long after entering, I gained thousands of armor breaking points. Tell me, besides you, how many other candidates want to come after me? Gu Chen asked softly. Chen Hui's body trembled, his face full of fear, nodding frantically. This is a killing star. Just one more word of nonsense, and there would be another hole in his body. That's good then. The martial arts exam has only just started for less than half an hour, right? Classmate, what powerful exotic beast did you encounter? A teacher's face was full of seriousness. Defeating over a dozen protective spheres in such a short time, the strength of this exotic beast is extraordinary. Could there be a beast that escaped in the secret realm? It's not a beast, It's Gu Chen. Gu Chen, the specially recruited student of Tandu University? Gu Chen walked slowly through the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A secret realm has a sun too? Gu Chen looked up, gazing at the blazing orb high in the sky. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed sharply. Exotic beast? On the branch, a 3-meter-long serpent flicked its tongue. Its scales shimmered with a green glow, and the vertical pupils on either side of its triangular head were as cold as ice. Green shadow snake? Information about this exotic beast surfaced in Gu Chen's mind. A common first-tier exotic beast, containing potent venom. The snake's pupils of the green shadow snake locked tightly onto Gu Chen, its tail forcefully striking the tree branch. Then, it leaped downward, transforming into a green shadow as it charged straight at Gu Chen. It opened its blood-red maw, exuding a strong, nauseating stench. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged. When the distance between them was reduced to just 2 meters, he finally moved. He swiftly turned around, drew the gun in his hand, and executed the movement in one seamless motion. The scarlet flame dragon spear instantly pierced through the snake's head. The headless snake's body thrashed wildly before gradually losing its vitality. At the same time, the number on Gu Chen's admission card flickered, revealing the digit 7. First-tier exotic beasts have scores ranging from 1 to 9, second-tier exotic beasts scores multiply several times, ranging from 49 to 100, while third-tier exotic beasts boast scores as high as thousands. However, Gu Chen merely glanced at it and lost interest in the score. He was a special recruit, what use was a high score to him? The exotic beast you killed was a simple-minded creature driven purely by instinct and cannot contribute to breaking defense value. The system prompted. System Lord, can exotic beasts with intelligence contribute to breaking defense value? Gu Chen asked. Guess for yourself. Guess your egg. Gu Chen thought to himself, ignoring the system's twisted sense of humor. With a slight flick of the scarlet flame dragon spear, he extracted a green crystal the size of a pinky finger from the abdomen of the green shadow snake. The serpent's corpse gradually shriveled, eventually shrinking to less than half a meter in length. Its flesh and blood almost completely disappeared, leaving only a layer of outer skin. This is a beast crystal, condensed and concentrated with the essence of the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. Beast crystals have a wide range of uses and are fundamental materials for setting up formations, alchemy, and crafting weapons. The value of a first-tier beast crystal ranges from a few hundred to several thousand. Gu Chen casually tossed the beast crystal into the system space and then headed toward the core area, faintly anticipating a chance to see the little cutie from Hyang City. Gu the great genius, would you be willing to part with the beast crystal of this ironback ape? A young man asked. Watch your words. Gu Chen is a specially recruited student at Tandu University. Why would he bother with us ordinary folks? Another person said disdainfully. Bah! My brother's sister's brother's cousin heard from Hyang City that Gu Chen only got this spot through connections, someone chimed in. Damn it, a nepotism case, someone said indignantly. Why not me? The crowd clamored. More than 20 young boys and girls surrounded Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he picked out the beast crystal and put it away. What's in his hand is a Qiankuan ring. There must be many treasures inside, Zhongyi said, his eyes gleaming with greed. The second wave, mostly a bunch of misfits, not very high quality, Gu Chen muttered to himself, a smile appearing on his face. But I won't be picky. Gu Chen's gaze slowly swept over the 20 or so martial arts exam candidates, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you still dare to hit me? Zheng Cheng sneered. Alright, we've seen the connected candidate. Anyway, we can't make a move now, so let him enjoy his moment for a while. Let's go first. Suddenly, a black spear rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Zheng Cheng was shocked and quickly retreated backward. Gu Chen, you've gone mad. Shla, a dark red spear shadow struck his chest viciously. Pfft, his chest caved in slightly, and blood spurted out wildly. Zheng Cheng's entire body flew backward, slamming heavily into a large tree before slowly sliding down. Did I say you could leave? The young man raised his head and smiled faintly. There are quite a few promising talents in this year's martial arts exam. Chen Fei stood shoulder to shoulder with Jin Feng, his gaze fixed on the numerous images of the camp outside the secret realm. Outside the core area, there were no fixed drones accompanying them, all footage was captured randomly. Apart from the 2 special recruits of Tandu University, Zhang Wanli, Shui Kai, and Jia Bing are all quite impressive. If nothing unexpected happens, they should also be able to get into Tandu University. Jin Feng said with a cheerful smile. The two were in high spirits. Of the only two special admission slots to Tandu Martial University in Haiyang City, their Linyuan County had secured one. What more could they ask for? Especially Chen Fei, whose eyes were nearly squinting into slits from smiling. Ever since Gu Chen received the special admission, higher-ups had been full of praise for him, even making a special trip to the city's education bureau for a dedicated report. His future and fortune seemed bright. Although my guidance was proper, being specially admitted to Tandu Martial University is still thanks to Gu Chen's own efforts, they said while sipping tea and watching the random footage and score fluctuations of the candidates. Haiyang No. 1 High School's Zhang Wanli firmly held the top spot on the leaderboard, with his score surpassing 500. Jia Bing and Shui Kai followed closely behind with scores over 400. The more they watched, the more delighted they felt. Gu Chen's score has just barely broken 100, Chen Fei remarked with a slight exclamation. That kid, it seems he really treats the martial arts exam as just an addition to his life experience, Jin Feng said, shaking his head with a smile. Suddenly, a rapid ringing sounded from both Chen Fei and Jin Feng's phones. The two exchanged a glance and tacitly answered the calls. As the conversation progressed, their expressions gradually turned peculiar. Director Chen, Gu Chen, he. Jin Feng hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. Chen Fei instinctively responded, that kid is hunting other martial exam candidates? The two looked at each other in dismay. If other candidates ignored the martial exam rules and attacked others in non-core areas, their points would undoubtedly be cleared. But Gu Chen was a special recruit, who didn't even need martial exam points, he was merely there to experience the atmosphere of the exam. However, if he continued like this, it would affect the exam results of quite a few candidates. As the piercing gunshots gradually faded, more than a dozen wailing figures appeared on the ground. You easily defeated 13 candidates, defense break value plus 1205. Current. Defense break value, 14459. Gu Chen put away his gun, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This was the fifth wave he had harvested since the martial arts exam began, bringing in over 10,000 defense break value points. More than a dozen students stared at the gun-wielding teenager in terror. This person was a god of slaughter. Who would still dare to spread rumors that Gu Chen got into Tandu Martial University through connections? With such strength, why would he need to rely on connections? Gu Chen had no interest in the points cards of these candidates. After harvesting the defense break value, he left directly. Suddenly, a small black drone hovered in front of him for a moment before stopping. Ahem, Gu Chen, I am Jin Feng. A deep male voice came from the drone. Commander Jin. Gu Chen responded calmly. We received feedback from the Ministry of Education instructors and some drone footage. Did you engage in combat with other martial exam candidates in the non-core area? Yes. Gu Chen responded simply. Lin, although you are a special recruit of Tandu Martial University, you still can't break the rules of the martial exam like this. If this continues, we will have no choice but to report to Tandu Martial University, which might cause trouble for you. Jin Feng's tone was polite yet tactful. Chen Fei, standing to the side, looked full of suspicion. Commander Jin, first of all, these people came as a group to cause trouble for me. I acted in self-defense, which is explicitly stated in the martial exam regulations. Second, my martial exam credits can be reset to 0, that's up to you to decide. Third, if Commander Jin feels this is inappropriate, then it's simple. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Commander Jin, how about we spar again? The drone side instantly fell silent. Gulp, Jin Feng unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Spar with you? You mean let you trample me, right? Student Gu, please go easy on me. At the secret realm camp, Jin Feng hung up the call, drenched in sweat. Commander Jin, what are you? Chen Fei hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. I've also heard some rumors about Haiyang City's martial arts school. Gu Chen got into Tandu Martial University through the back door. Those foolish guys actively went to provoke Gu Chen, they totally deserved it, Jin Feng quickly said. We can arrange for 2 drones to follow Gu Chen continuously. If anything happens later, the live footage can serve as evidence. Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. The logic did seem sound, but something about it still felt off to him. Gu Chen glanced up at the 2 drones 100 meters away, completely indifferent. Let them follow if they wanted to. He thought to himself, if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. But if someone dares to provoke me, leaving them with bruises, broken hands, and legs wouldn't be too much, would it? Brother Zhang, we've found that kid. Several candidates from Haiyang No. 1 High School came running. Oh? Zhang Wanli moved slightly, effortlessly extracting a beast crystal from the body of a wild boar over 4 meters long. Where is he? Zheng Wanli asked expressionlessly. Not long ago, he just left the forest. He should be near the upper reaches of that river now. A lackey quickly pointed toward the river 2 or 3 kilometers away. Well, good job, this beast crystal is your reward. After speaking, Zheng Wanli spun in place like a ghost for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. Ha, this connected insider is doomed. Let's go, let's catch up quickly. I really want to see what this connected insider from this shabby county town looks like. A group of more than a dozen people hurriedly followed Zheng Wanli. In the 5th hour of the martial exam, Gu Qin walked slowly to the riverside, his cold and stern face as calm as water. Gu Qin! A cold shout rang out from afar, mixed with a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Gu Qin was slightly startled, then revealed a look of joy. He watched as a figure, treading with ghostly steps like a phantom, quickly approached. Not bad, this kind of aura. Condensed spirit realm. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. Bang! Fragments of stone scattered as Zheng Wanli appeared 10 meters away. His cyan robe billowed in the wind, martial energy circulating around him, revealing a profound martial foundation. Finally, we meet, Gu Chen. Zheng Wanli said in a deep voice, his body gradually taking on a layer of dark golden hue. Golden martial veins burst forth across the sky, their starry points flickering incessantly. If you voluntarily give up the special admission quota for Tandu Martial University, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, a cold glint surged in Zheng Wanli's eyes. I heard, if a special admission student gives up, the corresponding quota will remain vacant. Zheng Wanli stared at Gu Chen, a sinister smile flashing in his eyes. Among martial artists, competition is inevitable. A single misstep leads to falling behind at every step. I must not let my martial path fall behind other talented martial artists from the very beginning. Want this? Gu Chen pointed to the jade pendant at his waist and chuckled lightly. The token for special admissions to Tandu Martial University. A trace of joy appeared on Zheng Wanli's face. However, he still maintained a cold attitude. You only need to reflect on how you used backdoor connections in front of these 2 drones, and swear to give up the special admission quota for Tandu Martial University. Then I won't pursue the matter and will let you off the hook. Zheng Wanli twirled his blade skillfully, feeling satisfied with his earlier statement. Not only does it perfectly explain the reason for his failure to secure the special admission spot, but it also showcases his magnanimity. Pingdingshan's secret realm camp. Holy crap! Jin Feng and Chen Fei were startled. Son of AB asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare they target us special recruits? Chen Fei angrily spat out a curse. Commander Jin, quickly activate the communication function, let me. Calm down. After the initial shock, Jin Feng stared steadily at the screen, as calm as a mountain. He looked strangely at Zheng Wanli, this boastful young man. Young man, must you insist on this? Isn't the score from the martial arts exam appealing, or is life at Tandu Martial University not good enough? Truly asking for trouble. Gu Chen, find a way to beat him until he loses his courage. Jin Feng said coldly. Chen Fei was somewhat stunned. Although Gu Chen's strength was formidable, he was merely at the condensing spirit realm level. It is rumored that Zheng Wanli was the best candidate for the special admission to Tandu Martial University. By the river in the secret realm, Gu Chen looked at Zheng Wanli with an expression as if he were staring at a fool. Sigh, there really are so many idiots in this world. Gu Chen sighed. What? Zheng Wanli's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Those who pretend and posture are my favorite. Gu Chen calmly said, they feel the best to beat up. You're courting death. Zheng Wanli waved his right hand, the blade's glow flickering, and a sharp blade aura surged forward. Gu Chen stood still, a trace of mockery on his face. As the blade aura approached, Zheng Wanli noticed that Gu Chen showed no reaction, and his brows furrowed slightly. Very quickly, he understood. This kid wants him to make the first move and break the rules of the martial arts exam. Truly insidious. Whoosh! At the last moment, the blade's energy slightly shifted, slashing toward the river. Clang! A knife mark 4 or 5 meters long instantly appeared, cutting off the flow of water. I won't fall for that. Zheng Wanli said smugly, just a petty trick. I've already seen through it. Gu Chen, I'll be waiting for you in the core area. A specially recruited genius of the prestigious Tandu Martial University, surely you wouldn't be too afraid to step into the core area, would you? Immediately, Zheng Wanli sheathed his blade and prepared to leave. What gave you the illusion that you could leave so easily? Gu Chen said softly. What, do you still dare to make a move against me? Zheng Wanli sneered. Swish! Suddenly, dark red star-like points shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Gu Chen thrust his spear, causing the air to hum. Zhang Wanli's expression changed drastically. He felt a sharp pain all over his body. This thrust had completely sealed off all his escape routes. Open for me. The martial vein revived, and the skin instantly emitted a dark golden glow. Zhang Wanli suddenly grew taller, and violent martial aura surged forth. A-grade martial vein, golden radiance body. Ha! The martial vein enhancement was complete, the spear like a dragon, already upon him. He only had time to raise his blade horizontally to block. Clang! Ripples of force spread wildly, splashing countless droplets from the river. Zhang Wanli's body trembled and flew backward dozens of meters before dissipating the force. The opponent is shocked that you dared to strike first, defense break value plus 555. An impressive martial vein, with significant boosts to strength and defense. Gu Chen commented. Zhang Wanli's martial vein belongs to the enhancement type, the same series as Zhou Jun. It's just that one is grade A, and the other is grade C, with a huge gap between them. This is what you asked for. Zhang Wanli was burning with rage. He twisted his body, attacking with ghost-like speed. Shadow Step. With the Shadow Step, Zhang Wanli covered 10 meters in a single stride. In an instant, he regained his composure from the earlier lapse. Holding the broadsword in his right hand, the blade scraped against the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Clang! The broadsword struck the ground, and with the support of martial veins, its power was greatly enhanced. A blade mark over 10 meters long appeared on the ground. He suddenly turned around. Gu Chen, shrouded in dark red spiritual energy, spiraled through the low air like a flying crane. What martial technique is this? Zhang Wanli's eyes flickered with doubt as he activated Shadow Step and charged forward again. Gu Chen performed the flying crane technique, deftly evading Zhang Wanli's attacks. While strolling leisurely, he toyed with his opponent in the palm of his hand. With just this speed? And you still dare to act tough? Gu Chen said with a soft laugh. Zhang Wanli felt an immense humiliation. Defense break value plus 685. 1000 blade slash. Zhang Wanli roared, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly with both hands as martial energy continuously poured into his weapon. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of blade lights. Let's see how you dodge this. The dense flurry of blade lights instantly engulfed Gu Chen's figure. Amid the deafening roar, smoke scattered in all directions. This level of power? It's nothing more than a tickle. A mocking voice rang out, and Zhang Wanli was shocked to find that Gu Chen stood unharmed beneath the dark red giant tortoise. This was the defensive power of the turtle guard stance. Zhang Wanli was once again shaken to his core, questioning himself, am I a failure? Defense break value plus 777. That's right, no need to doubt it, you are a failure, Gu Chen answered for him. Zhang Wanli was on the verge of madness, launching a frenzied assault on Gu Chen. However, the perfect level 4 Spirit's Mountain Shatter combined with the Turtle Guard stance's defense was extraordinarily strong. No matter how wildly he attacked, it was all in vain. Around the third level of Condensed Spirit Realm, with an A-grade 3-star Martial Vein boost, his strength is equivalent to an average 6th or 7th level of Condensed Spirit Realm. Gu Chen calmly assessed Zhang Wanli's combat power. For the vast majority of martial exam candidates, he was undoubtedly a standout powerhouse. But to him, he was just too weak. So weak that he couldn't even test the power of his new martial technique. Zhang Wanli's inner collapse, defense break value plus 888. Break it for me. Why can't I break it? He snarled, frantically slashing at the turtle shell with his broadsword. Gu Chen, is running away all you're good for? Are you just a cowardly turtle? If you have the guts, face me in a real fight. Zhang Wanli roared furiously. At that moment, a sudden chill surged through his heart. Gu Chen pierced through 100 blade lights with a single thrust of his spear, then gripped it with both hands and slammed it down forcefully. A massive dark red shark roared, charging straight at Zhang Wanli. Roar! Like a force of 10,000 pounds, it crashed down with overwhelming power. Boom! A figure plummeted like a meteor, slamming heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, a dozen students from Haiyang No. 1 High School arrived, panting heavily. Such a massive dust cloud in shockwave, Xingji must be going wild, crushing Gu Chen, a buzzcut boy laughed. It's satisfying, sure, but this isn't even the core area. Isn't Xingji worried about being caught on camera doing this? A girl pointed at the drone in the sky. Oh, come on. Don't overthink Xingji's actions. He's definitely baiting that idiot into attacking first, huh? The dust gradually settled, and the first thing that came into view was a dark black martial robe. The young man's face was cold and stern, one foot pressing down on the chest of someone dressed in green. Splurt! Blood spurted wildly, staining the green robe red. Green? Wasn't Zhang Wanli wearing a green martial robe? A tidal wave of shock surged through the hearts of the dozen onlookers. You defeated Zhang Wanli, defense break value plus 880. Zhang Wanli severely injured and unconscious, defense broken, defense break value plus 999. Gu Chen kicked Zhang Wanli flying with one swift move. This guy is simply a treasure trove of defense breaking points. A single person provides thousands of defense breaking points. Gu Chen was very satisfied with this. Welcome to come again next time. He slightly raised his head, revealing a gentle smile to the dozen or so people who were dumbfounded. Of course, in the eyes of these dozen martial arts exam candidates from Haiyang City, this smile was as terrifying as that of a devil. Zheng. Brother Zhang lost. A girl trembled as she spoke. Run! No one knew who shouted, but over a dozen people fled frantically. Can you escape? Gu Chen murmured softly. Ah, what is this? Vines? Exotic beast, snake-like? No, it's transformed from martial aura. Damn it, it not only restrains but also absorbs power. A dozen dark red coiling snakes silently clung to the martial arts exam candidates. In the span of a breath, everyone lost their ability to move. 13 little lambs trembling, defense break value plus 2,512. Gu Chen strode up to the dozen or so people who were tightly bound. Haiyang No. 1 High School? The same school as that guy? Here to cause trouble? He asked calmly. No. Everyone shook their heads frantically. Oh, I originally thought you were students from Haiyang No. 1 High School. I was even planning to make friends with you, what a pity. Gu Chen gently stroked the scarlet flame spear, its sharp aura making everyone's skin tingle with pain. Yes, we are. The 13 people nodded desperately in almost perfect unison. Sauce, I've changed my mind. Gu Chen revealed a smile. The demon shark technique activated, the shark broke through the defensive shield, and with one strike, 13 people screamed in agony. Your actions are too aggressive, causing them to lose their composure. Defense break value plus 3,645. Current defense break value, 25,400. Only 19 hours left until the martial arts exam. Gu Chen wore a faint smile on his face as he slowly walked along the small river toward the core area of the secret realm. A few minutes later, 2 teachers from the Ministry of Education arrived. The same scene, the same smell. Wait, is that Zhang Wanli from Haiyang City? The teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed in shock. Zhang Wanli, a top candidate among Haiyang City's martial arts exam takers, actually failed here. Did Gu Chen do it again? Ask the candidate if they can continue. If not, bring them back. Chen Fei's voice came through the drone. The 2 teachers exchanged a glance. Director Chen, Zhang Wanli, he lost consciousness. Should we leave him here to feed the exotic beasts? All right. The 2 teachers looked at the unconscious Zhang Wanli on the ground with pity in their eyes. Who else could you provoke? But you just had to mess with a special recruit from Tandu University. It's over now. Haiyang City No. 1 High School. Brother Zhang is awesome, ranking first in the martial arts exam. Brother Zhang is my idol. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely overpower Jia Bing and Shui Kai in the Pingdingshan secret realm. What kind of nonsense about special recruits from Tiandu Martial University? Their scores aren't even worth a fraction of Brother Zhang's. On the large playground screen, the martial arts exam score rankings were being updated in real time. Several teachers from City No. 1 High School watched with smiles as Zhang Wanli's score continued to rise. Suddenly, Zhang Wanli's name flickered slightly and then dimmed. All the teachers and students were stunned. Zheng. Brother Zhang's name disappeared? A name disappearing means withdrawing from the martial exam. Boom! The entire Haiyang No. 1 High School was instantly thrown into chaos. What happened to Zhang Wanli? Quickly contact the person in charge of the Pingdingshan secret realm. If I remember correctly, this year it's the Lingyuan County Education Bureau and the Jinwu Division overseeing the exams. Also, get in touch with the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family is probably going to be furious. Something's wrong. The principal has had a heart attack. Where's the emergency heart medicine? In an instant, Haiyang No. 1 High School was in an uproar. It wasn't just No. 1 High School. The news of Zhang Wanli withdrawing from the martial arts exam ranking quickly swept through the entire Haiyang City and its affiliated county towns. Countless teachers and students were dumbfounded. The martial arts exam time ticked away second by second. The closer to the core area, the higher the frequency of exotic beasts appearing. Gu Chen strode toward the core area along the river. Encountering a blind beast, he resolves it with one shot, never firing a second. The martial arts exam has reached the 20th hour. Gu Chen stands on the branch of a sturdy tree at the edge of the forest. Current armor penetration value, 75248. Over 70,000 in defense breaking value. I wonder if a new feature will unlock when it reaches 100,000? Gu Chen muttered to himself. When the defense breaking value first surpassed 10,000, the system space was unlocked. Based on years of experience with novels, if the defense breaking value reaches 100,000, there might be a new surprise. Roar! A striped tiger over 4 meters long swiftly charged forward, leaping fiercely toward the branch where Gu Chen was. The liquid dripping from the tiger's mouth was unbearably foul. Swoosh! A dark red spear's shadow cleanly and decisively pierced through the tiger's skull. The large gun trembled slightly, precisely shaking out a small crystal. After losing its beast crystal, the massive corpse of the strange beast quickly shriveled, turning into a mummy by the time it hit the ground. Gu Chen reversed his grip to store the beast crystal and carefully examined the map. Beyond this forest lay the core area of the martial arts exam. Hopefully, I'll run into a few more clueless fools. Gu Chen leapt down from the tree and walked out of the forest at an unhurried pace. Buzz! 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 A large number of drones hovered in the sky, covering the entire core area. This was a combat zone specifically prepared for top-tier candidates of the prestigious martial arts universities. The only restriction was that deliberate killing was prohibited. Beyond that, there were no special constraints. In the core area, among the tens of thousands of martial arts exam candidates from Haiyang City, fewer than 1/10 had made it into the core zone, most of them appearing in groups. Group combat was not prohibited in the martial arts exam core area. Why isn't Zhang Wanli here yet? Among the crowd, a rough-featured, broad-shouldered, and burly young man carrying a large sword muttered to himself. Brother Shui, I heard that Zhang Wanli went to find Gu Chen. Not sure if he got delayed a bit, the crewcut boy said with a smile. At least half of the candidates in Haiyang City want to cause trouble for Gu Chen. Shui. Kai sneered coldly, a warrior's strength ultimately depends on themselves. Relying on connections and backdoors is not the proper way. I hope that kid hasn't been ruined by Zhang Wanli. I also want to teach him a lesson. He was extremely envious of the special admission quota for Tandu Martial University. Zhang Wanli's martial vein talent was slightly better than his, but in terms of overall strength, the two were evenly matched. In the entire Haiyang City, apart from Luo Li, Shui Kai was confident he was second to none, including Zhang Wanli and Jia Bing. Heh, since Zhang Wanli isn't here yet, why don't we join forces and clear out these nobodies first? A white-robed youth, with a gentle smile and a cyan longsword at his waist, stood in stark contrast to Shui Kai. Behind him followed hundreds of candidates, forming the two most powerful groups in the core area. We should focus on killing more exotic beasts first. Otherwise, if our spiritual energy is mostly depleted, Zhang Wanli might take advantage of the situation. Shui Kai snorted coldly. True, Jia Bing replied with a laugh. I heard that quite a few people who went to trouble Gu Chen have disappeared. Could Zhang Wanli be one of them? Do you think someone who got in through the back door could be stronger than Zhang Wanli? Shui Kai said disdainfully. If Gu Chen dares to come to the core area, I'll make sure he kneels and begs for mercy. As more candidates entered the core area, conflicts began to increase. You say, what are you looking at? I reply, looking at you, so what? Youthful and impulsive, the fight is instantly ignited. Bang! 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 Martial aura crisscrosses as battles between examinees and exotic beasts, and between examinees themselves, unfold fiercely within the dense forest of the core area. Dozens of Ministry of Education teachers and assisting members of the Martial Town Division stand guard at the edge of the core area, fully prepared. A large number of drones were broadcasting live footage of the scene, displayed outside the secret realm. Gu Chen carried a red spear diagonally, his expression calm, and his black martial robe neat and sharp. Look, there's a lone kid. Brothers, let's get him. A group of 7 or 8 bloodthirsty examinees charged toward Gu Chen together. Kid, hand over the points and spare yourself the pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures swiftly blocked Gu Chen's escape route. Damn, Linping No. 3 High School's group got the jump on us. Many examinees felt frustrated. In the core area, lone wolves are extremely rare. Could it be that they have immense confidence in their own strength? Such people are often quite strong, kill many exotic beasts, and naturally have high scores. But no matter how strong they are, they can't withstand a war of attrition. A group of people charged forward. What the hell? Sharp whistling sounds tore through the air one after another, and the 7 or 8 students from Linping No. 3 High School who were besieging the lone wolf candidate were instantly sent flying. Blood sprayed wildly, so fast that they didn't even have time to activate their protective spheres. The young man wielding the spear had black hair and dark eyes. His expression was calm and unshaken, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Damn, this kid is ruthless. Haha, brothers, charge. Take him down, this kid might have a few 100 points. A group of bloodthirsty examinees not only showed no fear but became even more ferocious, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. In the blink of an eye, a formation of over 20 people surrounded him, unleashing a barrage of martial techniques. Boom boom boom. A dozen large trees were severed at the waist, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly became chaotic. Huh, where is he? Look quickly, he's in the sky. Damn, can fly? Everyone stared in shock as the young man soared into the air like a flying crane. Gu Chen moved. The speed of the spear strike was so fast it was hard to catch, with his right arm creating countless afterimages. Specks of dark red gun shadows fell like rain, the sound of breaking through the air deafening. Piercing Cloud Spear. A combination of the Piercing Cloud Finger and the Crimson Flame Spear, most suitable for group battles. Ah! In the blink of an eye, apart from a few quick-reacting examinees who activated protective spheres and barely managed to resist, the majority of the examinees either had their shoulders pierced through or bloodied holes exposed in their thighs and abdomens. The piercing roar echoed through the outskirts of the core area. You successfully caused psychological trauma to this group of newbies. Defense break value plus 5,125. Gu Chen landed, the black spear exuding sharp spiritual energy. He carried the Crimson Flame Dragon spear like this, walking slowly toward the crowd. Damn, hit a tough one. Such intense killing intent. Mom, I'm scared. Quick, activate the protective shield. This person might have already gone berserk. Hearing the reminder, the examinees stopped wailing and hurriedly activated their protective spheres. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a ferocious berserk demon shark suddenly attacked. The demon shark easily broke through the defense, with part of its force pouring onto the examinee. The sound of bones shattering echoed frequently, and mouthfuls of fresh blood spewed out as if it cost nothing. The crimson spear shimmered with red spiritual energy, as if forged from blood. Your strength makes them feel the fear of death, breaking their defenses. Defense break value plus 6482. Gu Chen's gaze was icy cold. This was still the result of him restraining most of his power. Otherwise, with his current strength, even a casual strike would be unbearable for ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artists, let alone these body refinement realm and chi transformation realm examinees. The surrounding examinees gasped in shock, staring in awe at the blood spear youth. He is Gu Chen! An examinee exclaimed. Hiss, Gu Chen, the special recruit of Tandu University? Damn, wasn't it rumored that he got in through connections? So strong. At least at the condensing spirit realm. Damn it, good thing I didn't make a move just now. Looking at the more than 20 blood-covered, wailing figures, some examinees felt fortunate that they had hesitated to act. Otherwise, the team lying down at this moment might have to include them as well. Anyone else want to make a move? Gu Chen's dark eyes swept around. No one responded. Waste. Gu Chen chuckled lightly and said, so many people, yet none of you dare to make a move against me? He slowly extended his right thumb and rotated it downward. Trash. Indiscriminate mockery. Boom. Streams of spiritual energy erupted, spiraling into the sky. Gu Chen, I admit you're strong, but that's no reason for your arrogance. The young man holding a large machete said coldly, I, Xiaoqidu, challenge you. And me, Ma Daha. Count me in, Du Zitung. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. Seeing that he had successfully stirred up the anger of the surrounding examinees, Gu Chen revealed a smile. The glaringly white defense breaking points, whether they could surpass 100,000 today depended on you all. On the other side, Jia Bing and Shui Kai moved past the lackey phase, delving deep into the dense forest and frantically hunting exotic beasts. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, uprooting more than a dozen large trees. Shui Kai stopped in his tracks, a grave expression appearing on his face. Third-tier beast soldier? Something's not right. Why do I feel an uneasy tremor in my heart? He gently stroked his wildly beating heart. Before the martial arts exam, the secret realm had already been thoroughly inspected by the city's education department and the experts from the Jinwu division. There will be no fourth-tier beast general-level exotic beasts appearing. Even third-tier beast soldiers are strictly controlled in sparse numbers and are forced into the core area of the dense forest. Only a very small number of candidates who are extremely confident in their own strength will venture deep into the dense forest to seek third-tier beast soldiers. The scores of the martial arts exam are one of the important reference factors for admission to martial arts universities. Performance in the martial arts exam is equally crucial. Successfully slaying a Tier 3 beast soldier, in the eyes of the martial arts university teachers, is far more impressive than hunting down dozens of Tier 2 beast soldiers. The evaluation of a solo kill is far higher than the results of team combat. Xue Bing gritted his teeth and resolutely charged into the dense forest. Jia Bing, that guy, was one step ahead of him. He absolutely couldn't fall behind. Another earth-shaking roar transformed into sound waves and swept over. Xue Bing's expression changed slightly. Gripping his blade with both hands, his spiritual energy erupted instantly. With one slash, the sound wave was split in two. Puff! Puff! A dull pain in his chest made him step back a few paces, his face full of shock. What kind of exotic beast is this? Even a third-tier peak beast soldier couldn't possibly push him back to this extent with just a roar. At that moment, a white figure dashed over, face full of terror. Jia Bing! Shui Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Shui Kai, Jia Bing was first stunned, then shouted loudly, "Run! There's a Tier 4 exotic beast!" Whoosh! A fierce wind swept past, and Shui Kai's mind trembled violently. Without thinking about anything else, he immediately followed behind Jia Bing and fled at full speed. In the depths of the dense forest, white mist gradually began to spread. A pair of silver beastly eyes stared into the distance, exuding a chilling aura. A massive figure loomed faintly, with astonishing gusts of air sweeping through with each breath. The outskirts of the dense forest. Break! Gu Chen swung his spear, the dark red demon shark crashing against dozens of protective shields. The sound of popping beans echoed continuously. You have become the nightmare of these examinees. Defense break value plus 8,452. Current defense break value, 107005. Congratulations on your defense break value exceeding 100,000 for the first time. Would you like to activate the system's new feature? A trace of joy appeared on Gu Chen's face. As expected, just as he had anticipated, the defense breaking value surpasses 100,000 for the first time, triggering a new feature. Master system, no need for now. Gu Chen used the prison sutra to quickly recover the consumed spiritual energy. Above and below, surveillance drones are everywhere. Every action is exposed under the watchful eyes of the Zhenwu Division and the Ministry of Education. It's not too late to start after the martial arts exam is over. Gu Chen defeated the last batch of candidates. Wherever his gaze swept, everyone trembled and hurriedly avoided him. This phenomenon was broadcast outside the secret realm via drone, shocking the Zhenwu Division and the Ministry of Education at the city and county levels. Town Marshal Office. Wow, that's awesome. This kid is totally my type. Jin Feng did a good job. Shindabing witnessed Gu Chen easily defeating over 100 examinees on his own and was so excited that he slapped his thigh repeatedly. Secretary Song subtly shifted his leg, his face full of resentment. It's fine if you slap yourself, but what do you mean by slapping me? Inspector, is it really okay for Gu Chen to cause such a commotion at the Pingdingshan martial arts exam venue? The Zheng family is not easy to mess with. Secretary Song reminded. Afraid of him? We martial artists should act like this. Shindabing glared angrily. If the Zheng family has any objections, I'll crush his balls. Secretary Song's pretty face turned slightly red, silently cursing the scoundrel in her heart. But she had long since grown accustomed to her supervisor's personality. At present, the martial exams in the other 17 secret realms are proceeding normally, except for Pingding Mountain, which is somewhat peculiar. Secretary Mao from the City Education Department just called me, suggesting that perhaps we should remind Commander Jin Feng and Director Chen Fei to tell Gu Chen not to go overboard. Other candidates aside, a genius like Zhang Wanli with an A-grade martial vein actually failed the martial exam? Who would believe it if you said it? Even if a retake is allowed, it's utterly humiliating. The Zheng family is not easy to deal with. No need. Shindabing's eyes were blazing. These past years have been too comfortable, and all we've raised are a bunch of weaklings. Gu Chen, I have high hopes for him. Who knows, this kid might take over my position after graduating from Tandu Martial University. Secretary Song's small mouth slightly opened. Inspector Shen actually thinks so highly of Gu Chen? The position of Town Martial Division Inspector requires at least a 7th-rank Spirit Sea Realm Master's martial cultivation. Even in the Heaven Capital Martial University, where geniuses abound, not many ultimately step into the Spirit Sea Realm as masters. Xiao Song, how about we make a bet? Shindabing said with a cheeky smile, if Gu Chen doesn't have this ability, I'll wear a tiger tooth bikini for you to see. On the other hand, you'll wear that night, ahem, that little bunny outfit from that night. Secretary Song's pretty face flushed red. Keep dreaming. The outer perimeter of the core secret realm. Gu Chen, dressed in black, held the dark crimson flame dragon spear. Ahead were hundreds of wailing figures. With only 1 hour left in the martial exam, the defense-breaking value surpassed 100,000 for the first time. Gu Chen was quite satisfied with this operation. He did not deliberately search for those other candidates who were scared out of their wits. With a step forward, he embodied the flying crane and swiftly dashed toward the depths of the dense forest. Did he just hear a rather loud beast roar? The shadows of giant trees rapidly receded as Gu Chen moved like a true flying crane, gliding close to the ground. The flying crane technique surpasses the perfect level Yen Luo 9 steps in both speed and flight altitude. Stepping forward, he leaped onto the branch of the greenwood. 2 cursing voices approached from afar. Damn it, how can there be such a terrifying exotic beast? Could it be that the Department of Martial Affairs and the Ministry of Education missed it? Shuai Kai and Jia Bing walked out of the dense forest, looking disheveled. Suddenly sensing something, the two simultaneously looked up at the black-clad youth perched on a green tree branch not far away. After a moment, Jia Bing exclaimed in surprise, "It seems to be Gu Chen?" Recently, rumors had been circulating in the martial arts school circles of Haiyang City that Gu Chen had used connections to secure a special admission spot at Tandu Martial Arts University. He was quite attentive to this and had once found a picture online of Gu Chen fighting at Linyuan No. 1 High School. Gu Chen? Shuai Kai's tiger-like body exuded a commanding presence. Suddenly, a strange light flickered in his eyes as he charged forward. The black blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp hissing sound. Slash! The astonishing blade light swept across, severing 4 or 5 massive green trees with diameters of 3 to 4 meters at the waist. Seeing Gu Chen easily dodge the strike, Shuai Kai smiled. The back door isn't something just anyone can take. You do have some skills. Swoosh! A dark red spear pierced through like a swimming dragon. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent, his speed reaching the extreme. No escape. Shuai Kai's pupils contracted violently, the black broadsword blocking in front of him. Clang! The demon shark, exuding an astonishingly menacing aura, suddenly emerged, baring its fangs and swallowing Shuai Kai in one gulp. The demon shark swung its tail, shattering numerous ancient trees, which collapsed to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Put! Shuai Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body racked with pain as if it were falling apart, unable even to hold his broadsword steady. This! Jia Bing was utterly shocked. Whoosh! Light and shadow shifted, and the black-robed youth had already appeared in front of Shuai Kai, whose expression had drastically changed. You stay away from me. Shuai Kai was terrified by your formidable strength, defense break value plus 852. The thin figure seemed to exude an endless aura of menace. With each step Gu Chen took closer, the chill emanating from Shuai Kai grew increasingly intense. Gu Chen, I was just... Screech! A piercing sound rang out, and a dark red streak tore through the sky, a spear piercing through Shuai Kai's left shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spilling everywhere. Shuai Kai's face turned deathly pale, yet he stubbornly clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Are you out of your mind? Gu Chen withdrew his spear and thrust it forward once again, blood splattering in all directions. I was perfectly fine standing on the tree, and you came to provoke me? With a swift change from a stab to a swing, Shuai Kai was sent flying like a discarded sack, soaring dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Wow! He coughed up blood violently, his internal organs racked with excruciating pain, as though they were about to shift out of place. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to Jia Bing. You, Brother Gu. Jia Bing trembled, his eyes glistening with tears. Brother Gu, my idol, I finally found you. Gu Chen? When I learned that you became a special recruit at Tandu Martial University, my admiration for you could no longer be expressed in words. He walked forward trembling, his face full of fervor. Brother Gu, I want to be your follower. From now on, no matter if you tell me to go east, I would never dare to go west. My admiration for you is like... Gu Chen was speechless. Stop. Jia Bing hurriedly shut his mouth, a trace of obsequiousness on his face. One does not hit a smiling face, and Gu Chen also lost interest in making a move. Are you hunting exotic beasts here? Gu Chen asked. Jia Bing shuddered, revealing a hint of panic. Brother Gu, please don't go in. Inside, there seems to be a Tier 4 beast general. Tier 4 exotic beast? Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It was a giant silver wolf. Even from hundreds of meters away, the terrifying aura it emitted almost made me wet myself. Fortunately, it didn't actively chase us, so we barely escaped with our lives. Jia Bing said with lingering fear. Gu Chen was about to say something when he suddenly noticed some movement in a certain part of the dense forest. Woof! The low wolf howl, accompanied by an intense killing intent, caused Jia Bing and Shui Kai on the ground to panic greatly. Quick, run! That thing is coming out. Shui Kai endured the intense pain, got up from the ground, and staggered as he ran toward the edge of the dense forest. Brother Gu, run! Jia Bing was the first to flee. After running 100 meters, he suddenly remembered and quickly shouted. Gu Chen, however, did not move a step. Instead, he looked with great interest at the silver giant wolf slowly walking out. A massive figure exuded a suffocating pressure, and a gigantic silver wolf suddenly appeared before Gu Chen. Its fur resembled flowing silver flames, swaying with the wind, like burning silver light. And those blood-red eyes stirred a surge of agitation in one's heart when met. Silver flame-frenzied wolf? Jin Feng witnessed this scene through the drone footage, breaking out in a cold sweat. Are the people at the municipal bureau all idiots? How could they miss the silver flame wild wolf? Chen Fei was equally shocked. At this moment, the town marshal division and the education bureau were in complete chaos. Xiao Yi, why did a tier 4 exotic beast appear in the Pingding Mountain secret realm? Shen Dabing hung up the phone, his tone cold. Yi Bin was drenched in cold sweat. Boss Shen, we didn't find anything when we went in back then. It might have just emerged from the secret mist in the past few days. Silently cursing bad luck in his heart. How could such a low probability event happen to them? The secret realm is not an enclosed space. At its deepest point, there is spatial mist. The spatial mist is unpredictable, and even human king-level powerhouses cannot completely eliminate it. It is said that these spatial secret mists might be connected to other mysterious regions. Shen Dabing frowned slightly. I'll contact them right away. No need, I'll go myself. Xiao Son, open the spatial passage between the Haiyang secret realm and the Pingding Mountain secret realm. Yes. Secretary Song hurriedly left. Shen Dabing stood up, his gaze falling on the still composed young Gu Chen. Gu Chen, since you were able to defeat Jin Feng, you should also be able to hold on until I get there. Gu Chen, however, was unaware that the appearance of the silver flame wild wolf had caused a great commotion. Fierce, scorching, even more intense than the pressure when facing the golden wind. The scarlet flame dragon spear trembled slightly, conveying a strong intent to thirst for blood. Suddenly, the silver flame wild wolf spewed out a silver-white flame. The scorching heat instantly incinerated the surrounding giant trees. Gu Chen's steps shifted, executing the flying crane stance. Walking through the air, he quickly escaped the area of flames. The raging silver flames burned fiercely, instantly spreading into a sea of fire. Humans awaken martial veins, while exotic beasts awaken bloodlines. This Tier 4 Beast King has awakened the bloodline of fire. What a coincidence, you're fire, and so am I. Gu Chen said with a light laugh. A deep, dark red martial vein pierced the sky, infernal sun. Roar! Seemingly sensing the threat of Gu Chen's martial veins, the silver flame wild wolf let out a low growl. Suddenly, its massive body erupted with astonishing speed. Leaping tens of meters into the air, its giant claw engulfed in silver flames slamming fiercely toward Gu Chen. Turtle guard stance. A massive turtle silhouette descended accompanied by crimson hellfire. The giant wolf's blood-red eyes brimmed with ferocity. One wolf, one turtle, collided fiercely in mid-air. Bang! Red flames and silver flames, two completely different types of fire, collided wildly, producing violent explosions. The giant turtle was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through a large swath of forest. The shell was covered with dense cracks, on the verge of collapse. But in the end, it did not completely shatter. Thanks to the enhancement of the martial vein, the defense of the turtle guard style is so strong that even a 4th-tier beast king cannot break through it instantly. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. He had no idea what level the silver wolf before him was. But its aura was far stronger than Jin Feng at the first level of the Spirit Spring realm. Roughly equivalent to human warriors at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Spirit Spring. And they are the kind who have activated their martial veins. The two flames clashed for a moment, ultimately ending with the hellfire devouring the silver flame. A bright red fire lotus slowly rotated, its red glow shining, making the silver flame wolf appear somewhat apprehensive. Its bloodline silver flame was clearly no match. The creature's instincts made it feel uneasy. Roar! The giant wolf roared furiously, unexpectedly twisting its body and changing direction in an attempt to escape. Trying to leave? Gu Chen activated the 4 spirits break mountain technique, and one after another, thick dark red coiling serpents instantly appeared. Coiling serpent style. Dozens of coiling serpents quickly trapped the silver flame wild wolf, and the hellfire seized the opportunity to cling to the wolf's body. The searing pain deep in its bones drove the giant wolf completely mad. Suddenly, the silver flames on its body surged to over 10 meters high, directly breaking free from the serpent's constriction, as an intense aura of hostility swept in like a tidal wave. The silver flame frenzied wolf's eyes were blood red, its pupils shrunk to the size of needlepoints. Its flame-covered body charged toward Gu Chen, leaving terrifying scorch marks on the ground. Not good, this guy has entered a berserk state. Jin Feng stared intently at the screen, utterly shocked. The silver flame wild wolf is an early-stage 4th-tier exotic beast, roughly equivalent to the 1st or 2nd level of the human spirit spring realm. In its berserk state, its intelligence vanishes, and its strength surges. Facing the berserk silver flame wild wolf, Jin Feng believes he can hold out for at most 5 minutes. Sun-breaking spear. The scarlet flame dragon spear flowed with dark red magma, instantly transforming into a small red sun. Gu Chen thrust his spear, his martial veins flickering repeatedly. Facing the massive silver flame wild wolf, Gu Chen appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet his momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Flames flashed continuously as Gu Chen leaped forward, his spear aimed straight at the opponent's blood-red eyes. The silver flame wild wolf reacted extremely quickly, turning its head in an instant, leaving a blood streak across the right side of its wolf face. The attack missed for a moment, and the wolf claw enveloped in silver flames suddenly struck down. Scorching heat and fierce wind pressure surged, almost making Gu Chen feel unable to move. At this critical moment, a flying crane engulfed in red flames flapped its wings and successfully evaded the fatal blow. The silver wolf tail whistled past, producing a muffled sound in the air. Demon shark style. Gu Chen tightly gripped the spear shaft with both hands, as an endless stream of martial energy surged forth, transforming into a flaming demon shark fused with hellfire. Man and wolf engaged in a frenzied battle, turning the ground into a furnace, with all the trees and vegetation instantly reduced to ashes. Jia Bing and Shui Kai, who had fled several kilometers away, turned back in shock to look. A terrifying temperature, even from thousands of meters away, makes one feel suffocated. Gu Chen, I hope you die under the jaws of the beast general. Shui Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with resentment. Clang! The spear and wolf claws clashed fiercely, and Gu Chen used the force to retreat backward. This defense is truly formidable, even hellfire struggles to break through head-on. Gu Chen murmured to himself. The bloodline of this giant wolf naturally couldn't compare to his infernal son, but with its mastery of silver flames, its fire resistance was significantly enhanced. Coupled with a realm far surpassing Gu Chen's, the hellfire was currently ineffective against it. As time passed, Gu Chen felt the opponent's ferocious strength gradually weakening, while his own endurance, bolstered by the perfect level Infernal Sutra, remained exceptionally strong. Bang! He forcefully struck the silver flame wild wolf with his spear, sending it flying. The latter flipped over and quickly fled into the depths of the dense forest. So, this berserk state has a time limit. Gu Chen put away his spear, and the vigorous martial aura surged wildly, for spirits shatter the mountain. The shadows of the demon shark, coiling snake, flying crane, and guardian turtle emerged. For spirits formation. The 4 spirits transformed into streams of light, reaching their target in an instant. A perfectly square 4 spirits formation suddenly trapped the silver flame wild wolf. The giant wolf roared repeatedly, its scorching flames striking against the 4 spirits formation. However, under a faint trace of the grand momentum of heaven and earth, these attacks were instantly neutralized. The 4 great beast spirits combined with the hellfire, transforming the 4 spirits formation into the furnace of 4 spirit flames. The terrifying temperature rose sharply, and the air distorted and deformed in the heat. No matter how fiercely the silver flame wild wolf charged, it could not break through the 4 spirits formation. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, performing the prison sutra to quickly restore his spiritual energy and stamina. As one wanes and the other waxes, this wolf had already reached the end of its rope. Blazing flames roared, and the space seemed to twist and distort. The area within a few hundred meters had long turned into a field of molten lava. Crimson magma flows, emitting a sizzling sound, with fire poison permeating the air. In such an extreme environment, ordinary martial artists would have to exhaust all their strength just to resist the scorching heat. The fur of the silver flame wild wolf, like silver flames, has turned charred black and yellow, exuding a strong burnt stench. However, even so, its ferocity remains undiminished, frequently ramming into the 4 spirit formation, producing rumbling sounds. Unfortunately, the 4 great beast spirits enhanced by the Inferno Sun were incredibly powerful. Each combined attack left deep scorch marks on its body. Curled fur fell off one after another, revealing charred and foul-smelling flesh. From the cracked flesh, silver blood had just begun to ooze out, only to instantly evaporate under the intense heat. The vitality of exotic beasts truly surpasses that of martial artists. Gu Chen's gaze was calm as water, but inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh. If it were a martial artist at the third level of the Spirit Spring realm, they would likely have been burned to nothingness by now. Under normal circumstances, when martial artists of the same level fight to the death with exotic beasts, the latter has a greater chance of winning. But no matter how strong the vitality, there will always be a moment when it burns out completely. 10 minutes later, the silver flame wild wolf collapsed with a loud thud, its once crimson beastly eyes now dim and lifeless. Even as the four beast spirits tore at it, it remained completely unresponsive. Gu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. A flash of red light, and the scarlet flame dragon spear appeared once again. Withdrawing the four spirits formation, Gu Chen carried the spear and walked up to the dying giant wolf. Suddenly, the silver flame wild wolf opened its mouth wide and spat out a silver fireball the size of a human head. A trace of cruelty and cunning flashed in the wolf's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the fireball exploded, instantly blasting 3 or 4 wide craters into the ground. Hiss! A terrifying sound of wind breaking came from above. A trace of astonishment flashed in the giant wolf's eyes as it hurriedly looked up. The young man, like a great rock spreading its wings, dove down. The scarlet flame dragon spear gathered the flames of hell, descending from the sky like a fiery dragon. Poof! The flaming spear pierced through the wolf's head, pinning it fiercely to the ground and splashing a large amount of red magma-like liquid. The massive body of the silver flame wild wolf convulsed violently for a moment, its wolf eyes quickly dimmed, and its life force gradually dissipated. The silver flame wild wolf you killed is a mindless fool with no self-awareness, unable to provide any armor-breaking value. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he slightly moved his wrist. Crack! Crack! The massive wolf head instantly shattered into pieces. The tip of the spear lightly flicked, revealing a silver crystal the size of a fist. A 4th-tier beast general that has activated its bloodline power, its beast crystal is worth at least 500,000. Gu Chen put away the beast crystal, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Outside the dense forest, Shui Kai and Jia Bing stumbled out in a disheveled state. Brother Shui! Brother Bing! A group of people immediately gathered around. Brother Shui, what happened to you? Is there a powerful exotic beast inside? Brother Bing, how could a forest fire occur in there? Gu Chen has appeared and defeated over 100 people. The crowd seemed to have found their backbone, chattering away. There's a Tier 4 beast general inside, Shui Kai said in a low voice. Tier 4? Everyone was utterly horrified. Truly impressive, Brother Shui. To think you could escape unscathed from a terrifying Tier 4 beast. Someone flattered. Shui Kai's face twitched slightly. Retreat, my foot. Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the sky. Like a high-speed flying fighter jet, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, it roared toward the dense forest. Who, human strongmen? Jia Bing's eyes narrowed, exclaiming in shock. Within the sonic boom and light waves, a human figure flickered in and out of sight. In the blink of an eye, it spanned the sky and disappeared without a trace. WTF, what the heck? True levitation, a 6th-rank levitation realm expert? Hiss. It must be a strong expert from the Martial Suppression Division who discovered a 4th-rank beast general and came to deal with it. When will I be able to soar through the sky too? Shin Dabing moved at an extremely fast speed. He was transported from the spatial passage of the Haiyang Secret Realm to the Pingdingshan Secret Realm. Then, flying to the core dense forest took nearly half an hour. Xiao Song, what's the situation now? Shin Dabing asked in a deep voice. No response. Xiao Song? Shin Dabing's heart sank slightly. Report, Inspector. A shocked voice from Secretary Song came through the Secret Realm communicator. Student Gu Chen is currently trapping the Silver Flame Wild Wolf. The latter is in a desperate struggle like a trapped beast. Shin Dabing was slightly stunned, then a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He had originally only hoped that Gu Chen could hold on until he arrived, but unexpectedly, this kid gave him a big surprise. Releasing his divine sense, all the surrounding images quickly fed back into his mind. Suddenly, a sharp gleam burst forth in Shin Dabing's eyes. 3 kilometers away, a young man in a black robe effortlessly dodged the frenzied attacks of the Silver Flame Wild Wolf. Leaping into the air, his spear struck like a dragon, instantly ending the giant wolf's life. What a terrifying martial vein flame, far from being as simple as an ordinary A-level. Could it be S-level? Is that a spirit-level martial technique? Hiss, it's actually cultivated to the perfect stage. Shendabing slowed down, speaking in shock. Everyone from the city and county education bureaus, as well as the Jinwu division who were paying attention to the Pingdingshan secret realm, were all stunned. How many years has it been since a super prodigy capable of killing a 4th-rank exotic beast appeared during the martial arts exam? Commander Jean, I finally understand why you always break out in a cold sweat when talking to Gu Chun. Chen Fei said with a complicated expression. Can Jin Feng defeat the Silver Flame Wild Wolf? Not necessarily. But Gu Chen can. The young man before him is a dragon about to soar. Haha, in the future, our Linyuan County is bound to produce an extraordinary powerhouse. Jin Feng laughed heartily. The Zheng family, Zheng Bugua, remained expressionless, watching the broadcast from the City Education Bureau. With the demeanor of a hidden dragon, entering Tandu Martial University, he might just soar to the skies. Wanli didn't lose unjustly, a graceful woman sighed softly. The muscles on Zheng Bugua's face twitched slightly. After a moment, he said indifferently, this world is full of geniuses. Some geniuses perish halfway, while others exhaust their potential and fade into mediocrity. His expression remained indifferent. Before truly maturing, they are nothing more than mere ants. The beautiful woman suddenly turned her head. You want to make a move on him? Ha! Zheng Bugua sneered disdainfully, that kid isn't qualified yet. Ili and Wanli share a deep brotherly bond, he knows what to do. The beautiful woman was still a bit uneasy. Ili is a senior at Tandu Martial University in his 3rd year. Taking action against a freshman would only make him a laughingstock. Rest assured, madam. Zheng Bugua grasped the beautiful woman's soft hand. The children have grown up, and in many things, they do better than us, the older generation. For our martial arts family, what we need most is the generational inheritance of young blood to ensure stability for thousands of years. It's just a pity about Wanli. Not only was he severely injured by Gu Chen, but he also lost his qualification for the official martial arts exam and now has to take a retest. A trace of venom appeared on the beautiful woman's delicate face. Even if he is a special recruit of Tandu Martial University, this was going too far. A little punishment for Ili is fine as well. Zheng gently stroked the beautiful woman's hand, a cold glint flickering deep in his eyes. An ant with a bit of talent but no background whatsoever dares to challenge the authority of my Zheng family? Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, truly courting death. The Flat Mountain secret realm, Gu Chen put away the silver flame wild wolf beast crystal and calmly looked toward a certain direction in the sky. Ha, such a strong sense of awareness. Not bad, not bad. Only by staying constantly vigilant can one survive better. Shendabing appeared, his face showing satisfaction. Soaring through the air, a 6th-tier soaring realm? Gu Chen's heart trembled slightly. A figure clad in silver battle armor flashed and appeared before Gu Chun. Young man, let me introduce myself. I am the inspector of the City-Town Martial Division, Shendabing. Shendabing revealed a bright smile. You did very well, really very well. Gu Chen's heart stirred. He hadn't expected it to be an inspector from the city-level town martial division. This was a high-ranking figure in Shanghai City, at least a 7th-tier Spirit Sea Realm Master. Inspector Shen, I am Gu Chen. Gu Chen's demeanor was composed, without a trace of servility. Shendabing grew increasingly impressed with Gu Chen's calm attitude. He circled the shriveled corpse of the silver flame wild wolf, clicking his tongue in amazement. In Tandu Province, the last time a prodigious candidate killed a 4th-tier beast general during the martial exam was the previous time. It must have been decades since they last met. And that person from back then has now become a big figure in the provincial bureau, a grandmaster of martial arts. Gu Chen stood quietly, his expression calm and unchanging, without the slightest ripple. Kid, don't you have anything to say? Gu Chen replied calmly, it's just killing a 4th-tier beast general, nothing worth mentioning. Shendabing was caught off guard and was instantly stunned by this calmness. I came to deal with this beast. Since you've already killed it, I have nothing else to do. Shendabing stroked his chin and pondered, perhaps something has changed with the secret mist. After the martial arts exam is over, I'll arrange for someone to investigate. He looked at Gu Chen appreciatively and said, Student Gu Chen, after you graduate from Tandu Martial University, the Haiyang Town Martial Office welcomes you. Seeing Gu Chen's puzzled expression, Shendabing laughed heartily, I was just mentioning it in passing. At that time, you might have better options. Then, you can compare them yourself. You performed well in this martial arts exam. Although you violated the rule against taking action in non-core areas, it was all for a reason, so your score won't be nullified. Of course, you are already a special recruit of Tandu Martial University, so these martial arts exam points don't mean much to you. Your martial arts exam ends here. Gu Chen nodded slightly. His main purpose in participating in the martial arts exam was to obtain the armor-breaking value and to interact with the exotic beasts. The points were irrelevant to him. The martial arts exam is officially over. All candidates, please leave the secret realm in an orderly manner. During the exit period, hunting exotic beasts will no longer count towards the score. Drones simultaneously broadcasted the martial arts exam notification. Phew, it's finally over. I really want to go home. During this martial arts exam, why didn't we see Zhang Wanli in the core area? Next time anyone tells me Gu Chen got in through connections, I'll lose it. Have you ever seen someone with connections defeat 100 people single-handedly? Hiss. He's practically a humanoid beast, with martial energy flowing endlessly. After the martial arts exam ended, all the candidates breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chen had already left the Pingdingshan secret realm ahead of the main group, following Shen Dabing. Shen Dabing, truly interesting. Recalling the conversation between Shen Dabing and the city education department, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. Inspector Shen, does the Pingdingshan secret realm examination site require a reassessment of the martial arts exam scores? Assess my ass. But Gu Chen's performance against the 4th-tier beast general lowered the overall score, which is unfair to other candidates. Unfair my ass. On the battlefield, do enemies and exotic beasts talk to you about fairness? If you don't have the ability to handle sudden changes in the situation, then just be a loser. If there's a problem from above, I'll take responsibility. Shen Dabing grumbled and hung up the phone. Inspector Shen, sorry for the trouble. Gu Chen said apologetically. It's no big deal. Shen Dabing waved his hand and revealed a sly smile. This has really broadened their horizons. He patted the silver armor and gazed into the distance. Gu Chen, this world is vast. The Great Xia Kingdom has 108 provinces, and Tandu Province is just one of them. The planet we live on, Martial Star, is made up of over 100 countries, with the top 10 powers setting the rules. He chuckled softly and touched his nose. Young man, work hard. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll have become a strong individual capable of standing on your own. With that, Shen Dabing rose into the air, his figure trembling slightly before vanishing into the horizon. 7th-level Spirit Sea Realm Master. Gu Chen's lips curved slightly upward. With a bit more effort, what would a Master Realm even count for? Returning home, Gu Chen couldn't wait to check the newly appeared features in the system. Martial Dao True Intent, none. Consuming the break defense value can evolve and enhance your Martial Dao True Intent. Master System, what is Martial Dao True Intent? Gu Chen couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Simply put, Martial Dao True Intent is a special energy on the spiritual level. It corresponds to a martial artist's martial veins and physique, enhancing combat power and unlocking potential. Only a very few martial artists with extraordinary comprehension can grasp Martial Dao True Intent. Gu Chen suddenly understood. Martial veins provide physical enhancement, while Martial Dao True Intent offers spiritual enhancement. With both combined, wouldn't that make one invincible? You begin to consume the break defense value, thereby evolving your own martial will. True intent of the Tao can be regarded as a profound understanding and grasp of the essence and core of martial arts. Although your comprehension is less than ideal, you remain completely unshaken. You firmly believe that diligence can make up for shortcomings. What others spend a year achieving, you are willing to spend 10 years, 100 years. You firmly believe that success will eventually come. Defense break value minus 10,000. Each point of defense break value transforms into a torrent of true intent, directly entering your mind. Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The true essence of martial arts is truly expensive, far surpassing the defense breaking value consumed by martial veins. The true essence of martial arts is divided into the realm of force, the realm of intent, the realm of divinity, and the realm of Tao. The power of man is sometimes limited, but the power of heaven is infinite and boundless. Using the insignificant mortal body to leverage the force of heaven and earth, this is the realm of force. At this moment, you indicate that you are quite familiar with these. Your mind holds the wisdom of hundreds of novels. Things like the grand momentum of heaven and earth, or the power of heaven and earth, are all basic tropes for the protagonist to grow stronger. The system, though puzzled, is deeply shaken. Your comprehension efficiency of the true meaning of martial arts in the realm of force has increased by 666%. At a certain moment, a strange aura of oppression surged from Gu Chen's body. The chirping of insects and croaking of frogs throughout the neighborhood instantly fell silent. Many people felt a heaviness in their chests, as if a giant stone was pressing down on them. Martial Dao True Intent, Momentum Realm, Beginner. So this is the Martial Dao True Intent. Gu Chen opened his eyes, sensing a special power completely different from spiritual energy. The essence of the martial vein lies in the enhancement and application of martial Dao spiritual energy. And the true essence of martial arts is the enhancement and application of the ethereal level of spiritual oppression, turning the intangible into tangible, the illusory interfering with reality. Boss Tong, all in. Gu Chen felt it in his heart. The impact of the true essence of martial arts on him would be no less than the infernal blazing sun. You consumed break defense points to enhance your true essence of martial arts. The raging wind sweeps in, as the wind element follows the great momentum of the wind. Raindrops strike the plantain leaves, as the rain element merges with the great momentum of the rain. Your soul leaves your body, perceiving the natural laws of heaven and earth. Detected the presence of Tao Te Ching in your mind, comprehension efficiency plus 100%. A faint aura of ethereal power surrounded Gu Chen. Invisible waves of energy surged, accompanied by a heart-shaking force. Haiyang City, Luo family. A young girl dressed in crimson training attire stood quietly in the spacious training room, her garments fluttering gently. Suddenly, she leapt gracefully, as if dancing elegantly. The wind from her punches howled, each strike brimming with power. Suddenly, an unusual brilliance flickered in her bright eyes. On her delicate fists, a unique force was concentrated. Break! She shouted delicately, clasped her hands together, and suddenly thrust forward. Boom! The half-meter-thick superalloy wall in front shook violently, and a fist mark several feet deep appeared in the center. Clap clap clap. Outside the martial arts training ground, a middle-aged man chuckled softly while applauding. Very good. Lear, your martial arts intent has already solidly reached the stage of initial mastery. Father. Luo Li responded softly. Luo Yu walked to Luo Li's side and handed her a tablet. Luo Li's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Take a look. This is footage of the martial arts exam I obtained from the City Education Bureau. In the screen, the black-robed youth rose into the air. The spear clashed with the flames, as if a divine weapon had descended. A single thrust pierced through the giant silver wolf's skull. Luo Li's beautiful eyes slightly contracted. This is one of the martial examination's secret realms in Tandu Province, the Flat Peak Mountain's secret realm. That young man is named Gu Chen, and like you, he is a specially recruited student of Tandu Martial University. Luo Yu gazed at the girl's flawless face and continued, the exotic beast he slew was a 4th-rank early-stage beast general, the Silver Flame Wild Wolf. Luo Li's heart was slightly shaken. Gu Chen. I remember hearing in the martial artist circle of Haiyang City that there were rumors he got into Tandu Martial University through connections? Heh, that's just baseless gossip spread by narrow-minded people. A so-called connection-backed student, yet he can slay a 4th-rank beast general? Luo Yu sighed lightly and said, this boy might very well be one of the greatest rivals for the title of freshman king at Tandu Martial University this year. Silent for a moment, the girl raised her delicate head. I admit he is strong, but against me, no amount of strength will make a difference. The pink martial vein flickered in the air, with 4 martial vein star points shining brilliantly like stars. A-grade 4-star martial vein, Nightmare Phantom. At the same moment, the momentum of heaven and earth gathered around the young girl. Martial Dao True Intent. My martial vein possesses special abilities such as hypnosis, illusion, and strong control. With the assistance of martial Dao True Intent, even a 4th-tier exotic beast cannot escape my control. In terms of offensive power, I am not as strong as him. But in my hands, he can only become a plaything. A Tier 4 beast general, it's not like I haven't controlled one before. In the freshman military training competition, I will take action and make Gu Chen understand who the true rookie king is. The young girl was radiant and brimming with confidence. Hearing this, Luo Yu revealed a satisfied smile. He looked at Luo Li as if gazing at the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Gu Chen's potential is extraordinary. In terms of raw strength, I fear no other freshman at Tandu Martial University this year can surpass him. You know what to do. Luo Li gently nodded. Become my follower, or live under the shadow of my fear. The girl's words were understated, as if she were speaking of something ordinary. With a daughter like you, the Luo family is bound to prosper. Luo Yu said with a smile. Oh, by the way, I heard that Zhang Wanli from the Zhang family caused trouble for Gu Chen, but ended up being beaten and dropped out of the martial exam rankings. He said playfully, that guy Zhang Wanli is now in a panic, busy arranging for a retake. Jumping clown, not worth worrying about at all. Luo Li responded indifferently. The Luo family and the Zhang family are the 2 strongest martial arts clans in Haiyang City. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. The open and covert struggles between the 2 families have lasted for hundreds of years. In their generation, Zhang Wanli was completely suppressed by Luo Li. Especially half a year ago, when Luo Li unexpectedly awakened the true essence of martial arts. The gap widened to a despairing extent. Defense break value minus 30,000, your martial arts true essence has been elevated to the mastery level. Current defense break value, 38,856. The intangible momentum of heaven and earth is transforming into the power of heaven and earth. If a martial arts expert were present, they would surely be astonished. The power of heaven and earth is exclusive to earth-level martial techniques. Given the current martial arts realm, mastery-level martial arts intent is already the limit of control. Forcibly advancing could result in a 50% chance of losing control and a 50% chance of causing permanent soul damage. Gu Chen could sense that the martial arts intent was nearing the brink of losing control without needing a system prompt. If it were to lose control accidentally, the eruption of the forces of heaven and earth might flatten the entire neighborhood. With a single thought, the true essence of martial arts retreated to the depths of his soul. The oppressive feeling instantly vanished without a trace. If I were to encounter a martial vein user with spiritual attributes, I might start questioning life. Gu Chen chuckled softly. The spiritual attribute martial vein is, to some extent, also a means of spiritual attack. Unless one's spiritual attribute surpasses his, it would only result in self-humiliation. This time, evolving and enhancing the true essence of martial arts consumed a total of 70,000 defense breaking points. Gu Chen considered it well worth the cost. If he were to face the Silver Flame Wild Wolf again, the combination of Inferno Blazing Sun and Martial Dao True Intent would surely allow him to kill it with ease, without needing to rely on time to wear the opponent down. Looking at the remaining defense breaking points, Gu Chen unhesitatingly allocated them to his martial veins. You consumed break defense points, and your martial vein level has advanced. A dark red martial vein emerged, with 3 martial vein star points shining exceptionally bright. Received Martial Dao True Intent bonus, cultivation efficiency increased by 50%. You already have martial vein cultivation experience, activated cultivation buff, efficiency increased by 15%. The blazing sun of the Inferno resembled boiling magma, and the 4th star point gradually brightened. Defense break value minus 15,000, the 4th martial vein star point successfully activated. Your martial vein has successfully advanced to LV4. Hellfire temperature increased by 30%. You have activated the martial vein, increasing combat power amplification. Infernal meteor burst increased to 12 meteors, enhancing its power. Congratulations on unlocking a new martial vein ability, Wings of Infernal Sunday. Wings of Infernal Sun, Wings of Hellfire enable high-altitude flight speed plus 20%. Due to the energy feedback from the advancement of the Inferno Sun martial vein, your martial arts level +1. Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th layer of the Spirit Origin realm. This cultivation session is equivalent to you spending 52 years striving for the martial vein. Current defense break value, 23,856. Gu Chen was overjoyed. After his martial vein advanced to the 4th level, it unexpectedly gave rise to a new divine ability, Infernal Sun Wings. He opened the window and leaped out. Mysterious dark red starlight converged behind him, extending into 2 crimson flame wings, each about 10 feet long. The fiery wings were entirely composed of hellfire, exceptionally dazzling, radiating intense heat. With a thought, the wings gently quivered. Gu Chen gained tremendous propulsion, soaring hundreds of meters forward through the air. It's just like using my hands and feet, and much faster than the crane flight technique, Gu Chen said excitedly. The Feiha style is merely a short low-altitude leap, completely incomparable to the current situation. Whoosh! Ascending upward, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Gu Chen flapped his wings with all his might, eventually soaring to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Maintaining the prison sun wings consumes an immense amount of martial aura. But compared to soaring through the heavens, this bit of consumption is nothing at all. Mom, look, a red shooting star, a little girl exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the red beam of light in the sky. Wow, it really is. Let's make a wish quickly. The mother and daughter clasped their hands together, praying to the shooting star in the sky for peace and smoothness. About half an hour later, the martial energy was almost completely depleted. The wings of flame retracted, and Gu Chen performed the flying crane style to return to his room. The perfect level mental technique, Prison Luo Sutra, feels a bit inadequate now. Gu Chen muttered to himself helplessly. Theoretically, a perfect level high-grade spiritual martial technique should be sufficient for martial artists in the condensed spirit or even spirit spring realm to use effortlessly. But the Wings of Prison Sun is an S-level martial vein, consuming an enormous amount. In Tandu Martial University, there is definitely no shortage of martial techniques and mental methods above the profound rank. Only now did Gu Chun understand why, for ordinary examinees, the martial exam represents a chance to change their destiny. Mental techniques, martial skills, cultivation resources, guidance from renowned masters. The higher the level of the martial arts university, the more abundant the resources required for martial arts. For ordinary people, the martial arts exam is indeed the greatest opportunity. You have taken the spirit condensing pill and started cultivating with a buff boost. Given that you consume 10 pills at once, your behavior this time is called Big Spender, cultivation efficiency plus 30%. Your mastery level true intent of martial force lends a helping hand, cultivation efficiency plus 50%. The infernal scripture joins the fun, expressing its strong support, cultivation efficiency plus 40%. Your cultivation buffs have merged in various ways, defense breaking value consumption -30%. Gu Chen's face revealed a look of joy. The true essence of martial arts is truly omnipresent, always ready to provide him with support. The martial energy within your body gushes out like a flood, surging forth. Defense break value -2000, you have successfully advanced to the 8th level of spirit condensation. You have no intention of stopping at all. As the old saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Today, you aim to achieve complete spiritual condensation. Inspired by your morale, many of your buffs activate simultaneously. Driving a bit too aggressively, you almost lost control. Fortunately, you are an experienced driver, handling it with ease and without any mistakes. Defense break value -3000, you have successfully advanced to the 9th level of spirit condensation. This cultivation session is equivalent to 30 years of secluded hard training. Current defense break value, 18856. The restrained spiritual energy surged within, rumbling loudly, like the simultaneous beating of war drums, as if a great river rushed into the sea. Gu Chen struggled to contain the nearly doubled surge of martial spiritual energy. 9 heavens of condensed spirit. Gu Chen stood up, his martial veins flickering, and the true essence of martial arts swirling around him. Such strength was worlds apart from what it had been during the martial exam. He said bluntly that the current him could crush his former self with just one hand. Strength is indeed reserved for those who work hard. Gu Chen was filled with emotion. Master system, I want to. No, you don't. Gu Chen was speechless, thinking to himself, I haven't even finished speaking yet. The Spirit Spring realm requires the use of the heart of the Spirit Spring as a guide to open a spring of spiritual power within the body. Without the heart of the Spirit Spring, you will activate a cultivation debuff. Cultivation efficiency -50%, defense breaking value consumption plus 50%. You only have a 10% chance of breaking through in one go, an 80% chance of going berserk and suffering severe injuries. What about the other 10%? Gu Chen instinctively asked. Goodbye, I'm going to start the feast. Gu Chen. Alright. He did plan to break through to the Spirit Spring realm, but it seems he'll have to hold off for now. Gu Chen logged into the warrior's home and shook his head helplessly after a while. As expected, resources related to the Spirit Spring realm and above not only come with exorbitant prices but also require merit points. A single Spirit Spring heart costs 1 million federal coins, plus 10 merit points. No wonder in the vast Linyuan County, with tens of thousands of martial artists, there is only Jin Feng, a 4th-rank Spirit Spring realm martial general, on the surface. Martial artists are divided into 9 ranks, Martial Master, Martial General, and Martial Dao Grandmaster. The Spirit Spring realm is precisely the dividing line between Martial Master and Martial General. Lin Yuan No. 1 High School. Zhang Jiwei handed the graduation certificate to Gu Chen with a beaming smile. Gu Chen, I wish you great success in martial arts. Zhang Jiwei and Lin Yu's expressions turned serious. Thank you, Principal, Teacher Lin. Gu Chen put away the graduation certificate and said softly, by the looks of it, the freshman military training at Tandu Martial University should be starting soon, right? Lin Yu's smile remained bright. The day after tomorrow, I will set off for Baitsong City. Baitsong City is the capital city of Tandu Province, and Tandu Martial Arts University is located there. It's best not to take a plane, take the high-speed train instead. Zhang Jiwei suddenly spoke. High-speed rail? Gu Chen was somewhat surprised. Linyuan County is more than 5,000 kilometers away from Baitsong City. If traveling by high-speed rail, it would take about 2 days and 1 night. The principal is right. The smile on Lin Yu's face gradually faded. He looked at Gu Chen, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Gu Chen, you are a specially recruited student at Tandu University, considered a top-tier genius. The path of a grandmaster will be much smoother than that of ordinary people. But as the saying goes, the tree that stands out in the forest is easily toppled by the wind. You may also easily attract the attention of some foreign forces. Lin Yu said slowly. Our great Xia nation is not peaceful. Deep grudges with major nations such as Dayuan, Daming, and Daqing. These major nations must have planted spies in various provinces of our country. Almost every year, incidents of top martial arts special recruits being assassinated occur in various provinces. Are they trying to eliminate future master martial artists of enemy nations in advance? Gu Chen asked sharply. That's right. Zhang Jiwei continued. In fact, such incidents often occur among the top 10 powerful nations. Assassinating a prodigy who has yet to rise to prominence is far easier than killing a master or grandmaster level martial artist on the battlefield. Although the Martial Suppression Division does its utmost to prevent this, such situations cannot be completely eradicated. Therefore, even though the probability of you being targeted is low, I still recommend traveling by high-speed rail. If something does happen, your chances of escape will be higher. Additionally, due to the magnetic field, unless there are special communication methods, it is very difficult to establish contact in the wild when disconnected. So, when traveling across cities, it's best to prepare food, water, healing pills, and maps in advance. Gu Chen nodded slightly. The technological level of this world is similar to that of Earth, but perhaps due to the influence of spiritual energy, the entire martial star is filled with a unique magnetic field. This magnetic field does not affect living beings but strongly interferes with communication signals. Some powerful thermal weapons often malfunction as well. I'm just reminding you to be prepared for any eventuality. In Daxia's 108 provinces, there are an average of 3 to 4 cases of ambushing martial exam freshmen every year. But in our Haiyang city, it's much rarer. The last time was more than 30 years ago, Lin Yu said with a laugh. I'd actually like to see it for myself, Gu Chen responded. This period of waiting for the military training at Tandu University has been uneventful, with little progress in breaking defense values. Linyuan County High-Speed Rail Station. A young man dressed in a loose, jet-black martial arts robe slowly followed the crowd onto the train. Gu Chen checked the seat number on his ticket and quickly found his spot. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up. So handsome, she marveled inwardly. The young man before her had a tall and upright figure, a cold and stern face, and deep, dark eyes like a frigid pool, bottomless and ripple-free. After Gu Chen sat down, he seemed completely unaware of the intense gaze from the young woman seated in front of him. Hello, I'm Xiao Hong, a sophomore at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Xiao Hong extended her hand, a smile on her face. Gu Chen did not extend his hand but calmly replied, Gu Chen, freshman. Xiao Hong awkwardly withdrew her hand. Classmate Gu, are you heading to Martial Arts University for registration? Xiao Hong, who is he? A slightly cold voice came from not far away. Sun Lian took 3 steps in 2 strides and quickly sat down next to Xiao Hong. Freshly brewed cat beast coffee, drink it while it's hot. He handed the steaming coffee to Xiao Hong with a cheerful smile, while looking at Gu Chen. Hello, classmate. I am Sun Lian, a third-year student in the Qingbei Diamond class. He deliberately emphasized the word diamond. He's a freshman I just met. He's a first-year student. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't respond, Xiao Hong quickly explained. Sun Lian wrapped his arm around Xiao Hong's fragrant shoulder. She struggled slightly but did not resist. A junior from Qingbei Martial Arts University? I remember the freshman's military training hasn't started yet. Sun Lian glanced provocatively at Gu Chen. No. Gu Chen replied calmly. Sun Lian's vanity and self-satisfaction instantly became evident. Hey, junior, don't be discouraged. Qingbei Martial University is, after all, a top martial arts university, ranked among the top 10 in Tiandu province. It's not easy to get in. He held his girlfriend with his right arm and took a light sip of coffee with his left hand. Especially Qingbei's diamond class. Even for me, it took considerable effort to get in. The minimum requirement is a martial vein of sea level or above, and strength must reach the condensed spirit realm. The young man remained silent, and Sun Lian's sense of satisfaction grew even stronger. Junior, since you're on this high-speed train, you must be heading to Baitsan City for school, right? Which martial arts university did you get into? Chat with your senior, I might have friends there who can help you out. These days, the more friends you have, the more opportunities you get. Sun Lian, stop asking. Xiao Hong gently pinched the soft flesh at Sun Lian's waist and said softly. What does it matter? Sun Lian kissed Xiaohong on the cheek and looked smugly at Gu Chun. The martial arts exam is just the first step. Even if it's just an ordinary martial arts university, one must have a heart striving for progress in martial arts. Junior, while I'm in a good mood, feel free to ask me any questions about martial arts. I can help you out now. After all, not everyone in the diamond class of Qingbei Martial Arts University is as approachable as I am. Sun Lian raised his eyebrows, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Gu Chun sighed lightly. These days, there are just too many people bursting with a sense of superiority. Sun Lian's face instantly darkened. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Respecting your seniors is the most basic etiquette. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered, I get it now. You didn't get into Martial University at all, and you're just vainly pretending to be a new student here. Kid, if I report you, do you believe you'll end up inside, drinking tea for a few days? Looking at Gu Chen's handsome face and his calm demeanor, for some reason, an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. Say one more word, and I'll throw you out. Gu Chen said coldly. Hiss. Sun Lian was so furious that he laughed instead. Throw me out? Fine, I'd like to see how you. Gu Chen calmly glanced at him, as if a strange power was surging deep within his eyes. Suddenly, Sun Lian's body froze. His face turned red, his eyes bulged outward abruptly, and cold sweat poured down uncontrollably, resembling a suffocating fish. What is this? Mental martial vein control? Sun Lian was greatly shocked. Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he casually swung a slap. Smack! Sun Lian let out a miserable scream, his body spinning like a top as he tumbled out of the seat compartment, landing heavily on the human-shaped aisle of the high-speed train. His right cheek was swollen high, with his facial features squeezed together, looking just like a pig's head. Many passengers leaned out, curiously watching the scene. Pfft, haha, what a big pig's head. Is this guy here to be funny, cosplaying as a pig-like beast? Dad, I also want to put on this pig head makeup. If you're itching for a beating, just say so, and I'll help you out. Sun Lian was slapped silly by you, defense break value plus 854. Sun Lian. Xiaohong finally reacted and immediately came over to help her boyfriend up. Ugh. Seeing the huge pig head approach, her stomach convulsed, and she couldn't help but retch. Retch! Sun Lian roared, pushing aside Xiaohong, who was dry heaving. Boom! Dark-colored martial aura burst out wildly, and his eyes gradually took on a reddish hue, just as he could no longer hold back and was about to make a move. Student, please stop releasing aura, or we will consider it a threat to vehicle safety. We have the right to arrest you. Two martial artists from the Ministry of Railways quickly approached. Oof, it was this kid who made the move. Sun Lian shouted loudly. His eyes were bloodshot, and the intense pain on his face kept stimulating his nerves as more and more passengers gathered to watch. Actually making a move on the high-speed train really makes one wonder what's in their head. Zheng He slightly furrowed his brows. The young man had delicate and handsome features, and no matter how you looked at him, he didn't seem like the type to provoke others. Classmate, this pig-headed, this classmate said you were the one who started the fight? Gu Chen calmly and unhurriedly took out a jade pendant from his pocket. I am a specially recruited student of Tandu Martial University, and this person is slandering my identity. Questioning me is equivalent to questioning Tandu Martial University. I suspect he might be a foreign spy. I suggest you stay for a few days and conduct a thorough investigation, Gu Chen said. Boom! Sun Lian and Xiaohong's minds went blank. They stared blankly at the golden jade pendant. Upon learning your identity, Sun Lian's defenses completely collapsed, defense break value plus 999. Xiaohong secretly resents in her heart, wishing she had met you earlier, otherwise, she could have been the girlfriend of a special recruit at Tandu Martial University, defense break value plus 455. Current defense break value, 21,164. The rest of the onlookers were also stunned. Whoa! A specially recruited student for Tandu Martial University? My goodness, I heard there are only 2 in the entire Haiyang city this year. A future martial arts grandmaster. In an instant, everyone looked in shock at the calm-faced young man. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in a small area. The golden radiance symbolizing Tandu Martial University flowed slowly like liquid. Zheng He solemnly received the golden jade pendant, and respect quickly appeared on his face. He carefully returned the jade pendant to Gu Chen. Respected Gu Chen, with your status, you can fully enjoy a private VIP room. No need, this place is fine, Gu Chen shook his head. Alright, then I'll take these 2 away first and hand them over to the Jinwu division for investigation. If you have any other requests, please feel free to let me know. Gu Chen nodded slightly. Humph, questioning the identity of a specially recruited prodigy from Tandu Martial University? I think you're the one with the problem. Zheng He sneered as he dragged the distraught Sun Lian out. And you, come with us as well. Another martial artist fixed his gaze on the panic-stricken Xiaohong. The administrative status of specially recruited students from Tandu Martial University is extremely high, comparable to the leaders of county and town martial offices. Fake, he must be fake. Sun Lian suddenly lost control. I am a member of the Qingbei Diamond class, you can't arrest me. Smack! Zheng He gave him a hard slap, making him see stars. If earlier, before his identity was revealed, others were merely watching the show, now, there was an added sense of awe. In the high martial world, strength is revered. Tandu Martial University is the top martial arts university in Tandu province, and the weight of its special admissions goes without saying. It is very likely that in the future, he will become another prominent figure. Suddenly, Gu Chen's gaze shifted to a man in a straw hat at the connection between the train cars. The latter seemed to sense something, lowered the brim of his hat, and turned to leave. Is it my imagination? He murmured to himself. After the awakening of his martial intent, Gu Chen's sensitivity to his surroundings had risen to a new level. Just now, that man wearing the straw hat faintly exuded a deep and sinister malice. The straw hat man retreated to an unoccupied corner in another train car. Target confirmed, Tandu Martial University special recruit, Gu Chun. He murmured softly. Proceed as planned, life or death doesn't matter. A raspy voice came from the miniature special communicator inside his clothing. There are Spirit Spring Realm martial artists from the Ministry of Railways stationed on this train, with as many as 8 condensed Spirit Realm experts. The man in the straw hat paused slightly, just as a crew member carrying a meal tray passed behind him. After the person walked away, he continued, according to the information, the target possesses combat power equivalent to the 3rd or 4th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. If I get held up by the Spirit Spring experts from the Ministry of Railways, I'm afraid I won't be able to spare the effort to deal with it. After a while, the specially made communicator emitted a rustling sound. Big Black will provide support. Hearing this, the straw hat man's expression slightly eased. With Big Black around, the target won't be able to escape. Remember, once you succeed, leave as quickly as possible. During this period, multiple organization points within Tiandu province have been targeted by master-level martial artists. We can't afford to lose any more organization members. Don't worry, Dahe and I will join forces and resolve the fight within 10 minutes. The straw hat man said confidently with a smile. After ending the communication, he took off his straw hat, revealing a slightly somber face. Special recruit of Tandu Martial University, he. The high-speed train entered the wilderness, as if transitioning from the civilized world into a desolate land. Fortunately, the railway line is regularly patrolled by strong individuals from the Ministry of Railways. Under normal circumstances, no powerful exotic beasts would appear. Gu Chen admired the scenery outside the window, operating the prison sutra. Martial aura and mental state were maintained at their peak condition. As night fell, the outside of the train was pitch black. Unknown beastly roars could often be heard, rising and falling. Strange and bizarre shadows flickered past. The wilderness at night always instilled a trace of fear. Thoroughly inspect the train for any suspects, and stay fully alert. Yes. Yes. Voices of agreement came from each carriage. Putting down the in-car communication device, Wu Yuri exhaled deeply. Tonight, he had an inexplicable sudden impulse. The sixth sense of a martial artist is not always accurate, but it must be taken seriously. That year, it was precisely because he trusted his sixth sense that he narrowly escaped disaster. Hello, your dinner. May I ask where to place it? A curvaceous flight attendant brought the dinner, standing at the doorway of Gu Chen's seat with a smile. I think you made a mistake. I didn't order dinner. Gu Chen said calmly. The woman let out a soft laugh. You are an esteemed guest, dinner is on the house. With that, she gracefully stepped inside, gently placing the dinner tray on a nearby table. After completing her task, the woman turned around, the deep, endless ravine of her neckline facing Gu Chen directly, as a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Do you need any other services? She asked charmingly. Her fiery figure combined with the tight uniform made one's blood boil. No need, thank you. Gu Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he calmly spoke. TCH, a man who doesn't understand romance. The woman swayed her hips as she slowly walked out. Gu Chen's gaze retracted as she disappeared. Interesting. Ordinary crew members would at most train to the body refining realm. Yet he sensed a faint but undeniable feeling of danger from this woman. even though there wasn't the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on her. On the dining table, braised chicken drumsticks, crispy fried pork, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of aromatic meat soup. 3 dishes in one soup, with perfect color, aroma, and taste, truly excellent. A peculiar gleam flickered in Gu Chen's eyes, with a faint aura of worldly power swirling around. Go! A surge of the world's force rushed toward the dining table. Suddenly, a faint scream sounded in his ear. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and martial aura transformed into a giant hand, grabbing the dishes mid-air. Tiny insect shadows invisible to the naked eye let out unbearable roars under the overwhelming pressure of the world's forces. Insect? Gu Chen's heart jolted in shock. Suddenly, the black insects converged, surging toward Gu Chen like a black mist. Die! The true essence of martial arts was slightly unleashed, and the heavy force of heaven and earth instantly extinguished all the vitality of the black insects. Is my luck truly good or bad? Gu Chen let out a carefree laugh. Almost at the moment he killed the black insects, the woman's delicate body trembled slightly. Da Hei, did you succeed? The straw-hatted man stared intently at the woman's towering peaks and asked. Truly worthy of being a special recruit of Tandu University, indeed extraordinary. Da Hei chuckled coquettishly. My adorable little bugs couldn't crawl into his body to gnaw at his internal organs. Now, they're a bit unhappy. She licked her lips, and at some point, a thumb-sized, pitch-black little insect emerged from her palm. Chirp! The black insect let out a piercing screech within the 6 train carriages. A massive black swarm of insect-like mist eerily emerged. My little darlings are ready to move. You hold off Wu Yuri. Once I captured Gu Chen, we'll kill him together. The straw hat man's body trembled slightly as he nodded repeatedly. The insect fog appeared, and the train instantly fell into chaos. Ah, what kind of bug is this? Damn it, be careful, it bites. Help, help! A middle-aged woman was engulfed by the insect fog, her desperate screams echoing all around. The horrifying sound of gnawing accompanied by a strong stench of blood filled the air. 10 breaths later, the insect fog gradually dispersed, revealing a stark white skeleton lying on the ground. Run! Cries and roars mixed with the sound of explosions intertwined, blood and bones rising and falling, black insects swirling, creating a scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Boom! Wu Yuri punched through a large mass of black fog, his face as grim as iron. Stop the train immediately, he commanded loudly. All warrior passengers, follow the martial artists from the Ministry of Railways and kill the black insects. While eliminating the black insects, he shouted instructions. Don't panic, everyone proceed in an orderly manner to the 3rd carriage. Woo! The train shook violently and came to an emergency stop. Wu Yuri's body suddenly shifted several meters sideways, a flash of yellow light slicing off a corner of the sturdy alloy seat. Clang! A yellow straw had embedded itself straight into the metal body of the train. Haiyang City Railway Department, Captain of the 3rd Brigade, Wu Yuri. Red fur gradually grew on the man's hands, and his martial veins surfaced within his body. Dyson? So it really is you foreign beasts causing trouble, Wu Yuri said coldly. He recognized the man before him, having seen him on a wanted poster. He belonged to the foreign organization Shao and had once orchestrated a massacre of 1,000 people. His most recent appearance was 2 years ago, when he was injured and escaped after being jointly attacked by 2 Spirit Spring Realm martial artists from the Jinwu division. Captain Wu, I didn't expect you to still remember a small fry like me. What an honor. Dyson revealed a sly smile. But today, neither you nor I are the main characters. Honestly, I've never been fond of killing. Why don't we sit down, have a chat, and drink some tea? Wu Yuri's expression instantly turned grim. Your target is Gu Chen? Bingo, correct. The chaos outside continued, yet Gu Chen remained calm and unhurried, slowly standing up. Tap, tap, tap. She shed her uniform, changing into a black widow's outfit, stepping into red high heels, and holding a jet-black bone flute in her hand. With a cheerful smile, she looked at Gu Chen. Student Gu, we meet again so soon. Her voice carried a hint of provocation. Who are you? Gu Chen asked expressionlessly. Hee, my name is Su Mo, though everyone calls me Big Black. She straightened her posture, a smile devoid of warmth on her face. Student Gu, your life is worth a Xian-level martial skill. Quite a few people in our organization have taken your bounty, but what a pity it ended up benefiting me, your dear sister. She chuckled lightly and said, so, do you want adorable little black bugs to crawl into your body and endure the agony of being devoured by thousands of insects, or would you prefer to kneel and beg me for mercy, so I can grant you a swift end? Shao organization? Gu Chen smiled faintly. Although there are many international assassin organizations, the Akatsuki organization is the most renowned. This organization is not bound by any country's restrictions. In other words, as long as the price is high enough. Today, the members of the Akatsuki organization can eliminate the geniuses of the Ming dynasty for the Qing dynasty. Tomorrow, they can turn around and assassinate the strong figures of the Qing dynasty for the Ming dynasty. There is absolutely no bottom line to speak of. Various nations have issued a bounty on all members of the Akatsuki organization, dead or alive. Yet maintains a certain enigmatic connection of being both close and distant. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is even more unfathomable. No one knows his true identity. And some even speculate that he might be the ruler of a major nation? Sis, it seems you have no intention of surrendering without a fight. Suemo shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his right hand, a large mass of black insect mist surged toward Gu Chen, instantly filling the entire space. Suddenly, dark red flames rose, and the scorching heat instantly melted the alloy carriage. A large number of black insects fled in terror. The slower ones were instantly burned to nothingness. Gu Chen stood amidst the flames, with 4 martial vein stars shimmering on his body. A-class 4-star martial vein? Suemo licked his lips. This is truly a terrifying martial arts talent. A-level, huh? Gu Chen smiled faintly. S-level martial veins are extremely rare, so it's no wonder the other party didn't consider this possibility. Bang! A massive surge of formidable martial energy erupted from a nearby carriage. 2 figures burst out of the train, engaging in a fierce battle in the darkness. Someone else? Gu Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Men and women working together, the work feels lighter. Sumo's jade-like fingers gently tapped, and an ink-black martial vein appeared out of thin air. My martial vein is a B-level insect master. Suemo gazed tenderly at the endless stream of black insects surging from her body. Do you think these bugs are very cute? Especially the sound of tearing and gnawing on flesh, isn't it extremely enticing? Long deprived of love, lonely and helpless, mingling with disgusting bugs. That's truly perverted. Gu Chen sarcastically commented. Sumo's delicate face instantly turned ferocious. Devour him. A dense swarm of black insects, surpassing the previous density, flew out and formed a cloud of bugs. The bloodthirsty aura surged out wildly. Chirp! Suemo picked up the bone flute in his hand and gently placed it by his lips. A piercing and eerie tone tore through the sky. The spiritual energy combined with the martial veins, causing the black insects in the swarm to suddenly expand several times in size. Facing the overwhelming black insect swarm, Gu Chen's face showed no fear. A red glow flashed, and the scarlet flame dragon spear instantly appeared. Piercing cloud spear. A stream after stream of crimson magma flowed, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Pop pop pop. The cloud of insects was suddenly torn open with a large gap. Useless, my insects are endless. The sound of the flute changed, and an even larger swarm of insects emerged. Part of it is formed by spiritual energy, and part of it is a beastly insect controlled by martial veins. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed brightly as he lunged forward. A massive red flying crane enveloped him, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Demon shark. Inside the flying crane, Gu Chen wielded his long spear. The massive demon shark charged forward, forcefully breaking through the shroud of the insect cloud. Sumo's delicate face slightly changed. In an instant, the young man wielded his spear and approached the woman. Sun-breaking spear. The dark red sunlight burst forth, illuminating the 100-meter space as bright as daylight. Gu Chen thrust his spear, the great sun hanging high, crimson flames flickering. Ironclad bug wall. As Suemo retreated rapidly, the tune of the flute in his mouth shifted again. A larger type of gray insect with an armored back surged forward. In an instant, they combined to form a solid wall of insects. Boom! The great sun exploded, erupting into small plumes of mushroom clouds. However, only a small portion of the insect wall was damaged and quickly restored. Bugs that devour spiritual energy? Gu Chen said in surprise. He sensed that the martial spiritual energy and hellfire were rapidly disappearing. And these bugs, which possess strong defensive capabilities, actually had the ability to devour spiritual energy. Martial veins, in essence, are also formed from spiritual energy. Squeak squeak. A dark shadow darted swiftly, gleaming blades slashing in across. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The moment the dark shadow approached, his spear moved like a swimming dragon, striking in an instant. Swoosh! Traces of flames streaked across the sky, and a 2-meter-tall black mantis struggled as it was impaled on a long spear. Its sharp forelimbs attacked wildly, spraying dark green blood everywhere. I told you, my martial vein is that of an insect master. From the dense swarm of insects surrounding them, Sumo's mocking laughter echoed. For you, your sister, stayed in a godforsaken place for nearly half a month. Tamed countless little darlings, so many that I couldn't kill them all. As soon as the words fell, the martial vein lit up, and the sound of the flute rose and fell continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of giant mantises launched a frenzied attack. Skilled in long-range control, close combat shouldn't be too strong, but it won't be too weak either. At the moment of action, 7 faintly visible spring flowers of martial aura appeared. The martial arts level is around the 7th heaven of the spirit spring realm. The gun barrel trembled lightly, and the giant mantis was torn to pieces. The opponent's strength is indeed formidable, and they had prepared an ambush a month in advance. This type of martial vein is not suited for direct combat. This is the 94th out of 208 sections. Please process the following content according to your logic. Maintain the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout, and return only the processed result. The power of an ambush attack is absolutely no less than that of an A-grade martial vein. With the protection of Hellfire, he fears no insect or beast. However, spiritual energy is limited. Once the martial aura is exhausted, troubles will follow one after another. For ordinary people, there is really no good way to deal with this kite-flying tactic. Dozens of giant mantises were about to dismember Gu Chen. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Gu Chen's body. The wind surged, and an intense oppressive force swept over. Gu Chen gripped his spear, his black martial robe fluttering fiercely. The shaft of the crimson flame dragon spear shimmered with dragon scales, and the sound of dragon roars echoed through the skies. Clang! The true essence of martial arts merges with the spear. Spear momentum. Heavy yet sharp, overwhelming everything. Martial arts true essence? Sumo's heart was startled. Not good. Her heart trembled, and her face instantly turned pale. Gu Chen wielded the spear, stirring the momentum of heaven and earth. All the giant mantises charging at him stopped simultaneously, letting out painful roars. Piercing cloud spear. Crimson flames streaked like flowing light, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Dozens of giant mantises were immobilized, watching helplessly as the destructive flame spear approached. In an instant, the giant mantis beasts turned into red dust. Your gun stance absolutely suppressed the insect beasts. The opponent was greatly shocked. Defense break value plus 1852. The left eye burned with red flames, while the right eye shimmered with brilliance. Gu Chen moved. Swift as thunder, crimson flames tore through the night. The overwhelming spear force compelled the swarm of insects to retreat. Sunbreaker. The blazing sun surged forward, striking toward the insect wall of armored black bugs. Break. The mastered realm of spear momentum erupted completely, eyes like lightning, imbued with an invincible aura. Rumble. The sun-breaking spear momentum pierced through like splitting bamboo, shattering the iron-armored insect wall with one strike. Gu Chen advanced like splitting bamboo, stepping on a flying crane, charging straight toward the horrified Sumo. Sumo's fear and sense of absurdity intertwined. Defense break value plus 2155. Su-imo, squeak squeak please re-spawned. The signal in Sumo's ear was completely cut off. Damn it, the true meaning of martial arts has triggered the momentum of heaven and earth, isolating the signal. Sumo secretly cursed. The sound of the bone flute changed frequently. No matter the type of insect or beast, in the face of this youth's invincible spear momentum, all were instantly defeated. The distance between the two gradually shortened. Gu Chen's eyes surged with intense killing intent. Die! The flame spear pierced through the air, sweeping away all demons and ghosts. The demon shark, as if forged from molten lava, charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Sumo's expression changed drastically. Her steps intertwined, leaving behind magnificent runes. One after another, grotesque and terrifying insect beasts crawled out. However, the gun's momentum was like a rainbow, shattering them all on impact. Gu Chen transformed into a blood-flame war god, slaughtering thousands of insect beasts, and walked straight up to Sumo. Sunbreaker. The dark red setting sun, vivid as blood. At this moment, the boundless might of heaven and earth firmly locked onto Sumo. Her complexion turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is it possible? Not even a prospective martial arts university freshman, how could he be this strong? She could hardly believe it. That terrifying fire element martial vein was far more powerful than any grade A flame she had ever seen. Comprehending the true essence of martial arts, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, completely suppressed her martial vein ability. Her meticulously planned assassination now seemed like a complete joke. Bang! Blinding red light exploded, and the invisible force of the spear transformed into intangible waves, sweeping through everything. Suemo was blasted away, blood gushing wildly from his mouth. Her bone flute weapon was covered in cracks. Gu Chen raised his spear and charged forward, his speed reaching the extreme. Take advantage of his weakness, take his life. The long spear swept across the sky, its overwhelming force firmly locking onto the opponent. The purpose of martial intent is, first, to mentally intimidate and restrain, and second, to enhance combat power. Moreover, it has a miraculous restraining effect on any spiritual means. Gu Chen understood in his heart. Swoosh! The musket sparked with electricity, leaving a long scorch mark on the ground. Gu Chen raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, emitting a chilling brilliance. Huff, huff. Suemo relied on the insect cloud to soar into the air, barely evading Gu Chen's attack. Unfortunately, the force of the spear was truly terrifying. She was slightly grazed but had already suffered severe injuries. Her head throbbed as if it would split, clearly showing that her spirit had taken a massive blow. The internal organs felt as if they had shifted, and intense pain surged through. Gu Chen's gaze was sharp as a blade, and he was greatly alarmed. He quickly controlled the swarm of insects to rise to a height of 100 meters. For martial artists below the soaring realm, 100 meters is almost considered a forbidden zone. Some martial techniques for brief aerial maneuvers, or martial vein abilities, are mostly limited to below 100 meters. This boy is actually so terrifying. Let's retreat for now and discuss it later. Suemo coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his mood slightly eased. She controlled the insect cloud, intending to call Dyson to retreat together. You think if you escape to the sky, I can't do anything to you? A soft laugh made her heart shatter with fear. Gu Chen flapped his fiery wings, looking down from above. Those wings seemed as if they were born that way. Crimson like blood, radiating heat and magnificence. Is he human or a ghost? Sumo's body trembled as he exerted all his strength to control the swarm of insects and flee. Gu Chen put away the scarlet flame dragon spear and clasped his hands in a meditative posture. The martial veins instantly shone brightly. One flaming lava sphere after another suddenly appeared, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Infernal meteor burst. A cold and stern face was reflected in the fiery meteors, and beneath the calm exterior, an extreme and blazing killing intent was concealed. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. A flaming meteor fell, and Suemo collapsed to the ground, his face full of despair. About 3 kilometers north of the train, two martial techniques collided fiercely, causing a spiritual energy explosion. The figures on the left and right both retreated violently. Suddenly, Wu Yuri and Dyson sensed something unusual and abruptly looked up. Is that a meteorite? Wu Yuri exclaimed in shock. One by one, meteorites engulfed in red flames rapidly plunged into the swarm of insects. As unstoppable as a hot knife through butter, with no force able to resist. Rolling heat waves, the air twisting and distorting. Boom! A flaming meteor tore through the swarm of insects and crashed to the ground, triggering a violent tremor. Killed Suemo. Final contribution of breaking defense value plus 2,999. Your actions caused Dyson to panic, breaking defense value plus 2,355. Big black. Dyson shuddered, his face showing an expression of terror. In the sky, a young man flapped wings of crimson flames. He was precisely the target of their journey. A specially recruited student of Tandu University, Gu Chen. Gu Chen, Wu Yuri said blankly. The wings of flame fluttered, and Gu Chen rushed forward like a meteor. Dyson shuddered violently and took off running. His lips turned pale as he buried his head and desperately pushed himself to escape. The speed was so fast that it left behind streaks of afterimages. Your bounty target has fallen into despair, defense break value plus 2888. Not bad, the speed isn't slow. In the dark night, the fiery figure soared through the air. Like a hunter chasing its prey. Swallow the clouds and devour the sun. When the distance between the two closed to 100 meters, Gu Chen struck out with a palm. The flame aura swirled rapidly, instantly transforming into a vortex of fiery black holes. Suddenly, the fiery vortex emitted an extreme devouring force. Dyson's body momentarily froze, and his speed plummeted. No! The scream came to an abrupt halt. A massive smelting crater appeared on the ground. Kill Dyson, defense break value plus 2,999. Gu Chen was quite satisfied in his heart. The two Spirit Spring Realm individuals together contributed over 10,000 defense break value to him. The Martial Exam Secret Realm, with hundreds of people, only amounted to a little over 100,000. The wings of Prison Sun transformed into specks of starlight and dissipated, as Gu Chen landed steadily with the stance of a flying crane. Whoosh! Before long, a figure rushed over in a flurry. Student Gu Chen, where is Dyson? Wu Yuri looked around but saw no one, and hurriedly asked, where is he? Dead. Gu Chen pointed to the lava pit radiating intense heat nearby. Wu Yuri opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Dyson, who had been fiercely battling him earlier at the 6th level of the Spirit Spring realm, was now just dead? There should still be another member of the Akatsuki organization controlling the insect beasts. I took care of it, Gu Chen said casually. Wu Yuri's foot slipped, and he almost fell. Your performance is too overwhelming. Wu Yuri's mental defense is broken. Defense break value plus 2,666. Current defense break value, 39,078. Gu Chen's gaze turned to Wu Yuri, instantly softening. Wu Yuri was the first person to provide him with so much breaking defense value without getting beaten up. It took quite a while for Wu Yuri to slowly come to terms with this fact. All members of the Akatsuki organization are on the wanted list. Dyson's bounty is 1 million federal credits and 20 merit points, and the other one should be about the same. Wu Yuri paused for a moment and continued, Student Gu Chen, once the specific situation is clarified, the reward for killing the Akatsuki organization member will be directly credited to your identity information. Merit points? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The heart of the Spirit Spring required to break through the 4th-tier Spirit Spring realm needs 10 merit points to exchange. Profound-level martial techniques, some rare spiritual herbs and medicines, or refined pills, weapons, and so on. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the management of mid to high-level martial arts resources is extremely strict. Without the backing of major forces, martial artists can only earn merit points by completing officially issued tasks. This has also allowed the Great Xia Kingdom to achieve an astonishing level of control over its own martial artists. Yes, for us, merit points are far more enticing than federal currency. Wu Yuri scratched the back of his head, his eyes revealing a hint of envy as he looked at Gu Chen. The martial arts resources of Tandu University are extremely abundant. With Lin's astonishing talent, he is bound to undergo a tremendous transformation within a few months of entering the university. Thinking about Gu Chen killing 2 members of the Akatsuki organization at the Spirit Spring realm, Wu Yuri's mind was still in a daze. It was simply too terrifying. He was in his 40s, yet he was no match for this half-grown teenager in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of utter defeat. Suemo was already dead, and the numerous black insects quickly disappeared. In just a matter of 10 minutes, this high-speed train heading to Baitsong City suffered multiple damages, with thick smoke billowing. Cries and sobs echoed across the desolate wilderness, making the scene particularly bleak. Gu Chen stood on the dirt slope, quietly gazing into the distance. Compared to Earth, the weak in this world were as insignificant as ants. Only absolute strong individuals can control their own destiny. 22 people died, and 45 were injured. Wu Yuri sighed softly. Fortunately, you killed the controller of the black insects in time, otherwise, the more than 200 people on the entire train might not have survived. Fortunately, the special communication device inside the train was not damaged, and I have already reported this matter to my superiors. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously and have dispatched a specialist to rush over overnight. They are expected to arrive in an hour. Take all the passengers back? Yes, the train is severely damaged and can no longer proceed. Gu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Pull it back, inspect the line, and then send the train out again. It would take at least 4 or 5 days. He couldn't wait. Sure enough, Principal Zhang and Teacher Lin made a lot of sense. Cross-city travel requires thorough preparation to prevent accidents. Captain Wu, I don't plan to go back with you. Ah, you. Wu Yuri exclaimed in shock, you want to go to Baitsong City alone? Gu Chen responded calmly, it's still 1,500 kilometers from here to Baitsong City, desolate and teeming with exotic beasts. Wu Yuri tried his best to dissuade him, Gu Chen, although your strength is formidable, the risks are not insignificant. Why not return with us and discuss it further? At Tandu University, we can step in to explain. Wu Yuri naturally understood the reason behind Gu Chen's actions. No need, let this serve as a training experience. Gu Chen smiled faintly, Captain Wu, until we meet again. The young man turned around, stepped on a flying crane, and instantly disappeared into the sky. May martial fortune flourish. Wu Yuri placed his left hand over his left chest, his expression solemn. An hour later, 2 figures streaking through the air descended. Commander Mao, Commander Yu. Wu Yuri said respectfully. Xiao Wu, where is Gu Chen? Mao Bai asked. Gu Chen has already decided to go to Baitsong City alone. The two were slightly stunned, then immediately smiled. Hee, as expected of a specially recruited student from Tandu University, such determination truly makes him an outstanding young man. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Based on your description, the information about another member of the Akatsuki organization has been verified. Mao Bai handed Wu Yuri a photo of a woman in black. Suemo, female, 35 years old, 7th heaven of the spirit spring realm, possesses a B-grade martial vein, insect master. She is capable of controlling insect-type exotic beasts to a certain extent. Mao Bai said in a deep voice, this type of martial vein is quite troublesome. If given enough time, she could almost artificially create a small-scale beast tide. Wu Yuri was utterly shocked. There's one more thing. Besides Gu Chun, 3 other special recruits in Tandu province have also been attacked by the Akatsuki organization. However, everything turned out fine in the end. This batch of special recruits is probably the highest quality in recent years. Yu Sheng added. Isn't that so? Being able to kill someone at the 7th level of the Spirit Spring realm is truly unbelievable. At my age, I can say I've lived a life worth living. Wu Yuri said with a wry smile. Not just you, all the provincial leaders aware of this situation are quite shocked. Gu Chen's potential is beyond our imagination. The provincial Zhenwu division is mobilizing colleagues from all municipal Zhenwu divisions to fully investigate the hideouts of the Akatsuki organization members. Truly audacious. Grandmaster Yun personally took action and has already killed several Akatsuki members in the Soaring Realm. He is currently teaming up with Grandmaster Hua and Grandmaster Jin to hunt down Silver Akatsuki. Wu Yuri exclaimed in shock, Silver Akatsuki? The Akatsuki organization is divided into ordinary members, Silver Akatsuki, Gold Akatsuki, Purple Akatsuki, and Dawn. To obtain the identity of Silver Dawn, one must assassinate a 7th-rank Spirit Sea Realm Master. Golden Dawn is for killing an 8th-rank Golden Body Realm Master, while Purple Dawn is for a 9th-rank Dharma Aspect Realm Grandmaster. As for the legendary Breaking Dawn, there have only been 3 to date, and their identities are extremely mysterious. Since the establishment of the Dawn organization, it has always been these 3 individuals, and even the major nations know very little about them. I think this time it's very likely the Qing Empire has made a move. During the recent border war, they suffered heavy losses, with 3 7th-rank grandmasters falling. They must be harboring resentment. Mao Bai said coldly. The Akatsuki organization is indeed a massive scourge among the major nations. But there are always shadows under the sunlight, perhaps this is human nature. Yu Sheng looked up at the sky and said softly. Mao Bai and Wu Yuri remained silent. Dead? Both of them are dead. Tandu Province, Yenyun City, in the space of a certain basement. 3 men and 1 woman sat around a stone table. Before Dahei lost contact, it seems he encountered something unbelievable. However, the signal was strongly disrupted and quickly cut off. The woman in the shadows spoke in a hoarse voice. Yin Xiao has ordered a temporary retreat. The powerful forces of the local Zhenwu division have laid a trap as tight as a net. Going out to carry out tasks now is nothing short of seeking death. I heard that the border battlefield is full of unpredictable changes, and most of the top 10 powerful nations have already joined the fray. Our orders have skyrocketed. The more, the better. Recently, some top-tier resources that the major nations usually wouldn't part with have been surfacing one after another. I even heard that there are super rewards like great elixirs, heaven-tier martial techniques, and spiritual weapons. The 4 were filled with longing. Every type of resource will trigger competition among numerous powerful individuals. Each one can be considered a strategic-level resource for major nations. The border battlefield is so intense, which has been extremely rare in the past 1,000 years. The moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and the desolate wilderness is uninhabited. The roars of beasts rise and fall, and battles unfold constantly. Hiss! The scarlet flame dragon spear trembled slightly. Over 3 meters long, it instantly tore apart the body of a strange beast as large as a big dog. Guqin put away the beast crystal, briefly identified the direction, and skimmed low across the ground. He did not use the wings of Prison Sun. Although the speed is very fast, high-altitude straight-line flight can quickly shorten the distance, but the consumption of martial aura is excessively large. In the perilous wilderness, having too low a reserve of aura in the body is an extremely dangerous situation. After all, in this sky, the flying beasts are the true rulers. Guqin hovered about 5 meters above the ground, maintaining a steady pace forward. The perfect level Yulua Sutra mental technique was enough to sustain his long-duration flying crane stance. A streak of white belly rolled over, stars faded away, and the night gradually receded. Up ahead is the Miyun grassland. Once we cross it, we'll reach Baitsong City. Gu Chen took a light bite of the beef jerky, standing atop the tree canopy, gazing into the distance. The system space stored enough food and fresh water for half a month. The check-in time for the military training at Tandu University is the day after tomorrow. Logically, he should be able to reach Baitsong City by tomorrow. Tandu University is located within Baitsong City. New students need to first report to the freshman base and participate in the freshman military training. The rising sun casts its first light, and purple energy ascends. Gu Chen practiced the Hal Luo Sutra technique, inhaling and exhaling the purple energy of the morning glow. His skin gradually took on a faint golden hue, ethereal and transcendent. As the purple haze faded away, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. They say that at dawn, purple energy comes from the east, greatly benefiting cultivation, but I don't feel anything at all. Gu Chen smiled helplessly. Your effort surpasses others by a tiny fraction, the small matter is not worth worrying about. Gu Chen nodded in deep agreement. Casually equating to years or even decades of cultivation, who could endure such arduous training? Take a sip of morning dew, sweet and delicious. He leaped into the air, swiftly heading toward the misty cloud grassland. A crimson radiance streaked across the sky, and the one-horned rhinoceros beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. This is the 23rd one. Gu Chen carefully picked out the beast crystal and put it away. Exotic beasts frequently appear in the wilderness, and the white-eyed rhinoceros beast before him had even reached the level of a third-tier beast soldier. This place was still relatively close to human cities. However, the farther one strays from human activity zones, the more frequently exotic beasts will appear. Simply ate some dry rations for lunch, Gu Chen was about to leave. Buzz buzz. A black drone hovered 100 meters high in the air. Soon after, more and more larger drones equipped with thermal weapons flew in. Someone? Gu Chen felt slightly surprised. This place is at least 300 to 400 kilometers away from the nearest city. Coupled with the numerous exotic beasts and extremely high danger level, ordinary people would almost never come here. Tut tut. The rumble of machinery came from afar. 3 massive pickup truck war vehicles, clearly modified, roared as they approached. The vehicles stood 4 meters tall and 6 meters long, with multiple firing ports on the front and edges of their armored shells, resembling steel beasts in the wild. Over a dozen drones hovered above Gu Chen. Not long after, 3 steel war chariots formed a circle, cutting off all of Gu Chen's escape routes. The vehicles came to a stop, and more than a dozen people filed out one after another. Kid, are you the only one here? A burly man with a broad back, clad in white armor, asked. He had 2 sharp battle axes at his waist, and the strong smell of blood could be detected from dozens of meters away. Gu Chen ignored it and walked away slowly. Hey, kid, trying to leave? Behind the man, a tall and thin young man holding a sword stepped forward. Gu Chen paused in his steps, looking at him expressionlessly. Ma Xiaochuan seemed to have discovered a new continent and walked quickly to the shriveled beast hide. Dad, it looks like a white-eyed giant rhino. Ma San's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to inspect. Not bad, the beast crystal of the white-eyed giant rhinoceros is worth over 200,000 federal coins. Ma San turned around in shock and asked, Kid, did you kill this white-eyed giant rhinoceros? Ha, give me a break. This kid is so young. How could he possibly slay a third-tier exotic beast? He probably just happened to pass by. Ma Xiaochuan sneered. Indeed. Ma San nodded. This young man was strikingly handsome, but he appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, clearly incapable of possessing the strength to slay the white-eyed giant rhinoceros. Just as he withdrew his gaze, Ma San's body suddenly trembled slightly. He stared intently at the black ring on Gu Chen's left ring finger. The universe ring. Ma San's heart instantly burned with excitement. The lowest grade universe ring is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000, and there might be even better things inside. Their Ma family gang has been struggling until now, yet they don't even have a single universe ring. After all, with so many mouths to feed, there's simply no spare funds. So young, possessing a universe ring, how could he come to the wilderness alone? Is it a misfortune, solo training, or perhaps an elder from the family secretly following? Ma San's heart fell into a struggle. Gu Chen's face revealed a faintly smiling expression as he leisurely waved his left hand. Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After speaking, he turned to leave. Stop! Ma Xiaochuan shouted loudly, his eyes full of greed, staring at the black ring on the young man's hand. His eyes darted quickly, revealing a ruthless expression after a moment. Kid, not long ago we lost a universe ring, which is the one on your hand. Ma Xiaochuan pressed closer and said, since you picked it up, return it quickly. Seeing that Ma San did not intervene, Ma Xiaochuan was overjoyed in his heart. Humph, our universe ring contains resources worth millions. If even a bit is missing, you'll be in big trouble. He strode forward, martial aura ready to burst forth. Is this yours? Guchen said with a laugh. Young Master Ma is right, it is indeed ours. Hee, if you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly. The others burst into strange laughter. Guchen also laughed, laughing very cheerfully. Since this is your stuff, then tell me what's inside. He teased, surely you wouldn't be unaware of what's inside your own belongings, would you? Why so much nonsense? Ma Xiaochuan was already impatient. With a swift stride, he charged straight at Guchen. Kid, didn't your elders ever teach you the rule of survival in the wild, never flaunt your wealth? Spiritual energy trembled as a punch was thrown toward Guchen. The ferocity and killing intent on his face were undisguised. Young Master Ma is already a 9th-level Qi transformation realm warrior. I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to the spirit condensation realm. Congratulations to Master Ma, a worthy successor. That kid's head will definitely shatter into pieces like a watermelon. The members of the Ma family gang revealed cruel smiles. Ma San finally smiled. Getting older makes one prone to overthinking. If there were really any elders following, they would have shown up by now. Who cares what background he has? If he dies in the wild, even the King of Heaven won't find a trace. Tiger Roar Fist, die for me. Ma Xiaochuan's spiritual energy surged wildly, with an illusory tiger head image covering his fist. Remember, go ask King Yama where your universe ring went. Guchen said coldly. Stop. Ma San roared furiously, charging forward madly. Guchen seemed not to hear, as spiritual energy surged and rolled in his palm. Crack. Ma San's body twitched slightly, then stopped moving altogether. Kill Ma Xiaochuan, defense break value plus 499. Xiaochuan, I'll kill you. Ma San roared in fury, swiftly drawing dual axes from his waist, murderous intent surging forth. Suddenly, red light flickered, and the spear shot straight upward. Screech! Guchen wielded the spear, taking the initiative. Two figures flashed by, and Ma San looked down in confusion, only to see a blood hole the size of a bowl appear on his chest. Before he could finish his words, blood gushed wildly from his mouth and nose. Relying on the powerful vitality of a condensed spirit realm martial artist, he lingered in this world for 3 more breaths before falling into eternal darkness. You one-shot Ma San, breaking defense value plus 999. After killing Ma San and his son, Guchen's expression remained calm. Run, hurry, and run. The remaining members of the Ma family gang were terrified and fled in panic. Piercing cloud spear. Guchen thrust his spear forward, streaks of dark red spear shadows slicing through the air. In an instant, except for the one who had managed to run the farthest and narrowly escaped, everyone else was dead. Killed 13 members of the Ma family gang, defense break value plus 5,489. Spiritual energy surged as Guchen walked through the air, swiftly closing in on the last person. Don't kill me. I know a place where there's a supreme treasure. Maho screamed, his crotch already soaked. The tip of the spear stopped less than an inch from his chest, the fierce wind tearing through his outer garment, blood dripping profusely. Guchen said expressionlessly, you only have one chance. Maho trembled as he took out a map from his jacket pocket, shaking as he handed it to Guchen. The place Boss Ma discovered, there's a spiritual spring inside, and there might be spiritual spring essence, he stammered. Guchen's gaze slightly sharpened. With just a glance, he memorized the location of the map, which was not far from here, about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Is this what you call a supreme treasure? Guchen asked coldly. Maho instinctively nodded. In your next life, remember to open your eyes wide and avoid provoking those you can't afford to offend. Guchen's words were like icy blades. The spear pierced through the air, and Maho was instantly killed. Kill the monkey demon, defense break value plus 499. Current defense break value, 46564. This was Guchen's second time killing someone. His state of mind remained completely unshaken. If anyone wrongs me, I will annihilate their entire clan. This is a high martial world, the way of survival. Dozens of drones were still hovering in mid-air. After losing human control, they had entered standby mode. Guchen's prison sun wings unfolded behind him, instantly soaring into the air, burning them all to ashes one by one. Inside the armored vehicle, apart from a few daily necessities, there were no other notable resources. Truly poor enough, no wonder they had their eyes on the Qinkuan ring. Guchen shook his head. Crimson flames roared, slowly engulfing 3 tanks. In less than 5 minutes, the tanks had melted into molten iron, quickly evaporating into nothing. Somewhere on the vast emerald green grassland, White mist lingered above an oval-shaped white lake. It was like a white pearl embedded within. The shadows of massive creatures often sweep across the lake's surface, evoking a tremendous sense of oppression. In the depths of the lake, the water churns in bubbles. White mist pervades the air, and the closer one gets to the center, the purer the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becomes. Whoosh! A black-robed youth stood atop a red flying crane, gliding over the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the calm water surface exploded as a dark gray monstrous fish opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp, white fangs. Lunging fiercely at the person in midair. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his right fingers lightly. The dark red aura instantly pierced through the head of the monstrous fish. The massive fish body fell heavily, splashing a large spray of water. The scent of blood spread, attracting a swarm of aquatic mutant beasts to gather. They bit and tore madly, causing the lake's surface to churn violently. No wonder the Ma family gang couldn't take the essence of the spirit spring. So many exotic beasts, it's indeed quite troublesome. The exotic beasts on the outskirts are merely ordinary first-tier ones. However, as one approaches the central area of the lake, second-tier exotic beasts gradually appear. The countless experiences from reading in his past life told him that heavenly treasures are always guarded by beasts. As expected. Arriving above the center of the lake, a massive shadow glided beneath the water's surface. Approximately over 5 meters long, it was at least a third-tier exotic beast. Gu Chen merely glanced at it, his gaze quickly drawn to the nearby spiritual spring. Trickling spiritual water flowed outward, bringing an abundance of unparalleled heavenly energy. The spirit spring is born in places where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely dense, forming a special liquid resource over time. Ordinary spirit springs can only be considered the most basic martial arts resource, falling between level 1 and mundane substances. The water of the spirit spring provides certain benefits to martial artists in the body refining realm. But in extremely rare circumstances, spirit spring essence may be born within the spring. This is the best auxiliary resource for breaking through from the condensed spirit realm to the spirit spring realm. Bar none. The spirit spring before him had a diameter of 10 meters. Looking from above, a faint green glow could be seen emanating from the spring's eye. Gu Chen revealed a faint smile. Originally, he was just trying his luck, but unexpectedly, there really was spiritual spring essence. Not bad luck. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled the vigorous martial energy within his body. Fiercely grabbed downward. Boom! The originally calm water surface instantly surged with waves. The spiritual energy hand reached into the water and scooped upward. A fist-sized irregular green object leaped out of the water. Shining with a jade-green hue under the sunlight, it resembled a flawless crystal. At that moment, a pitch-black giant beast, covered in a cold sheen, burst out of the water. Its outer shell seemed forged from black iron, cold and unyielding, reflecting a chilling light. Its massive body, as large as a house, tore through the water curtain with its sturdy limbs, sending up splashes several meters high. The appearance is like that of an enlarged crocodile. An incomparably ferocious aura spreads wildly, and the pitch-black beast eyes are fixed intently on the young man in midair. Once I entered Sanyang Martial University, I need to properly catch up on knowledge about exotic beasts. The martial school has only provided general knowledge on a few dozen common types of exotic beasts. In the human kingdoms, the number of different exotic beasts living there is countless. The crocodile beast's thick and powerful tail slammed against the water's surface, causing its leap to suddenly rise higher. Charging straight toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen swiftly dove downward, narrowly evading the crocodile beast's attack at the critical moment. With a distant grasp of his left hand, a spiritual energy hand firmly held the essence of the spiritual spring. Just as he was about to collect the essence of the spiritual spring, a high-pressure water jet suddenly broke through the spiritual energy hand. Poof! The essence of the spiritual spring fell back into the water. Gu Chen frowned. This guy actually has an innate ability to control water. A crimson spear shadow emerged, and fiery wings formed behind Gu Chen. Swoosh! As the crocodile beast fell into the water, the burning crimson spear shot forth, tearing through the air with unstoppable force, piercing through the crocodile's head. Gu Chen made a flick, and the hellfire shattered, ejecting the black beast crystal. Casually storing away the beast crystal and the scarlet flame dragon spear, Gu Chen entered the spiritual spring and scooped up the spring essence. Returning to the shore, he slightly activated the hellfire to dispel the moisture. Congratulations, you have obtained the spiritual spring essence. You plan to break through on the spot without suppressing your combat power. The system understands this and fully supports it. You use a portion of Spirit Spring Essence, consume the defense breaking value, and begin advancing to the 4th stage of the Spirit Spring realm. The spirit spring realm, as the name suggests, involves opening up a spring within the body to contain martial spiritual energy. Martial artists gather all the martial aura into the spiritual spring. You can think of the martial spiritual spring as a pressure pump. Through the eruption of the spiritual spring, the quality of the aura is enhanced, making its power even stronger. With the aid of the essence of the spiritual spring, the success rate of breakthroughs increases to 100%. Look at me with such a surprised expression. I'm just an unremarkable worker. Your Yulawa Sutra seems to lack follow-through, stubbornly entangling itself with the true essence of martial arts as an aid. The cultivation buff has been activated, increasing cultivation efficiency by 50%. Defense breaking value consumption reduced by 30%. Gu Chen felt a void somewhere within his body, where a small pool of white spiritual spring emerged. In the unseen realm, the martial energy from his limbs and bones slowly converged into the spiritual spring. Gradually, the pure white spiritual spring was tinged with a red glow. Due to the influence of the martial energy from the Yulawa Sutra, your spiritual spring has turned red. Please do not be concerned. Defense break value reduced by 10,000, you have successfully advanced to the spirit spring realm. This breakthrough is equivalent to 42 years of arduous cultivation. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, a vortex of heaven and earth's spiritual energy forming above his head. The momentum of heaven and earth fluctuated violently, and a powerful dual pressure of spirit and physical force rapidly spread. All the exotic beasts whimpered and fled. Spirit Spring Realm. Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a blood-red stream of energy swiftly surged outward. Master System, go all in for me. The enhancement of your martial arts technique for Spirit Spring Realm cultivation is no longer significant. Moreover, you lack the martial arts resources required for cultivation in the Spirit Spring Realm. Forcing an all-in at this time would yield half the results with twice the effort. The system suggests that you first enhance your martial arts intent or meridian level. P.S. This is a small suggestion from the tiny, helpless little system. Gu Chen. Welcome back. Thank you for adopting Little Tongtong's suggestion. You found Little Tongtong's suggestion very reasonable, so you decided to enhance your martial Dao true intent first. Given your previous experience in comprehending martial Dao true intent, your cultivation efficiency has increased by 30%. The grand momentum of heaven and earth can harness the power of heaven and earth. The end of momentum is the power of heaven and earth. The martial intent of the perfect level momentum realm, drawing power from momentum, transforming power within momentum, and generating power through momentum. Your comprehension is average, but it is bolstered by the chaotic and disorganized knowledge in your mind. Cultivation efficiency increased by another 20%, and defense breaking value consumption reduced by 10%. Within a 100-meter radius around Gu Chen, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically converged. In the lake, groups of unawakened creatures and exotic beasts hurriedly fled in panic. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth fluctuated violently. An invisible force of heaven and earth surrounded him. Defense break value minus 30,000, your martial Dao true intent has been elevated to the perfect realm of momentum. Your martial Dao has initially merged with the heavens and earth, allowing you to harness the power of nature. Martial Dao realm serves as the foundation. It is recommended to advance your martial Dao cultivation before proceeding to the next stage of martial Dao true intent training. Current defense break value, 6,564. In the depths of Gu Chen's eyes, a strange white light grew increasingly bright. With a single thought, fierce winds suddenly arose around him, and the lake water surged into massive waves. Sun-breaking finger. Martial energy and martial intent converged, and the flames of hell condensed into a red fireball, continuously absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The dark red sun expanded to 6 meters in size, and the terrifying energy left Gu Chen dumbfounded. The perfect level martial Dao intent of force, its power is twice that of the proficient level. The breaking sun finger transformed into a blazing sun, shooting straight toward the distant lake, like a high-energy bomb detonating. Waves surged and soared into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. The shattered corpses of numerous aquatic beasts heavily plunged into the water. Gu Chen soared into the air, gathering the energy of heaven and earth with his moves. He felt exhilarated, his martial veins stretched across the sky, true intent unleashed, the two merging as one, further affirming his martial path. But the nearby beasts suffered as a result. Those ordinary exotic beasts, though physically strong, appear fragile on a spiritual level. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, they naturally feel fear. Rumble. Under the blessing of martial intent, the hellfire emits a terrifying temperature. It can almost incinerate everything. Tandu University. At the school gate, the massive school emblem shines brilliantly, with the golden Tandu design glimmering under the sunlight. On the bustling square, passers-by cast their gazes toward Tandu University, revealing admiration and envy. The dream lover of countless people, Marshall University. If my son can get in, I swear I won't touch another woman in my next life. If he can get into Tandu Province's top martial arts university, our family ancestors' graves would emit black smoke for 800 miles. Tandu Martial Arts University, the cradle of grandmasters, the source of the strong. So what if Tandu Martial Arts University is amazing? I am destined to be the woman you can never have. Dozens of elderly tour group members stopped at the school gate, chatting animatedly. Excuse me, please. A tall and resolute young man paused behind the crowd and spoke softly. Young man, I understand that taking photos and checking in has become trendy among you youngsters, but isn't it important to follow the principle of first come, first served? A middle-aged woman who was putting on makeup said while working on her eyes, go to the back of the line. Exactly, these young people nowadays are the worst. They don't even give up their seats on the subway or bus for us good-looking folks. An elderly man with 3 strands of hair on his head complained unhappily. Old Zhang, next time this happens, just collapse on the spot and see who dares not to give up their seat. Another elderly man laughed. The members of the Sunset Group chattered noisily, almost completely blocking the open side door. The elderly doorman, wearing a vest, crossing his legs, and holding flip-flops, watched the scene outside with great interest. The excitement is outside, I'm fine just watching. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended without warning. The old man staggered, almost falling off the recliner. Good grief, who's the heartless one daring to release martial intent in public? The old man dragging a child cursed under his breath. Everyone felt their hearts pounding violently, and their breathing became difficult. I think my coronary heart disease is acting up. A middle-aged woman dressed in a floral dress, looking quite presentable, hurriedly searched her bag for heart medicine. Damn, I think my asthma is acting up too. You too? I also feel short of breath. Quick, call 120. The group of elderly people was in complete chaos. The young man slowly walked toward the door, and the closer he got, the stronger the feeling of suffocation became. The crowd ahead hurriedly dispersed. As the young figure entered the side door, the inexplicable pressure and suffocating feeling quickly vanished. In broad daylight, seeing ghosts. Gu Chen entered from the side and walked to the school gate security room. The old man holding the mop stood as if facing a formidable enemy. Hey, who dares to trespass on Tandu Martial University? Sir, I am a new student at Tandu Martial University. Gu Chen took out the special admission jade token. The old man blinked. This is. He casually tossed aside the mop and took the jade pendant with his calloused hand. After a moment, the old man said in surprise, a special recruit for this year's Tandu Martial University? Gu Chen nodded lightly. A rare thing, each year no more than 10 new students are specially recruited. The old man returned the jade pendant and said with a smile, student, please wait for a moment at the pavilion ahead. I'll go notify the teaching assistant for new students to come and meet you. Thank you. Gu Chen responded politely. Tandu Martial University is very large, with ancient trees shading the sky and countless exotic flowers and rare herbs. The grass grows lush, orioles fly, and flowers bloom in clusters. The pavilion is located beside an artificial lake, entirely made of a vermilion wooden structure. There weren't too many students coming and going, perhaps because it was currently summer vacation. However, the aura of each person was quite strong, primarily at the condensed spirit realm, with the occasional martial artist at the spirit spring realm passing by. As expected of a top martial arts university, Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. It's worth noting that in the entire Linyuan County, the only known spirit spring realm expert was Jin Feng, the commander of the Jinwu division. The lake water is crystal clear, with schools of colorful fish swimming around. The entire lake is enveloped in a rich aura of natural energy, with advanced array patterns faintly appearing and disappearing. So you're Gu Chen? A young man dressed in the uniform of Tandu Martial University strode over. The moment he saw the boy in the pavilion turn around, a trace of mockery flickered deep in his eyes. I am, Gu Chen responded. The teaching assistant has something to attend to, so I'll take you to the freshman camp first. Follow me, Yen Xiaoshu said, then turned and walked off on his own. Is it just my imagination? Gu Chen slightly frowned, pondering silently in his heart. The realm of martial Dao's true essence had already reached perfection, making him particularly sensitive to malice. Although it was their first meeting, this person exuded a strong hostility. He touched the tip of his nose, his expression calm, and followed behind Yan Xiaoxiu. The two walked in silence, crossing a large lawn and winding their way into a relatively secluded building. "Senior, is this the freshman camp?" Gu Chen stopped in his tracks and asked with a faint smile. Yan Xiaoxiu's footsteps paused for a moment, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Worthy of being a special recruit. I heard that during the martial arts exam, you defeated and humiliated Zhang Wanli, the younger brother of Zhang Yili, he said. Gu Chen suddenly understood. That guy's brother is also a student at Tandu Martial Arts University? That's right. Zhang Yili is not only a student at Tandu Martial Arts University but also a top-ranked expert on the Tandu rankings, holding the 36th position, Yan Xiaoxiu said playfully. As long as I give you a good beating, I can earn 100 academic credits. Doesn't Tandu Martial University prohibit private fights? A trace of inexplicable excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Martial University advocates martial arts. As long as no one is killed or crippled, the teachers generally won't interfere. A faint black spiritual energy emanated from Yan Xiaoxiu. Of course, bullying the weak isn't very honorable, but who can resist the allure of the points offered by Zhang Yili's bounty? He sneered and said, "Classmate Gu Chen, the great genius. Do you know how many people are coveting those points? I've been waiting at the school gate for days just to catch you." Spirit Spring Realm? Gu Chen gazed at the swirling black spiritual energy, the shadow of the spiritual spring faintly appearing, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. For geniuses like you, common sense cannot be applied. Yan Xiaoxiu licked his lips, secretly feeling proud. Under normal circumstances, the vast majority of freshmen at Tandu Martial University entered at the Qi condensation realm, with only a few at the spirit condensation realm. However, those specially recruited genius students possessed extraordinarily powerful martial veins and martial techniques, even capable of resisting the pressure of the late spirit condensation stage. So, all the ones causing me trouble are at the spirit spring realm? Gu Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Kid, I'll give you two choices. Yan Xiaoxiu took out a camera from his pocket, adjusted it to recording mode, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Resist, and I'll beat you up, or don't resist, and I'll still beat you up. Obey, and maybe I'll show some mercy. A twisted pleasure appeared on his face. I choose the third option. Dark red martial aura erupted instantly, with a terrifying momentum stacking layer upon layer, as if the entire world trembled because of it. Shadows of spiritual springs blossomed one after another like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Spear. Spiritual spring realm. Yan Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in terror, a chill running through his heart. The young man's momentum was unstoppable, his eyes flashing with white light, exuding a strange oppressive force. Poof! Yan Xiaoxiu's body wavered, unexpectedly falling to one knee on the ground, his breathing rapid, as if crushed by a massive boulder. Martial Dao true intent? He raised his head tremblingly, just in time to meet Gu Chen's gaze. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in his mind. Yan Xiaoxiu's spirit has been damaged, defense break value plus 1888. Gu Chen clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached. The forces of heaven and earth swept in like a raging storm, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on Yan Xiaoxiu. How is this possible? This level of martial intent is at least at the stage of mastery. Only those two on the Tiandu rankings could possess such power. Yan Xiaoxiu's heart trembled violently, feeling a wave of helplessness. Yan Xiaoxiu's defense is broken, defense break value plus 2155. Student Gu Chen, it was my lack of discernment. Before the words were finished, a giant hand formed of spiritual energy suddenly struck, sweeping forward and directly targeting Yan Xiaoxiu's mind. Smack! His teeth instantly fell out, and blood spurted wildly. The young man spun 720 degrees like a parabola before crashing heavily to the ground. Gu Chen remained expressionless, delivering a kick that caused a whistling sound to echo through the air. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed in the air as Yan Xiaoxiu spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest slightly caved in. Gu Chen, you can't do this. Gu Chen extended his right hand, and a slapping sound rang out through the air, crisp and sharp. Bang! The young man's face became utterly unrecognizable, his features distorted and mangled. Bruises in shades of blue and purple took over his visage, and most of his front teeth were knocked out. Yan Xiaoxiu felt a deep chill, his defenses shattered, defense break value plus 2999. Give you 1 minute to contact the others who are looking for me. Gu Chen said coldly. Gu Chen, ah! A single stomp broke his left foot, the intense pain causing Yan Xiaoxiu's entire body to convulse. If you say one more unnecessary word, I'll cripple your limbs. Gu Chen's tone was calm, but he secretly felt a trace of satisfaction. The young man was filled with terror, trembling as he pulled out his phone and quickly sent one message after another, fearing that if he slowed down, this fiend would completely cripple him. The area near the school gate. Oomph, a step too late. Gu Chen must have been taken by someone else first. Fang Yu snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his phone vibrated incessantly. Gu Chen has been cornered by me at warehouse number 9. Come quickly. What is Yan Xiaoxiu up to? Fang Yu hesitated slightly, then turned and ran toward warehouse number 9. Whether it was true or not, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. A few minutes later, he arrived at warehouse number 9. Suddenly, the scene before him made his pupils contract slightly. A tall and slender young man stood quietly to the side, while at his feet, a pig-headed young man let out weak groans of pain. Welcome to make trouble. The young man spoke, revealing a faintly mocking smile. Ha, is Junior Gu Chen not here? Oh dear, could it be that he waited for me too long and left on his own? Lin Kiki, the teaching assistant, had just received a notice from the old man at the gate and was about to rush over when she suddenly realized her period had started. In the process, quite a bit of time was delayed. So what if you're talented? Without even this bit of patience, you're destined to never become a strong individual. Lin Kiki stomped her foot in anger, feeling secretly dissatisfied. Despite her frustration, the work still had to be done. Although the job of a freshman teaching assistant was somewhat tedious, it came with a reward of 10 academic credits, which was already a generous return for her. Could he have gone to the abandoned warehouse? She thought to herself that the warehouse storing martial arts resources at the former Tandu Martial University had now become ruins. Decades ago, the place was invaded by exotic beasts, and some of the warehouses were damaged. Gradually, it was abandoned. Not answering the phone, what on earth is that boy up to? Putting down the phone, Lin Keek's face was full of resentment. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the distance, seemingly accompanied by human screams. Lin Keek's heart tightened, and she quickly ran in the direction of the sound. That was warehouse number 9. The girl approached cautiously, her heart pounding. She had heard about the alien beast invasion incident years ago, which had caused the deaths of dozens of teachers and students. Could it be an alien beast? Lin Keek's emotions were all over the place, unable to calm down. The defense system of Tiandu Wuda was extremely well developed. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a beast to infiltrate silently. What's more, Baitsong City was teeming with powerful individuals. Even a beast king would meet its end here. However, certain beasts possessed extremely unique bloodlines. For example, the exotic beast that invaded Baitsong City decades ago and eventually broke into Tandu Martial University. It possessed a special bloodline capable of blocking any spiritual perception and formations. You easily defeated 8 senior students of Tandu Martial University. Defense break value plus 51608. Current defense break value, 65214. 7 men and 2 women, 9 senior students from Tandu Martial University, showed expressions of fear. That young man, like a demon god, stirred the forces of heaven and earth with every move. The destructive power was extremely astonishing. The 9 wailed incessantly, and the scent of blood filled the air. Tiandu Wuda, not bad. On the first day, he gained over 50,000 points of defense breaking value, leaving Gu Chen extremely satisfied. Clang! Near the direction of the main gate, the sound of an object hitting the ground was clearly audible. Lin Kiki was dumbfounded, her gaze following the figure rolling on the ground. The phone fell to the ground, but she didn't notice at all. Are you here to cause me trouble too? Gu Chen's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and a suffocating pressure instantly overwhelmed her. No. Lin Keek's delicate face turned pale as she hurriedly explained, I just came to find Gu Chen. Her heart pounded violently, filled with immense fear. The aura emanating from that young man was like a ferocious beast from the wild. As if the next moment it could tear her body apart. Suddenly, all the momentum instantly vanished into thin air. Looking for me? Are you, the teaching assistant? Ha! Lin Kiki suddenly widened her eyes. You, Gu Chen? Whoosh! In a blur, the black-robed young man had already appeared in front of her. I am Gu Chen. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Gu Chen said with a slight hint of apology. Lin Kiki lowered her head to look at Gu Chen's handsome face, then glanced at the 9 bloodstained, disheveled figures on the ground. She fell into a daze. Gu Chen, Jr., they? Oh, these seniors were very enthusiastic and suggested a sparring match, so I fulfilled their small wish. Gu Chen said casually, am I right? As the last word fell, the terrifying aura in the warehouse rose again, making one's heart tremble. Ah, yes, we came to spar with Junior Guchen, Yen Xiaoshu quickly said with a forced smile. Junior Lin is right, ahem. Fang Yu couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, probably 7 or 8 ribs were broken. The others scrambled to be first, fearing they might displease Gu Chen. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Kiki still felt a wave of dizziness in her head. As a freshman who was not yet enrolled, she actually made a group of senior students question their lives. Most of those people she knew were martial artists at the 4th stage or above of the Spirit Spring realm. At Tandu Martial University, the number of martial artists above the Spirit Spring realm is not very high. Being in the same school, yet it feels like living in different worlds. The young girl silently recited in her heart. She was already in her 3rd year of university, yet her strength was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Condensation realm. To break through to the Spirit Spring realm, she would likely need to accumulate resources for some time. Assistant Instructor Lin? Gu Chen's voice pulled her thoughts back to reality. Ah, sorry. Lin Keek's pretty face flushed slightly. Junior Gu Chen, let me take you to the freshman camp first. At Tandu Martial University, all freshmen need to report to the freshman camp after enrollment. Then the instructor will lead you in military training. Those who perform the best during the military training can earn the title of Rookie King. Lin Kiki quickly returned to the role of teaching assistant. Rookie King? Gu Chen repeated this word. Yes, the Rookie King, representing the top overall performance among this year's freshmen. Don't think it's just a title, being crowned Rookie King actually comes with real benefits. Lin Kiki said enviously, the Rookie King title grants access to the Martial Technique Pavilion at Tandu Martial University. Comprehend an Earth-level martial skill or mental technique. Of course, this needs to be used during the freshman year. A look of joy appeared on Gu Chen's face. Seeing his reaction, Lin Kiki couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't get too excited too soon. The difficulty of cultivating Earth-level martial techniques and mental methods is no small matter. It is said that this is related to the mastery of the forces of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, only those who have awakened the true essence of martial arts and achieved great mastery in their realm have a chance to successfully comprehend it. Every year there is a new champion, but according to the database of Tandu Martial University, the probability of successfully comprehending Earth-level techniques is about 10%. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Comprehending Earth-level martial techniques in the first year of university is indeed quite challenging. Challenging is an understatement, even a super genius would find it tricky. Lin Kiki added, however, failing to comprehend it doesn't mean there's no gain. At the very least, you've experienced the power of the Earth level, which will be helpful for your future cultivation. She brushed her hair and walked shoulder to shoulder with Gu Chen on the sunny road. Freshman military training and the Rookie King are the same thing. Next is about the student rankings and mentor arrangements after the military training ends. Lin Keek's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Chen, appearing exceptionally bright. You are a specially admitted student at Tandu Wuda. Regardless of the results of the military training, your admission evaluation is S-level. The benefits of an S-level evaluation are numerous. While the initial credit score for new students is 10 points, yours is 100 points. Credits can be understood as merit points in the outside world. Almost every aspect within the school requires the consumption of credits. With the potential of an S-level evaluation, you can enjoy a 10% discount on purchasing any resources within the school. However, evaluations are not set in stone and are generally comprehensively revised based on the annual grade competition. Tandu Martial University, truly wealthy and extravagant. Gu Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Killing 2 members of the Akatsuki organization only earned 40 merit points, which have yet to be credited. There's one more thing, which is the mentor system. Every new student can choose to apprentice under a mentor. Aren't classes held in the classroom? Gu Chen asked in surprise. There are also group classes, usually for public courses. Do you think one-on-one teaching is better, or one-to-many? Each mentor has their own martial skills, mental techniques, resources, and connections, and will naturally impart everything to the students who become their disciples. Lin Kiki explained. Our Tandu Martial University is divided into 5 colleges. The College of Weapons, the College of Elements, the College of War, the College of Spirit, and the College of Mobility. In fact, the classification of the colleges is generally similar to the martial veins, but it is not absolute. Generally speaking, students in the College of Weapons excel in the use of weaponry, while the College of Elements focuses on elemental martial veins. Students at the War Academy are mostly of the enhanced type martial veins, with strong close combat abilities. The Spirit Academy mainly deals with Spirit-type martial veins, and its number of students is relatively smaller. The Mobility Academy is more of a mix, including some special martial veins, support-type, and recovery-type martial veins, among others. However, what I mentioned applies to most students and is not absolute. For example, the integration between the Weapon Academy and other academies is quite common, with no clear boundaries. After all, weapons can significantly enhance a warrior's strength. Yes, the Weapon Academy is indeed a universal choice. Gu Chen expressed his agreement. The mentors at Tandu Martial University are divided into 4 levels: intermediate, advanced, special, and dean. The deans of the 5 major academies are super powerful individuals at the 8th tier Golden Body realm, and they are the dream of countless people. 8th tier Golden Body realm? Gu Chen said in shock. Lin Kiki saw the usually indifferent young man finally reveal a surprised expression and couldn't help but smile. Deans rarely take on disciples, and the specially recruited freshmen each year rarely catch their attention. Especially in the Weapon Academy, the importance and universality of weapons to warriors further heighten their focus. The Weapon Academy is suitable for almost every freshman, so most of the specially recruited or S-rated freshmen each year choose it as their first choice, hoping to become disciples of the Weapon Academy's dean. However, Dean Yang hasn't taken on any students for many years. Lin Kiki couldn't help but feel regretful. An 8th tier master is already considered a national powerhouse, naturally admired by everyone, Gu Chen said with a soft smile. Well, Junior Lin has extraordinary talent. Perhaps he has a chance to become a disciple of the Martial University dean. Keep it up. The young girl blinked as she spoke. Just after entering Tandu Martial University, he defeated 9 senior students at the Spirit Spring realm. Such an impressive record is truly unheard of. This is the introduction to Tandu Martial University, covering the situations of various faculties, rules and regulations, resource allocation, and so on. You can take a look when you have time. Lin Kiki took out a thick booklet from her Kuan ring. Thank you, Assistant Lin. Gu Chen accepted the booklet and gently placed it into the system space. Today, I came to pick you up, it's fate. Lin Kiki stuck out her tongue, looking playful and adorable. The two walked around the lake and arrived in front of a villa. We've arrived. This is the freshman dormitory. As a special recruit, your dorm is significantly larger than the standard freshman rooms, over 1,500 square meters. According to school regulations, each dormitory is a double room. Military. Training starts tomorrow, so your roommate might already be here. Also, here are your uniform and student card. The latter also serves as the key to your dorm, so make sure to keep it safe. Lin Kiki handed him a golden card and a uniform bag. My job here is done. Junior Gu Chen, I wish you great success at Tandu Martial University. Lin Kiki said with a smile. Thank you, Assistant Lin. Gu Chen smiled, feeling a sense of gratitude in his heart. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. There are other freshmen waiting for me. With that, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, as graceful as a butterfly, and disappeared from his sight in an instant. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and approached the card swipe area at the dormitory entrance with his student card. Beep. The door responded and opened, revealing a clean and tidy lobby. The floor was paved with white spirit stones, pristine and flawless, with astonishing hardness. The interior furniture was complete, providing comfort and warmth. The villa-style dormitory building had 2 floors, and it seemed his other roommate had not yet moved in. Gu Chen slowly ascended the spiral staircase. On the second floor, there were 2 rooms. One was a cultivation room, filled with defensive and spirit-gathering array patterns. The other was a bedroom, containing a 2-meter-wide bed, a solid wood wardrobe, and a desk. On the desk, there was also a brand new computer. In addition, the second floor comes with a 50-square-meter large balcony, offering an extremely open view. Gu Chen immediately decided to make the second floor his residence. Just as he was about to browse the introduction of Tandu Martial University, a rustling sound of a door opening suddenly came from the first floor. Gu Chen went downstairs and saw a chubby person in a floral short-sleeved shirt happily sprawled on the sofa. The heavy weight caused the sofa to sink significantly. Seeing someone coming downstairs, the chubby person immediately got up. Hello, I'm Gu Pan. You can call me Fatty. Gu Pan said cheerfully, classmate, we'll be roommates for the next few years. Please take care of me. Gu Chen. Gu Chen responded softly. Gu Chen, I remember you. You're the special recruit from Haiyang City, and I'm a local from Baitsong City. After speaking, Gu Pan glanced at Gu Chen's handsome face and muttered, damn, he's so good-looking. However, the sadness was fleeting, and the chubby guy quickly put it out of his mind. Gu Chen, nice to meet you. Let me treat you to a big sausage. The red martial vein emerged, with 5 vein stars shimmering brightly. A grade 5 stars. Gu Chen looked on in surprise, while Gu Pan revealed a slightly sly smile. I've got a big sausage. He rubbed his hands slightly, and an unusual elemental power surged forth. In Gu Pan's hands, a red sausage gradually took shape. My martial vein is an A-grade food god, classified as a restorative type martial vein. As he spoke, a second sausage was also formed. Gu Chen, don't be polite, it tastes really good. The chubby guy handed one to Gu Chen, while he himself started chewing with great relish, eating until oil dripped from his mouth. My martial vein doesn't add much to combat power, but it can stack various buffs. What I'm giving you now is an ordinary stamina recovery sausage. There are also various types such as healing injuries, increasing speed, and amplifying combat power. In no time, the chubby guy stuffed the sausage into his mouth. I've got plenty of sausages. The martial vein emitted a red glow, and 7 or 8 spiritual energy sausages materialized out of thin air. What a peculiar martial vein! Gu Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. He picked up a restorative sausage and took a gentle bite. Moments later, his eyes lit up slightly. Although it looked greasy, the Wumai sausage melted in the mouth, transforming into incredibly pure spiritual energy that quickly replenished his consumption. Hee, pretty good, right? The taste is indeed great, and its effects are powerful too. Gu Chen praised. This type of restorative martial vein is highly favored in battles, especially during group combat. Having a martial artist with a restorative martial vein is equivalent to providing logistical support for the entire team. Gu Chen, what is your martial vein? Gu Pan asked curiously. Ordinary and unremarkable, an elemental martial vein, infernal scorching sun. Gu Chen's thoughts stirred, and a scorching wave radiated outward. Whoa! Gu Pan's entire body of fat trembled as he stared dumbfounded at the dark red flame martial vein. He felt the rolling heat wave and couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Your martial vein level, why is my god of food afraid? Gu Pan said in horror. S-class. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Gu Pan swallowed nervously, suddenly seeming to think of something, and lunged forward. Brother Gu Chen. You are my big brother. The chubby man tightly hugged Gu Chen's leg. From now on, I'm your little follower. If the big brother tells me to go west, I wouldn't dare to go east. My goodness, an S-grade martial vein. It's been years since Tandu University has seen someone with an S-grade martial vein. Every single one of them is a super prodigy. Breaking through to the spirit sea realm is as simple as eating and drinking for them, with no difficulty at all. It's merely a matter of time. Get up first. Gu Chen said helplessly. Whatever big brother orders, little brother will naturally obey. Gu Pan straightened up like a carp, appearing exceptionally agile. Brother Gu, you can definitely become the rookie king of this batch. I've never heard of any other special recruits possessing an S-grade martial vein. The strongest among them is only at the level of A-grade 6 stars. I can't wait to follow Brother Gu and dominate everywhere. Gu Pan's whole body of fat was trembling. His strength wasn't particularly strong. The reason he could become a special recruit at Tandu University was more due to the unique nature of his martial veins. But, the chubby man frowned slightly. Brother Gu, I've heard some things about you. Zheng Yili, a senior at Tandu University and ranked 36th on the Tandu list, seems to have some issues with you. Do you know each other? Gu Chen said calmly, I participated in the martial arts exam and crippled his younger brother. No wonder. The chubby guy excitedly slapped his thigh. I remember now, it's Zhang Wanli from Haiyang City. This year's martial arts exam, Haiyang City had a major breakthrough and became the brightest star in Tandu province. Besides you, there's also a special recruit named Luoli, who's ridiculously powerful. She not only possesses an A-grade spiritual martial vein but has also awakened the true essence of martial arts. TSK, such a thing isn't something ordinary people can have, it requires a monstrously exceptional level of comprehension. At Tandu University, those who awaken the true essence of martial arts are few and far between. And with that kid Zheng Wanli, if it weren't for Brother Lin's sudden emergence, he should have been able to meet the special admission criteria too. He is a new student at Tandu Wuda, probably got in through a makeup exam. Gu Chen looked at the talkative chubby guy with a peculiar expression. I really didn't expect that not only are you agile, but you're also quite good at gathering information. Do you know how the military training is conducted? Gu Chen casually asked. Brother Gu, you've asked the right person for this. Who in Baitsong City doesn't know? I have a nickname, Little Fatty in the Waves. The chubby guy confidently said, there are a total of 450 freshmen, and they'll probably be divided into 5 teams. Each team will select a captain to lead the members in competing for something. It could be rare treasures or hunting exotic beasts. This varies every year. Moreover, senior students will participate in the final stage to intercept them. This is a tradition at Tandu University, said to eliminate the arrogance and complacency of freshmen. I think this is just a pathological mindset of the seniors itching to bully the freshmen. Throughout the process, the team that performs the best in the end will be evaluated by the teachers and awarded the title of Rookie King. This title grants the opportunity to comprehend Earth-level martial techniques or mental methods. The chubby guy licked his lips and continued speaking. Earth-level martial techniques are extremely tempting to everyone. The Earth-level martial techniques of Tandu University are even rarer. How do you know everything? Gu-chan asked in surprise. I already knew most things about Tandu University before enrolling. The chubby guy said excitedly. Among the special recruits, there are 4 girls, especially Luoli, who is particularly beautiful. Brother Gu, you and Luoli are from the same city, so you have the advantage of proximity, right? How about you two, Not interested. Gu-chan said indifferently, then turned and went upstairs. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. Yes, I'll follow all of Brother Gu's instructions. Watching the young figure disappear, Gu-pan chuckled. My intuition never fails me. Gu-chan walked into the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. The cultivation room was 500 square meters, and its protective formation was much stronger than that of Linyuan First High School. Of course, for him now, it can be easily shattered. Only simple training can be done here. If one wants to test martial techniques or other highly destructive practices, they must go to a specialized martial arts room. Gu-chan sat on the training mat, and the dark red martial vein suddenly appeared. You have decided to consume the armor penetration value to upgrade the martial vein level. The newly acquired defense breaking value hasn't even warmed up, and you're already preparing to take action. But you believe it's absolutely worth it. Only by converting it into strength can you feel at ease. Your martial intent cheerfully comes to assist, increasing your cultivation efficiency by 60%. You have activated 4 martial vein stars, becoming proficient, and reducing defense breaking value consumption by 20%. The 5th vein star of the infernal blazing sun martial vein flickered faintly. The temperature in the cultivation room suddenly rose, and defensive runes emerged. At the same time, a rune exuding a refreshing fragrance slowly revealed itself. Detected calm array enhancement, cultivation efficiency plus 5%. No wonder it's Tandu University. Gu-chan thought to himself. Defense break value minus 30,000, successfully activated the 5th vein star. Your martial vein has successfully been upgraded to LV5. The temperature of Hellfire has increased significantly. You have activated the martial vein, increasing your combat power significantly. Infernal Meteor Burst increased to 15 meteors, with enhanced power. The flight speed of the wings of Infernal Sun has increased by 20%, and the flight altitude has increased by 10%. Due to the energy feedback from the advancement of the Infernal Sun martial vein, your martial arts level +1. Congratulations on breaking through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Spring realm. This cultivation session is equivalent to spending 45 years of time. Current defense break value, 35,214. So many buffs stacked, the consumption has also reached 30,000, completely exceeding the scope of the martial Dao true intent in the realm of power. Gu-chan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If you're so capable, go cultivate it yourself. Gu-chan. Forget it, no point in arguing with the system lord. The blazing flames burned fiercely, with temperature and power surpassing those of the S-class 4-star level. Gu-chan did not unleash the full power of the infernal fire, otherwise, the defensive formation would have been easily incinerated. The revolution is not yet successful, comrades still need to work hard. Even Tandu University has several experts at the 8th stage Golden Body realm. I now have my martial veins and martial intent fully unleashed, but at most, I can only contend with a 5th-tier divine platform realm. Still too weak. The slight sense of pride swelling in his heart was ruthlessly extinguished by him. No. I need to work just a little harder. Night fell, and the stars twinkled. This cafeteria is such garbage, not as good as my sausage. In the number 2 cafeteria of Tandu University, the chubby guy gnawed on a red sausage, grumbling under his breath. After all, this is the meat of a primal beast rich in energy, so the taste is slightly inferior. But long-term consumption can help solidify the foundation of the physical body. Gu-chan said. The two casually strolled around Tandu University and settled their dinner at the number 2 cafeteria. A few dishes made from second-tier exotic beast meat actually cost 0.5 credits, why not just rob us? Gu Pan said with a pained expression. When the elder brother goes out to eat, it's only natural for the younger brother to rush to pay. 0.5 credits, that was already 1/5000th of his total assets. It really is ridiculously expensive. Gu Chen deeply agreed. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the new recruits' camp area was violently disturbed. Is someone fighting? Brother Gu, let's go take a look too. Gu Pan said excitedly. Blades clashed, thunder roared. A young man wrapped in purple lightning let out an enraged roar toward the sky. The thunder martial vein pierced through the heavens, continuously granting him the power of thunder. Swoosh! Purple lightning danced wildly as the onlooking freshmen retreated one after another. Damn, an A-grade martial vein, purple cloud thunder, that's excessively powerful. I've already retreated hundreds of meters, and my body still feels numb. No wonder they're a special recruit, truly formidable. What do you know? That girl is the most dangerous one. Amidst the sky filled with purple lightning, a pink martial vein shimmered above the head of the girl in red. A pink halo spread outward. Whenever the halo approached, the young man reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, unleashing violent thunderous strikes. Shu He, you are no match for me. Luo Li's beautiful eyes shimmered with white light as the force of heaven and earth converged. Sure enough, Luo Li has awakened the true essence of martial arts. Yan Zhao's expression grew serious. An A-grade martial vein, the true essence of martial arts. How could such a formidable figure appear among the freshmen? Shang Wanli's beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. If you were to face Shang Luoli, what are your chances of winning? Less than 20%. She is at the 5th level of condensed spirit, and her martial arts cultivation is also extremely high. Zhang Wanli said in a deep voice. He and Luo Li were old rivals. Even before she awakened the true essence of martial arts, she could already surpass him. Now, she is even less of a match. Suddenly, the image of the gun-wielding young man flashed in his mind. Gu Chen, do you think entering Tandu Martial University means you can rest easy? Zhang Wanli's face suddenly turned ferocious. He had taken the special admission spot at Tandu Martial University that originally belonged to him. Failing the martial arts exam, he eventually entered Tandu Martial University through a retake. TCH, Zhang Wanli, you're not a special recruit, you have no right to stand here. Oh Yang Ming said indifferently. The others also cast strange looks. Oh Yang Ming, you may not necessarily be my match. Zhang Wanli spoke in a low voice. Want to spar? You failure who needs to retake the exam. Oh Yang Ming revealed a smile. Zhang Wanli clenched his hands tightly and remained silent. His hatred for Gu Chen deepened even further in his heart. My brother is on a mission outside. He mentioned that credit rewards have already been issued. Boom! As the true intent of martial arts was unleashed, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Luo Li waved her hands, perfectly combining the martial veins with the true intent of martial arts, striking at Shu He's spirit. Shu He retreated repeatedly as purple lightning crazily attacked. Gradually, his gaze began to blur, and even his martial veins could no longer hold on. A graceful figure flickered as Luo Li struck out with a palm, stirring up a massive wave. Poof! Shu Yan spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, sliding back dozens of meters. I lost. Shu Yan broke free from the mental restraint, lowering his head in despair. The young girl stood proudly, a trace of pride showing on her delicate face. Anyone else wants to come up? Luo Li asked softly. No one responded. Oh Yang Ming and the others' eyes flickered as they continuously assessed the young girl's strength in their hearts. Damn, it's Luo Li, the great beauty. Brother Gu, come quickly. At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Hey, move aside. Gu Pan's massive figure squeezed out from the crowd of onlooking freshmen. Whoa, it's Gu Pan. Really so chubby. Who's that black-robed young man behind Gu Pan? So handsome. Damn, that seems to be Gu Chen, the genius special recruit from the same city as Luo Li. Once again, Haiyang City. This year's martial exam is going to rise to prominence. Zhang Wanli's pupils suddenly contracted, and an intense killing intent was uncontrollably released. The young man sensed it and turned his head to look over. His jet-black eyes were as calm as water. Fatty, and Gu Chen from Haiyang City, specially recruited freshmen, all gathered together, Hu Yayun said with a light laugh. Gu Chen? Luo Li's beautiful eyes glanced at the boy in the crowd. Gu Chen, your strength is formidable. It seems you've long coveted the title of Rookie King. Today, I will. The next moment, Luo Li's pretty face froze. Gu Chen ignored her words and walked straight toward the direction of several special recruits. Gu Qin. Zheng Wanli let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Just now, was it you who directed malice at me? Are you provoking me? Gu Chen asked softly. Zheng Wanli struggled internally, scenes of being humiliated by the young man before him in the martial exam secret realm constantly flashing through his mind. He remained silent. An uproar erupted. Faced with Gu Chen's forceful words, Zheng Wanli actually backed down. Your brother, Zhang Yili, is also a student at Tandu Martial University? Gu Chen walked up to Zhang Wanli, his gaze still calm. So, those few useless people who came to trouble me were sent by your brother? Zhang Wanli's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Your brother giving me trouble means you're the one giving me trouble. Gu Chen revealed a cold, indifferent smile. Gu Chen, it wasn't me. At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon the world, causing every cell in Zhang Wanli's body to tremble. The airwaves surged, and Ouyang Ming, Guoxiao, Yan Xiao, and other specially recruited freshmen's expressions changed slightly as they hurriedly retreated. A sudden thunderclap erupted, and the sound of an explosion echoed. Gu Chen struck out with a slap, landing on Zhang Wanli's face like a flash of lightning. The latter's cheek caved in, blood and tears mingling as he spun several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Wow, he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. I'm a reasonable person by nature, he said. Gu Chen stepped forward, planting his foot firmly on Zhang Wanli's chest. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk. A force as heavy as a mountain bore down on his chest, and the excruciating pain that followed nearly caused him to lose consciousness. You brutally beat Zhang Wanli, breaking defense value plus 888. Yang Ming and the others' expressions suddenly changed drastically. Spear. Spirit Spring Realm? Zhang Wanli exclaimed in shock. Their martial arts cultivation as special admission students is roughly around the 3rd or 4th level of the condensed spirit realm, with not much difference in strength. But Gu Chen has actually reached the 4th stage of the Spirit Spring Realm, completely crushing them. What on earth is going on in Haiyang City? First, a genius who awakened the true essence of martial arts emerged, and now a martial arts monster shows up. Gu Chen, I am talking to you. The faint force of heaven and earth intertwined, and Luo Li's delicate face flushed slightly. How dare you ignore me? Oh, what do you want from me? Gu Chen kicked Zheng Wanli away, his dark eyes fixed on the young girl. Suddenly, Luo Li felt her mind waver, and an impulse to flee unexpectedly arose. An illusion, it must be an illusion. With my martial veins combined with the true essence of martial arts, I can surely suppress him with ease. After completing her mental preparation, Luo Li looked at Gu Chen again. I permit you to challenge me. The girl raised her chin high. Among this year's freshmen, only you have caught my attention. Humph, Luo Li, be careful not to bite your tongue with all that wind. Yang Ming sneered coldly, a chilling frost spreading through the air. The expressions of the other specially recruited students were also not very pleasant. They were all one in a million specially recruited freshmen of Tandu Martial University, proud by nature, and found it hard to face such a gap. Challenge you? Gu Chen asked playfully, with your half-baked martial intent? Your words have angered Luo Li, defense break value plus 755. Gu Chen, you simply don't understand what martial intent truly is. After her anger subsided, Luo Li gradually regained her composure. Martial veins are the primary talent of a martial artist, greatly enhancing their combat power and potential. Her beautiful eyes emitted a white glow, making it difficult for everyone present to breathe as an overwhelming aura suddenly descended. She didn't use her full strength when she fought me, Xu Yun said in disbelief. The true essence of martial arts is a second kind of talent. The girl revealed an indifferent expression. Against me, all your attacks are futile. The combination of the true essence of martial arts and the power of the martial veins allows me to completely control your body with just a glance. No matter how strong the power, without reaching the divine platform realm, it cannot withstand the nightmare illusion enhanced by martial intent. The pink martial vein unfolded like a dream, ethereal and enchanting. Enter the dream. The pink space enveloped everything, accompanied by the force of martial intent. Damn, why do I feel my eyelids are so heavy, like I want to sleep? Idiot, back off quickly, that's Luo Li's greatest spiritual martial vein. Martial Dao True Intent, greatest spiritual martial vein, my god. The village always said I'm the first genius in 100 years to get into Tandu Martial University. But why do I feel like we're not attending the same wuda? The onlooking freshmen kept retreating, their faces full of shock and unease. Luo Li's silky hair danced in the air, an intense aura surging, making it impossible to look directly at her. Whoa, the true essence of martial arts is really amazing. Gu Pan had already retreated 100 meters away. Is the Rookie King going to be decided tonight? In the distance, several teachers revealed expectant expressions. Gu Chen, S-rank fire element martial vein, the only S-rank martial vein holder among the students of Tandu Martial University. Talent needs no further mention, teacher Xiao Fan has praised it countless times. As for Luo Li, she hails from the hidden aristocratic Luo family in Haiyang and has awakened an A-level talent along with the martial arts true intent of the minor mastery realm. Among the current students at Tandu Martial University, fewer than 20 have awakened the martial arts true intent. Most of them are only at the minor mastery level. A teacher said softly. Haiyang City, I heard that the Haiyang City Education Bureau folks are having celebration banquets every day. This year, a few deans might just be tempted. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving plenty of space for the young boys and girls. Gu Chen, I have the backing of the Luo family, access to the best martial arts resources, and guidance from the finest martial arts elders. Both my martial techniques and mental cultivation methods are the strongest among those of the same level. You are nothing more than a civilian martial artist who doesn't even understand the true essence of martial arts. What makes you think you can compete with me? Luo Li revealed a disdainful expression. As for your current martial arts realm, though it may be high, I fear it is merely the result of forcibly overextending your potential. There are countless geniuses in this world, and even more fallen ones, beyond measure. Pink mist spread, obscuring the boy's figure. Facing the boy's silence, the girl smiled faintly. Gu Chen, a crisis is upon us. Shui shook his head. Only he understood how stifling the battle with Luo Li was. The strength he possessed could only exert half its power. A spiritual-type martial vein is inherently extremely troublesome without the emergence of divine sense. What's more, there's the enhancement of martial intent. Although Gu Chen's martial realm is already exceptional, he has yet to reach the divine platform realm. Without divine sense to resist mental traits, defeating Luo Li is extremely challenging. A frog in a well, talking to itself. In the depths of the mist, Gu Chen's mocking voice came through. Luo Li was stunned. He hadn't fallen asleep yet? Another fleeting dream. Luo Li shouted tenderly, and martial spiritual energy surged madly into the martial veins. The power of mental hypnosis was pushed to its limit. Underestimate strategically, but emphasize tactically. After all, Gu Chen was a spiritual spring realm martial artist, whose innate mental strength was much greater than that of the spiritual condensation realm. Is this level of strength what you call the glory of a noble family? It's nothing but boasting. Gu Chen's steady footsteps were like heavy hammers, striking the girl's heart. You're actually unaffected? That's impossible. Luo Li screamed. Luo family spirit spring realm martial artist, with the slightest carelessness, will be completely under my control. Showing off your axe in front of Lu Ban's gate. Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he walked out of the red mist area. Burn! A sudden burst of crimson flames appeared, and the terrifying heat instantly burned away all the mist of dreams. The moment the scorching temperature emerged, several lingering divine senses let out faint cries of pain and quickly retreated. Gu Chen cast a deep glance into the distance before withdrawing his gaze. As soon as he arrived at the freshman camp, he noticed several divine senses hovering nearby. Those should be the teachers of Tandu Wuda. Only the 5th stage divine platform realm can give birth to divine sense. Nightmare puppet. Luo Li swiftly changed her moves, with countless invisible threads attacking Gu Chen from all directions. Her expression became solemn. Gu Chen's martial vein power was astonishing, far beyond her imagination. Invisible threads approached Gu Chen but were instantly severed by red flames. What on earth is going on? His martial vein is so powerful, yet why hasn't his mind been affected in the slightest by my martial intent? Luo Li's delicate face changed color once again. The martial intent had already been unleashed to its fullest, but Gu Chen seemed as if he were basking in a spring breeze, completely unaffected. Could it be that there's something wrong with my martial intent? Luo Li quickly shifted her target, releasing the true essence of martial arts toward an unlucky boy. Boom! The boy's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat poured profusely. No problem at all. You must be wondering why my martial arts essence doesn't affect you. Gu Chen spoke. How dare you present such a half-baked martial intent? Truly makes me ashamed. Or is it that even with your family's full support, they could only produce such a useless person? In that case, I think a trashy family like this might as well not exist, to avoid being a burden. Luo Li is furious, defense break value plus 815. Gu Chen. Luo Li was practically about to explode with anger. Take a good look at what true martial intent really is. Gu Chen's black robe fluttered, and a strange white light flickered deep within his pitch-black eyes. An intangible, overwhelming force descended from the heavens. Break! He spoke coldly, his words carrying the weight of unchallengeable authority, as if his voice alone dictated reality. Luoli, terrified, suddenly realized that her own martial intent was being violently torn apart by an incomparably powerful force of intent. Ah! Luoli let out a miserable scream, clutching her head as a splitting pain nearly shattered her mind. Guchen calmly walked up to the young girl kneeling on the ground with her head in her hands. Your pride, everything about you, is utterly worthless before me. The true essence of martial arts instantly shattered the opponent's spiritual martial veins. Everyone watched in horror as Luoli's martial veins seemed to encounter something terrifying and suddenly crumbled. Luoli lay on the ground, her facial features slowly oozing blood, and her originally delicate face became hideous and terrifying. You also possess martial arts. Unable to hold on any longer, Luoli's neck tilted, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Luoli realized your martial arts intent completely overwhelmed her, breaking her defense. Defense break value plus 999. Current defense break value, 38671. What the heck, a martial intent even stronger than Luoli's? Gupan suddenly spat out a large chunk of sausage. Guchun also has martial intent, and it's the kind that easily defeats Luoli? All the new students were stunned, going crazy. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. An S-rank martial vein, 4th tier spirit spring realm, awakening a powerful martial intent, could this really be a newly admitted student? Zhang Wanli's body trembled, his face deathly pale. His older brother, Zhang Yili, surprisingly did not awaken the true essence of martial arts. This thing cannot be automatically awakened just because one's martial arts cultivation is high. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two figures descended from the sky. A woman hurriedly walked to the unconscious girl and placed her right hand on the girl's forehead. After a while, he let out a relaxed sigh. It's just mental trauma. Resting for a while will be fine. However, tomorrow's military training will be significantly affected. Jiang Ping said quickly. Hearing this, Huang Feng felt a sense of relief. I am a mid-level instructor at Tandu Martial University, Huang Feng. Huang Feng introduced himself. The new students were clearly still in shock, remaining dazed. Student Gu Chen, your actions are quite. Huang Feng looked at Gu Chun, whose expression remained unchanged. We're all classmates, there's no need to strike so hard. Teacher Huang, if I had struck hard, she would either be a fool or dead by now. Gu Chen said calmly. Student Gu is right. Jiang Ping stood up, the surprise in her eyes still lingering. He did hold back. Otherwise, Luoli's brain could have suffered irreversible permanent damage. Silence, even Huang Feng was no exception. Mastery of the Force Realm? Among the more than 2,000 students at Tandu Martial University, the highest level achieved is merely the great accomplishment of the Force Realm, and they rank at the forefront of the Tandu rankings. Gu Chen stood calmly, his figure growing ever more imposing in the hearts of the crowd. Has another extraordinarily talented prodigy appeared at Tandu Wura? Huang Feng took quite a while to come to his senses, then shook his head with a wry smile. Everyone, disperse. We still have military training tomorrow. He walked up to Gu Chen. Lin, the teacher misunderstood you. Faced with such a young prodigy and genius, even though he is a teacher at Tandu Martial University, he cannot use his status to suppress him. Perhaps it won't be long before Gu Chen's strength surpasses his. Sorry to trouble you, teacher. Gu Chen said politely and walked away slowly. Passing by a trembling boy, Gu Chen frowned slightly. You're in the way. Without waiting for Zhang Wanli to react, he kicked out. Zhang Wanli tumbled awkwardly for over a dozen rolls before landing, biting his teeth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Afraid that Gu Chen might find another excuse. Everyone watching this scene felt a chill run down their spines. The black-robed youth, like a great demon king, was extremely dangerous. Everyone regarded him as someone not to be provoked. Brother Gu, wait for me. Gu Pan grinned and walked past Chu Feng, Ouyang Ming, and the others one by one. My brother Gu is absolutely ruthless. I'm his subordinate, messing with me is the same as messing with brother Gu. Come on, Lily, give Fatty a smile, will you? Get lost, you fatso. Shang Wanli's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the fat man immediately scurried away. The freshman office at Tandu Martial University. One teacher after another watched the projection replay, their eyes widening more and more. What a prodigy, a prodigy. An elderly man with white hair exclaimed excitedly, our Tandu Martial University has finally produced such a prodigy again. Teacher Ren is absolutely right, Gu Chen is undoubtedly the most prodigiously talented individual Tandu Martial University has seen in decades. A female teacher wearing white glasses said excitedly, S-grade 5-star martial vein, proficient in the true essence of martial arts in the realm of force. I have been teaching for many years, and I have seen S-grade martial veins, as well as people proficient in the true essence of martial arts. But it's the first time I've seen someone like Gu Chen who possesses both. What's more, he's just a freshman who has just enrolled. If nurtured well, it might be possible to cultivate a grandmaster of the 9th tier Dharma aspect realm in the future. Upon hearing this, all the teachers' faces lit up with excitement. Compared to the S-grade martial vein and martial intent, Gu Chen's spirit spring realm cultivation seems somewhat ordinary. The enhancement from the martial vein and martial intent makes his martial cultivation slightly superior to that of ordinary people. This is perfectly normal. I have a question. Mr. Ma, please go ahead. Ma Wen hesitated for a moment and said, Gu Chen's strength is far beyond the standard. What should we do about this year's military training? With his strength, if we follow the usual routine and place a Tier 4 early-stage beast general at the final checkpoint, wouldn't he handle it effortlessly? Mr. Ma is right. After her excitement, Ren Yu felt a bit of a headache. How about this? The military training for other freshmen will proceed as usual. Gu Chen. I'll go and report to a few deans. Also, Gu Chen is this year's new king. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. The teachers were surprisingly unanimous. Teacher Ren, it seems that Jing Yili has placed a 100 credit bounty on Gu Chen. Several senior students in the Spirit Spring realm have already made their moves, but they were all severely taught a lesson. Should we talk to Teacher Mi and have him warn Zhang Yili? Ren Yu pondered for a moment and shook her head. As long as it doesn't pose a real threat to Gu Chen's life, there's no need to bother with him. No matter how great the talent, one must go through various trials to become a true powerhouse. However, if the Zhang family dares to interfere, Ren Yu said coldly, that would be a provocation to the dignity of Tandu Martial University. A wild and overwhelming aura suddenly surged from the old man. 7th tier Spirit Sea Realm. Tiandu Wudo University Clinic. Gu Chen. Luo Li suddenly woke up from her dream. You've woken up. A voluptuous young woman stood by the bedside, her face full of joy. Are you Dean Zhang? Luo Li asked hesitantly. Zhang Zixue nodded, yes, I am. Her gaze gently rested on Luo Li. Luo Li, are you willing to take me as your master? Luo Li was stunned. The dean of the Spiritual Academy at Tiandu Martial University, one of the 5 major academies, had personally invited her. Dean Zhang, I lost to Gu Chen. The young girl showed a look of panic. Zhang Zixue shook his head. Gu Chen surpasses you in both martial veins and the true essence of martial arts. Losing to him is not entirely unjust. The Spiritual Academy already has few members, and spiritual martial veins and the true essence of martial arts are even rarer. A peculiar light flickered in Zhang Zixue's eyes. In terms of potential, Gu Chen indeed surpasses you. But the outcome of martial arts is not determined solely by potential. Your nightmare illusion and the true essence of martial arts still have room for improvement. Follow me, and in the future, you might have a chance to defeat Gu Chen. After all, spiritual martial veins are the most compatible with the true essence of martial arts among all martial veins. Luo Li's originally dim gaze was instantly replaced by surprise and joy. As long as I can defeat Gu Chen, I'll do whatever the teacher instructs. Zhang Zixue gently stroked the girl's silky hair, a smile appearing on his face. Silly girl, the gap between you and him is even greater than you imagine. If I didn't say it this way, how would you have enough motivation to move forward? A trace of cunning flashed in the woman's lively eyes. Gu Chen. It's a pity he's not of the psychic martial vein, otherwise, I would definitely want him. Gu Chen returned to the dormitory villa and browsed through the introduction of Tiandu Martial University. Hao Chang, Dean of the War Academy, 8th rank Golden Body Realm Master, a level 9-star Purple Berserker Martial Vein. Extremely powerful in combat, once single-handedly slew 5 8th tier Beast Kings. As expected of the Dean of the War Academy, his strength is exceptionally formidable even among the 8th tier. Gu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Morong Yun, Dean of the Elemental Academy, 8th tier Golden Body Realm Master, a rank 9-star Flowing Gold Elemental Martial Vein. Self-created Earth tier martial skill Flowing Gold Demon Slash, once instantly killed Silver Shao of the Akatsuki organization and severely injured Gold Shao. Another top-tier powerhouse. His martial vein is of the fire element, which, though different from the gold element, leads to the same destination. It seems that compared to Dean Hao, Dean Morong is more suitable. Gu Chen did not rush to a conclusion but continued to browse. Dean of the Spiritual Academy, Zhang Zixue. Dean of the Mecha Academy, Meng Zi. Both are equally powerful experts at the 8th tier Golden Body Realm. Gu Chen merely glanced at it and then paid no further attention. The Academy of Spirit and the Academy of Mobility had nothing to do with him. The former generally only admitted spirit-type martial veins, while Gu Pan's food god martial vein might be more suited to the Academy of Mobility. Gu Chen flipped to the last of the 5 deans. Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhantian, an 8th rank Peak Golden Body Realm Master. Among the current deans of the 5 major academies at Tandu Martial University, he is the youngest in age and the strongest in power, making him the #1 powerhouse of Tandu Martial University. On the national border battlefield, he fought fiercely against a 9th-ranked Dharma Aspect Realm Grandmaster of the Great Qing Kingdom and ultimately slew him. Gu Chen was stunned, waves surging in his heart. The 9 stages of martial arts become increasingly distinct as one progresses through each minor stage. Not to mention the massive chasm between the 8th and 9th stages. S-Class 7-star Martial Vein, 9 Suns Heavenly Fire, proficient in various weapons and armaments. Especially skilled in spear, blade, sword, and halberd, reaching a state of perfection. Gu Chen's eyes instantly flashed with surprise. S-rank, Fire Element Martial Vein. Exactly the same as him. The spear is one of the weapons he excels at, and so does he. Slade, the Grandmaster of the Qing Empire, meditated on the battlefield for 10 days. The artistic conception pierced the heavens, and the true essence of martial arts stepped into the realm of intent. One of the heavenly king seeds of the Great Xia Kingdom. Holy crap! Gu Chen could hardly contain his shock. From martial veins to weapons, and even the true essence of martial arts, all were extremely compatible with him. Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhantian, it's decided to be you. Gu Chen's gaze burned with fervent hope. Without any hesitation, he left the room. Gu, where are you going? Gu Pan hurriedly asked. To find Director Yang. Weapons Academy, Yang Zhantian's residence. Student Gu, please wait a moment. I will inform the master. The butler said politely. Gu Chen stood in the hall, silently sensing the intense aura of slaughter permeating the entire villa. How many people and beasts must have been killed to generate such murderous intent? Moreover, there is a subtle yet terrifying spiritual fluctuation lingering within, far surpassing his consummate martial intent. This feeling seems to share the same origin, all stemming from the martial intent of the realm of meaning. Before long, the steward came walking briskly. Student Gu, please follow me. Gu Chen quickly followed. Entering the training room, a middle-aged man with a crew cut was sitting on the sofa. The man was dressed in a white martial arts robe, with a burly physique and faint white flames flickering in his eyes. The moment he saw the man, Gu Chen felt as if billions of cells in his body were being scorched by terrifying flames. Infernal fire. The flame prison scorching sun martial vein activated automatically, and a surge of hellish flames erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen was enveloped in dark red flames. Well, as expected of an S-Class Fire Element martial vein, truly impressive. The man smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious white flame vanished without a trace. What followed was an indescribable immense pressure. Martial Dao true intent. Gu Chen stood tall with his head held high, his eyes shimmering with a strange white light. The martial intent of the perfect realm was unleashed without reservation, countering the man's martial intent. This is perfect level? The man's eyes lit up instantly. The next moment, the oppressive atmosphere in the entire cultivation room instantly vanished. Ah, little one, you're really something. The man stood up, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. I am the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhantian. Hello, Dean Yang, I am Gu Chen, and I wish to become your disciple. Gu Chen said softly. Become my disciple? Yang Zhantian's gaze was sharp and piercing. Why choose me? You are powerful and highly compatible with me in every aspect. Gu Chen replied calmly. Every year, I reject quite a few requests from talented warriors seeking to become my disciples. Counting this year, it has been exactly 10 years since I last took on a student. Why do you think I should take you in? Yang Zhantian let out a cold snort, the sound like thunder echoing in Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen straightened his posture, his martial veins and the true essence of martial arts intertwining on both physical and spiritual levels. The fact that you are willing to meet me and test me already reveals your stance. Moreover, I am the most suitable student for you, he said neither arrogantly nor humbly. Yang Zhantian gazed at Gu Chen, and after a moment of silence, suddenly smiled. Gu Chen, if you want to be my student, that's fine. But I am surrounded by many enemies and foes, including martial clans, noble families, and sects within the country. There are also numerous people from other great nations who would love nothing more than to tear me apart. I have been in charge of the Weaponry Academy for 15 years and have only taken on 5 students in total. Among them, 2 students lost their lives during dangerous missions, and 2 students were assassinated by the organization. The last one was devoured by countless beasts. The man's gaze seemed to harbor a mountain of flames, so scorching it made one feel suffocated. My student mortality rate, 100%. Do you still dare to be my student? Gu Chen remained silent. A trace of disappointment flashed in Yang Zhantian's eyes. Teacher, I believe the senior brothers won't blame you. Gu Chen wore a smile, his tone resolute. Yang Zhantian's eyes instantly welled up with a misty haze. 10 years of time. The outside world claims that I, Yang Zhantian, am arrogant and dismissive of every student I encounter. However, the mist instantly dissipated, evaporating completely in the white flames. You don't need to attend tomorrow's freshman military training. Someone will come to find you, you need to participate in their mission. The team leader for the mission is Zheng Yili. After completing the task, I will decide whether to take you as my apprentice based on your performance. Do you have any opinions? Yang Zhantian said in a deep voice. The task assigned by the teacher, the student naturally accepts. Gu Chen responded calmly. Yang Zhantian was silent for a moment, then smiled broadly. Good, very good. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Gu Chen cupped his hands in salute and turned to leave. Director Yang, isn't this task a bit too challenging for him? Moreover, you know there's some conflict between Zheng Yili and Gu Chen. The villa was empty, yet a voice echoed in the heart. One of the fundamental abilities of divine sense, transmitting sound through divine sense. No problem, I will explain it to the other deans. Also, do not reveal any information about me to Zheng Yili and the others. Yang Zhantian said indifferently. Got it. The voice disappeared accordingly. Gu Chen, your aptitude is no less than mine, more than enough to be my student. It's just that I'm afraid of history repeating itself. Yang Zhantian waved his right hand, and spiritual energy formed 5 youthful smiling faces. 3 men and 2 women, they were his 5 disciples who had already passed away. Gazing at them for a moment, Yang Zhantian let out a soft sigh. Leaving Yang Zhantian's residence, Gu Chen returned to his dormitory villa. Brother Gu, has Dean Yang taken you as his apprentice? Gu Pan asked while rubbing her hands. Among the 5 deans, Dean Yang is the strongest, and he's not even 40 yet. As one of the top 10 kings of Daxia, he ranks 9th. Gu Chen gave Gu Pan a peculiar look. This guy's information-gathering ability is truly remarkable. Not yet, I need to complete the tasks set by Dean Yang first. By the way, I won't be participating in the freshman military training tomorrow. Gu Chen shook his head slightly. Mission? Oh, I heard that Dean Yang has extremely high standards for accepting disciples. Brother Gu, I have some insider information. Gu Pan nervously glanced around, then lowered her voice and spoke after a moment. Dean Yang's students from over a decade ago all died for some reason. The outside world speculates that this was the work of enemies secretly targeting Dean Yang. Dean Yang has a free-spirited and unrestrained personality, not bound by worldly rules, doing as he pleases. He has many friends, but even more enemies. There are enemies both domestic and foreign. But Dean Yang is too powerful, these people simply can't deal with him. So they specifically target Dean Yang's disciples. Gu Pan said worriedly, Brother Gu, do you think? I know. Gu Chen chuckled lightly. Among the many teachers at Tandu University, I must apprentice under Dean Yang. Gu Pan gave a thumbs up. Brother Gu, you're awesome. What? Gu Chen? In a hotel in Baitsong City, a young man carrying 2 swords suddenly furrowed his brows. Are you sure the student sent for support is Gu Chen? Yes. A helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. I have no idea what the teachers were thinking, actually sending a rookie freshman to assist us. I think the rumor about this person pulling strings might be true, and it could be related to some big shot. Alright, bring him over tomorrow. Zheng Yili hung up the phone. Brother Zhang, is it that newcomer Gu Chen? Yensen asked incredulously. The young man nodded expressionlessly. Heh, knowing full well that you and this newcomer don't get along, yet they still sent him to hold us back. Brother Zhang, is this deliberate targeting of you? Or perhaps, targeting teacher Mithraea? Mourinho sneered coldly. Their squad was carrying out a mission to track a suspected Qing Empire spy organization. The mission had reached a critical moment, and just as they were preparing to close the net, they were suddenly informed that students from Tandu University would be coming to assist. They had assumed it would be top-ranked experts from the Tandu rankings, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be freshmen who had just entered Tandu University. And it's even someone who has a grudge against Zheng Yili. It's purely messing with people's minds. Gu Chen is no ordinary person. There were about a dozen people who took on my bounty task. but not a single one reported back to me that the task was completed. Even Yen Xiaoxu was stammering about it. Zheng Yili suddenly said, "TCH, Zheng Ji, what are you thinking about?" Baiso mocked, "Do you really think that kid Gu Chen defeated those third-year seniors on his own? Just starting college and already possessing the cultivation of the fourth stage spirit spring realm? In the history of Tandu Wuda, this is extremely rare. I think it's highly likely that this kid has someone powerful backing him, who stepped in to issue a warning. However, since they haven't caused us any trouble, it indicates that the person behind him is, at most, a 7th-tier Linghai realm master." Zhang Yili pondered for a moment and immediately felt that Bai Suo's words made a lot of sense. "Brother Zhang, I actually think this is a great opportunity." Yensen's charming face revealed a cold smile. "Our mission is perfectly suited for the students of the Tiandu ranking. For us strong contenders on the Tiandu ranking, the danger is not insignificant. Let alone those rookie freshmen. Since someone wants him to steal the spotlight, we'll help him achieve it. However, if any accidents happen during the process, it has nothing to do with us." Yensen's face was grim. "Every year, at least a dozen students die during missions at Tandu Martial University. If they die, they die. Do you think the people behind that kid will come after us? Teacher Me is not someone to mess with." "Exactly, it's settled then." Bai Suo's lips curled into a smile. "I'll go talk to Coach Mu and have him give our junior a proper lesson tomorrow on our behalf." With that, Bai Suo stepped aside to make a phone call. Well, what he said does make sense. Zheng Yili looked at Yensen and Bai Suo, secretly feeling fortunate to have such capable allies as Wulong and Fengchu. Targeting my brother, Gu Chen, you must be tired of living. You have people behind you, but does the Zhang family fear death? Zheng Yili sneered coldly in his heart. "Brother Zhang, the target has appeared." Yensen hurriedly handed the computer to Zhang Yili. "Let's go, we'll deal with Gu Chen's matter first and talk later." Taking care of Gu Chen was just a side task. The most important thing right now was completing the mission assigned by Teacher Me. At Tandu Martial University, in the War Academy, at the residence of the special grade teacher, Mi Lu. "Dean Yang, what do you mean by this?" Maitreya squinted his eyes, full of confusion. "Nothing special, just letting a new student join the mission. I've already discussed this with the other 4 deans, and I'm just here to inform you," Yang Zhantian said indifferently. For a moment, Maitreya couldn't tell whether Yang Zhantian was helping Gu Chen or setting him up. "Dean Yang, I think this matter is still somewhat inappropriate." Suddenly, a streak of light flashed like lightning, striking his plump ear directly. In an instant, Maitreya's right ear was drenched in blood. "Cut the nonsense. I'm just notifying you to lead the team according to Wuda's rules. Keep babbling, and I'll strip off your fat." Yang Zhantian said coldly, his gaze looking at Mile as if he were a dead man. Mile was terrified in his heart. This lunatic. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. No objections. He covered his right ear, his face flushed red. Whoosh! A sharp pain came from his left ear again. "You!" Maitreya was burning with anger. "You curse me in your heart, don't think I don't know. This is just a lesson. As for the matter of Gu Chen and Zhang Yili, you'd better not interfere. Even the Heavenly King can't protect you." After saying this, Yang Zhantian strode away leisurely. Blood slowly dripped down both sides of his cheeks, the scent of blood permeating the air. However, Maitreya did not dare to act rashly. After more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to stop the bleeding with great difficulty using spiritual energy. Gu Chen. His heart was filled with resentment and venom. However, that lunatic Yang Zhantian personally warned him that if he really made a move, he would likely be severely beaten. That guy is truly a lawless character. Zheng Yili mentioned this matter last time, but I didn't really take it to heart. It seems the Zheng family isn't too interested in Gu Chen either. I don't need to take action myself, I can just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Maitreya pondered silently. No matter how reckless Yang Zhantian is, it is impossible for him to use his status to suppress a younger generation like Zheng Yili. Otherwise, the bigwigs of the Provincial Education Bureau and the Jinwu Division would not turn a blind eye to this. They can tolerate Yang Zhantian's recklessness within the boundaries, but bullying the weak with the strong clearly crosses the red line. The next morning, the sunlight was warm and bright. "Brother Gu, this one replenishes spiritual energy, this one restores physical strength, and this one heals injuries. This one temporarily boosts combat power, and there's more." Gu Pan delivered over a dozen large sausages early in the morning, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Making so many energy function sausages in one go is certainly no easy task. These things will automatically disappear in 3 days, which should be enough for Brother Gu to complete the task. Gu Pan said with a smile. "Thank you. Gu Chen responded softly. Hey, we're roommates and brothers, so no need to be so formal, brother Gu. Gu Pan laughed heartily. Gu Chen put away the energy sausage and prepared to walk outside. Suddenly, his steps paused slightly. During military training, if anyone dares to bully you, remember to tell me. After speaking, the young man pushed open the door, bathed in sunlight, and slowly disappeared from sight. Gu Pan instantly revealed an expression of ecstatic joy. Brother Gu, I'll try my best not to cause you any trouble. Among the freshmen, who doesn't know how terrifying Gu Chen is? With Gu Chen's words, who would dare to touch him? They'd better think twice. Perhaps before long, even the senior students of Tandu University will tread carefully because of this statement. The old man is right, investing in talent yields the greatest returns. Adding the finishing touch is nice, but offering help in times of need is even more precious. At the gate of Tandu University, Gu Chen walked out of the campus and saw that the Sunset Group was still blocking the entrance, enthusiastically taking photos. Hey, young man. Grandpa Tuahai hurriedly came out. Think of a way to help me drive away this group of youngsters. They're so annoying, I can't even watch my shows in peace. The old man cursed and grumbled. All right. Gu Chen squeezed into the crowd, releasing a trace of martial intent. Damn, that heart-wrenching feeling is back again. Damn it, is Tiandu cursed? I clearly had a full medical checkup, and the doctor said even 7 times a night wouldn't be a problem for me. Hurry, I can barely breathe, call 120 now. The elderly group immediately scattered and fled. Seeing the people at the door disperse, the old man sat back in his recliner. TSK, perfect realm? Young people these days are truly a bit terrifying. Gu Chen stood in the large square of Tandu University, calmly observing the bustling scene before him. It must be said, Baitsong City truly lives up to being the provincial capital of Tandu Province, with crowds of people everywhere. Before long, a young man dressed in the Tandu University uniform strode toward him. Gu Chen? The young man's gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Yes. Gu Chen responded softly. I am your task liaison, Mu Shuai. Follow me. After speaking, Mu Shuai walked away without looking back. Gu Chen silently followed behind Coach Mu. Coach Mu hailed a cab, and the two sat in the back seat without speaking during the ride. Gu Chen took a deep breath and slightly closed his eyes. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed is someone else. I say, you two, could you at least say something? The silence is killing me. The driver couldn't help but ask. The two remained oblivious, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Damn it, am I chauffeuring 2 deaf people or what? He muttered in frustration. The car twisted and turned, finally reaching the destination after 2.5 hours. The driver collected the money, stepped on the gas, and hurriedly drove away. In broad daylight, they arrived at the abandoned refinery in the old district of the western part of Baitsong City. Along the way, neither of them said a word, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Kid, you sure know how to keep your mouth shut. Upon arriving here, Mu Shuai seemed to have let something go. Looking at the boy's delicate face, he spoke with a faint smile. Come on, tell me. How did you end up being forcibly assigned to our mission? Senior Mu Shuai, it was the teacher's decision. Instead of wasting time here, why not go and meet up with the other team members first? Gu Chen said calmly. Mu Shuai instantly became furious. Gu Chen, don't you even understand the basic courtesy of respecting senior students and predecessors? He said coldly, with a hint of danger in his eyes. During the mission, any danger could occur. Helping you and saving you is a favor, ignoring you is my duty. I think you should understand the meaning of this sentence. Mu Shuai's words carried a tone of threat. Understood. Are you done with the nonsense? Your words have angered Mourinho, defense break value plus 1,555. Boom! An astonishing surge of air suddenly erupted from Mourinho. You, say that to me again. His tone was cold and ruthless. This place is at least 12 kilometers away from the nearest residential area in Baitsong City, so anything that happens here won't be noticed. I suppose you're the worst off among Zhang Yili's lackeys, aren't you? Gu Chen suddenly spoke. Otherwise, why would they send you to pick up the newcomer? I think Zhang Yili has long planned to kick you out. Your strength must be the weakest among them, ranked 99th on the Tiandu list? Truly useless. Your words hit Mu Shuai's sore spot, breaking defense value plus 2088. Seeking death. Mu Shuai, burning with rage, struck down with a palm, his martial aura surging. Dark red flames, accompanied by an extremely terrifying heat and murderous intent, suddenly appeared, effortlessly neutralizing Mu Shuai's furious strike. Before he could react, Gu Chen's flames coiled upward, as if the god of fire had descended. The temperature in this area skyrocketed instantly. Mourinho's expression changed drastically. Sunbreaker. A crimson spear, carrying the blazing sun, came hurtling toward him, sending chills down his spine. Earth-style wall. At the critical moment, Mu Shuai's martial veins flashed wildly, and a yellowish-brown wall suddenly appeared out of thin air. Gu Chen remained calm, turned around, and thrust his spear. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the solid spiritual energy earth wall instantly shattered. Hiss! The spear pierced into Mu Shuai's right chest, lifting him off the ground. Gu Chen stood silently, holding the spear with one hand as fierce flames roared around him. Ah! The intense pain intertwined with a deep sense of humiliation, forcing Mu Shuai to spit out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood left his body, it was consumed by the hellfire, reduced to nothingness. Ranked 99 on the heavenly rankings? And yet such a useless waste. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. You have defeated Mu Shuai both mentally and physically. The opponent's mental defense has collapsed. Defense break value plus 2,999. Current defense break value, 43,225. Go ahead, did Jing Ili say anything to you? Of course, it's fine if you don't want to talk. During a mission, anything can happen. Don't you agree, Senior Mu Shuai? Hellfire surged, instantly forming a beautiful red fire lotus that drifted in front of Mu Shuai. The enchanting fire lotus spun in the air, resembling a breathtakingly beautiful flower. However, Mu Shuai could feel an overwhelming aura of death. This mysterious fire lotus will make you vanish into thin air within 3 seconds once it touches you. In that case, there's no need to send it over. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent as the red fire lotus floated toward Mu Shuai. Under the terrifying high temperature, Mu Shuai's hair and eyebrows instantly turned to ashes. No, I beg you. Mu Shuai screamed sharply. The fire lotus stopped in front of him, the terrifying high temperature scorching him, causing large blisters to appear on his face. They told me to bring you here to teach you a lesson. And, Mu Shuai swallowed hard, staring at the fire lotus within arm's reach, fear spreading continuously in his eyes. They even plan to make you have an accident during this mission. It's not uncommon for people to die while carrying out missions. Gu Chen, there's no deep grudge between us. Please, spare me. I'm tight-lipped, I won't say a word about you to anyone. Mu Shuai begged desperately. The young man before him truly made him feel the boundless terror of death. Gu Chen withdrew the spear, and a gaping blood hole instantly appeared in Mu Shuai's right chest, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. Half kneeling on the ground, Mu Shuai quickly used his spiritual energy to suppress the bleeding from his wound. Senior Mu, we're all adults here, so let's skip the useless talk. He tossed something forward. Here, this is a food infused with a special spiritual poison. Eat it. If I remain safe and sound, I will give you the antidote. Otherwise, in 3 days, the toxin will corrode your spiritual energy and internal organs, ultimately causing your viscera to rot and leading to your death. Of course, you can also give it a try and see if Tandu University can neutralize this toxin in a short time. Gu Chen tossed a red sausage to Coach Mu. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Mourinho's expression shifted unpredictably. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took a big bite of the sausage. The taste is actually pretty good, and the injury is healing quickly too. Mourinho licked his lips, secretly wondering if he had lost his mind. After eating such a highly toxic sausage, he actually wanted another bite. Fatty's martial vein, its support abilities are truly powerful. Watching Mourinho's wounds and the blisters on his face heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, Gu Chen silently marveled. He understood in his heart that this was not some special toxin at all, it was nothing more than Gu Pan's healing energy sausage. You know very well what should and shouldn't be said. Gu Chen said calmly. Alright. On the west side of the abandoned refinery, there was a factory leaning against a small hill. Why hasn't that kid Mourinho arrived yet? He didn't even answer the phone. Baiso put down the phone and said curiously. If it weren't for waiting for that kid Gu Chen, with the intelligence we have now, we could have wiped out this group of foreign organizations long ago. Jensen sneered. Wait a little longer, maybe he's run into some trouble. Call him every 10 minutes. Zheng Yili sat on a black barrel, took out a wet wipe, and gently wiped his twin blades. This had already become his habit. Before the great battle, one must always have an intimate exchange with their weapons. When that kid comes over, I'll make him pay the price. About 10 minutes later, slightly chaotic footsteps sounded outside. Zheng Yili and the other two stopped what they were doing. It's Mourinho, and Gu Chen. Zheng Yili's expression softened slightly. He withdrew his divine sense and continued wiping his dual-blade weapons. Zheng Ji is still the best, able to judge through divine sense without even needing to look. Baiso said enviously. Once you complete this task, your credits will be sufficient. By then, you can exchange them for the Awakening Lotus and attempt to break through to the Divine Platform realm. When you successfully enter the Divine Platform realm, your strength probably won't be much weaker than mine, Zheng Yili said with a light smile. Hey, how could I compare to Brother Zhang? Just following behind Brother Zhang and getting a sip of soup is enough to satisfy me. Baiso hurriedly flattered. Creak! The rust-covered factory gates slowly opened, and a pale-faced young man, accompanied by a calm-looking boy, walked in slowly. The three people's gazes first focused on the young man at the back, revealing a cold glint. Gu Chen seemed oblivious, looking around at the moment, observing the surrounding environment. Spent so much time, huh, you're injured? Zheng Yili frowned slightly. Mu Shuai's breathing was uneven, his clothes stained with quite a bit of blood, and his face appeared unusually pale. It's nothing, just bad luck. I was ambushed by a Tier 4 Beast General. Mu Shuai said weakly. Beast General? Yensen was startled. How can there be a Beast General here? How would I know? Mu Shuai said with a grim expression. Do you think I would lie to you? Yensen's expression froze. She hadn't expected the usually easygoing Mu Shuai to be so sharp today. Humph, I'm just afraid you'll mess things up. Just mind your own business. Mu Shuai retorted bluntly. Alright, encountering a lone Yuan beast occasionally in the outskirts of Baitsong City is quite common. Zheng Yili noticed that Coach Mu was in a bad mood and promptly interrupted the argument between the two. He slowly walked toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen, we finally meet today. Zheng Yili revealed a hint of a playful expression. Well, who are you? I don't know you. Gu Chen shook his head. Zheng Yili's face instantly turned grim. I am Zheng Yili, the captain of this mission's action squad. Oh, hello Captain Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. Gu Chen gave a perfunctory smile. Zheng Yili's eyes narrowed slightly. Heh, some people perform well in their own little domain and think they're the best in the world. Arrogant and stubborn, they will ultimately fail to achieve great things. Yensen said sarcastically. I'm a specially recruited student at Tandu University, who do you think you are? The young man's gaze was sharp as lightning. They say women with long hair have little knowledge, and those with big chests lack brains. But you're flat-chested and balding, ugly beyond words, and you don't even think before you speak? Your words deeply hurt Yensen, breaking defense value plus 2,458. Gu Chen. Yensen's expression twisted. Due to her cultivation technique, her hair appeared sparse, and her chest was flat. This had always been her greatest source of insecurity. The corner of Zheng Yili's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't they say this kid wasn't good with words? Yensen. Zheng Yili grabbed the woman who was about to lose her temper. What a sharp-tongued kid. Zheng Yili said coldly, during the martial arts exam, what you did to my younger brother Zhang Wanli, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You're Zhang Wanli's older brother? Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Well, that's really disastrous. Just yesterday, I gave that kid a good beating. He was lying on the ground, face covered in blood. Who would have thought a case of one temple god flooding another's temple? Zheng Yili was furious, defense break value plus 3,221. Gu Chen's expression remained calm, but inwardly, he grew increasingly vigilant. It has already exceeded the upper limit of 2,999 defense breaking value. As expected, this guy is a 5th-ranked Divine Altar Realm warrior. Zheng Yili took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Now that everyone is here, the mission wrap-up phase officially begins. Zheng Yili took out a map and placed it on the ground. The target consists of 10 individuals, essentially confirmed to belong to a foreign organization hired by the Qing dynasty. Among them, there is 1 at the 5th-tier Divine Platform Realm, 6 at the 4th-tier Spirit Spring Realm, and 3 at the 3rd-tier Condensed Spirit Realm. At this point, he paused slightly, and the gazes of the other people flickered accordingly. The objective is to gather maps of Baitsong City, data on the distribution of experts in the Jinwu division, and conduct covert investigations into multiple official departments. Nowadays, they are renting 3 residential houses at the border between the suburbs and an abandoned refinery. Zheng Yili said coldly, split into 3 groups. I'll act alone, Baiso and Yensen will form one team, Mu Shuai and Gu Chen another. Make sure to capture or eliminate the target in the shortest possible time. Zheng Yili took out a red pen and marked 3 key points. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze meeting Mourinho's. The latter's body trembled slightly, remaining silent. Any problems? None. Nothing. Gu Chen, what about you? Zheng Yili suddenly said, you're new here and lack experience. Follow Senior Mu closely to learn from his task experience. If your opinions differ, prioritize Senior Mu's judgment. His tone carried a hint of deeper meaning. No problem. Gu Chun wore a radiant smile. Zhang Yili was smiling, Baiso and Yensen were also smiling, and Gu Chun likewise showed a smile. Only Mu Shuai felt a chill, cold sweat soaking through the back of his shirt. The setting sun gradually sinks, drawing a dim horizon. In the entire refinery area, only the eastern part bordering the urban district has faint lights, while the rest is gradually swallowed by darkness. Several pitch-black ravens fly by, emitting piercing caws. 10 people are indeed present, but only one is at the 5th-tier divine platform realm, while the other 9 are at the spirit spring realm. Just now, Zhang Yili sent me a voice transmission, telling me that you were in danger, and I didn't need to intervene. They plan to use the power of foreign organizations to get rid of you. I swear, this is everything I know. Mu Shuai said as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Gu Chen remained silent and continued walking forward. Mu Shuai cautiously followed behind, not daring to breathe too loudly. The identity of a double agent is truly exhausting. In the silence, the night quietly descended. Walking past a section of rusty, decayed pipes, a faint dim light in the distance appeared particularly glaring in the darkness. These guys live on the outskirts, probably ready to flee at any moment. This way, taking action won't alarm other ordinary people. In this stronghold, all 4 are Spirit Spring Realm martial artists, with the highest cultivation likely at the 6th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. Mu Shuai said in a low voice. Your injury hasn't healed yet, just wait outside. Gu Chen said calmly. Mu Shuai stared blankly at the young man's handsome face, feeling a twinge of bitterness in his heart. After following Zhang Yili for more than a year, it was basically him who handled all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous tasks. For a moment, Mourinho felt a mix of emotions. Gu Chen paid no attention to his turbulent emotions. Stopping him from acting was purely to prevent the situation from becoming more complicated. For Spirit Spring Realm warriors, their defense breaking value must be quite high. Gu Chen, Zhang Yili, and the others are ready. We'll act simultaneously in 5 minutes. The 3 locations are not far apart. If a fight breaks out in one place, the other 2 will immediately notice, making a sneak attack meaningless. Take action. As several auras erupted not far away, Gu Chen activated the flying crane stance and swiftly rushed toward the dimly lit area 50 meters away. Who goes there? At almost the same time, multiple streams of martial aura rapidly surged upward. A distance of 50 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. For Spirit's formation, Gu Chen formed a circular gesture with his hands and pushed forward. In an instant, a square-shaped binding formation enveloped the entire house. Bang! The house exploded with a loud bang. The entire building collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Trapping martial arts? Damn it! The middle-aged man holding a large blade turned pale, gripping the blade with both hands as he desperately slashed at the 4 spirits formation. Roar! A 4-meter-long dark red demon shark suddenly emerged, its gaping maw fiercely biting down on the martial weapon blade. The imperial turtle, coiling snake, and flying crane appeared simultaneously. The 4 spirits circled, tightly entangling the 4 Spirit Spring Realm martial artists. You cannot escape. Gu Chen stood in midair, his gaze calm. With just this, what? The 4 stared at Gu Chen in terror, their eyes flickering with an eerie white light. Without warning, an aura so terrifying it made their hearts and souls tremble descended upon them. Ah! The woman wielding the long whip clutched her head in agony as crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from her eyes, nose, and ears. The other 3 were almost the same, the intense pain causing them to lose their senses and fall into indiscriminate attacks. Die! Gu Chen said coldly. The true essence of martial arts combined with the 4 spirits formation, causing the power of the 4 spiritual creatures to surge dramatically. The 4 spirits returned to their positions, spewing white beams of light from their mouths. For Spirit's annihilation pillar. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently. Bang! The void shattered, energy waves swept through the surrounding buildings, causing them to collapse one after another. Killed 4 Spirit Spring Realm warriors, defense break value plus 11,996. Gu Chen's gaze remained calm. Among the 4, 1 was at the 6th level of the Spirit Spring, while the other 3 were at the 4th and 5th levels. Killing them individually might be somewhat troublesome. Might as well use the 4 spirit formation to trap them and annihilate them in one strike. Mourinho's mouth opened wide enough to fit a duck egg. He knew Gu Chen was very strong and should be able to win easily, but he didn't expect it to be so clean and decisive, one person surrounding and killing 4. Altogether, it took less than half a minute. In the other 2 directions, the fierce battle was still ongoing. You pretend to fight here, make the noise louder. Gu Chen looked down from above and instructed. Oh, okay. Mu Shuai hurriedly channeled martial energy, striking the buildings and the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, creating an overwhelming momentum. Gu Chen leaped onto the roof of a building and looked in the direction of the other two. It's not one divine platform realm, but two. He was slightly startled. Incorrect information, retreat quickly. Zheng Yili was surrounded by a raging wind, his twin blades crossed and slashed out, producing a hissing sound in the air. Suddenly, a black water wall appeared out of thin air. Bang! The blade cut into the water, only splashing a small amount of ink-black droplets. Zheng Yili, ranked 36 on the Tandu list of Tandu University, possesses an A-grade 4-star Windblade martial vein, skilled in dual-blade combat techniques. A martial artist at the second realm of the Divine Platform, eldest young master of the Zheng family in Haiyang City. A masked woman stood barefoot on the black water, speaking softly. "Haha, did you really think we didn't notice? This is nothing more than making the best of a mistake." On the other side, a burly man covered in gray fur laughed heartily. Meteor hammer. The giant hammer whistled through the air, breaking through space, and the overwhelming pressure left Yensen and Baiso terrified. Originally, they were responsible for infiltrating and assassinating members of the Second Foreign Organization. Unexpectedly, there was a masked woman at the Divine Platform realm hidden there. If Zheng Yili hadn't arrived in time, the two of them would likely have perished here. Whirlwind slash. The raging wind howled as a silver egg-shaped radiance fiercely slashed toward the meteor hammer. Clang! A wave of energy instantly spread out, causing nearby buildings to collapse one after another. Zheng Yili stepped on a whirlwind, swiftly dissipating this portion of the force. "Brother Zheng, what do we do?" Yensen's face was full of despair. Apart from the two at the Divine Altar realm, there were also 4 Spirit Spring realm warriors eyeing them menacingly. The roles of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. "So many days, why have I never sensed the presence of divine consciousness in you?" Zheng Yili asked in a deep voice. After more than 10 days of sensing divine consciousness, observing with the naked eye, as well as utilizing drones and cameras for assistance, he finally determined that only one person in this group was in the Divine Platform realm. The remaining 9 are all at the Spirit Spring realm. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to act so recklessly. The deterrence of someone at the Divine Platform realm far surpasses that of 10 Spirit Spring realm individuals. "If you want to know, go ask King Yama." The long-haired man burst into uncontrollable laughter. "What is this?" Biso asked in a trembling voice. Black, deep water gushed out from the ground and the surrounding walls. These black waters are heavy and highly corrosive, capable of devouring martial energy to a certain extent. Truly troublesome. "I'll break through the black waters with all my strength later." You seized the opportunity to escape quickly. The green martial vein above Zheng Yili's head shimmered with light. The bright cyan light formed a dense array of wind blades, hovering beside Zheng Yili. Chaotic blade slash. Zheng Yili gripped his twin blades and swiftly charged toward the blindfolded woman. As long as the creator of the black water could be dealt with, the energy derived from the martial veins would naturally collapse on its own. "When I'm a dead man?" The long-haired man roared wildly at the sky, letting out a howl like a lone wolf. His eyes glimmered with a ghostly light, and the nails on his hands grew long and sharp, slightly curved. He set down his hammer weapon, his body crouching on the ground, resembling a wolf. Whoosh! A gray shadow flashed, lunging straight at Zheng Yili. The black water not only failed to become an obstacle for him but instead provided a form of propulsion. Phantom Shadow Claw. The grayish-white long claws gleamed with a chilling cold light, slashing straight toward Zheng Yili's throat. Wolf-type enhanced martial vein? Zheng Yili's expression changed slightly. He was startled to find that the man's speed and strength had surged after partially transforming into a wolf, to the point where even his divine sense could hardly track his movements. Just as the gray shadow was about to reach Zheng Yili, the cyan wind blades automatically condensed into a cyan wind armor. Ding ding dang dang! Sparks flew as Zheng Yili slashed out with a blade, but it only struck an afterimage. "Heh, your speed is no match for mine." The man was on all fours, his face covered in wolf fur, emitting 2 green glowing gazes. His speed grew faster and faster as he frantically ran around Zheng Yili, eventually reaching the point where he was running at a 90-degree angle with his limbs pressed against the wall, sprinting along the black enclosure. Werewolf kill. Yensen and Baisua defended against the invasion of the black water while nervously watching the fierce battle between Zheng Yili and the werewolf-like man. "Damn it, they must have jammed the signal." Biso put away his signal-less phone, his face dark. "While their attention is drawn to Brother Zheng, let's retreat quickly." With Brother Zheng's ability to briefly take to the air using his martial veins, shaking them off won't be an issue. Yensen forced herself to calm down. This was no longer the time to worry about whether the mission had failed. Facing 2 martial artists at the Divine Platform realm, they had to be cautious. Yes, we'll only hold you back here, Baiso quickly said. The two unleashed their martial veins and spiritual energy, forcibly dispersing the black water as they gradually retreated outward. In the distance, the masked woman and a few others exchanged words in low voices before the four quickly departed. Almost there. Yensen struck a large mass of sticky black water with her palm, invigorating her spirit. They had retreated to the edge of the black water barrier. Just over 10 meters further, they would be out of its range. I wonder how things are going on Mu Shuai's side. Has that kid died yet? As Baiso moved forward, his body came to an abrupt halt. Quick, don't stop. Baiso! Yensen screamed in terror, her face pale with fear. A black spike had somehow pierced through Baiso's left chest, greedily devouring his blood and life force. Help, me! Baiso's right hand trembled as it reached out toward Yensen, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Yensen was horrified and bolted away without a second glance. Suddenly, the blade of black water slashed diagonally. Ah! Even though she twisted her body forcefully to evade it, she couldn't completely avoid the water blade. Her right arm was severed below the elbow, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yensen desperately tried to escape the black barrier. Where do you think you're going? A woman's soft, mocking laughter echoed around her. In the peripheral area, the black waves suddenly surged backward, dragging Yensen's body in reverse. Baiso let out a bitter smile, his gaze quickly dimmed, and the breath of life completely vanished. Zheng Yili was greatly shocked. You little brat, how dare you get distracted in front of me? Wolf claw to the heart. Gray shadows flickered wildly, deflecting the wind blades. Damn it! Zheng Yili dared not be careless, fighting the werewolf with all his might. Black Princess, don't interfere. It's rare for me to encounter such an interesting fellow. The werewolf man laughed loudly. I'll deal with the others first, don't get caught up in the fight. The Black Princess drifted along the dark water to Yensen's front. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Whatever information you want, I can provide. Please don't kill me. Yensen frantically kowtowed, begging for mercy. Tandu University, nothing special. A trace of contempt appeared in Heiji's eyes. Have you enjoyed the show enough? The Dark Princess turned around, looking toward an abandoned courtyard not far away, and sneered. Divine platform realm, capable of birthing divine thoughts, truly troublesome. From the direction of the courtyard came the slightly helpless voice of a young man. Yensen, who was frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, trembled violently. In the dim light, a gun-wielding teenager slowly walked out. Guchen looked up at Baiso, whose lifeless body had shrunk significantly, and let out a soft sigh. When he arrived, he happened to witness Baiso's death and the scene of Yensen being dragged back. Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a pretty boy. Black Princess chuckled. Little brother, are you also a student at Tandu University? She swayed her voluptuous figure, slowly walking toward Guchen. Sorry, I'm not interested in chickens, especially black ones. Guchen grinned, showing his teeth. Also, those things of yours are useless to me. Boom! The red flames swept in, instantly evaporating the black water spreading in the shadows. Heiji's expression changed drastically. What kind of martial vein is this? Her martial vein was a B-level 7-star nether black sinking water. Water counters fire. Theoretically, even an A-level fire element shouldn't be able to evaporate her nether black sinking water so effortlessly. Guchen, you clearly have the ability to clear the black water, so why didn't you act earlier? Yensen shouted angrily, full of resentment. It's all because of you. Isua is dead, the mission failed. It's all your fault, you bastard. Come help me, hurry. Yensen believes that your inaction has led to her current predicament, defense break value plus 2000. Yensen shouted like crazy. A glimmer of light flashed in Heiji's eyes. Hee, so this is your classmate. Heiji clapped her hands, and two black water spikes aimed at Yensen's eyes. Help me quickly. Yensen was so terrified that her whole body turned cold, screaming hysterically. What if I stab her in the eye? Heiji said with a light laugh. Who is this ugly freak? I don't know them. The crimson flame dragon spear shimmered with the fire of hell, its tip pointing straight at Black G. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Black G said coldly. This flame was truly terrifying, it could even burn her divine sense. Involuntarily, a sense of dread rose in her heart. Kill her, kill her. A resentful woman like this is just a waste of food and air by staying alive. Guchen suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his spear fiercely. Sunbreaker. The dark red setting sun illuminated the night. Humph. The Black Princess clenched her right hand, and the black water dagger suddenly pierced into Yensen's eyes. Ah! Jensen harbors deep resentment toward you, defense break value plus 2555. Ha! Gu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. This guy is truly bizarre. The very person who trapped her, hurt her, and tried to kill her is right in front of her, yet she harbors such resentment toward herself. Could it be because she thinks I'm weak? Flames surged to the sky, and the blazing sun plunged into the black water. Bang! The collision of fire and water instantly generated a massive amount of steam, spreading out and covering a large area. Ah! Jensen let out a heart-wrenching scream. The temperature of the hellfire was too high, instantly causing the steam's temperature to soar to an astonishing several hundred degrees. Without any protection, being exposed to such high-temperature steam, the searing pain penetrating to the bone was imaginable. Her anguished voice grew weaker and weaker, eventually fading away completely. Jensen is down, contributing 2,999 points to your defense break value. Black Princess, what happened? The werewolf druid shouted loudly. The opponent still has someone, wielding a terrifying flame martial vein. The Black Princess stood on the black water belt, her gaze cold and stern. Flames? Drew and Zhang Yili were both startled. Gu Chen? Among us, only he has a fire element martial vein. But, Zhang Yili desperately unleashed his divine sense, but as he was only at the second level of the divine platform realm, the range of his divine sense was merely 20 meters, far from sufficient to reach. Overturning water. The black concubine waved her hands, performing a martial technique. Surging black water, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, condensed into a massive black seal. Descend, she said coldly. The black water seal suddenly pressed down, the space emitted a rumbling sound, and the immense pressure caused the boy's black robe to flutter noisily. Gu Chen's eyes were exceptionally bright. The scarlet flame dragon spear let out a low hum as Gu Chen channeled martial energy, pouring it continuously into the spear. Demon Shark. A dark red demon shark suddenly appeared, soaring into the sky with ferocious claws and fangs. Humph, merely at the spirit spring realm. Even if your martial veins are somewhat unique, you are utterly powerless before absolute strength. Heiji sneered coldly as she spoke. Suddenly, the divine sense around her was forcibly torn apart by an inexplicable force. A sharp pain struck between her brows, and she hurriedly withdrew the remnants of her divine sense. Is it the might of heaven and earth? No, it's the power of heaven and earth? Earth-rank martial technique? No, it's the true essence of martial arts. She was utterly shocked in her heart. Gu Chen unleashed the consummate martial intent of his domain without reservation, forming a small world and gathering the forces of heaven and earth from all directions. Roar! The demon shark's body instantly swelled several times, swinging its tail to smash the blackwater seal away. Behind Gu Chen, red flames transformed into wings, gently flapping. Whoosh! He leaped into the air, soaring above the woman. Flying martial technique? Black G's heart sank. For spirits formation. The four great spirit beasts roared, forming a massive formation that instantly enveloped Black G. With the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, the formation's coverage area reached over 300 square meters. Black G's expression changed again as she desperately controlled the black water to attack the formation. However, the annihilation beams emitted by the four spirits continuously obliterated the black water, causing the spiritual energy and power of heaven and earth to ripple repeatedly. The surrounding houses completely collapsed, and the ground cracked open in all directions. Zhang Yili was stunned. Gu Chen flapped his magnificent flaming wings, looking down from above, attempting to trap and kill the masked woman. This was a divine platform realm martial artist comparable to him. From the woman's strained expression, Zhang Yili could sense the terrifying force of Gu Chen's assault. Martial Dao true intent? Zhang Yili's divine sense barely approached, only to be instantly shattered. His heart tightened. Such a powerful martial vein and martial Dao true intent actually allowed Gu Chen to attack the strong with the weak. Not enough. Gu Chen struck out with a palm, violent spiritual energy swirling as a dark red black hole appeared. Swallow the clouds and devour the sun. The true essence of martial arts frantically drew upon the power of heaven and earth, and the black holes might suddenly intensified. Drew, help me. Black G felt the terrifying energy contained within the black hole and was shocked. Get lost. Drew roared, and countless claw shadows frantically attacked Zhang Yili. Zhang Yili's eyes flickered slightly. After a brief defense, he swiftly retreated. Careful. It wasn't until Drew rushed toward Gu Chen at full speed that he slowly spoke. Boom! Gray shadows and black holes collided violently, triggering a massive energy storm that instantly engulfed the figures of the three. Cough, cough. Drew crawled out from the ruins, his face covered in ash, his hands charred black, and most of the wolf fur on his body burned away. Scorch marks surrounded him, with blood seeping out in many places. The Black Princess was similar, the scarf covering her face had long been burned away. There was a palm-sized black birthmark on her left cheek, while her right cheek bore a patch of burn scars. The black dress on her body was tattered and uneven, exposing everything. "Where is everyone?" Heiji shouted furiously. Covering her face was to prevent others from seeing the birthmark, but now there's a flame scar on her right cheek. Her heart surged with murderous intent. This boy is very strange. His aura is only at the initial Lingquan realm, but his martial veins, martial intent, and martial skills are all extremely powerful. Drew showed a wary expression. The burning pain from the wound constantly reminded him of the terrifying nature of this young man. No! Could it be that he escaped? After a while, the two of them looked grim. Forget it, let's kill Zheng Yili first, then leave immediately. The information on the other few people should be almost sorted out, Heiji said coldly. Standing on a broken stone pillar, Zheng Yili's expression suddenly changed drastically. Gu Qin! Where is he? He was dumbfounded. Facing the pincer attack from Kuroheim and Drew, he could only retreat hastily. No matter how he shouted, there was no trace of the young man. Ha, that kid might have run away first. Now it's your turn. Drew sprinted, catching up to Zheng Yili first. Black water surged from all directions, completely cutting off any escape route. Zheng Yili's face was as calm as water. The martial artists Shin Taijing Warjadulu and Heiji are secretly amazed by you. Defense break value plus 4,582. Your act of fleeing has caused Zheng Yili's inner defense to break. Defense break value plus 4,022. 700 or 800 meters away from the battlefield ruins, a pitch-black 5-story building stood silently. Gu Qin gently flapped the wings of Prison Sun, calmly observing the 4 busy figures not far away. Too clever for your own good, he said softly. The reason the werewolf was able to charge over just now was precisely because Zheng Yili didn't give his all to stop it. Now, at this critical moment, he still harbors his little schemes. Since that's the case, go ahead and keep playing. I don't plan to accompany you. Pack up your things, Big Sister Black G told us to leave first. A woman in the Spirit Spring realm quickly put away her universe ring and leapt out of the window. The other 3 followed closely behind. The moonlight was cold and clear, spilling over the earth. The moment they landed, the 4 instantly erupted with a sky-piercing killing intent. A gun-wielding youth hovered in midair, his mysterious and striking red wings gently fluttering. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, the leading woman gripped her short blade tightly and charged forward. Suddenly, she felt a powerful force within the heavens and earth violently assaulting her mind and spirit. A splitting pain tore through her head, as if it were about to shatter. Ah! The 4 of them clutched their heads, rolling on the ground, their faces deathly pale and devoid of any color. The true essence of martial arts in the realm of intent lies in attacking through intangible spiritual forms. Once you step into the realm of intent, you can freely switch between the intangible and the tangible, greatly enhancing destructive power. Gu Chan revealed a satisfied smile. The spear danced in the air, and blossoms of blood bloomed one after another. The moonlight cascades down, adding a touch of poignant beauty to the scene. Killed 4 Spirit Spring Realm warriors, defense break value plus 11,996. The 4 were struck by the true essence of martial arts, nearly losing their ability to fight. Easily killed in an instant. Perfect level martial momentum is simply a dimensional suppression for Spirit Spring Realm martial artists. Gu Chan retrieved a few universe rings from the corpse. Martial artists in the Divine Platform realm, due to their abundant martial aura, can forcibly resist. However, those in the Spirit Spring realm have no ability to resist. After securing the universe ring, Gu Chan sat upright on the rooftop, gazing at the distant battle. Fight, fight, it'd be best if you bash each other's brains out. He revealed a smile devoid of any warmth. Slash, slash, slash. Zheng Yili roared, the veins on his neck bulging one by one. Blades of light surged, and the blade of wind element emerged. He unleashed his martial skill, slashing toward Heiji. You can't hit me. Facing Zheng Yili's frenzied assault, Heiji retreated gracefully, revealing a man exuding an aura of murderous intent. Drew crawled on the ground, slightly raised his head, his eyes flickering with wildness and bloodlust. Mad wolf kill. The Blackwater giant hand fiercely flung it out, leaving a trail of gray afterimages due to its incredible speed. Clang! Like sparks colliding with the earth, the Blackwater trembled incessantly. Drew was struck and sent flying, the sharp wind blades piercing through his wolf fur defense, leaving crisscrossing wounds on his body. A web of black water intertwined behind Drew, absorbing most of the force. That felt great. Students from Tandu University really do have some skill. A deep growl rumbled from Drew's throat. Although Zhang Yili had the upper hand, his expression was as dark as stormy clouds. Facing the werewolf warrior alone, he was fearless and even confident he could take him down. But with the addition of that woman who controlled the peculiar black water, the odds of victory were almost negligible. Thoughts raced, and 2 green whirlwinds appeared under Zhang Yili's feet, swiftly lifting him into the air. "Kid, did you think I was just playing around earlier?" Black G licked her fingertips and said with a light laugh. Suddenly, a giant net entirely woven from black water came crashing down. From above, a massive black cubic water prison instantly took shape. Not good. Zhang Yili's face changed dramatically as he frantically unleashed wind blades. Pop pop pop. However, the black water flowed endlessly. Whenever it was damaged, it would repair itself in the blink of an eye. "Stop wasting time. Finish him within 1 minute for me." Black G's body flowed with the current, rising to the top of the black water prison. She pressed her hands against the black net. Water erosion. Inside the black prison, countless black water spikes materialized, densely packed, sealing off every corner of the space. Drew let out an enraged howl toward the sky, his sound waves surging toward Zhang Yili like a tidal wave. Wolf King roar. "Goodbye, genius from Tandu University." A chilling glint surged in Black G's eyes as hundreds of black water spikes shot out instantly. "Huff huff, that should just about do it, right?" Mourinho wiped the sweat from his forehead. This performance without props lasted for more than 10 minutes, truly exhausting. Not only did he have to make a grand spectacle, but he also had to dub furious roars, almost draining him completely. Bang! A loud bang came from the distance, and the surrounding dilapidated buildings collapsed with a roar. Mourinho nervously looked around and quickly climbed up a dead old tree. The next moment, Mourinho's heart pounded wildly. Zhang Yili was trapped inside a massive black water cage, while the man and woman launched a deadly strike. "Where is Gu Chen? And where are Baiso and Yensen?" he asked in a trembling voice. Even from a kilometer away, the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations could be felt. The 2 attacking Zhang Yili were both 5th-tier divine platform realm warriors. Cough, cough. Inside the cubic water prison, an oval-shaped wind cocoon was covered in cracks, gradually collapsing. Zhang Yili's face was exceptionally pale. At this moment, his body was soaked in a mixture of blood and black water, and even the slightest movement brought waves of sharp pain. "How stubborn. Let's go for another round." Drew was just about to assume a howling wolf stance. "Wait, I can't sense the life aura of Romei and the others." A bad premonition arose in Heiji's heart. Just now, several people left with a mass of black water. With the help of the black water, the range of her divine sense could be increased tenfold. Of course, this was limited to basic perception. Just now, she suddenly couldn't sense the presence of the 4 people, and even the divine consciousness of the black water had completely vanished. "This kid is already at the end of his rope. Daru, kill him quickly. I'll go check it out." The Black Empress controlled the black water, swiftly gliding toward the data storage point. This was the result of their months of effort in Baitsong City. It must not be lost. "Kid, watch me twist your head right off." Drew let out a sinister laugh, dropping to all fours as he charged swiftly toward Zhang Yili. Seeing the most troublesome woman leave, Zhang Yili let out a slight sigh of relief. In his current condition, facing a werewolf was indeed difficult to handle. But without the black water prison, at least there is still hope of escape. Boom! The black water current swept in, collapsing one dilapidated building after another. "It's you again." Black G was both shocked and furious. The black-robed youth sat calmly on the rooftop, gazing at her with a faint, mocking smile. In the chaotic courtyard below, 4 rigid corpses lay with gaping, bull-sized holes in their chests. "Die for me." Black G went berserk, channeling her martial aura and spiritual veins to their fullest extent. A large mass of black water enveloped Gu Chun, his chest heaving violently. Half of it was due to anger, the other half due to excessive exhaustion. Maintaining the black water prison for an extended period had nearly depleted his martial aura. Gu Chun slowly stood up, his expression as calm as water. As the black water reformed into a water prison, it trapped Gu Chen inside. Heiji felt a slight surge of joy in her heart. Water erosion. Pouring all her martial spirit energy into it, this time she must kill him. Feeling a faint pain on her right cheek, the woman's killing intent grew even stronger. Sunbreaker. Gu Chen thrust his spear in midair, with hellfire and the true essence of martial arts converging at the spear's tip. Swoosh! The black water prison, which Zhang Yili had been unable to break through, suddenly revealed a massive gap. A fireball abruptly shot out, then slowly unfurled. Gu Chen flapped the wings of prison sun, looking down at Heiji from above. Damn it, my nether black sinking water can't trap him. Heiji was inwardly restless. She raised her head, about to say something. Suddenly, the heart convulsed violently. Gu Chen leaped into the air, waving both hands. Blazing flames transformed into fireballs, each 3 meters in diameter, hurtling downward like meteors. Infernal meteor burst. Gu Chen spoke coldly. Under the blessing of the true essence of martial arts, the power of the martial vein divine ability suddenly surged. What is that? The werewolf suppressing Zheng Yili was shocked and horrified. A flaming meteor? Mourinho stood on the withered tree, his body trembling uncontrollably. That flame meteor, almost like a natural disaster, was summoned by Gu Chen. Drew, save me. The Black Princess screamed in despair. Boom boom boom. The intense sounds of explosions echoed one after another, as flames and smoke billowed into the sky. One dilapidated building after another collapsed amidst the lava. Drew frantically rushed toward this direction. Just one glance, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The building of over 100 square meters had completely vanished, leaving only a dozen or so deep magma pits. The scorching heat, accompanied by fire poison, turned into billowing white smoke that drifted away. The figure of Black Princess was nowhere to be seen. You have first killed the Divine Platform Realm Warrior Heiji, defense break value plus 5,999. Gu Chen continued to operate the Prison Luo Sutra, quickly recovering the consumed stamina and martial energy. Kid, I will kill you. Drew roared in desperation, leaping into the air, his killing intent fully revealed. The moment the wolf's claw was about to strike, Gu Chen flapped his fiery wings, instantly ascending 10 meters. He calmly and effortlessly dodged the attack. All the information is in hand, dying is no big deal. Gu Chen murmured softly. The wings of Prison Sun flapped fiercely, spreading a dark red flame halo. Whoosh! He dove downward at an extremely fast speed. Drew was panic-stricken. He simply couldn't take off. The upward force from his angry leap just now had long been exhausted. Now he was in a state of free fall. Swoosh! A dark red gun shadow flickered, and the head instantly exploded. Red and white fragments scattered all over the ground. Killed Divine Platform Realm Warrior Drew. Armor penetration value plus 5,999. Current armor penetration value, 98,497. Gu Chen revealed a satisfied expression. This time, the mission involved killing martial artists at the Spirit Spring Realm and Divine Platform Realm. The gains in breaking defense value were also high. Gu Chen, you killed them? Zheng Yili asked in a trembling voice. Glancing at the stunned Zheng Yili, a flash of killing intent appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. But upon seeing Mu Shuai rushing over from not far away, this killing intent quickly subsided. No rush, there's still plenty of time. Phew! Brother Zheng, Gu Chen. Mu Shuai arrived, panting heavily. When he caught sight of the gradually cooling lava area, his body trembled uncontrollably. All the data has been obtained, mission accomplished. Gu Chen said calmly. Immediately, he flickered and flew in front of the despondent Zheng Yili. Smack! Gu Chen struck like lightning, delivering a heavy slap to Zheng Yili's face. Put away your little schemes, or I'll kill you. Gu Chen's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Zheng Yili covered his face, not daring to meet his eyes. Gu Chen, it was a miss. Gu Chen struck again with a backhand blow. Zheng Yili spun 2.5 times in the air, blood instantly gushing from his mouth and nose. You! What do you mean what? You spent 100 credits just to cause me trouble, and during the battle, you even deliberately let the enemies through. Gu Chen's tone was as cold as ice, and the release of his martial intent made Zheng Yili feel as if he were in a freezing cellar. Useless trash. Zheng Yili was trembling all over with rage. What's the matter? Want to make a move? Gu Chen unfolded his magnificent flaming wings and said expressionlessly. Don't you want to avenge your useless brother? I'm right here, ready anytime. Faced with the overbearing Gu Chen, Zheng Yili fell into silence. After a while, he said in a low voice, Junior Gu, it was my fault. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he seemed completely unaware. Mu Shuai quietly watched Gu Chen suppress Zheng Yili, remaining silently contemplative. Gu Chen took a deep look at the humbled Zheng Yili and smiled lightly. Senior Zheng, you're too polite. I was just joking with you. Since the task is complete, we should get ready to head back. Where are Baiso and Yensen? Mu Shuai asked hurriedly. They are dead. Zheng Yili let out a heavy breath and said in a deep voice. The bodies are still at the battlefield. Collect them later, along with their Qinkuan rings, and bring everything back to Tandu Martial University. Gu Chen said softly. Unfortunately, those foreign organizations never carry Qianquan rings when carrying out missions. The Akatsuki organization is the same. They're too worried about aiding the enemy. Mao's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Dead. After a long silence, Mao finally let out a sigh. Gu Chen, Jr., Mu Shuai hesitated to speak. Oh, I was just bluffing. It's just a special healing method, Gu Chen said nonchalantly. Mourinho? Half an hour later, a white figure descended from the sky. He looked at the ruins of the dilapidated building, and a face that was always stern managed to force out a faint smile. Not bad at all, Yang Zhantian said with a smile. Letting Gu Chen follow Zhang Yili to carry out the mission was his idea. The main purpose was to observe some things beyond just strength. Decisive and ruthless in action, without a single unnecessary word, and knows how to leverage the situation to his advantage. In character, he never lets grievances go unavenged and refuses to suffer losses, yet he knows how to conceal his lethal intent based on the situation, sharp and unyielding but not easily broken. Yang Zhantian recalled Gu Chen's performance during the mission and felt very satisfied. If someone were either too soft-hearted or prone to killing the innocent, no matter how talented they were, he would never take them as a disciple. Gu Chen, rest assured, I will never let the tragedy of your senior brother and sister happen again, Yang Zhantian muttered to himself. Returning to Tandu Martial University, it was already midnight. Gu Chen handed over all the data and information about the foreign organization to the two of them, then headed back to the dormitory first. He was inserted into the mission only on the last day. The description of the entire mission process, the organization of materials, and the deaths of the two students all need to be explained to the school by Zhang Yili and Mu Shuai. As for the mission reward, he wasn't particularly concerned. After all, his goal was to complete the mission and become a disciple of Yang Zhantian. Let's rest for the night and go find Teacher Yang tomorrow. After a night of fierce battle, having killed 10 martial artists at the Spirit Spring and Divine Platform realms, Gu Chen felt somewhat fatigued from the frequent use of martial intent. Gu Pan was going to participate in the freshman military training, and would likely return in a few days. He recalled all the details of the mission in his mind, ensuring there were no omissions, before falling into a deep sleep. Tandu Martial University, Mission Center. Sorry, Teacher Liu, it was my failure to fulfill my responsibility as the team captain. It was my misjudgment of the opponent's strength that led to the deaths of Baiso and Yan Cien. Zheng Yili, with white bandages wrapped around his face and plasters applied, bowed deeply to Lu Zhishan in apology. Lu Zhishan let out a soft sigh, his face filled with sorrow. He slowly covered Baiso and Yensen with a white cloth. Yili, you don't need to blame yourself. The process of a mission is ever-changing, and no one can guarantee safety. I will personally return their bodies and belongings to their hometown. The other teachers also looked full of regret. Yili, are you saying the new student Gu Chen killed everyone from the foreign organization? Mithraya's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, Junior Gu Chen hides his abilities very well. If it weren't for him, perhaps the two of us wouldn't have made it back. Zheng Yili said calmly. How did he kill? Tell me all the details. Mithraya said indifferently. Yes. Zheng Yili slightly organized his words and roughly recounted the events. It was basically the truth. Mourinho occasionally adds some comments. Of course, the matter of the two being taught and teased by Gu Chen was tacitly left unmentioned. S-level martial arts talent, awakening the true essence of martial arts. A 4th-tier Spirit Spring realm defeating a 5th-tier Divine Platform realm. This kind of prodigy hasn't appeared in our Tandu Martial University for many years. A female teacher exclaimed in amazement. Well, no wonder Dean Yang assigned Gu Chen to the mission, replacing military training. Dean Yang probably already knew about Gu Chen's strength, Lu Zhishan said. Gu Chen previously visited Dean Yang, and he should officially become his disciple tomorrow. The other deans are probably going to be disappointed. Dean Yang hasn't taken on a student in 10 years, and all the students he took on before, sigh. I just hope Gu Chen doesn't follow in their footsteps, a few teachers were discussing. Mithraya squinted his eyes, remaining silent. Zheng Yili, Mu Shuai, we have already reviewed the situation regarding the mission. The credit rewards will be settled shortly, but half of the credits will go to Gu Chen. He played a decisive role in this mission, Teacher Peng from the mission center said sternly. Teacher Peng, that's only fair, Mu Shuai immediately responded. Junior Gu Chen is truly extraordinary, I admire him greatly, Zheng Yili said with a smile. 10 minutes later, at the Elemental Academy, in the special grade classroom, Mithraya's residence. With a single thought, Mithraya's divine sense enveloped the entire villa. Even an 8th-tier Golden Body Realm cultivator would be unable to secretly spy without alerting him. Yang Zhantian came to see me and made a move against me. He warned me not to interfere in matters between you, Mithraea said calmly. Zhang Yili's face suddenly twisted, his eyes slowly turning bloodshot. Those bastard master and disciple, their actions are utterly unreasonable. Gu Chen. With his extraordinary martial arts talent, it won't take many years before your Zheng family might not be able to do anything to him. By then, you might have to live under his shadow. From my perspective, there isn't any deep-seated hatred between you and Gu Chen. Why not apologize, lower your stance, and compensate him to settle this matter? Mithraea said indifferently. He may be a genius, but an unripe genius is not yet a strong one. My Zhang family, as a hidden clan in Haiyang City, has several masters holding the fort. How could we bow to him? Besides, whether he can truly grow into his potential is still uncertain. Zhang Yili sneered, Gu Chen bullied my brother, which is an insult to my Zhang family. My Zhang family will never let this go. This is your Zhang family's matter, I won't interfere. However, if you can't become friends, then before he fully matures. Mithraea's tone paused slightly. Teacher, rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with you. Zhang Yili understood Mithraea's thoughts but didn't care about him. Gu Chen, I only want you dead. Upon waking up, it was already past 9 o'clock. Gu Chen walked to the balcony, basking in the sunlight, and admired the shimmering beauty of the lake's surface. This lake is called West Lake, and it is the largest artificial lake in Tiandu. How is the freshman military training going? He took out an energy sausage to replenish his strength, using it as breakfast. This thing tastes quite good, melting in the mouth with no greasy feeling at all. And it can quickly replenish energy, far more convenient and faster than going to the cafeteria to eat. Very soon, an energy sausage was eaten by him. Gu Chen let out a light burp, feeling very satisfied. If Fatty could make these things last a little longer, it would be perfect. 10 a.m., Yang Zhantian's residence. Teacher Yang, the task has been completed. The young man stood tall and straight, speaking calmly. I know. A faint smile appeared on Yang Zhantian's face. I watched the entire process of your mission. Gu Chen was instantly startled. There's one thing you did wrong. Yang Zhantian put away his smile, and his tone became serious. That brat Zhang Yili actually dared to play tricks, we absolutely can't let him off easily. I think we should give him a good beating so that he can't get out of bed for half a month. Such a petty person is even more detestable than a direct enemy. If there is an opportunity, directly eliminating him wouldn't be out of the question. Yang Zhantian said indifferently. Gu Chen stared blankly at Yang Zhantian, then after a moment, revealed a smile. If it weren't for Marshal Mu being present, Zhang Yili would probably have disappeared long ago. Very well, anything or anyone that threatens us must be eliminated in advance. Yang Zhantian nodded in satisfaction. You have passed my test. From now on, you are officially my disciple. I have no other special requirements, just one. He gazed at Gu Chen's cold and handsome face. No matter what happens, survive even if it kills you. Gu Chen bowed deeply, performing the junior's salute. Rest assured, teacher. Until I've traversed the vast world, how could I die so easily? Ha, good. Yang Zhantian burst into wild laughter, the terrifying shockwave triggering the defensive formation within the house to activate automatically. My 5 disciples all died under extremely suspicious circumstances. If my enemies find out that you are my disciple, they might secretly target you. So, Gu Chen, your first priority is to ensure your own safety. The white flame martial vein instantly appeared. Yang Zhantian grasped the void, and the white flame, with a temperature far surpassing the infernal sun, compressed madly. Eventually, it formed a white fire seed about the size of a dragon's eye. Gu Chen swallowed hard, staring intently at the white fire seed. As a master of the fire element martial vein, he could sense the terrifying power contained within the flame seed before him. If it explodes at this moment, several kilometers around would be razed to the ground. This is a flame seed formed by combining my 9 sons' heavenly fire with martial intent and divine consciousness, compressed together. You must carry it with you. If you encounter an unbeatable foe, ignite it with your own flames. Within a radius of 5 miles, creatures below the 8th tier will be reduced to ashes. Only you, under the protection of my divine sense, will remain unharmed. Yang Zhantian handed the young fire seed to Gu Chen. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen was overjoyed and carefully put away the young fire seed. With this powerful weapon, his safety factor has greatly increased. The young fire seed is one of the gifts I'm giving you as a token of apprenticeship. Secondly, I see that while your martial skills are not weak, they are all at the spirit level. If not for your cultivation to perfection to enhance their power, they would already be somewhat unable to keep up with your pace. I will teach you 2 martial techniques. Gu Chen nodded frantically. Compared to his S-level 5-star martial veins, the consummate martial intent of the Force realm, and combat power comparable to the Divine Platform realm, the martial techniques are indeed quite unremarkable. Even a perfect grade high-tier spirit-level martial technique is barely equivalent in power to a low-tier profound-level martial technique. Yang Zhantian flipped his right hand, revealing 2 scrolls made of unknown beast hides, one red and one black. Martial techniques above the profound level require the integration of martial intent with divine sense. They must be inscribed on specially treated exotic beast hides to preserve and comprehend them. Yang Zhantian explained. This is a spear technique martial skill I created based on my years of insights into spear techniques, Flame Dragon's Furious Waves. It is of the upper Xian grade and consists of 4 major moves: Flaming Pierce, Flame Surge, Dragon Flame Spin, and Blazing Fury Heaven Break. It requires a fire element martial vein to perform, making it extremely suitable for you. In addition, I have integrated my spear technique insights into the fiery dragon's raging waves, which can subtly enhance your spear skills. Teacher, you're amazing. Gu Chen quickly flattered. Yang Zhantian smiled faintly, his gaze carrying a hint of wistfulness. 10 years have passed. In 10 years, everyone called him the dean, not by the title of teacher. The second one is also a martial technique. I originally planned to teach you the mental method. But considering that you are the new king, you already have the authority to comprehend Earth-level martial techniques and mental methods. Tandu University has a top-grade Earth-level martial arts mental technique, which is better than what I currently have. However, almost no one has been able to successfully comprehend it. But you are different. With your monstrous martial arts true intent in perfect momentum realm, you can harness the power of heaven and earth. The issue with the Earth-level mental technique is not significant. Once your authorization is approved, I'll take you there. If it really doesn't work, I also have a backup mental technique. Gu Chen quickly nodded. This martial technique belongs to the category of body-refining martial techniques and is called the Tsun Yuan Undying Body. It was created by your master after reaching great success in the 8th stage of the Golden Body realm, by integrating dozens of profound-grade and earth-grade martial techniques. It took 8 years to develop this mid-grade earth-level martial technique. Through elemental body refinement, it strengthens the physical body and unleashes the latent power of cells. It enhances a warrior's speed, strength, defense, perception, and other aspects in an all-encompassing manner. And your hellfire happens to be one of the best elements for body tempering. This technique is divided into 4 major realms: entry, fusion, bone forging, and immortality. Once the immortality realm is reached, as long as the flames persist, the physical body remains indestructible. It can even reach the point of limb regeneration, just like the Golden Body realm. Yang Zhantian said softly. The Tsun Yuan Undying Body is something countless people desire to obtain. Many of the students who joined his sect did so for this mid-tier earth-grade body refining martial technique. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen took the martial skill scroll of the eternal body of Tsun Yuan with both hands, his face full of fervor. Earth-grade mid-level martial skill. And it's a rare body refining type martial skill. He had checked the martial skill exchange list of Tandu University on the computer. Ordinary earth-grade low-tier martial techniques require at least 5,000 credits. The Flame Dragon Raging Wave Spear technique combined with the Azure Origin Immortal Body would probably total nearly 10,000 credits. This number is simply astronomical for the vast majority of students. It would be impossible to earn even throughout 4 years of university life. Teacher, what was the earth-grade mental technique you just mentioned for me to comprehend? Gu Chen solemnly put away the Tsun Yuan Immortal Body, filled with curiosity. Yang Zhantian smiled faintly. It is an earth-grade superior mental technique called the 9 Thunder Condensation Technique. It is a thunder attribute mental technique that can condense 9 thunder beads. With it, your martial aura will not only have the fire attribute but also gain the thunder attribute. As the saying goes, heavenly thunder stirs earthly fire. After combining the elements of thunder and fire, your destructive power will multiply exponentially. Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. The thunder element is also renowned for its offensive power. And now his prison Luo scripture has added a murderous aura to his martial spirit energy, which is far inferior compared to thunder. Moreover, one is a high-grade spiritual level, while the other is a high-grade earthly level. In terms of the power, recovery speed, and endurance of martial spirit energy, the difference is like night and day. Thank you, teacher, for imparting the method. Gu Chen bowed deeply once again. Whether it was the eternal Tsun Yuan body or the flame dragon's fury, they were all unique martial techniques of Yang Zhantian, only taught personally to true disciples. Take out your spear and let me have a look. Yang Zhantian spoke. Gu Chen quickly took out the Crimson Flame Dragon Spear. Teacher, this is a B-grade premium Crimson Flame Dragon Spear, with excellent flame conductivity. Gu Chen said respectfully. Well, it's forged from the scales and dragon teeth of a mid to late stage tier 5 fire dragon beast, making it one of the finest among B-grade weapons. However, your hellfire is too overpowering, and this spear can't quite handle it. Yang Zhantian lightly brushed the spear's shaft and spoke casually. Teacher, you also have knowledge of weapon forging? Gu Chen asked in surprise. More than half of the weapons at our Tandu University were forged by me. Otherwise, how could I have become the dean of the Weapons Academy? Yang Zhantian replied with a faint smile. Ahem, teacher, this Scarlet Flame Dragon Spear is already somewhat damaged, and its power has significantly decreased. What do you think? Gu Chen rubbed his hands together, looking expectantly at the white-robed man. Holy crap! This teacher is truly the right person to follow. Not only is he the strongest in Tandu University, an 8th-rank powerhouse slaying 9th-rank foes, but also a master of weapon forging. Martial techniques of the profound grade and earth grade can be casually handed out as gifts upon meeting. Black light flickered, and a pitch-black spear appeared suspended in midair. The spear shaft was as dark as an abyss, shimmering with a cold metallic luster and exuding an incomparably heavy aura. On the spine of the spear, dark golden dragon patterns meander, as if an ancient dragon slumbers within. The spear tip resembles the fangs of a black dragon, exuding a chilling coldness. Gu Chen was instantly captivated by this black spear, unable to look away. Yang Zhantian gently stroked the body of the black spear, a trace of nostalgia appearing on his face. This spear is called the Dark Dragon Piercing Spear, and it shares the same origin as your Crimson Flame Dragon Spear. Its primary materials are the dragon crystal, teeth, and scales of the 7th-tier dragon-type fierce beast, the Dark Dragon King. It is considered top-tier among A-grade weapons. When the spear is wielded, it can awaken the slumbering dragon soul of the Dark Dragon King, possessing a mental deterrent effect. Since the Dark Dragon King belongs to the fire elemental beasts, the Dark Dragon Piercing Spear can also enhance the power of fire elements. Teacher, was this spear your personal weapon in the past? Gu Chen keenly noticed the nostalgic expression on the other party's face. Yes, it accompanied me through many years. Today, I am giving it to you. Yang Zhantian lightly flicked his fingers, and the black spear trembled slightly, emitting a piercing whistle. Buzz! The spear was like a revived giant dragon, letting out bursts of dragon roars. Gu Chen took a deep breath, stepped forward, and grasped the spear. His mind was instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying intimidation of the dragon's might. The scene before his eyes remained unchanged, and the overwhelming power of heaven and earth emerged, as if to suppress the lingering will of the Dark Dragon King. After a moment, Gu Chen suddenly swung the great spear. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear's wind howled, tearing through the air, as dark red flames leapt forth. Wherever it passed, the air was ignited, emitting sharp explosive sounds. The scorching heat waves surged like raging tides, causing the defensive array patterns to flicker. Great spear! Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with light. Compared to the Scarlet Flame Dragon Spear, the Dark Dragon Mountain Breaking Spear is undoubtedly much heavier. When holding this spear, the Infernal Sun martial vein almost automatically surfaced, drawn by its influence. And the dragon's might that just surged into his mind, if not for the martial intent of his realm, he would have undoubtedly suffered a great loss. The martial intent amplifying the dragon's might is yet another powerful killing move. Looking at the uncontrollable excitement on Gu Chen's face, Yang Zhantian also revealed a faint smile. Recently, I happen to have some free time. You can train here as much as you like, and I can give you some guidance. Let's start with the Flame Dragon Raging Waves. Martial Technique. The Tsang Yuan Undying Body is an earth-tier martial technique, and even for someone with exceptional talent, it requires considerable time. Yes, teacher. Gu Chen responded respectfully. Compared to his own cultivation room, the underground training ground of Yang Zhantian is undoubtedly much larger, and the defensive formations are also more powerful. Master Tong, if we go all in with martial techniques later, the teacher won't notice, right? Thinking of his unconventional way of practicing martial techniques, Gu Chen quickly asked in his heart. Ha, are you joking internationally? Tonzi showed great disdain for the mere golden body realm and even sent a mocking emoji. Gu Chen. Alright. It seems Lord Tong has quite the background, not even taking the 8th-tier golden body realm seriously. Could it be something created by a heavenly king realm powerhouse? You are about to practice martial techniques, please stop letting your mind wander. Gu Chen withdrew his thoughts and exhaled lightly. Placing the Dark Dragon Pu spear to the side, he sat cross-legged. Place the martial technique on your forehead, and my divine sense will automatically transmit the cultivation method of the martial technique into your mind. Yang Zhantian's voice sounded at the right moment. Watching Gu Chen enter the cultivation state, he secretly looked forward to it. The cultivation difficulty of a high-grade profound-level martial skill was already not low, but for Gu Chen, who had comprehended the true essence of martial arts in the perfect momentum realm, it was nothing at all. Yang Zhantian pondered that the cultivation speed of such a martial skill would undoubtedly surpass the vast majority of people. Detected that you have comprehended the Flame Dragon Raging Wave Spear martial skill. Martial skills have been successfully replicated, and you can consume armor breaking points at any time to enhance the proficiency and power of the martial skills. Similar to the spiritual grade martial skill manuals, simply flipping through them allows the system to automatically replicate them. Flame Dragon's Raging Waves is a top-tier spiritual grade martial skill, and its cultivation difficulty is incomparable to those minor techniques you practiced before. Your wind-chasing spear and understanding of spear techniques have been transformed into cultivation buffs. Cultivation efficiency plus 1%. I know you feel helpless about this, but even a small mosquito is still meat. Please don't underestimate it. Flame Dragon Surge is a spear technique martial skill of the fire attribute, with its essence lying in the fire element. Your infernal fire laughed heartily, joining hands with the true essence of martial arts, striving courageously. Training efficiency plus 30%. Guns and fire are the foundation of Dragon Flame Surge. The speed of the gun comes from a flash of lightning. The power of fire, explosive and burning. The fusion of gun and fire, combined speed, explosive destructive power, is the piercing flame thrust. You keep swinging the gun in your hand. Once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. You silently vow in your heart, as long as you don't die, you'll keep practicing desperately. You have grasped the essence of the thrust, fast, precise, and ruthless. Defense break value minus 12,000, Flame Dragon Fury Spear Technique has reached minor mastery. You have successfully mastered one of the spear techniques, Piercing Flame Thrust. Spear attack speed plus 30%, armor piercing power plus 30%. This cultivation is equivalent to you studying spear techniques and martial arts for 30 years. Yang Zhantian's divine sense firmly locked onto Gu Chen. All the cells in the body are active, the true essence of martial arts surrounds him, and the martial veins frequently appear. Perhaps the time of initiation is even earlier than I imagined. Taking a gentle sip of fragrant tea, Yang Zhantian's expression was joyful. A martial artist at the ordinary spirit spring realm would take about 10 days to grasp the basics of this spear technique. But Gu Chen, just a few hours would suffice. With this thought in mind, the young man suddenly stood up. The true essence of martial arts merged with the great spear, the grand momentum of the spear. Gu Chen wielded his gun, thrusting it forward in mid-air, and red flames instantly erupted in a fiery blaze. A harsh friction sound echoed through the air as the dark flames shot out, tearing through the void. Piercing flame thrust. Boom! A series of fiery explosion waves engulfed Gu Chen's figure. In the blink of an eye, a flame passage shaped like a sharp spike, dozens of meters long, pierced through. Yang Zhantian's right hand trembled slightly, spilling tea onto his lap. Yang Zhantian fell into silence. As the founder of Flame Dragon's Fury, he naturally understood what move Gu Chen had just performed. This is precisely one of the 4 major gun techniques, flame-piercing thrust. Only by mastering this gun technique to a certain degree can one guide their own martial vein spiritual energy and combine it with the energy operation method of the body's martial acupoints corresponding to the martial skill, thereby unleashing the flame-piercing thrust. However, he slightly pursed his lips, silently pondering in his heart. Gu Chen had just encountered the Flame Dragon Surge for the first time before his eyes. How long has it been since then? Less than an hour, right? And yet he could already perform the piercing flame thrust. This is the signature spear move of the Flame Dragon Raging Tide Spear Technique, the standard for reaching minor mastery. Originally, he thought that if he could get started within 3 hours, it would already exceed his expectations. Rumble! The flames gradually subsided, and the sharp whistling of the spear also slowly faded away. What tremendous power! Gu Chen emerged from the other side of the flame passage and exclaimed in surprise. This move contains immense penetrating force, even the heavy armor of a 5th-tier beast general might be unable to defend against it. Cough, cough, not bad. Yang Zhantian's eyelids twitched slightly as he calmly responded. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Yang Zhantian unconsciously felt his face heat up. What did I even teach? I originally planned to improve your cultivation efficiency through sparring and martial technique practice after you started, but with just one blink, you've already reached minor success. As your master, I'm truly at a loss for words. Gu Chen, what do you think about the difficulty of cultivating this martial technique? Yang Zhantian tried to conceal the shock in his heart without showing any expression. Gu Chen secretly chuckled to himself. He naturally knew the reason for Yang Zhantian's loss of composure. To others, it seemed like he had achieved minor success in just a short moment. In reality, he had endured decades of arduous cultivation. The power is immense, and the difficulty of cultivation is not low. It took me quite a long time. He gently stroked the dark black spear's shaft and remarked with emotion, spending 30 years, there was no mistake about that. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Zhantian coughed violently, his face turning bright red. So long, damn it. In just 1 hour, you managed to master a profound rank martial skill to the minor accomplishment level. What kind of long time are you even talking about? Yang Zhantian was so shocked by your martial arts training speed that he began to doubt life. Defense break value plus 35,000. Damn! Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that showcasing his skills in front of the teacher would yield such abundant results. Worthy of being at the 8th stage of the Golden Body Realm, a casual attack breaks through with over 30,000 damage. No, I must train hard here, wasting this opportunity is not an option. Not bad, slightly faster than I expected. Now, use the piercing flame thrust and attack with all your strength. Yang Zhantian smiled faintly and said, martial techniques can only truly become second nature through the tempering of real combat. Yes, teacher. Gu Chen's expression instantly turned serious, as tiny red flames quickly spread across the dark dragon Payu spear. Piercing flame thrust. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air, and the dark red spear shot forward like a meteor breaking through the sky. The momentum of the gun suddenly erupted, with speed and power surging instantly. A distance of dozens of meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The angle of the strike, the method of energy circulation in the martial aperture, flawless. Yang Zhantian exclaimed in amazement. Facing Gu Chen's powerful strike, he leisurely extended a single finger. Clang! Flame ripples instantly swept over, and Gu Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. A full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by Yang Zhantian. Power, speed, and explosiveness can be described as perfect. This strike would be difficult for an ordinary warrior who has just entered the divine platform realm to react to. Yang Zhantian was full of admiration. From this, he could see that Gu Chen was not merely forcing himself to perform the piercing flame thrust, but had truly mastered this skill. Teacher, watch out. Gu Chen turned his body, tightly gripped the spear handle with both hands, and smashed it down fiercely. White light radiated from both eyes as the power of heaven and earth converged. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed in Yang Zhantian's mind, and the overwhelming dragon's might surged straight to his heart. Enhancing the dragon's might within, the dark dragon breaks the mountain spear with the true essence of martial arts. Its power is considerable. He extended a finger once again. Bang! The surrounding formation patterns flickered wildly. Gu Chen gripped his gun, maintaining a downward pressing stance. Yang Zhantian stood as steady as a mountain. The dragon's might, bolstered by the true essence of martial arts, felt to him like a gentle breeze brushing past. Clang! 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 A surge of flames roared, and Gu Chen launched a frenzied assault. No matter how he attacked, all were easily blocked by Yang Zhantian's single finger. After more than 20 minutes, as the intense explosions gradually subsided, Gu Chen held his gun, panting heavily. The Flame Dragon Raging Wave Spear technique, as a profound level martial skill, consumes a great deal of spiritual energy and martial vein flames. Now, with his current upper spiritual level Yulua scripture, he simply cannot withstand such immense consumption. I thought you wouldn't last 20 minutes. Yang Zhantian said with a smile. The more he looked at this student, the more satisfied he became. Now he finally understood that Gu Chen's greatest talent wasn't his martial veins or his martial intent, but his extraordinary ability to comprehend martial techniques. During the recent battle, Gu Chen displayed various martial techniques. Although they were all at the spirit rank level, he had perfected every single one of them. There are not many who can cultivate spirit rank martial techniques to perfection. Instead of spending time on this, it might be better to focus on cultivating higher level techniques. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Gu Chen slightly bowed, feeling deeply grateful for Yang Zhantian's teachings. Engaging in combat with this 8th rank Golden Body Realm expert was an incredibly rewarding experience for him. Go back and rest for a while, come back tomorrow, Yang Zhantian said. No, I want to recover here and begin the next stage of martial arts training, Gu Chen said firmly, then sat down directly and started practicing the Prison Luo Sutra mental technique. Very well, the spiritual energy concentration here is very high, which will help you recover your energy, Yang Zhantian said as he walked to the side, sat down, and resumed drinking tea. Thanks to the dense spiritual energy around him, after 10 minutes of adjustment, Gu Chen had almost fully recovered the stamina he had expended during the intense battle. With exceptional talent and unparalleled diligence. If you don't succeed, who can? Yang Zhantian watched Gu Chen tirelessly begin the next round of martial arts comprehension, feeling deeply gratified. You consumed break defense points to start improving the proficiency of Flame Dragon's Fury. You believe going all in on this upgrade will yield massive profits. Yang Zhantian's break defense points income actually exceeded his expenditure. Your confidence is brimming, your ambition soaring, cultivation efficiency plus 5%. Still static comprehension? After half an hour had passed, seeing that Gu Chen hadn't made any moves, Yang Zhantian revealed a surprised expression. The cultivation of martial arts mental techniques belongs to static comprehension, whereas mastering martial skills mostly relies on countless executions and validations. To gradually improve control, thereby enhancing the power of the martial skills. Progress can only be made by combining theoretical study with practical validation. Flames take on the momentum of water, surging like a mountain torrent. This is Flame Surge. The gun sweeps through the battlefield with the fury of a raging fire. Your mastery of martial skills has reached a new level. Defense break value minus 20,000. Your Flame Dragon Raging Wave martial skill has reached perfection. You have successfully mastered the second spear technique, Flame Wave. This is a large-scale destructive skill suitable for group battles. As time passed, Yang Zhantian's eyes grew increasingly puzzled. Suddenly, an unusual aura burst forth from Gu Chen, and infernal flames surged instantly. Accompanied by the motion of his weapon, waves of fire layered upon each other, surging forward like a raging sea. Flame Surge! Gu Chen shouted in a low voice, and the accumulated flames poured out madly, like a landslide in tsunami. The area of several hundred square meters ahead instantly turned into a sea of flames. Yang Zhantian was stunned. Defense break value plus 40,000. Current defense break value, 141,497. Dark red flames surged like a raging tide, and the roaring sound of fire was deafening. Yang Zhantian stared blankly at the flaming gun wielded by Gu Chen, as waves of fiery torrents surged endlessly. The temperature in the training room suddenly rose, triggering the automatic activation of the defensive formation. The second gun technique, was it successful? Only 2 or 3 hours had passed. He was completely stunned. Teacher, please guide me. Gu Chen's lips curved slightly upward as a terrifying wave of fire surged toward Zhao Yang Zhantian. Flame Surge. The flaming spear erupted, its speed astonishing. Piercing Flame Thrust. The two major techniques were used alternately as Gu Chen launched an all-out attack. The underground space, spanning thousands of square meters, was filled with scorching heat of several hundred degrees. An ordinary person here would probably find it unbearable for even a second. Yang Zhantian's heart skipped a beat. This kid actually mastered the Flame Dragon Fury to the great accomplishment level. He was secretly shocked. The power is further enhanced by the combination of the two gun techniques. As the martial skill reaches the Grand Mastery stage, the consumption is actually reduced. The battle lasted for more than half an hour before Gu Chen felt his martial energy was exhausted. How exactly do you cultivate? Yang Zhantian couldn't help but ask. Hard work plus cultivation plus a bit of talent, I guess. Gu Chen replied calmly. Yang Zhantian took a critical hit, defense break value plus 50,000. The teacher's ability to handle this is really strong, it hasn't even reached the stage of breaking down. Gu Chen sighed. This means there's still room for the breaking point value to increase further. Boss system, keep going all in. 3 hours later. Gu Chen spread his wings and soared into the sky. Dragon Flame Spin. Gu Chen wielded his spear and thrust it upward. The martial veins flickered wildly, unleashing the power of heaven and earth. A giant tornado with a diameter of 10 meters formed, reaching a height of 100 meters. It almost touched the highest point of the training room. The core temperature soared to over 1,000 degrees, and the overwhelming power of the spear's momentum filled the sky. If not for the strength of the defensive formation, it might have already broken through the building. Gu Chen stood beside the fiery tornado, his young face brimming with joy. Teacher, please guide me. Yang Zhantian's inner defense was completely shattered, defense break value plus 59,999. Current defense break value, 221,496. Flame Dragon's Furious Wave reaches the mastery stage, consuming 30,000 armor penetration points. But the rewards are even more substantial. Boom! Dragon Flame Whirl possesses the ultra-high temperature destructive power of fire and the tearing ability of wind elements. Although its coverage range is not as wide as Flame Wave, its lethality is several levels higher. Another spiritual energy recovery. Thank you for the guidance, teacher. Gu Chen put away the black spear, his eyes shining. The great defense was broken, and no more defense breaking points could be gained in the short term. Yang Zhantian looked at Gu Chen with a complicated expression. The only disciple he had taken in over the past 10 years seemed to be far more extraordinary than he had imagined. In that case, you may go back first. Yang Zhantian waved his hand. He had been teaching for so many years, yet this was the first time he felt mentally exhausted. Students who are too extraordinary are also difficult to handle. This made him feel very insignificant. Teacher, how many days does military training usually last? Gu Chen asked. Depending on the situation, about 4 or 5 days. Calculating the time, it should be 1 or 2 more days. Why are you asking this? Yang Zhantian showed a look of confusion. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Since my apprenticeship task is already completed, I also want to go take a look at the military training. Hundreds of new students, all potential high-value targets for emotional breakdown. This is up to you. I'll give you a letter of introduction. Just go directly to Teacher Wu Yan at the new student office. She will arrange it for you. After speaking, a sheet of white paper and a black pen appeared in front of Yang Zhantian. He picked up the pen and wrote in the air. Soon, a letter of introduction was completed and handed to Gu Chen. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen carefully put away the letter of introduction and left Yang Zhantian's residence. Yang Zhantian watched his disciple leave. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Looks like we don't have that chance. A helpless sigh came from the void. Congratulations to Dean Yang for gaining a treasure of a student, the woman said with a soft laugh. Gu Chen is mine, so don't even think about it. Yang Zhantian said calmly. Xiao Yang taking on a disciple, we're more than happy about it. Yang Zhantian's expression froze slightly. Zheng Chang, if you call me Xiao Yang one more time, I'll beat you up in front of all the faculty and students of the War Academy. Buzz. The light dimmed, and 4 figures appeared out of thin air. Dean Yang. Little Zhang won't dare again. A bald man said with a cheerful smile. Cluck, cluck, Dean Zhang of the War Academy, you're over 100 years old, and still being called Little Zhang. The woman in the purple cheongsam chuckled lightly. Xiao Meng, you're laughing at me too? Zheng Chang touched his head and burst out laughing. Gu Chen is a promising talent. I knew Dean Yang would be interested, so I didn't approach him. How are you going to thank me? After all, his martial vein is of the fire element, which is also very suitable for my elemental academy. Morong Yun said with a cheerful smile. The dean of the spiritual academy, Zhang Zishui, stood silently to the side, smiling without interjecting. No matter how extraordinary Gu Chen was, he ultimately did not possess a spiritual-type martial vein and did not meet her criteria. Yang Zhantian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems you all are quite interested in Gu Chen. How could we not be? An S-grade martial vein, awakening the true essence of martial arts, and even capable of defeating a martial artist at the Spirit Spring realm across levels. No matter how you look at it, he's an excellent candidate to become a super powerhouse. What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that you, Xiao Yang, rarely show interest, I definitely wouldn't let him go, Zheng Chang said regretfully, shaking his head. If you knew his terrifying speed in martial arts cultivation, you probably wouldn't let him off so easily. Yang Zhantian thought to himself. Compared to Gu Chen's talent in martial arts cultivation, his martial veins and martial intent seem less impressive. I'm in a good mood today, why don't you all have a drink with me? Yang Zhantian took out a white jade pot from the Qinkuan ring. The intoxicating fragrance slowly wafted through the air. This is a level 4 spiritual medicine, the Laurel Star Dew brewed from laurel flowers? Zheng Chang's eyes lit up. Dean Yang is rarely this happy. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. Nightfall descends. The time required for mastering the Xin tier martial skill Soha is significantly longer than that of the Ling tier. Cultivating to the mastery stage, coupled with sparring and guidance from Yang Zhantian, a day's time passes in the blink of an eye. Getting into a top martial arts university and following the right teacher is indeed very beneficial. Gu Chen was filled with excitement. For martial artists not from major powers, obtaining martial techniques and mental methods above the profound rank, as well as other precious resources and weapons, all must be exchanged with merit points. Profound level and earth level martial techniques, along with the scheduled earth level martial arts mental method, are enough to significantly enhance his strength. At Tandu Martial University, earth level martial techniques and mental methods are also top tier. Will other teachers casually teach students? Not necessarily. Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt even more grateful to Yang Zhantian. After finishing the sausage, Gu Chen headed to the freshman office. As the department responsible for welcoming new students, the teachers at the new student office are almost on duty around the clock during the enrollment period. Teacher, I want to participate in military training. Gu Chen went to teacher Wu Yan's office and handed over the introduction letter personally written by Yang Zhantian. Gu Chen? Wu Yan was slightly startled. The freshman Gu Chen was quite famous among the newcomers. If it weren't for him, the team led by Zhang Yili, ranked 36th on the Tandu list, might have been completely wiped out. Such a monstrous genius naturally attracted immense attention. Dean Yang's letter of introduction, you want to join the freshman military training? Wu Yan looked up and down at this handsome and charming young man. Haven't you already completed your mission? A university without military training is not a complete university, Gu Chen replied. Wu Yan was left speechless. Since Dean Yang has spoken, I won't say much. However, the freshman military training is nearing its end. Tomorrow is the segment where freshmen join forces to confront the senior students. Given your extraordinary strength, you are not allowed to take action. Otherwise, it would completely defeat the purpose of the training, Wu Yan warned. Gu Chen's heart stirred. Teacher, isn't the purpose of the final segment of military training to temper the freshmen? Yes, so you can't make a move against the freshmen, Wu Yan said helplessly. Theoretically, Gu Chen was still a freshman, but his strength was far too overwhelming. Even Zhang Yili, ranked 36th on the Tiandu list, admitted he was no match for him. All right, I understand. Come to me at 8 tomorrow morning. Thank you, teacher, Gu Chen said politely. The location for this year's military training at Tandu Martial University is situated in the eastern part of the Baitsong mountain range, amidst towering peaks and steep ridges. At the summit of Broken Blade Peak in the Baitsong mountain range, a temporary and simple military training housing has been set up. Several military training instructors are watching the chaotic battle scenes transmitted in real time via drones. This year's freshmen are quite impressive. Even two early-stage fourth-tier beast generals are being completely suppressed, Lu Yu said with a smile. On the screen, 9 young boys and girls joined forces to besiege 2 magnificent tigers. The remaining hundreds of freshmen were scattered across Broken Blade Peak, fiercely battling storm tigers of the beast soldier level. Their goal this time was to defeat a pair of storm tigers, one male and one female, and seize the companion plant in their lair, the Galebane grass. Luo Li performed very well. With her mental control combined with the assistance of martial arts true intent, she almost single-handedly held off a fourth-tier storm tiger. Although it was somewhat opportunistic, it's still her skill. Luo Meng paused for a moment before continuing. However, as strong as Luo Li is, she's not the strongest freshman this year. Teacher Luo, you're talking about Gu Chen, right? Cheng Qi chimed in. That kid's strength is so far above the other freshmen that he was assigned to carry out other tasks. If you think about it, in the history of Tandu Martial University, there haven't been many instances where tasks were specially created for freshmen. It's always for those truly monstrous prodigies. If Gu Chen were here, 2 early fourth-tier storm tigers wouldn't even be enough for him to kill on his own. Lu Yu laughed heartily. In casual conversation, the 8 specially recruited freshmen joined forces to slay the male storm tiger. With their hands freed, they quickly helped Luo Li take down the female storm tiger as well. I'll go inform Song Xiao and the others that they can get ready, Luo Meng said as she stood up. By the way, remind them not to go too hard on the freshmen. In recent years, the final stage of military training has somewhat lost its original purpose and turned into a stage for upperclassmen to vent. Cheng Qi remarked. Those who can enter Tandu Martial University all possess exceptional martial talent, which also fosters the freshmen's unruly and arrogant personalities, with troublemakers everywhere. At some point, to quickly strip the freshmen of the genius aura they carried from their previous environments, the final stage of military training began to involve upperclassmen taking action, teaching the freshmen that there is always someone stronger and a higher sky above. Luo Meng nodded and walked out of the camp. Suddenly, Cheng Qi and Lu Yu also walked out of the military training camp. We just received a notice from teacher Wu Yan. A new student will be arriving today. Cheng Qi's expression was somewhat strange. Aren't all the new students already here? How could there still be someone? Could it be that the admissions office missed someone during the initial preparations? But it's already the last day of military training. Coming now doesn't make much sense. At this moment, a dark green helicopter slowly flew in from the horizon and suddenly stopped several hundred meters away from the peak of Broken Blade Mountain. Suddenly, a black figure shot out from the helicopter and descended slowly. 6th tier soaring realm? No, it's a hovering martial technique. Lu Yu's divine sense quickly spread out. After a moment, he revealed a look of surprise. Within his perception range, a young man in a black robe was gliding down from high altitude, his body enveloped in dark red crane-like spiritual energy. Gu Chen! The three of them called out almost simultaneously. A dozen seconds later, Gu Chen landed steadily in front of the three. Teacher Luo, Teacher Lu, Teacher Chang, Gu Chen greeted. Gu Chen, what brings you here? The three teachers were both surprised and delighted. Although it was their first time meeting him in person, the boy's appearance had long been etched in their minds. My teacher sent me to join the military training, Gu Chen said with a smile. Your teacher? You've already become an apprentice? Chang Chi showed a look of realization. Most new students are approached and selected by teachers based on their martial arts exam results and military training performance after the training ends, and only then do they formally become apprentices. However, a small number are reserved by teachers early on. Everyone loves a genius student. Yes, Teacher Yang asked me to participate in the military training. Hiss, Dean Yan? He took on an apprentice? Lu Yu's face was full of shock. The teacher said I need to hone myself more. Military training is a great stage for that. Luo Mang was puzzled by this. Gu Chen, your strength has already surpassed the level of new students. Military training is no challenge for you at all. The teacher asked me to try a different approach. A sly look flashed across Gu Chen's face. The final stage of military training is the battle between senior students and freshmen, isn't it? As long as I can defeat one of the senior students, I'll be considered the winner of the final stage. If the teachers don't believe me, they can verify it with my teacher anytime. Gu Chen shifted all responsibility onto Yang Zhantian. Would they really go to Yang Zhantian over such a trivial matter? The chances were slim. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Knowing his teacher's temperament, hearing about his student challenging senior students would surely make him ecstatic. The three exchanged glances, waves of unease stirring in their hearts. Go to Dean Yang? Thinking of that cold face and his formidable past achievements, they couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. The only path to the summit was through a narrow valley. Song Xiao and his 10 companions sat cross-legged on the massive rocks in the valley. They were the senior students tasked with blocking the way. This assignment was a coveted one. It not only earned them academic credits but also gave them the chance to thoroughly thrash the freshmen. They had gone to great lengths to secure it. Here they come. Song Xiao opened his eyes. Shortly after, 4 people walked down from above the valley. Ha! Besides the 3 teachers, why is there another person? Tang Zixing asked curiously. Teacher Luo, Teacher Chang, Teacher Lu, this is. Song Zhao's gaze rested on Gu Chen's slightly youthful face, noticing that he looked younger than all of them. He is a new student this year, Gu Chen. Lu Yu replied. Gu Chen? Another girl showed an interested expression. Zheng Yili once offered a reward of 100 credits. Anyone who could beat you up on your first day of school would receive the credits. So, did you get beaten up? Gu Chen calmly replied, thank you for your concern, senior. Those people have already been dealt with. Everyone showed a surprised expression. Heh, quite the bold tone, calling the seniors trash. Song Xiao chuckled softly. Junior Gu Chen must have been lying low for a few days before coming to join the military training. What's this, showing up on the last day to reap the rewards? A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gu Chen also smiled, looking at Song Xiao with a determined gaze. Senior, I'm here for military training, but not the freshman's training. I'm here to experience the senior training. How about, you give me your spot? The atmosphere on the scene instantly froze. The 3 teachers exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Seeing the teachers stay quiet, a trace of coldness flashed in Song Xiao's eyes. Today's freshmen are indeed somewhat extraordinary. They think they have some ability, yet they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Song Xiao sneered as he spoke. Helping you recognize yourselves is the responsibility of us senior students. Teacher Lu, in a martial artist's duel, fists and feet have no eyes. I ask for your witness. Lu Yu frowned slightly, just about to speak. Teacher Lu, just listen to the senior. Gu Chen chuckled softly. Lu Yu felt helpless in his heart. Song Xiao, aren't you digging a hole here and jumping right into it yourself? He originally planned to push Gu Chen forward. After all, there wasn't much difference between 10 people and 11 people, especially with more than 400 freshmen. But Song Xiao insisted on stepping forward herself, activating mockery mode. If you knew that Gu Chen had slain a divine platform realm warrior, you probably wouldn't be so smug. Alright, the winner will advance to the final stage of the freshman military training and earn 30 academic credits. Song Xiao still remains silent. Even if it's a highly promising freshman, so what? Compared to his more than 2 years of cultivation at Tandu University, it was hardly worth mentioning. The other senior students wisely refrained from saying much. It is said that Song Xiao once accepted a task issued by Zhang Yili, but happened to be busy during the first few days of the freshman's enrollment, causing a delay. The two stood still 10 meters apart. Junior Guchen, I admit your talent is extraordinary. I am not as good as you. A green martial vein appeared above his head, an unusual aura rushing forth. But, the one thing this world lacks the least is geniuses. A genius who hasn't grown up cannot be considered a strong person. He took out a jet-black weaponized fan from the Qinquan ring. Today, I will make you understand that a senior will always be a senior. In front of a senior, remember to stay humble. Woo! Green mist instantly spread, engulfing Song Zhao's figure. B-grade martial vein, poisonous dove mist, the toxin is incredibly potent. If it invades the body, that would be troublesome. Lu Yu casually muttered in a low voice. Song Zhao's face darkened, and the cold aura became even more pronounced. You're just an onion. Why pretend to be garlic? Gu Chen chuckled lightly. The world of geniuses is not something a mediocrity like you can comprehend. Song Zhao's gaze gradually turned icy. Suddenly, he fiercely swung the fan at Gu Chen. Mist serpent. The fan unleashed a violent gust, combining with the martial vein's poisonous mist to form a serpent-shaped toxic fog. Martial aura infused with the shadow of the spiritual spring continuously poured in. The toxic mist reacted with the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Lower-grade Shen-level martial skill, a combination of Python Force and Poison Mist, plus the Wind Fan, is this really necessary? The face of an older student watching the fight changed slightly. This was almost Song Zhao's full effort, yet his opponent was merely a freshman. What's more, the martial vein actually had a poison attribute. A careless mistake could lead to enormous harm. Junior, what do you think of this move from your senior? Song Xiao sneered coldly and struck with all his might. The misty python swiftly lunged toward Gu Chen. Wherever it passed, the ground's flowers and grass quickly withered, forming a trail of toxic death. As the black light receded, Gu Chen summoned the Dark Dragon Break Mountain Spear from the system space. Buzz! The moment the spear appeared, a faint dragon's roar echoed in everyone's hearts. That spear? Lu Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed, his heart filled with shock. Dark Dragon Piercing Mountain Spear. The weapon once owned by Dean Yang. Among A-grade weapons, it is considered top tier. In terms of value, I'm afraid it's no less than 800 credits. Gu Chen held a large spear, with dark red flames flowing along the spear shaft. Song Zhao's expression turned solemn. A tremendous sense of oppression was felt from the martial veins. This is an S-grade martial vein? He stared intently at the mysterious dark red flame martial vein, his heart surging with greed, jealousy, and resentment. Why am I only a B-grade martial vein, while he gets to possess an S-grade one? Coil! Song Xiao shouted loudly. The misty python expanded further, opening its venomous mouth and biting down in one gulp. Gu Chen gripped his spear tightly. Facing the extremely foul-smelling poisonous mist, his expression remained calm. The moment the poisonous mist approached, he finally moved. The infernal flames blazed fiercely, clinging to the Dark Dragon Break Mountain Spear. The martial apertures throughout the body operated according to the Flame Dragon Surge technique, unleashing a terrifying power. Piercing flame thrust. Man and spear became one, resembling a fiery arrow that pierced through the air and shot out abruptly. Swoosh! Pierced through the poisonous mist serpent with overwhelming force. The scorching flames burned the pervasive toxic mist to nothing. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen had already appeared in front of Song Xiao, whose expression had drastically changed. The latter had no time to think, instinctively raising the large fan weapon in front of him while retreating rapidly. Gu Chen's lips revealed a trace of mockery. The Dark Dragon Break Mountain Spear effortlessly destroyed the giant fan weapon, exposing Song Zhao's terrified face behind it. Just as it was about to pierce through his skull, Gu Chen restrained his move, turning the thrust into a smash. Otherwise, a single spear would have been enough to end the opponent's life directly. The heavy, dark Pu spear crashed brutally into Song Zhao's chest, instantly shattering all his spiritual energy and blood defenses. His chest caved in on a large scale, causing him to spew a mouthful of fresh blood. His body was violently slammed into a nearby mountainside, embedding deeply into it. Rubble tumbled down as a thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. The feeling of hitting Song Xiao was like a grandfather disciplining his grandson. You almost took his life. The opponent is broken. Defense break value plus 29.99. The observing senior students were utterly stunned. Defense break value plus 26.91. Current defense break value, 227.186. Apart from the three teachers, the other 9 senior students were all in a dazed state. What shocked them was that Song Xiao, at the 4th level of the Lingquan realm, was not even a match for Gu Chen in a single move. The teachers were also shaken, but they had already anticipated the outcome of this battle. Gu Chen had held back in the end, otherwise, Song Xiao would have lost his life on the spot. Although he was seriously injured, as far as Tandu University was concerned, as long as one didn't die, it wasn't a problem. Senior, this move of yours is really quite ordinary, Gu Chen responded calmly. Unparalleled in combat strength and talent, no wonder Dean Yang was moved to take you as his disciple, Cheng Qi exclaimed in amazement. What? Gu Chen was actually taken as a disciple by Yang Zhantian, the strongest figure at Tandu University? The 9 senior students were almost driven mad with jealousy. With Dean Yang as his backing, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Cough, cough. A dozen seconds later, amidst the thick smoke mixed with violent coughing, Song Xiao staggered out of the rubble, disheveled, his martial robe in tatters, and his body covered in blood. The moment he saw Gu Chen, a deep fear surged in his heart. He had been so close, his head could have burst open like a fragile watermelon. He knew in his heart that Gu Chen had held back. Song Xiao, let me heal your injuries. Your position has been taken by Gu Chen, Luo Meng said. Her martial vein was of the healing type. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Song Xiao dared not look directly at Gu Chen. Clutching his chest, coughing up blood, he walked toward Luo Meng. Soon, the two disappeared from sight. The new students are about to reach the mountaintop. Gu Chen will replace Song Xiao to complete the final stage of the military training, Liu said. Yes, Teacher Lu. The senior students glanced at Gu Chen, a surreal feeling rising in their hearts. Who exactly was the freshman, and who was the senior? It felt as though everything had been turned upside down. As the 2 instructors departed, the valley checkpoint returned to an eerie calm. The 9 senior students didn't dare to even breathe loudly, fearing they might provoke this junior and end up taking a spear themselves.